Boy had that.
Oh, baby! Feels good that it's Friday.
That was thoroughly mediocre. Can you do that again?
Why is it thoroughly mediocre?
Because you almost weren't ready. It was like Steve Young tripping at the beginning of the play where he threw to T.O.
And then he scored a touchdown and everybody went home.
So now we're off to having one of the great wild card wins of all time.
Absolutely. And then the next week we lose to the Falcons in the Georgia Dome. And you get hurt.
Why
like Garrison Hurst. Good morning to everybody out there.
I worked out this morning. I feel like $1 million.
That's good. I didn't work out today, and I feel like $1 million because I got some good sleep. After the Niners made their pick, Ricky Pearsall out of Florida by way of Arizona State. He's an Arizona kid. Your wide receiver in the first round. 31st overall. We're going to get into it. I was a bit stunned, but the football people say this guy can play. The football people says this guy can separate. The football people say he can high point the football. So will he be playing alongside Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel? Still things on the table for the 49ers. We'll get all into it as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift on the overnight dancers, baby. We got new money in town. New money in town. It's a payday Friday. Bay Area Friday, 50 Cent Friday, all that stuff. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages as we have added the QR code on both pages. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. And you better come correct today. Because you know what happens. By way of our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. If you're going to call it to the roast, you got to bring it. Because if you don't, you hear that sound, you're going to get flushed. Like BPA out there somewhere.
So the other day, you and I were breaking down wide receivers. I had written all these notes on all these wide receivers, and we were talking about X players, guys you can line up on the outside and be the number one receiver and would be right up on that line of scrimmage and getting pressed. And I remember as we were doing that exercise, when we were going through some of the smaller guys, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Worthy, and I stopped on Ricky Pearsall, and I said to you, B, if they move Ayuk, I don't want them to replace him with this guy, but I could see where this guy would be a really good fit in this offense. And here's what I wrote down, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. Athletic, vertical, short shuttle stuff. I see Edelman, Jerry Jeudy, but he actually catches the ball. 80% success rate in the slot when I dig through the numbers. Rugged player, adjusts well to the ball, makes a lot of twisting catches. 55 of his 63 targets he caught were in that intermediate, meaning 10 yards downfield in the middle of traffic. The guy stretches the field. A lot of these long, deep crossers and digs that Shanahan loves. If you're building an offense for Brock Purdy, Pearsall's a weapon that I think looks really nice.
Look, he's got a lot of experience playing in the college game, whether it's Arizona State or Florida, over 2,400 receiving yards. First year of Florida wasn't as successful, but this last year really seemed to put it together. Everything you said there, high point in the football, separating at the line of scrimmage. Now, jamming it, from some of the videos there, if you get physical with him, he's got to get stronger.
I would agree.
He's got to get hit in the NFL weight room, which I think he'll be fine. Hit the NFL weight room, getting a little stronger, getting his nutrition right. He was a big-time playmaker for Florida. And look, I didn't know if they were going to draft him in the first round. I didn't know what his value was. But all the guys, whether it's Nick Saban, whether it's Joel Klatt, whether it's Daniel Jeremiah, whether it's C.J. Stroud, a lot of people who are in the game of football. Brian Baldinger, he'll join us on Monday at 7:30. You don't want to miss that as he'll break this pick down. He loves Pearsall's game, calls him a tough guy. And in Shanahan's offense, we've yet to see the slot receiver just truly pop. They tried it with Kendrick Bourne, not your quintessential slot receiver. Trent Taylor, we know what happened there. We know what happened with Richie James Jr. Danny Gray hasn't been able to get on the field. Rodney Bell, look, I think there's some hope for him, but this guy can play in the slot, that legit slot receiver, in and out quickness. His 10-yard code drill was great. The times were great. And then more importantly, you talk about the catches and everything like that.
Yeah, the body control is really good.
Yeah, it was like he has like a 3.5, 3.7 drop rate, which is very, very good. He doesn't drop the football at all.
Good. I'd be remiss if I didn't say, like, the whole time I'm thinking, all right, what's Jacksonville going to do? What's Pittsburgh going to do? Are they going to trade? Is this a spot? Is this a spot? Is this a spot? Now, who knows? Something might happen. I still believe the Niners are going to make another selection for a wide receiver. I don't know if they're going to trade one or both. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with Ayuk and Debo. I really don't. I still think Washington's in play. I think New England's in play. I think Carolina's in play. I think teams that have a plethora of day 2 picks, second and third round picks, I still believe for one of the receivers, they're in play. And I would not be surprised if the Niners select another wide receiver. And that people's heads might explode, but
right.
I don't know. I think things are still in play.
Oh, no. Do people feel like it was a reach? 888-957-9570. Because when the pick happened, Baby Chaz was jumping up and down in bed.
Yeah.
And
I was
just
holding my
room.
little guy.
Yeah, and it was just in a room. And I was like, guys, Niners picking. And
it's me
okay,
all
Niners
night.
picking. They're jumping
I did
around.
it for like 2 hours. Michelle, leave me alone. Niners are going to pick soon.
I'm playing hide and seek during the NFL draft. Go figure. Times have changed.
Well,
but
did you win?
What do you mean?
Hide and go seek.
Oh, I mean, I always find them, but, I always play stupid boo with a fool. Where are they? Where are they at? And then you hear Chester, she's always laughing.
All you see is like a leg sticking out underneath the desk.
You see a little leg, and all you hear is a laugh, and like, okay,
That's
she's right
funny.
there. But anyway,
funny.
It's all fun. But the Niners picked, and my initial reaction was like, what the hell? Ricky Pearsall? I don't remember talking about this guy. I kept hearing about Mitchell and Worthy and, the kid from LSU who was compared to Brandon Ayuk, was Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah. Who went to Jacksonville. Who wanted Ayuk.
The one team that wanted Ayuk, but they got their Brandon Ayuk.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they watched that LSU Pro Day and Trip Balky. Oh, he buys us a Brandon Ayuk, so maybe we don't have to trade Brandon Ayuk.
Because, Balky farted.
Oh, yeah.
And then said, excuse me.
Excuse me, which is very classy of him. Very classy. But look, man.
Classy of him to fart at a podium and say, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love you
didn't
so
have
much.
to be
Were
rude.
you surprised
What do
he
you
didn't
want him just to fart, just not say anything?
Better out than in.
So were you surprised at this player, at the position that he plays?
I'm surprised at this player.
Okay.
This player.
Why?
Because Mitchell was on the board, and I thought Donnie Mitchell, especially after Xavier Worthy got selected. And there was a lot of hype about Xavier Leggett from South Carolina, who is up going to Carolina.
I didn't love him as much as others.
I didn't love him either.
1 year wonder.
I didn't love him either.
Yeah.
But Pearsall I thought second round, maybe third round. I was a little stunned by it. But look, man, my philosophy is this. If you love a player like the Raiders,
totally agree.
They love Brock Bowers, go ahead, take Brock Bowers. Best player available. Go fix your off. Now you got Brock Bowers, Devontae Adams, Meyer. You got an offense that can cook.
Zero
Go double
quarterbacks.
tight end. Yeah, you get a quarterback. Spencer Rattler's coming. Spencer Rattler.
He does fit the Raider mold.
Come on.
Swashbuckling his way up into the AFC West.
I'll say this. I'd rather have Spencer Rattler and try to develop him as opposed to J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix,
I'm with
who
you
went
on
in the
that.
top 10.
Sean Payton's already on the hot
top
seat.
12. I mean,
Sean
come on.
Payton, this fraud.
It
reminded me of the Patrick Mahomes draft because we were going to draft Patrick Mahomes, but the Chiefs jumped in front of us many years ago. Dog, you didn't take him. You were obsessed with Taysom Hill. Like what?
Well, the draft is just fascinating. The draft, there's so many things happening in the NFL draft that I want to get to here. Last night, you had records getting broke left and right when it came to quarterbacks. 6 quarterbacks got selected in the first 12 picks.
How many you think, forget the players that I don't want the names. How many will actually stay with their team 5 years from now? 2?
Caleb. I like Caleb the most.
Okay, you're going to actually name them. Okay.
I'm not sure about Jay Daniels in Washington. I want to see it.
I do too.
And he's got Dan Quinn as a head coach. I don't know. I don't know. Who's Washington's OC? Cliff Kingsbury? Oh, gosh. I'm not a fan of that.
I like Cliff as an OC.
Yeah, I don't know if I do. And then number 3, Drake May goes to New England.
Just immediately when I saw him, I was like, bro.
I go back to Kirk Morrison. Kirk Morrison said, look, man, I went out to Chapel Hill. I called the game. I was not impressed.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I've never been impressed.
If there's a team, an organization outside of Sean Payton who I am fading more in the NFL right now, I'm telling you.
It's the Patriots.
I watched that Dynasty doc, and I can't get it through my head. When I hear Bob Kraft's kids sit there and pretend like he was the reason for success, like not Belichick, not Brady, it was Bob Kraft's kid who had nothing to do with it. Are you kidding me? And he is running things now?
Right.
That's an organization that might be a dumpster fire for 2 decades.
You had the wow factor in Michael Penix Jr. getting selected by the Atlanta Falcons. Did not see that coming. Kirk Cousins didn't see it coming. He's telling everybody, every reporter possible, yeah, I'm surprised by this. I was not tipped off by this. So now all of a sudden we got drama in Atlanta after he got $100 million guaranteed. I saw somebody tweet said, you better work on Tuesday.
Well, it's kind of ironic. Yeah, I think I put that in the thread too. It's kind of ironic that Kirk Cousins was drafted the same night RG3 was drafted, and that took RG3 by surprise. Yep. And then many years later, he gets surprised in this way. So I guess what they say, what comes around goes around.
We don't know about that one. So you got that. You got Michael Penix Jr. going 8 to Atlanta. You have J.J. McCarthy going 10 to the Vikings.
Didn't like that at all because the Vikings gave up all their picks.
Up. Yeah, they had 3 picks in 2025.
Did you hear that
noise? 1 first-round pick and 2 fifth-round picks.
The noise of Justin Jefferson slamming his phone and saying, "Get me the hell on out of here."
He's gone. He's so gone.
So upset.
I mean, is that like the number one? Like, how can I bet on that?
J.J. McCarthy, and then you get the Bo Nix. They're going to get people fired. I mean, it's just straight up. Sean Payton might as well put his house. Listen, Sean Payton might as well put his house on sale in Eagle County, Colorado, wherever the hell he is, Denver, Colorado, whatever suburb he's in. The Minnesota Vikings brass. And I like Kevin O'Connell. I like him as a head coach. I do with Minnesota.
I do too.
Your days are numbered. The days are numbered. Like he hitched your wagon to J.J. McCarthy.
Days are numbered.
Think about that. I watching Michigan
so you
football
watch
this
Michigan
year.
A lot.
We all do.
He reminds me of Alex Smith.
That's what they said on the draft.
Yeah, no, but that's what he reminds me of.
And I don't even see that.
Well, I see it because he just looks lackluster.
I mean,
he threw 34 fourth quarter passes. How's that? Like how?
I mean,
well, it's a Harbaugh offense.
I watched. It's a Harbaugh offense. Was at the Rose Bowl. I didn't think there was anything special with him. Especially coming into the year, I was like, okay, 3rd round pick, maybe a 4th round pick. He goes in the 1st round, top 10 pick. So 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks, matching the total that went in the 1st round of the famed 1983 quarterback draft class. 6.
And there's no way it's going to replicate that class.
No.
I'm sorry. It's the greatest outlier of all time.
I don't see it happening.
No, and here's the other thing that I keep thinking about too. And you were talking about it like, it's an offensive league. It's an offensive league. 14 consecutive picks going offense. Yep. There's no doubt about that, B. But
it's not just offense. I should have clarified it. Scott was basically like, dude, it's like 70-30, 80-20 offense now. Like that wins games. You got to have offense. So you see the philosophy in the draft here, as you just mentioned, 14 picks, first 14 picks, all offense.
So I want to get to Shanahan here. Now, I have no idea what they're going to do with Debo and Ayuk. I still think those things are on the table. I got no idea. I still think even if they keep those guys, they might draft another wide receiver early here. But I do believe they're going to be a player today. They're going to move up, move back. They're going to do something on day 2. This is their wheelhouse here. I have a hard time not thinking that Shanahan, and there's 2 elements to this. There's the Super Bowl that I know you want to get into. But when Shanahan looks at wide receiver film, why do I feel like he looks at himself in certain players?
Well, he said that yesterday.
Oh, did he?
His presser.
I didn't hear that
because he said
I felt like watching Ricky Pearsall. I'm like, this is a guy Shanahan's going to love because he thinks that he sees himself in Ricky Pearsall.
So David Lombardi had the tweet yesterday, and I saw it. I chuckled because I didn't know if it was a real tweet or what.
Well, David Lombardi's tweeting everything. The probability of this happening now is 1%. Like, Dave, put the phone down for 6 seconds. It's okay.
Shanahan, his evaluation of 49ers first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall. He reminds me of myself.
Oh, no,
except a lot faster, with much better hands, and can jump. So I don't know if he was being facetious there.
Steph Curry reminds me of Joe Shasky, except for the fact he's 6'3", the greatest shooter of all time, and he's an NBA player with
I don't know,
elite golf game.
No, I don't know. I would love to hear that.
That's hilarious.
I would love to hear that sound because I don't know if Shanahan was being serious, but that's a real quote. That is a real quote. So let's go to the lines. I'm going to get Niner fans in here. How do you feel about the pick? Was it a reach? Were you expecting Slick Ricky Pearsall, who played against Brock Purdy in high school? White Boy Rick. You can call.
Isn't that a movie?
Yeah, it is a movie. I'm not going to call him White Boy Rick. I'm call him Slick Rick or Pretty Ricky.
Well, I heard him get addressed by his teammates that way.
Yeah, Slick Rick, Pretty Ricky. It's
Pretty
all
Ricky's
good.
not bad.
Or
Ricky.
He also brought
Ricky. Boys in the Hood.
He also played against Brock Purdy in high school.
Yeah, Chandler.
Ricky Pearsall said, I think he put 70 on my team. Yeah. Brock Purdy out there. So.
And Purdy, I think, ran a couple in.
And here's the other kicker. Ricky Pearsall said he only met with the Niners at the Senior Bowl.
Oh.
Didn't even bring him in for a visit, so he said he was shocked to see San Francisco on his phone. They stayed away. They did their work. They didn't want to tip their head. They did this with Mike McGlinchey, too.
I like this pick. Because to me, playmakers, building around the quarterback, I like this pick.
Let's go to Miguel in Oakland. Miguel, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing this morning?
Good,
what's
man.
up?
Good morning, Miguel.
Hey, was I the only one that maybe I'm tripping out or something, but I really thought that the 49ers were going to go after Xavier Worthy, and then the Chiefs, they pulled a slick one, and I don't know why the Bills would even do that, but I think the Chiefs got over on the 49ers again and beat us by getting that very good wide receiver that we were supposed to get.
I don't know, Miguel, if Xavier Worthy's a Niner guy.
He drops a lot of balls.
Well, he drops balls and he doesn't break a lot of tackles.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to listen. I think Miguel dropped off. I think the Kansas City Chiefs, for that offense,
exactly,
for that team,
exactly,
it is a scary, scary proposition to know that Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown is going to be playing alongside Travis Kelce with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback and Andy Reid, who's the slickest of them all when it comes to scheming up plays for his playmakers. That is scary. Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown, when I saw Buffalo, first of all, I said, Buffalo, you got to go through Kansas City and get to the Super Bowl. What the hell are you doing?
I don't know.
And then you see him go to Kansas City, and I did get a little sick. I almost went to the bathroom and yacked. They said the rich get richer. Actually, I was talking to Worldwide Half yesterday on the phone. And I came to this proposition now. Call me crazy. We're getting back to the draft.
Chicken?
That if the Niners were to go to the NFC Championship game, and Kansas City was on the other side, the NFC Championship game is the early game this year. If I know Kansas City's playing in the AFC title game, I'd rather just lose that NFC Championship. I don't want to play them in the Super Bowl.
Shut
game.
up.
I don't want to play them.
Shut up.
I just don't even want to face them. I don't even want to do it. I'd rather just lose the NFC title game, say, hey, it was a hell of a year.
They lost in
it was
overtime.
all good.
They lost in overtime.
I don't care. I don't care. We also gave
you
up.
Don't even believe
we
what
also
you're saying.
we also gave up a 3rd and 24 or whatever, Super Bowl 54. If I see them on the other side, I just don't even want to go. I don't even want to go to the Super Bowl.
I'm thinking so much about that Super Bowl though. I'm glad you're bringing that up because the one thing that sticks in my head is that quote that you had from Kyle Shanahan, where basically all his former players, Shanahan's opinion of the situation of the player will change like that.
Yep.
And I keep thinking, I bet he watched that Super Bowl back 1,000 times, and he's saying that's never going to happen again when it comes to his offense getting stymied.
Well, I want to get into that coming up. Oh, Rhea Lancaster's on the line. We're going to get to her on the other side. Hang tight, Rhea.
Draft
Get you
day,
on the
baby.
other side. Oh, wait, we're going to Rhea right now. Rhea, what's happening? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good to hear your voices.
You too.
I'm trying to make it make sense to me. I don't understand why we're taking a wide receiver when we already have like 8 wide receivers. I mean, if you're going to build around Brock, can't you build this O-line first so he has time to throw to all these wide receivers that you got on the team? I need him to have time.
I agree.
He's got a surgically repaired arm that we need him to be able to just stand, and he could dice up so much stuff if he has time. I don't understand why we're not doing O-line stuff.
They've got more picks, Rhea. I don't mean to cut you off. We're up against it. They've got more picks.
9 picks.
And,
9 picks left.
I don't like taking the 11th best offensive tackle in the first round. I like a playmaker.
I did like Amarius Mims, though.
He went way early.
I know. He went so early. Guyton went up, man. Those
All the guys went early.
Marius Mims, his feet. Oh, my God.
I think this was the best overall player on their board.
Make sure you don't miss that break,
All right. We're more coming up here on the other side. Ricky Pearsall, your newest member of the San Francisco 49ers, 888-957-9570, Niner Empire. How you feeling about the pick? That's what's coming up. Your reaction brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
receiver, Florida.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte, before you go, before you say anything,
What?
I just have to get this take in.
All right.
Because it's all draft today, and I get it. Believe me. You talked about LeBron and what he said last night in that game. I know the playoffs were going, and some people pay attention, like myself and you and Spadoni, and there's a lot of people don't care. But whatever.
It's down 0-3.
I'm gonna say this now because I want the record to show. The only way these old guys are gonna be able to grasp at one last championship is if they unite together. It's in Expendables. I mean, this is a movie setting up.
The old guys.
LeBron has to team up with Steph Curry.
The old guys are not making it through.
Yeah, that's
rounds.
fine. You could think that. I'm telling you this right now.
That's what I know.
The only way to stave off the youth for one last championship run is if they come together.
I'm betting my bottom dollar that it.
Well, that's
will
the,
not.
I
know.
I am
hear you.
in the minority opinion here.
No. There's a lot of
the
people.
odds are not good.
Pilo's retweeting every freaking Photoshop with LeBron James in a Warrior uniform.
Because Pilo knows.
All the Warrior fans on social media want LeBron James, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm listening to him last night. It's like, why would you want that guy?
Because he's still a top 5 player on the
planet. Well, he
planet.
went on the podium, basically quit, saying, "Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just basketball." So he says that.
Well, when Anthony Davis scores 3 points in the fourth quarter, and D'Angelo just scores nothing.
Give him the ball. There's no the context to that is you're down double digits. So now you're just pulling up from 3. So AD's not touching the ball. Dudes, AD's not the problem. The coach is the problem. The point guard's the problem. LeBron James throwing everybody under the bus is the damn problem.
Well, no, Ham is bad. I know we like to make fun of LeBron being a coach killer. No, Ham is bad.
Green eggs and ham?
Yeah, scam is what we call
But you know what? LeBron signed off on him. LeBron signed off on him.
See, what he needs.
They could have had Ty Lue in 2019. Right. They should have just taken him. He
needs Steve Kerr.
Oh, gosh.
Well, he'll have him in Team USA this summer.
Yeah, and that's where we start the recruitment pitch.
But dude, he's such a sour
I know,
loser.
We'll get back into the NFL. I'm telling you right now, LeBron to the Warriors.
At the end of the day.
It's going to happen.
It's just basketball at the end of the day.
And I'm going to watch all Warrior fans jump on my side of the boat, and we're all going to be celebrating.
I'm not going to celebrate.
Mark the tape.
Desperate times call for desperate men.
How do you mark the tape?
Well, you just said an F8 over here.
Yeah, hit the F8.
F8. F8. The fact that you want that is like, it's cringeworthy. It makes
to me, it's the only parachute option as you're falling from the plane.
Gosh.
The 757 from,
Draymond and LeBron James teammates.
Are we sure Draymond's going to be here?
It's always fun game.
I mean, knowing LeBron, he stabbed a few friends in the back.
They were sitting in the suite together at the Super Bowl.
That doesn't mean anything to LeBron. LeBron was best friends with Dwayne Wade, was like, get out of Cleveland. I need you out of here. You're not good enough anymore.
That's what he does do. From what I hear, is that he does stab people in the back. I don't want that guy here. Taylor in Oakland. Oakley. Taylor in Oakley. He likes to pick. Taylor, what do you like about the pick?
Hey, man, I mean, look, the guy's a dog. I'm an SEC fan. I'm
Thank you.
Fan. Like, the guy's a dog. He fits the system. And, I mean, at that point in the first round, it's basically just a high second-round pick. That's the way I've always looked at, like, 28 at 32.
Totally agree.
And offensive linemen, I mean, you can get nasty human beings that play offensive line later in the draft.
Yep.
You got to build out the skill to prepare for the inevitable departure of probably Debo. After them not trading Ayuk for a first-round pick, I don't see him being traded. I think they're going to stick with him. They're going to ride it one more year and then move on from Debo. And just one thing that's always bugged me, can we stop giving Sean Payton a pass?
Thank you.
For being a good coach, because he's not.
Thank you.
He had Drew Brees for all them years, won one Super Bowl. He had Russell Wilson, and that was a dumpster fire. And then he drafts Bo Nix. I'm an Auburn fan, so I watched Bad Bo Nix. Dude's not a top 15 pick.
I know.
He just isn't. But I appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah, and one last thing. You're crazy, Bonte, if you don't want LeBron here.
Thank you.
No, I'm not crazy.
Save that. You're crazy, Bonte.
I love the player on the court. It's all the other stuff that you guys are not baking into the equation. You guys will be exhausted for LeBron James 3 months into the LeBron James tenure. Trust me.
Yeah, you'll get over it.
You will be exhausted over it. It will be, oh, my God. Like, from a business standpoint, it's great for business. LeBron James is great for business.
It's all I care about.
Content, why not?
It's business. It's not personal. All I care about is business.
It's all business. But personally, Oh, man. I mean, maybe the last Bonte Hill if he becomes a member of the Golden State Warriors. You mark that. F8 that one.
Yeah, that's the biggest cap.
Can't be two kings in the Bay.
F8 that one.
That's like that idiot who wore that giant hat last night on the draft. Then you want to talk about one of the dumbest things in sports? If you wear the giant hat to a game and sit in front of me, I'm going to flip that thing off your head.
No, you won't.
Yeah, that thing is stupid.
No, you won't.
That thing is stupid.
You know what's not stupid?
Obstructing the view of others behind you. Give me a break.
You know what's not stupid?
Huh?
Steve Smith.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. He's the go-to guy. His ability to adjust will be required in the services in the National Football League.
Steve Smith, he should be in the Hall of Fame one day. He's a good receiver. How about C.J. Stroud from the Houston Texans? He'll sit with Adam Lefkoe and Micah Parsons. They were watching the draft together. And when Ricky Pearsall got selected, C.J. Stroud had a meltdown. He loves his kid.
Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
He's nasty, bro. And he went off for like 3 minutes just gushing over Ricky Pearsall. So
this is what a quarterback, this is what a quarterback's looking for.
So he's looking for. Yeah, no, so he's looking for it. Saban gave him a step of approval. And look, he may turn out to not be a player, but the football people are telling you there's a lot of potential with this kid, and he fits with San Francisco. That's what I'm going by, because I'm not going to pretend that I watch every single Florida game. Florida, their offense at times is unwatchable. It's all these college football games. What the hell I'm watching the Florida Gators for? They're not doing anything. But I missed our Ricky Pearsall. I saw his name on the drive boards, but I was salivating over Mitchell. Not going to lie to you.
Well, when I was looking at, because like I had all the small guys, and I was like, just to do my homework. When I had Ladd McConkey, Ladd McConkey is amazing versus zone, right? But the guy has a lot of injury concerns, and he doesn't play through contact. Like, that's the number one thing about it. Great player, gets wide open. Like, I think he's a freak athlete. I look at Pearsall, he's just more rugged, at least from the film that I've seen. He looks like a more rugged player. And what's one of the most important aspects to a Shanahan offense for any playmaker? What's one of the best?
You got to be a dog. You got to be rugged. You got to be physical.
Yards after catch.
Well, you got to be physical.
And I look at this guy.
I didn't see a lot of yak. Well, I did see some yak on some of the film.
I mean,
I saw him get hit a couple times. Look, the field
when
looks
you play
good.
in the middle of the field, you're gonna get tackled at some point. But I'm telling you, this guy makes a lot of people miss out in the open space.
So your initial reaction, Shasky, if I had to...
Well, my initial reaction was, I like Pearsall. I think we're keeping Ayuk, and I think Debo's gone. That was literally how my brain worked. Do I sound crazy?
No, I'm saying, when you heard Ricky Pearsall, did you like fist pump? Did you say yes?
This is what I went, whoa, wow. Like, literally like that. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, it's... Look,
like,
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you.
What? Why?
I had to convince myself that I like the pick. I don't know if I love it. I don't know if I hate it.
See, I like it.
I don't know.
Because you're building the team around Brock.
Yeah, but is Ayuk going to be here? Is Debo going to be here? What's the end game look like for this offense coming out of this draft this weekend? A lot to put together here.
But remember when they drafted McGlinchey, then they later traded Trent Brown, and it all kind of made more sense to everyone. More sense.
So I hope if he's here with Debo and Ayuk, I really love the pick.
Okay.
If you move off of Ayuk and you put Pearsall in the role to where he has to elevate, can he?
But can we
first year?
I'm trying to understand that we have to see what the complete mosaic of their draft is.
That's what I just said.
But also their draft, not just the players.
Yeah, I just need to see the exact draft. That's all I said.
I like the player in a vacuum.
But if I don't, yeah, for sure.
I like the player.
But in the win now mode, if I move off of Ayuk and Debo, that puts a lot more pressure on this kid to produce.
That I don't deny.
So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I just said that. I want to see the entire draft. I want to see how they finish, what the roster looks like after Saturday afternoon. All right, Jeremy and Gerald will get you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Ricky Pearsall is your newest member of the 49ers. I've talked myself into it. The film looks good. He looks like a good player. We'll play some sound from him in a second here on the Morning Roast. And that will be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Megad.
Going to the air again. That pass is high. Oh, what a one-handed grab by Pearsall. And then he took a pop at the 30-yard line. There's a flag for that. Unbelievable catch.
Oh, number one set it up so nice, too. He knew he was going up with one hand the entire time. Little ball was a little high, and one jumps up there and snags it.
Here's the thing, and D-But, you know this.
Ricky is a light.
You can't play wide receiver at San Francisco unless you will block. If you don't block, you're not playing receiver there. So whoever it is, it needs to be good with the ball in their hands, which Pearsall is, and has to be tough and willing to block, which he'll do.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That was Bill Belichick on the Pat McAfee Show. Ricky Pearsall, your newest member of the 49ers, started off in Arizona State in 2019, played 3 seasons there, transferred to Florida, played his final 2 seasons there last year, 65 catches, 965 yards, 6'1", 190, 23 years old. He's a fellow Virgo like your boy. September 9th is his birthday. He'll be 24 years old. I'm on the 15th. We're brothers already there. Horoscope, or, same sign or whatnot. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Ricky Pearsall. I see all the calls here. We're going to get to everybody. Ricky Pearsall, how we feeling about him? CJ Stroud was devastated. Devastated.
Did that make you feel more confident in the pick?
It did.
Seeing the reactions?
I needed that.
Okay.
I needed that because I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't study Ricky Pearsall a lot.
Okay.
I know he was on the board, but I was hung up on the Texas dudes.
Yeah.
I was hung up on the LSU guys. I was hung up on every other receiver that I thought would project to be in the first round. I didn't think Pearsall was going to be a first-round pick. I thought he'd be mid-second. Now, my homegirl Sarita, who works out there in Baltimore, she's a diehard Florida Gator fan. She's out there with our sister station, 105.7 The Fan out there in Baltimore. She's a big-time Florida Gator fan. And she goes, I can't believe y'all took Ricky from me, 49ers. So I asked her, I said, man, is he legit? What's the deal? She goes, love Ricky. Y'all reached a little high for him, but I think he will produce in that offense. And that's been a consensus so far. Consensus when it comes to Ricky Pearsall. Everybody's happy about him in terms of football people and people who've watched him very, very closely. Slick Rick.
I just think it's really difficult when you get the 31st pick to, when you're not trading around and it's like, just take the guy that you like on your board. Like, so if they took him at 38, everyone would love him, but they took him at 31 and people think it's bad value. Like, so my estimation is like, just draft the right guy. It doesn't matter where you select them. If you take the right person and it ends up working out, no one cares about the individual pick. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of slot. Now, I understand there's value in how to work the board and all those things. But at the end of the day, we need players to contribute. And so if this guy ends up being a player and he's a keeper, no one will care if he went 31 or 38.
Now, will you love the pick if Ayuk gets traded or Debo gets traded?
So now that's where we're going here. What happens with Ayuk, I think, is really interesting because he's not a like-for-like switch out for Ayuk, which is why a lot of people weren't highlighting him in Niner land. All the mock drafts that Niner people do and all the breakdowns and everything, most people were saying, well, if they trade Ayuk, we're looking for someone who could play a little more on the line of scrimmage and be a bigger dude on the outside. That's not what he does. So was it a smokescreen the entire time? The Ayuk stuff to kind of like get everyone off the sniff of who they wanted in the slot? I don't know. Could they still trade Ayuk and get, Adonai Mitchell or someone else? Johnny Wilson, I'm just throwing out names here. Keon Coleman, I don't know. That could hypothetically still happen here. I want to see him with Ayuk. That's what I want to see.
That's what I want to see.
Like, now that they've executed it, like, that's kind of what I want to see. Because I'm looking at, like you were talking about this, cater the team to the skill set of Brock Purdy. Ayuk with this guy? Now we're cooking a little.
Now, Ayuk and Pearsall were teammates at Arizona State, playing under Coach Herm Edwards. Coach Herm Edwards will join us at 8 o'clock today on the Morning Roast.
Let's go.
After shameless shout-outs here. So, look, the one knock on him, because there's a lot of positives with him, but the one knock on him is something that we saw at the Super Bowl, is that the Niners' inability to beat press man and to get off the line of scrimmage. And that's something that Pearsall is going to have to get better at. He's got to get stronger, get to the NFL weight room. I believe that'll happen. Get his diet right, get his food, get his nutrition right. But he's got to learn how to. That's the one knock that all the players are saying. Look, he's got to get better at breaking jams, breaking press man, because they don't have a lot of experience in that in college. So that's something I'm going to look at in training camp, whether or not he's beating press man and getting off the line of scrimmage.
No, we don't know right now, given everything that we're looking at. Is this a quote-unquote replacement for Debo or Ayuk? We don't know. Just looking at the room right now, as it stands right now, I think he's going to be better than Ray McCloud. I think he's going to be better than Chris Connolly. I think he'll be better than whatever they had. Now they got Trent Taylor.
Chris Connolly, we were all just talking him up recently.
I mean, they're do you know who their number
catches in the postseason?
Do you know who their number 3 wide receiver was this year?
Jawaan Jennings.
Do you know how many catches he had this year in the regular season?
35.
No, 19.
19. There you go.
He had 19 catches. So, and I like Jawaan Jennings.
That's why I didn't want to trade Brandon Ayuk. This whole conversation about trading Ayuk. They're very top heavy. Knowing that, boy, you don't have a lot behind Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. And so if you even with Ricky Pearsall, because there will be an adjustment for this rookie, I want to keep these guys together for at least one more year.
That's my preference.
Ayuk, Pearsall, Jennings, it all looks a lot better together.
I agree with that. Think about in the playoffs when Debo went down. Think of who was out there running routes.
Chris Conley.
Go back to the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl when Debo had to come out of that game. Who was running routes? It was Ray McCloud, Jennings, and Chris Conley. So, yeah, the league is trending toward having 3 wide receiver sets. The Niners aren't necessarily some heavy 3 wide receiver set team, but he is better than the guys that I was mentioning.
Yeah, no, well, that's why when we were conversing earlier this week, I'm like, Chris Conley, why is Chris Conley dude had 2 catches in the postseason?
What we're saying is, I think what people are saying is that if a guy with the least amount of pedigree and Chris Conley can make some big catches, when you draft somebody who has a higher pedigree or what you believe to be a better overall body of work, then you can project that guy can contribute.
You hope so. You hope so. You hope so. That's always the hope. You never know. You just never know. Let's go to the Lions, man. I like Pearsall, though, but I like him better with Ayuk and Debo. I like him a lot better with Ayuk and Debo. A lot of
people feel that way.
Let's see what happens today as the Niners are still we'll play the Lynch sound, too. Here it is. Lynch, you guys still trading?
Never close the door on a trade. I mean, we, we'll always listen, and we have, but we like our group as it stands.
Hey, Kyle, do you guys...
I read that as we're trading. Commanders are in play. Carolina, New England.
The phones are still...
Yeah, the phones are hot.
Kyle Shanahan on if the Niners wanted a first-rounder for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I thought it was unlikely going into it, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. You listen to everything. Everything's about trying to improve our team as much as we can for 2024 with jeopardizing 25 as much as possible. So that's everything you look into, and whenever that opportunity comes, whichever way, if you can improve your team, you do that. Sometimes it's hard to picture proving your team, though, without them.
So the fact that they're openly discussing that, hey, yeah, anything's on the table, but I didn't think I could get a first-round pick for Ayuk. The fact that they are acknowledging the trade or the potential trade is wild to me. And I wonder how Brandon Ayuk feels about that. Is he less inclined? I guess when you get the dollars slides in front of your face, he'll sign anyway, but is he less inclined to want to come back here?
Did you see what he apparently texted? They have a group chat. I don't know who's in it.
He said fire pick.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, fire pick.
But to me, I thought of 2 things instantly. If Ayuk is still in contact with them on a group chat, there's clearly some communication in a positive way.
Lynch just said that.
And then the second part is, I think he is expressing he still wants to be here. If he was tapped out or whatever, why would you even comment? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, Debo, seeing the shift that now Debo, because during the day as things were progressing, now Debo's on the block. Were they playing a smokescreen the entire time with Ayuk?
Don't know. The whole deal. Well, what I keep coming back to with Debo is their social media accounts promoted the hell out of Debo changing his number from 19 to number 1. And they're printing out number 1 jerseys. Yeah. So all of a sudden,
have you seen one in live?
I have not seen one.
Okay.
I don't know if
I would wait on that,
but I wouldn't pay for it now. I wouldn't be paying for any.
Speaking of jerseys, did you see the one guy who didn't sign the licensing?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, he pulled a Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds used to be, left field player 99. You know what I mean?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
And he's not a part of it, so you can't buy his jersey.
Let's go to Jeremy in Stockton. Jeremy, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to come in and just tell you, I think you guys are kind of wrong about the Bo Nix pick. I've been watching Oregon kind of all my life, and I think honestly Bo Nix is pretty decent. I think he's a leader. Honestly, I think when you throw out all the screens and the short passes, he ranks first in all other categories. And then honestly, I think Pearsall, maybe he's more of a bridge to Debo and Ayuk. I don't think we're going to trade those guys. But yeah, I just want to think what you guys think about that.
Bo Nix, I need to see it.
He's a day 2 pick.
Yeah, I need to see it. 12 overall. Who was taking Bo Nix in the first round if Denver wasn't? Were the Raiders going to select Bo Nix?
I don't think the Raiders were taking a quarterback at all in the first.
Bo Nix went 12 overall. We watched a lot of Bo Nix, and look, I could be wrong again. You never know with this draft process stuff. We all learn.
No, I'm willing to put my money on it. I don't think Bo Nix is good.
The guy I saw at Auburn, the guy I saw at Oregon, he's a nice college player. He's a nice player. I don't see it. I don't see NFL arm talent. I don't see NFL quarterback play from the pocket from Bo Nix. I just don't see it. I got to be proven wrong. Maybe Sean Payton is a great quarterback whisperer, and he'll get the most out of him. I have no idea. I'm not high. Bo Nix going 12 and J.J. McCarthy going 10. I scratch my head. Even Drake May. Drake May going 3.
I heard Drake May talk, and I was like, out. I'm out on that.
I don't know about that one. Let's go to Gerald in Watsonville. Gerald, what's happening?
He had meathead written all over him.
Oh, I'm not going to go there.
I said it.
Good morning, fellas.
Go there.
Yep.
Come on. What's up, Gerald?
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I'm from a small town in northern Arizona, and I've been watching this kid play football since he stepped on a college football field. I went to high school with his parents. I always liked him for Kyle Shanahan's offense. Feel like he needs to get a little bit bigger, but he's going to be a great addition with his ability to run back punts or to receive punts. I think he's going to be great. I think they reached a little bit, but I'm really happy for this family. His dad's a fire captain out in Chandler, Arizona.
Okay.
Really, really great family, great kid. He's going to be a really good addition. I like him with Debo and Brandon Ayuk. I don't like him without him.
Oh, my, good call. Good call. Jared in Watsonville, good stuff there. Grew up in Arizona. Obviously played against Brock Purdy, played with Brandon Ayuk. He's an Arizona guy, a lot of talent there. Goes to Florida. The fact that he transferred to Florida, played in the SEC, I think counts for something. They had quarterback issues in Florida, especially after Anthony Richardson. And heck, even Anthony Richardson was a bit inconsistent at Florida playing the quarterback spot. So, Ricky Pearsall.
It's interesting to me that similar rhetoric the day after was told about Brandon Ayuk. A lot of people didn't see that pick coming.
Yeah.
That particular player. A lot of people thought they kind of reached on that player. There wasn't a lot about him. He was a guy that went to multiple schools because he was a JUCO route.
Yep. Sierra.
So I find it interesting that the same rhetoric is happening. Now, again, they could have two completely different NFL careers and paths and whatnot. But it is fascinating when everybody thinks they're going to go here and they go in another direction.
Well, that's why mock drafts.
The rug gets pulled out from.
That's why mock drafts is proven over and over. We don't know what the hell's going on in these rooms.
Who had Atlanta taking Penix?
I don't even think Shanahan flew Ricky out to San Francisco. They met with him at the Senior Bowl, and that was that. That was that. Let's get Ricky Pearsall's reaction to being drafted.
And 40 bucks. We're 49.
Ricky on if he knew the Niners were interested.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only time I actually met with him was during the Senior Bowl. When you're kind of doing like the little speed dating meeting. So that's really the only time I really got to talk to them. But as far as that, I didn't really have too much conversation and contact with them. My agent was trying to contact them leading up obviously to the draft day. But as far as serious interest, I don't think that I was aware of this. No.
Wow. So the Niners pull a shocker. When Mitchell was on the board at 31, were you thinking, get Mitchell?
What do you think?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah, of course.
What was going through Shasky? Or is it Cooper DeJean?
Oh, I would take Cooper DeJean. Yeah, I'll take him all day.
Is it DeJean or DeJean?
I'll take.
Mayock was saying DeJean. So
I heard it both ways.
Cooper DeJean.
Jackson Powers.
Powers is out there?
This goes back to, I know everyone wants all these guys to play together, and that's everyone's preference. But I'm also looking at, how can I round out my team? If I can flip Debo into multiple picks somehow, and then I'm moving around the board, I would probably entertain that because I think there are players in the second round. I would love the Niners to walk away with 4 players in the second and third round.
That would be awesome.
I would love it.
Let's go to Vince real quick in San Francisco. Vince, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? First off, I've been meaning to call since I called last season during the early part of the season. I said, I don't see why Debo and Brandon Ayuk couldn't both have 1,000 yards in the season. And then we ended up having 4 players in a 1,000-yard club. So that was crazy to see.
Great call.
You guys said that's impossible, but it happened.
We said it was impossible?
We had a whole show where Bonte said this could be the greatest wide receiver. I mean, I think we did it for like a week, where this could be the greatest wide receiver tandem in 49er history.
Who said it was impossible?
When you got George Kittle and C-Mac, you got all the firepower that you need, and now you got this guy, Ricky Pearsall. I don't know where I would put him in the lineup, though, because I don't know, is he better than Jawan Jennings, or is he around the same level as Jawan Jennings? Because he's clearly not the same type of player as Debo. I see him more as a pure wideout like Brandon Ayuk. I don't know. To me, this says that it sucks, but it looks like they're going to end up trading one of those guys, and I don't want anybody to get traded right now. I love Debo. I also called last year. I said I wish Debo would maybe, make those business decisions because he always puts his body through the ringer and he always gets hurt. But that's who he is, and that's why we love how he plays, because he's going to knock somebody's helmet off who wants to tackle him. Yeah. But again, he didn't stay in the Super Bowl. So I don't know who's more of a fit. Yesterday I was in the boat that I feel like Debo's more of the fit for Shanahan's offense because the way that he plays and the way that they like to play that really physical style of football. But I don't know if maybe he's trending towards airing it out a little bit more now that he has a quarterback he can trust, not like Jimmy G.
See, I think I'm glad you brought up Jimmy G, and great call. When they gave Debo the money, let's go back. Jimmy was the quarterback. You were going to do the Trey Lance thing. You didn't know Ayuk would take the steps necessary to be where he's at today. You maybe thought he could. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey.
Nope.
Right? And so all those things have now happened. And I go back to that Super Bowl, man, and I'm telling you, I think that Shanahan's looking at that Super Bowl saying, I got to kind of like retinker this offense, and I got to make it fit the skill set of Brock Purdy a little more. Now, whether they move off Debo now or down the line, I don't know. But it does look to me, as we like saw how the day was playing out, Ayuk's on the block. Ayuk's on the block. Oh, no, now Debo's on the block as well. Could they trade both guys? Then they make this pick, and now I'm thinking, and as I've gone full circle, now I'm all the way on the other side. I think Ayuk's staying. I think Debo's going. I think they're going to try to flip Debo into multiple picks here, take another, a center and a defensive player, and take another wide receiver. I've done the full gamut in 24 hours.
So Debo currently in London, I believe. London. I looked at his Instagram last night to see where he was at. He was overseas, across the pond. And so when you bring up that Super Bowl, and I can't unsee the 13 targets for Debo Samuel and only 3 catches and the hamstring injury and the lack of separation. McDuffie just dominated him, put his hands on Debo and just shut him down. And then you had the Kansas City Chiefs DB coach talking on a podcast, talking recklessly about, oh, yeah, they just wanted to fight. And, we had their receivers handcuffed, blah, blah, blah. And that was the thing. Shanahan and his offense under Brock Purdy, they beat the blitz. They were really good. So it was like, yeah, sure. We all said it leading up to the Super Bowl. You want to blitz Brock Purdy? Sure, why not? We're going to burn you. Well, they weren't able to burn him in the Super Bowl. Why? Because of lack of separation on the outside. Because of the blocking scheme up front. I thought Brock Purdy, with the protection, Brock Purdy came out. He did not have a deer in the headlights look. That's one thing I took away from that Super Bowl. We may say, yeah, Brock Purdy, there's levels to fit on Mahomes' level. We all know that. But it wasn't about Brock Purdy being overwhelmed.
No.
That
he didn't
was
come
one
up
thing.
small.
Right.
Is the way I would put it.
So these wide receivers, and Shanahan does not forget things. Shanahan sees it. He hears it. And so now you get a guy who can separate a bit. I'm looking forward to this one. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code in our Twitch and YouTube channels. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. It feels like the legal got longer.
Did you hear they had Goodell on before the draft was going to happen on ESPN, and I think it was Mike Greenberg interviewing him. Mike Greenberg looks so tired. I mean, that guy's been working the morning shift he looks so tired. I hope we don't end up looking like that 10 years from now. Mike Greenberg.
Oh.
He just looks overworked and tired.
I think we already look like that.
Poor guy. But here.
He's got the money.
Yeah, he does. I want that money. And if I hear about the Jets one more time, I mean, God,
money.
He talked to Goodell, and Goodell goes, in our number one game of the year, the Super Bowl.
Sorry.
It's the big showcase, the Super Bowl. He goes, there were 13 kickoffs and not one was returned.
Yep.
And so that's why they're tinkering with the kickoff and rules and whatnot. Pearsall is a guy who could contribute on special teams. And I kept thinking about, could Debo be a guy that could excel in special teams? Do you want a guy making $28 million who has the injury history that he has playing kickoff? But Pearsall is a guy, punt returner, kick returner. You could utilize him early on, and maybe you get some value that way.
Yeah, maybe you do. TC and Sack real quick. TC, what's happening? By the way, shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. 7:45, shameless shout-outs. We got Benjamin Albright coming up. We got Herb Edwards at 8 o'clock. A lot going on the roast here on the Friday, Payday Friday. TC, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, Shasky, what's up with my two bros before we get started?
Hey, man, I'm kind of liking the pick. What about you, TC? You like the pick?
Hey, look, I'm going to be honest with y'all, bro. Check it out, though. Look, I know what I said, but look, check it out. It's a cool, listen, at first I didn't like the pick. I was stunned. I'm like, what are we doing? But then when I started doing the research about it, I said, you know what, Shasky? They building around Brock. That's what we asking for anyway. You get me? I know the other names were sexy, the LSU boys, the Leggett boy out of South Carolina. They were sexy. And to be honest with you, Xavier Worthy, I'm glad Kansas City took him because he might fit them better, bro. Because to be honest with you, he's like a Marquise Goodwin to me.
Exactly.
I don't see him being a Tyreek Hill. I don't see him being a Tyreek Hill or a game changer. Dude dropped too many balls, and I'm glad. Listen, Slick Rick, who we got, that dude is high pointing the ball, and him and Brandon Ayuk is going to work together. Debo's gone, y'all. I know y'all want to keep Debo around, but Debo's gone. Remember what we were talking about? Brock needs pure route runners.
Yeah.
Ayuk and Slick Rick are pure route runners, bro. Kyle and John, I tip my hat, bro.
Look at TC.
Wow.
Look at TC in Sacramento.
Is it Friday the 13th?
TC and Sac coming around.
Is there a full moon?
Vision.
It is a payday Friday.
He sees the vision. I wonder if Rob and San Bruno. I wonder if Nick and Berkeley do as well. They're coming up on the other side. Shameless shout out 7:45.
We got the 27 Yankees.
Yesterday's show. Do you trust John and Kyle at the end of the day? And it sounds like TC said, you know what? I trust what they're doing. I certainly trust them. This is 8th draft. Their 8th draft. We're talking about a team trying to win a Super Bowl.
They've been to 2 Super Bowls, and they've been to 2 other NFC Championship games.
Boy, it feels like the Niners are dominating the draft just with the name. Everything. Ayuk was just taking over. Rumors galore. What did John Lynch say yesterday?
The Cowboys? When the Cowboys made their pick, there was a family member wearing Niner gear.
I did see that. I loved it. Who was it?
I forget the lineman. The lineman. Yeah.
I did not like Dallas getting him, though.
Well,
Guyton looks like a player.
Jerry Jones, I love that he has the guts to basically say, yeah, I am the GM.
Yeah, he is the GM.
I love that about him.
No, I can't stand Jerry Jones. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Safeway?
You would be Jerry Jones.
No, I wouldn't be Jerry Jones. I would know my role.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Spring perks are here at Safeway. Earn 4 times points on Snapple Tea 6-packs for $6.99 each when you buy 2.
plays the position real well. I mean, whether he was outside, inside, either receiver, all three of the positions, he can separate down the field. He can separate underneath. Got really good hands. Extremely smart. Very well developed. You can tell he's. I guess I'd call it a gym rat or something because you can just see he's worked on his routes, put in a lot of hours because you can see it on tape. And there's really nothing he can't do. And he can fit in whatever role based off the other guys.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
We'll talk to Herm Edwards at 8 o'clock, who coached Ricky Pearsall at Arizona State, how he recruited him, what he was like in high school. We'll get the lowdown. We'll talk to Benjamin Albright at 920 KOA Radio in Colorado, plugged in on all things in the NFL and the draft. What is he hearing about Ayuk and Debo? What is his thoughts on Pearsall? What is his thoughts on Bo Nix going to Denver?
Albright was on that. He was on that for a long time. They were taking Bo Nix.
He is tapped in. Not only is he tapped in, but he was speaking of Albright, because I see this comment in the YouTube. It's like, hey, Michael Silver's having a rough week. He's been wrong about everything. And I can't help but when I saw that, I keep going back to the drop of Benjamin Albright. I was like, well, that's why his name is Silver, because he's always coming in second. He could never win the goal.
Well, I've always.
But I don't want to do that to Mike Silver, man.
I'm very fascinated, like the way information gets out. I kept thinking all week, like Ayuk's gone. But the more and more I think about it, what if the Niners all along were going to move off Debo, and they wanted the smoke out there that it's Ayuk, so that everyone thinks we're looking for an X wide receiver, and nobody sees them reaching up to go get Pearsall, who might have been one of their top picks all along.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
Like that's the classic Don Nelson. Like you see this all the time in other sports.
Tim Hardaway, he floated. Don Nelson back in the day floated that Tim Hardaway Sr. had a knee injury. Told all the teams ahead of him, don't take him, dude. His knee shot. And he took him.
And you had that theory regarding Philadelphia and Jalen Carter.
Absolutely. I felt like Howie Roseman floated things, maybe not to that extent, but they were happy with the noise that was going on around Jalen Carter, and they glad they took him without. They may have left time on the clock when they took Jalen Carter. Bill Walsh has been known to do this. Well, Shanahan, again, Mike McGlinchey never visited the facility. Remember, nobody knew. He didn't know, and they took Mike McGlinchey.
So if you had to guess, we wake up tomorrow morning, okay, and you're not on the internet. You're living in a log cabin in the middle of the woods with no internet.
I might be in the woods with no internet. Going to Calistoga this weekend.
Oh, nice. Yeah. 707.
They have internet, though.
Let me just tell you this. Calistoga, not only do they have internet, I mean, they're going to have 8K TVs everywhere. This Calistoga, I'm living in the woods. Give me a break.
Just like
doing a mud bath with like cucumbers on your eyeballs.
I think we are.
Yeah, that's why that sounds like you. But if you woke up, do you think all three receivers are here tomorrow? Pearsall, Ayuk, Debo.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I think the Niners will ride this out one more year.
One more year. I'm going to say no.
You add Pearsall to the base.
Yeah, I'm going to play the other side of the coin. I think the Niners deal now. I think, and I'm just reading tea leaves.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's Debo for one, if not both, of the Commanders' second-round picks. I think it's Debo for Carolina, Debo to New England.
And you know what?
One of these thirsty playmaker teams.
Let me stop you real quick, because the Commanders is intriguing. They just lost Curtis Samuel.
That's what I'm saying.
Who did Debo like things for the Washington Commanders.
And they have a young quarterback. Making no money.
Jaden Daniels. And you got Terry McLaurin on the other side. And they need physicality in Washington. They need that. They have Brian Robinson Sr. Exactly. They're running back. They want to hit you. They want to hit you in the mouth. Dan Quinn is a physical type of coach, defensive-minded coach.
And think about who's running things. Adam Peters, who knows what Debo brings to the table.
That is a little bit large for me, which is why we thought Ayuk as well. But maybe Adam Peters was the Debo guy. I have no idea. But let's go to our main man. We'll get to Nick and Berkeley in a second. Rob and Sam Bruno. By the way, shameless shout out to 25 minutes. Line up, shameless shout out.
I wonder
what up, Langford?
The other team, is Buffalo? Because they're a team, they haven't made a move for a playmaker. Would Debo fit in that environment? I don't know.
Would Buffalo give up their pick? They got the first pick in the second round today.
But that's what I'm looking at, right? I
would love that pick.
Well, then I could take the best DB overall, the kid from Iowa. I could take Jackson Powers at center.
Kool-Aid?
I'll take Kool-Aid McKinstry, yeah.
Rob and Sam Bruno, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? And yes, the downfall is near, and we seen it last night. I'm going to tell you why. First off, I'm coming down y'all road. I'm sorry. The disrespect on Debo has been outrageous. Let's go back years to when we had T.O. How many years did it take for a guy to score 17 total touchdowns? How many years did that take for a receiver? It took almost 10 to 15 years. Y'all want to get rid of a guy because, he don't run routes great? Let's get real. He had 2 wide open touchdowns. Purdy missed them, okay? And KC defense all year has been doing that all year long. That's what's their strength. Their cornerbacks. Every team got it. Every team they played, that receiver got shut down because they were just good at that. So I don't understand this thing about, we got to trade Debo. He don't get separation. No, that's not his game.
Hey, Rob, real quick, I would prefer to keep all 3. I don't want to trade anybody. I want to add to the offense. That's my preference. But it sounds like they're going to move off this guy. It sounds like Shanahan and Lynch, they're telling us that, hey, one of these dudes will not be around. Now, I like having a line of playmakers. The more playmakers, the better. That's how I roll. So I really don't want to trade anybody right now.
Rob, I'll let you finish. I probably would trade Debo so that I can get multiple picks to shore up other areas of concern, given that you just took a wide receiver.
No, my thing is this, though. The whole Niner offense is concentrated on them getting 8 men in the box so they can get one-on-one coverage for Brandon Ayuk and them. So that's what people don't understand. We don't know if Brandon Ayuk can dictate coverage. Debo's dictate coverage. If Debo's in the slot, they're going to bring down that safety, which opens everything up for Brandon Ayuk. I'm telling people, I like Brandon Ayuk. I like his style. But at the end of the day, do you dictate coverage, or is the defense scheming for you? Because when I look at when teams come in, the first thing is stop the running game, no matter which back is back there.
Agreed.
So if it's CMC or Elijah Mitchell, you stop the running game.
Yeah.
Debo is an extension of the run game. So if Debo running them sweeps or them what you call the jet sweeps around, the defense got to look at that. So people need to watch out what they asking for. If Debo was so replaceable, it'd be about 30 dudes doing what he's doing in the league. I can find me a good route runner. There's a lot of them. I coach high school football. There's a lot of good route runners out there, but can you find a great football player? Yeah. Debo's a great football player. He's a tone setter.
Yes.
He's a tone setter.
You're not lying, Rob. You're not lying.
Do you think all three guys are going to be there tomorrow?
The way Niners operate, hell no. Debo gone.
Rob, real quick, what do you think about Ricky Pearsall?
He gave me Dante Pettis vibes, but I'm gonna be real. I don't really watch a lot of college football, so I'm gonna hold my criticism until I see him on the field. But with what I hear the draft people saying about his skill set, he's the same as basically Debo. He's a scheme fit. I don't think he's a guy that's gonna just beat man-to-man coverage and beat his guy. I think he's a scheme fit. And that's the same thing with Debo. That's the same thing. So I don't know, but I'm going to hold my judgment back on him until I see him play. That's not going to be fair for me to say, he just seen that. I've never seen him play before.
Well, and I would say Dante Pettis did not have the toughness this guy has.
Well, we don't. I mean, now, Dante Pettis, well, I got a text from Softy Baller when the Niners traded or drafted Dante Pettis. He goes, what are you guys doing in the second round? First thing is, say, what are you guys doing down there? Really? Dante Pettis, second round pick. I was like, damn.
At the time, I liked that pick.
I bet you did. We all like picks.
Well, I just wanted receivers.
We all like picks. I
like receivers.
We talk ourselves into picks all the time, but you know what? To be fair to Rob, by the way, Shimmy, shout-outs coming up in 20 minutes. Line them up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. You know the exercise every Friday. You can shout out your employer. You can shout out your wife. You can shout out your husband. You can shout out your dog. Shout out your high school football team, high school volleyball team. You want to shout out the principal, you want to shout out the cops, the local liquor store, do whatever you got to do. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. But, Rob, it is a fair point for Rob and Sam Bruno. Debo is that tone setter. Debo is that guy walking out the tunnel with that boom box setting the tone for the 49ers, and he's been that. This guy's an all-time Niner. Just moving on from him just like that, can we just wait a year? Why can't we just wait a year to do Dilla? I want more. Like, when I walked out that Kansas City game, I said, man, I could have used another playmaker. Could have used another lineman. We could still get another lineman.
But maybe what if they're viewing it as we only have this many picks, and if we get rid of Debo, again, they probably want to keep Debo.
They have 9 more picks left.
Okay, but can you get the impact kind of players that you can if you take one Debo trade and turn it into 3 or 4 players?
I don't know, because it's not a guarantee those players turn into an impact. You know what I'm saying?
It's also not a guarantee that Debo plays 13-plus games.
It's not a guarantee, but I'd rather have him for 13 than have him for none. That's for damn sure. Give me the 13 games, Debo will be ready for the playoffs. And even in the playoffs, he may get hurt. He got hurt against Green Bay. It is what it is with Debo. But damn it, he is a tone setter. Like, me personally, you asked me the question. If we wake up tomorrow morning, you think all three will be on the team? I certainly hope so. I want Pearsall in the slot. I want Debo running around in motion. I want Ayuk on the outside beating his man one-on-one. I want McCaffrey in the backfield motioning into the slot. I want Kittle out there. The more playmakers, the better for Brock Purdy. Because we know he can process. We know he can scan the field. He looks at his first read, second read, third read, all that stuff. I'm cool with that. But can we just wait one more year? Can I run it back with this offense that averaged nearly 30 points a game? They just have 4 guys go over 1,000 yards for all scrimmage yards. 4 guys on one team. Do we really want to break that up? That's not the problem.
I keep coming back to the same thing. I think if this was a Jimmy team, we're looking at the whole equation differently. And I think they view Brock Purdy as much better than the average fan thinks.
So why not give him more weapons?
Because I think they think a lot of different weapons can look good with Brock Purdy.
All right.
You know, I think a lot of, and I also believe the redundancy of CMC and Debo, they overlap and they're looking at it from a big picture standpoint.
But Rob, he did have a good point. Debo does have gravitational pull.
No question.
The defenses are alert when number one, formerly number 19, Debo Samuel's on that football field.
Yeah, but did it work to the same degree that it had worked in years past?
Got you to the Super Bowl, you lost in overtime.
No, I'm talking about the specific things Debo's doing on the field. He had some games this year, but a lot of the running stuff, which is what, they gave him he had a career year because of a lot of the running stuff, especially in the postseason. But like a lot of that stuff went away and teams were kind of all over that. Now, they did get some walk-in touchdowns at the goal line, utilizing Debo Samuel in those jet motions and those sweep across the formation type of plays. There's no doubt about it. As an X's and O's guy, pre-snap, he creates movement.
60 catches.
But the offense is evolving.
60 catches, 892 yards in 15 games for Debo. 7 touchdowns. He averaged 15 yards a catch. It's not bad.
That's really good. He's a good player.
He's a very good player, man. I'm just not in the business. Same thing with Ayuk. I make the same argument for Debo right now. And I get the cap with Debo, and I get next year, we can have a different conversation. But as of now, I'm not. I personally wouldn't want to trade Debo. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, we got the DeForest Buckner and Delaney Walker mentality all over again. It's despicable. It's actually quite despicable for the fans. It's not becoming of being a 49er organization in any way, shape, or form. Because all we need is a couple big-ass linemen on the offensive line. I mean, dude, like we were that close to winning the bowl. And I'm still bitter, dude. I called out the cocoon just recently, but I'm still bitter. Like, dude, that was a terrible loss. You know what I mean? And it's like, dude, I'm like this, man. Like, Shanahan thinks his play calling can overcome all deficiencies at all times because he has no accountability. You know, he doesn't. I'll never see him say, "Oh, I blew that game," or he always puts it on the players or this or that. And it's like he pushes it off to the side. But it's Shanahan. It's you that disappears during the game, bro. Shanahan, you disappear during the games. You go into some fog for 12 plays in a row at times, multiple games, man. We've all seen it over the last few years. He disappears, and he gets stagnant, and he snaps out of it. I don't know what is wrong with the man, but that's what happens every time, man. We all see it.
Nick, how do you feel about? I know how you feel about Shanahan, and that's a different conversation. How do you feel about the pick yesterday, Ricky Pearsall? How you feel about it?
I mean, I really I can't say because the whole draft is for every team like a crapshoot. Who knows who's going to pan out?
Yeah.
And this is why I'm like, okay. We don't know what he can do, but we know what Debo and Ayuk are doing, and you can't just take the heart out of an animal of any beast and then expect the beast to live. You know what I'm saying? Debo is the heart and soul of his team, man. He's the one walking out with Biggie Williams with the boombox. He's the one that's running people over. You cannot tackle Debo. Yeah. No DB or safeties can tackle Debo really by themselves. Maybe a linebacker can every now and then when Debo just gets up, runs so fast he doesn't cut soon or whatever, but Debo covers ground, man. He out there running like a cheetah, man.
Yeah,
I wonder,
good call, Nick.
I keep talking about the Commanders, right? And the reason why they got the 2 second rounders, They literally have the 4th pick in the second round and the 8th pick in the second round. Do you see who's on the board right now? There are a lot of impact players, potential.
They may never be Deebo Samuel. They may never do. We know what Deebo Samuel does with the ball in his hands.
What if I got you the DB from Iowa and I got you the center?
Damn.
I'm playing out a hypothetical.
No, I hear you.
For either one of the receivers.
Those guys could be really good players. I got a center. I got this Cooper DeJean. Looks like a baller. I mean, I can't believe he's still on the board.
Played 3 different positions in the secondary.
I can't believe he's still on the board. And he's another guy who can return punts.
That's why
he return punts in Iowa.
I keep coming back to Washington.
I hear that, but I'm just at the same time, if the Niners in this draft and they still have Deebo, Ayuk could.
I'm not mad at that either.
I'm not mad at that either, man. Deebo's very important to this offense, man. He has been for a long, long time. What if you trade Deebo Samuel and McCaffrey goes down? And now that element that you had with Deebo and C-Mac, now you don't have it. Now it's gone.
Well, I mean, if you're running back, C-Mac goes down, they're in a world of trouble regardless.
I think they could overcome the loss of C-Mac for a short stretch.
Yeah,
for a couple games.
Yeah, probably.
Just like they do with Deebo Samuel. Yeah. But for even with Deebo Samuel, he went down, and it was like, and now Trent Williams may have had more of an impact, but Deebo Samuel went down, you scored 17.
I can't argue.
So
the other 2 teams that I'm looking at is Buffalo. They have 2 second-round picks, the top and the bottom, and then the Texans. They're a little more spread out. Texans have 2 of them. Commanders and the Texans have 49er ties. I'm just asking out loud. I'm asking the questions.
I don't know.
What do you think Ayuk is still on the block?
We're going to get my boy Craig Hoffman on. He covers Commanders out there in D.C. What do they want? I don't know what the talk is.
I think they want a playmaker.
Maybe we go to Washington, D.C. like we just went to Pittsburgh because it was apparent Andrew Filipponi was all over Brandon Ayuk. He wants him bad.
Well, they've got the 19th pick in the second round. I don't think that singular pick gets it done for either of the receivers.
How much? But now, let me dream a little bit.
Okay.
Let me dream.
I want the Commanders 2 picks. That's what I want.
You know what I want to? What I want to do is I want to dream about Ayuk catching passes for Purdy, Deebo Samuel scored touchdowns on jet sweeps and reverses and touchdown passes from Purdy. And we got this Pearsall kid in the slot who looks good. He's going to put on some weight. Yeah, I like that better alongside George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. And I still think you could get a good player at the center spot. I still think you can get another receiver. I still think you can get some good DBs here. Do we really have to trade Deebo and Ayuk this offseason? This team, again, this offense was historic. How many offenses you see that are historic and say, you know what, let's not run it back? You know what I'm saying? Let's not do this. It's rare. You got to bring this offense back, don't you? Nick and Cupertino. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, I just wanted to talk about, how ironic it is they took a wide receiver. I believe that the wide receiver is statistically the most risky position to draft. And, of course, first pick in 4 years, the Niners decided to go for a wide receiver. Kind of shows their ego and, their mindset with this. I mean, I don't mind the pick, but I think it's obvious that we needed an offensive lineman somewhere. There's so many going in the first round, so kind of disappointed there. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yes, I view it, and it's interesting because I saw all of the last 5 years. ESPN did a breakdown of hits and misses based on position.
Right.
Based off their algorithm, Justin Jefferson is a miss because he hasn't re-signed with the Minnesota Vikings. Like, are you kidding me? Justin Jefferson is a miss just because he didn't re-sign? A.J. Brown is a miss because the Tennessee Titans traded him away. Like, I don't know. I look at it this way. How many great offensive linemen are in the league right now? At tackle.
I mean, I have to think about it.
Half dozen?
Niners have one.
Yeah.
I think Seattle has some good tackles.
Yeah.
The Eagles have some good tackles. Cowboys have some good tackles. There's good tackles all over the place.
Okay, so let's say there's a dozen.
I mean,
let's say there's a dozen, okay? Give or take. How many great wide receivers are in the league right now?
There's a lot of good ones.
Yeah, all right. So I think that the college football is giving you so many of these wide receivers. To me, instead of taking the 10th best tackle, because you would have taken the 10th best tackle at 31, take the wide receiver you love.
What if that 10th best tackle, though, is walking like,
well, I mean,
yeah. It's because the top, it's all prospects, right?
It's
all
six best
we're
wide
all projecting what they're ranked. Now, I like Mims better than a lot of tackles. Chris Sims had Mims as the third best lineman in all of football coming into this draft. He had him as the third best prospect in terms of offensive lineman. Chris Sims, that is. I like Demarius Mims more than a lot of guys. Guyton, I can't believe Guyton fell. I would have taken Guyton over a lot of guys. I would have taken Guyton over the guy from Washington, me personally. So everybody's board is different. We don't know what, like the fifth best tackle on your board may be Lynch's best tackle. You know what I'm saying? He may be number one on Lynch's board.
Well, they had McGlinchey significantly higher than I had McGlinchey.
Yeah, well, I actually not gonna. Yeah, I did too. I didn't like McGlinchey. The Georgia game did it in for me. They played Georgia.
I love how now the truth shall set you free,
I've never been a McGlinchey fan. I never clamored. I never pumped up Mike McGlinchey. Don't put words in my mouth about Mike McGlinchey. Don't do it. Don't do it. And he took the money from Denver, and I wouldn't have paid him that money. But when he played Georgia in South Bend, and I was like, damn, who's the guard? I want Quentin Nelson. McGlinchey got torched in that game by Georgia. That was kind of a tell-off for me. It was like, oh, you can't block those guys. Yeah, that's all that's in the NFL. A bunch of dudes from Georgia.
It's ironic to me. Everyone's losing their minds about quote-unquote reaching for this receiver. And we did the same thing when Brandon Ayuk was drafted.
I don't think anybody's losing their mind. I think
a lot of people don't see this guy.
The pick.
Yeah, they don't like this guy.
Because I think people haven't seen him yet. They have not seen him. Wait till training camp.
When we did the live show, Javon Kinlaw, there was mock to them over and over and over. I didn't like the pick. They ended up going with it. A lot of people did like the pick because we needed to replace DeForest Buckner. But Ayuk, I remember there was just like, we don't know. We don't know who he is. And a lot of people thought they reached. And there were other receivers on the board at 13 that they could have taken that people wanted to. And Ayuk, it felt like we just didn't know, and we thought it was kind of a reach.
Yep.
It ended up working out. I think Ayuk was a hit.
I think he
was a hit. I think it's pretty obvious.
He was a hit. That's trusting your scouting department, trusting your personnel. That was a good move. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Long time no talk, Jose. How you doing, brother?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Look, this thing about trading either Debo or Ayuk, it's not a decision they have to make this year. They can wait until next year and see how it plays out. Now that they actually have a slot receiver, they've been missing that for the past 3 seasons. Maybe that's what they need to get over the hump. If they wait until next year, then you know what? Ayuk is going into free agency. Just put the franchise tag on him, and if he signs somewhere else, at least you get a draft pick. It'll be the same as trading him, and you still get to see what. Excuse me. You get to see what Debo still has in the
Jose, all indications are that it's probably unlikely that Ayuk will play on the 5th-year option. He would want a new contract before stepping on the field. He'll be like a holdout, hold in.
No, let him sit. You know what? If that's what he wants, then let him sit. Like I said, either way, we're not going to get anything out of him. If you try him, you're not getting anything out of him. I mean, you can say, yeah, we're getting a draft pick, but what are we going to get in a draft pick? Another guy that Shanahan is going to sit for a year until the guy starts playing the way he wants him to play? So it's either sit and don't make any money or play, regardless, and actually show everybody else what you have to offer, because it would be an opportunity for him to sell himself out to other teams.
Good call, Jose. I'm not mad at that. Pardon me. Shameless shout-outs in 4 minutes. 4 minutes shameless shout-outs here. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Chris, what's happening?
No, I think the last caller hit it kind of right on the head. There's a major cap hit if they say Deebo Samuel, and I don't mean to rain on the parade, but nobody's going to give 2 second-round draft picks for Deebo. He's a special fit that happens to fit the Niner offense. And the word yesterday from the NFL networks is that people were offering a 4th-round draft choice for him. And the other thing is that if they do trade him, there's a major cap hit that they're going to accrue from doing it. So my take is that they hold all these wide receivers until next year, and then make a decision on what they're going to do. I just think that somebody's going to have to move. They'll see how this guy Pearsall works into the situation there, and then they'll make their evaluation from there and go on from there. But my thing is that Debo's probably gone next year and not this year just because of the cap ramifications.
That's a good point, too. Yep, that's a good point, Chris. The dead cap is a large one there. But Gets Ayuk in here, and I know about the financials, and you're going to have to move off guys next year, re-sign guys next year. You got Lador up, Tarvarius Ward, you got Hufanga. I get all that. But I can't run it back just one more time with Debo and Ayuk. Do we have to make a move? I know the Niners, they said they're open for business. They will listen all the time. That's what good businesses do. You're always listening. I'm not mad at them for listening. But do you really want to move off of Debo or Ayuk right now? Right now? Especially when you got to make a decision on Brock. Let Brock cook with these guys.
Did the Debo news yesterday throughout the day surprise you? Because everybody's talking about the dead cap, and that's why most of us assumed, which we've talked about for months, that they wouldn't trade Debo because of the dead cap hit. But then I saw like all over the internet, whether it was the Patriots reporters, the guys who's tapped in, who's written like 3 books, or whether it's, other places around there, Debo was on the block.
Yep. 2 years ago. On the block. Well, he demanded a trade a couple years ago. Yeah, when he was looking for his money.
They say it went right down to the wire. I don't know if I should believe that at face value, but the Jets did offer something for him.
They did. Let's go to David in Denver real quick before shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs coming up in a minute. David in Denver, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? So here's the deal. I want it all, man. I want all of them, right? I want Debo, Ayuk. I want to run it back. I want this new kid, man. I want to see how it could go, like you're saying, Bonte. So, but, also I get the business side. I know things happen, but my main point of contention is I just feel like Debo's getting devalued somehow. Like people calling me, just throwing him out there like he'll get this dude's a once-in-a-generational player, man. This dude has almost single-handedly won us playoff games, and everyone's just talking about him. And I love Brandon too. Like I said, I want them all. But for me, I just don't understand how people talk about Debo even within, like, Niner Kingdom of, like, oh, maybe he should be traded. Like, why would you want to trade this dude, man?
Yeah, I know.
Like, I get he has some injuries here and there, but everyone's got something. And so, like I said, I love them all. I just don't understand how Debo's getting talked about like he's almost like a throwaway. Like, yeah, let's just trade him and see what we can get for him. This dude is a baller, man. Who else in the league is like him? I asked you guys that. Who else is like him?
You know what, David? We've started to underrate Debo as a member of this football team because of what he can't do, and we focus on what he can't do so damn much. And it happened last year. But what can he do well? We can run you over. He can take your soul. In space, he is a problem with the football in his hands. In this offense, he still gets attention from other defenses. When they're game planning, he's on the top of that. It's Chris McCaffrey. How do we slow this joker down? Well, what about number 19, now number 1? Where the hell is he at? Because if he gets the ball in his hands, he's a problem. And we've seen him run routes. The whole myth about he can't run routes. Look, I know the Super Bowl was bad. He had a hamstring injury. But what about all the other games?
It does feel like the Super Bowl is the one that's sticking in everyone's head, almost in the same way, like, and he's way better than this guy, but in the same metaphoric way of a Harrison Barnes, where that performance at the end of the season is like the defining moment for the player in everyone's head heading into the offseason. It's unfair. Yeah, that I would agree with.
Very unfair. Very unfair. All right. What's not unfair is shameless shoutouts, man. I'm looking forward to this week's edition of Shameless Shoutouts.
Oh!
It bothers me.
Oh, man. Shameless shout out. Shameless shout out, Shasky. I'm going to shout out our boy Ryan Macchiana and the San Jose Earthquakes. How about that? A lot of people say the Earthquakes are cheap. Well, guess what? They just spent a club record $7 million to sign Argentine midfielder Hernan Lopez. They've been criticized a lot, but they make a move. He's the great nephew of Diego Maradona. The great Maradona. Let's go. Shout out to the Earthquakes. Shout out to Ryan Macchiana. You guys are doing the damn thing.
All right, I want to shout out my boy Chris Gajero because he's having a biopsy on his lung. He's going to be fine, but he's had some health issues. But more importantly, he is one of the coaches at University High School. They threw another no-hitter. It was a combined one. They won 10-0. Tate Gebhart, if I'm saying that properly, threw 2 innings. Leo Fielder won. They're both freshmen. And then Jet Messenger combined for the no-no. Jet also had 3 hits and was last year's league MVP, batting over 500 this season. So right now, they're 8-0 in the BCL. University is in first place, 14-6 overall. And the playoffs for baseball for University start May 8th. That's a shout out for the University high school team here in San Francisco.
You know what? Let me do this. Get this out the way. I'm kidding. I'm not getting it out the way. But shout out to my fiance. It's her birthday tomorrow. It's her birthday. We're going to spend the weekend in Calistoga. We're going to have some fun. We're going to get a little bougie. We're going to go broke. We're going to have some fun.
Nice.
It's her 21st birthday.
25th. Wow, that's crazy.
25th.
Half your age. I don't judge.
25th birthday.
Yeah, I would put it more in the 20s. It'd be a little more appropriate.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
We are now. Yeah, exactly.
28.
You're in the odd zone.
25 to 30, whatever it is. Go ahead, Spadone.
Shout out Tom Telesco. You know what? He made a draft pick that I actually don't hate, and that is a rarity if you are a Raider fan. I actually knew the guy they were drafting. It wasn't Alex Leatherwood. It wasn't Damon Arnett. It wasn't Carl Joseph, who I actually kind of heard of, but he was injured. It wasn't any of those guys. Hell, Khalil Mack, I didn't even know who the hell that guy was when he came out. Brock Bowers was the best player in college football the last 2 seasons. They couldn't get Penix. That sucks. I'm not mad at Brock Bowers.
I love Brock Bowers. Love Brock Bowers. Let's go. Love it. What you got?
Yeah, shout out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Check out my interview with Jordan Hicks, now available wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, Sam, I want to also go down to the tank. Let's shout out the Sharks coach who was recently fired. I mean, it was all his fault.
Hold on, you got to say his name.
It was all his fault, right?
What's his name?
I don't even know his name.
He's a really good coach, though.
Yeah, he's really like Steve Clifford. He's the Steve Clifford of hockey. He's a good coach. They play hard for him.
David Quinn.
David Quinn. There we go.
Dan Quinn's brother.
Shout him out because
Brady
honestly,
Quinn's father.
It's his fault. The team has no talent. It's his fault, right?
Poor guy.
He's a fall guy anyway.
So
Chris Carter
got a little text from Worldwide Hef.
Carter.
How about this one?
Chris Carter. It will nepever go down. I love
Worldwide Hef. I'm getting word from my guys that Yak Harlow is the truth. They call it
Yak
Ricky
Harlow. I'm feeling that.
Yak Harlow.
Although Jack Harlow is one of the worst rappers in the game.
And
it's not even up for debate.
And I'm not happy with him by remaking White Man Can't Jump. But you know what? First class up in
He's got
the sky.
good beats. His songs are good beats.
Yeah, he's terrible. When I saw him on Thanksgiving, I believe, when he was the Detroit Lions, it was the worst performance I've ever seen.
The kids love the beats.
Let's go to
like
RJ.
Carl Lewis thought that performance was bad.
We got a lot of shout outs here. Let's get to the shout outs here.
Sorry.
No, you're
I'm on fire here.
RJ and Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I just want to shout out my wife, Ashley, for giving birth to a beautiful baby boy on April 9th. So he is a 49er baby.
What's his name?
Thanks, Jesse. His name's Robbie.
Let's go, Robbie.
So
hell yeah.
Hey, Shasty, hey, feel free to send me some onesies, man. I need those. Slide in my DMs.
Hey, bro. On the real, I got boxes of onesies I will send to you, bro. On the real.
RJ, good stuff there. Let's go to Muna. Muna in San Francisco. What up, Muna?
What's up, Muna?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to shout out my Galileo girls flag football team.
Nice.
That's a dynasty. Back-to-back titles. Beat Lowell this Saturday, and love the girls. I'm a teacher here, and just want to shout them out for a great program.
My grandfather went to Balboa.
There you go.
Let's go.
Whenever you could beat Lowell, that's a good thing. Beat Lowell. That's my rival. They're another rival. Battle of the Birds.
It bothers me.
Battle of the Birds.
Yeah, you can laugh all you want to.
No, I love that. I never heard Battle of the Birds.
You don't pay attention to the public school league. That's why. It's all about SI. And Reardon.
Well, I didn't go to SI. My wife went to SI.
Yeah, but you rep SI.
No, my niece is there. My niece
Shout out
is
to
there.
Angelique for the
and she has a prom on Saturday. All the kids have prom right now. So her prom is on Saturday, and Michelle wants us to go over so LJ could take photos with Megan before her prom.
She's got a prom date?
She went the week before to Sacred Hearts with a kid. I think it was the Vigo kid.
Oh, wow.
They went to prom together. Yeah,
she's
it was
got
very
options,
cute.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's doing well for herself.
She's doing
Congratulations,
well,
Maggie.
Sacred
Wheeling
Heart.
and dealing like John Lynch the draft.
SI? Damn. Let's go to City Chops.
What's up, City Chops?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Joe?
What's up, baby?
How y'all doing?
I'm doing great.
Hey, I just want to shout out. My daughter had a medical emergency on Monday morning, and shout out the crew at General Hospital.
Yeah.
Shout out the crew at UCSF Mission Bay, man. My daughter's good. CT, MRI came back negative, man. Thank God. And Saturday, I'm giving away 200 free sandwiches in San Francisco. Just look at my Instagram and you'll see.
Oh, okay.
Hey, chopped cheese.
200 free sandwiches.
I'll be at West Sunset. Make your way to West Sunset. I could go for one of them sandwiches. 9 o'clock game.
I'm going to be in the Fillmore.
You'll be in my hood.
Well, then I'll be at Kimball at 2 o'clock.
There you go.
So if you're still there, I have a 2 o'clock game at Kimball. You know, I spend more time in the Fillmore than Bonte these days. So you can catch me there.
Those are facts. Those are facts. Coach of Los Altos. What up, Coach? Long time no see. I hope you recover from that long walk in Las Vegas.
Hey, man, I can't tell you. I'm just now recuperating from the Super Bowl, but I want to shout out Bonte, Shasky, and the whole 95.7 crew.
Oh, man, the phone line. Thought that was going to be a drop. Call back, Coach, if you can. Call right back. Tom in San Jose. Tom in San Jose. Then we got a special guest on the line. Tom in San Jose, what's happening?
Yo, what's up? I just wanted to shout out my big brother, Joey. He's the one who told me about you guys, and now I listen every morning. You guys are beasts. He's a beast. He's the man. Yeah, I'll keep it short. Poopa PP out.
Let's go. Feeling that.
Feeling that right now. By the way, Josina Anderson reporting that the Patriots have had trade discussions about Deebo Samuel. Prior to the NFL draft in general, when teams explore potential transactions with other clubs, finding middle ground on compensation can be challenging. There are always many considerable factors on why the price should possibly be one thing or another, but this was before the draft that the Patriots inquired about Deebo Samuel.
They have the number 2 pick in the second round.
Oh, my God.
Let's go to our main man, Duke in the city.
What's up, Duke?
What's happening?
Come on, man. Y'all know what it is, man, with the family, man. Come on, man. Debo's like the dude, like them cold sweet cheddar. In the Niner uniform, he sure look better. You would juke. You rest focus what we used to. Hicker George Kittle coming through. He in neutral. Morning roast, butter toast. You're listening to Tay and Shasky. They are our hosts. Hey, look, do not mess with this team. We'll take the young receiver. Let him do what he do. Get a couple of DBs, you know what I mean? We need an offensive lineman, somebody to block Brock Purdy, man, and we let's go. Happy birthday to Anna and everybody else out there, man. Y'all have a blessed weekend, man. It's the Niner mob. Let's do it. I love y'all.
Let's go, Duke. Duke in the city. Duke in the city. With that said.
Ow!
It bothers me.
Pragmatic pessimist. Need a shout out for Casey, D'Lo, and Sack. If they hadn't hated the Warriors so much, I would have never found you guys on this show. Shout out to Casey and D'Lo.
Wait a minute. If they had not hated the Warriors so much, I wouldn't have found your show. Yeah. I still don't get how he found us.
He's hate listening.
Oh.
He wants to hate listen.
Oh, I see.
Hate
like a cobra. Shout out 650, the goddaughter Anastasia, who's having back surgery today. I hope she's okay.
Oh, yeah. I hope you go too, Anastasia.
Yeah. We'll say a prayer for you.
Yep. I will too. I
said will.
Yeah. Oh, will? Oh,
yeah.
I thought
as in like we will.
Oh, yeah. All right. Good stuff. We will.
Yeah.
We will pray.
See, I'm always thinking about team. Together, everyone achieves more.
Oh, no.
You know?
Until we get Herm Edwards on. You're like, hey, coach, me, you, coaching clinic. I coach CYO. Yada, yada, yada. Joel Embiid. Dude,
this is serious.
Dude.
How is he doing this?
Bell's palsy? The standard timetable to recover from Bell's palsy is 2 weeks to 6 months. He's been dealing with the conditions since to play a game. He's got it on the left side of his face. It paralyzes your face. You can't blink in the left eye. And he scored 50 last night. And he's got one leg.
It's unbelievable.
This guy's a stud.
I hope he's okay long term.
Yeah, same here. I swear to God, I always wanted him over Giannis. This guy's a player, man. I love Joel Embiid. What a performance last night. Sixers get a win. They're fighting Kate Scotts. By the way, Will O'Hara, late shout out here. Will O'Hara. It's his birthday. It's from Daker D. It's his birthday. Will O'Hara. Shout out to Will O'Hara.
I hope your birthday's booming.
I hope your birthday's booming. All right, that was the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The one and only, we play to win the game. Herb Edwards, joining the roast, top of the hour.
You play to win the game.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari.
a week this has been. What a week on the roast. What a week in the sports world. Last night was fun. The first round of the NFL draft, the Niners select out of the University of Florida by way of Arizona State, Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall. Got to get that right. Ricky Pearsall is his name. Pearsall. Out of Florida, young wide receiver. Now, will somebody else be moved? We'll wait. Debo or Ayuk, seems like they both are on the block. Anyway, Lakers lose. They're down 0-3 to the Denver Nuggets. So we got another. We're going to have an all season of LeBron James coming to the Golden State Warriors. That's just in a matter of time. You got the Sixers beating the Knicks last night. Embiid, 50 points. By the way, real quick, before we get back into the draft, what you think about that foul Embiid committed on Mitchell Robinson? It was dirty, huh?
I mean, yeah, of course it was dirty. Like, it is what it is. But, I don't know. Embiid.
We got to call an audible. Oh, no. Toledo. Omaha. 27. Blue 9. Herb Edwards got to do 8:30. Not 8 o'clock. So we'll
that's okay.
Oh, my God.
I thought it was a playoff foul. And, yeah, it was a little dirty. There's no doubt about it.
We know, Lovey. He recruited Ricky. We know. That's the whole reason why we're bringing him on. He comes to Arizona State.
It was more just for the listeners to know that who may not know that Herm Edwards was once the head coach for Ricky Pearsall when he was at Arizona State and recruited him to Arizona State. So that's why we're having Herm on, is to talk about the player that.
Lubman, are you okay?
Dude, I'm tired.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah,
it's been a week for your boy.
You're like limping around here. You're throwing God knows what.
So when the Giants are at home,
no Miami picks in the first round.
Oh, that's why.
Just waiting on Cameron Kitchens to fall to the third round, so he could be a bust somewhere.
Freddie Kitchens?
He might be the only guy they draft out of Miami. Who wants a Miami player these days?
Nobody.
Not even Mario Cristobal wants him. Continue.
Yeah, you've been on that. You've been a little, you know. So anybody, Herb Edwards recruited Pretty Ricky to Arizona State. Herb Edwards, let's coach Pretty Ricky at Arizona State. Herb Edwards knows a little bit about Pretty Ricky, which is why we're bringing Herb Edwards on to talk about Pretty Ricky, newest member of the 49ers.
Ricky plays to win the game.
Should we start calling him Yak Harlow? Ricky is third person.
I like Yak Harlow.
Pretty Ricky bet not talking third person.
Nice.
No, he hasn't earned that.
Yeah, no. Although it is always interesting hearing different guys talk at the podium, seeing the families in the rooms. There was one guy, I forget who got drafted. Someone was asleep on the couch with the whole family, and he was just passed out, chilling.
Whose parents was that? Was it Brian Thomas Jr., the LSU receiver, where the white lady asked the parents, was like, how's it going? Then she asked the mom. She goes, what did she say? She tried to make it all dramatic, like they came from a hole in the wall.
No. Well, there was the funny one where it was, and I'll get the sound. She was basically asking, man, how far have you guys come to where you are at right now? And then she just replied, yeah, we came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. She just took it literally as possible.
Hey, I had one of those moments. What it was, though? I had one of those moments this week.
You know what it was, though, if you look deeper? Because it was funny for anybody, but there's a lot of these situations where they get to this. Remember a couple years ago, ESPN would put on the draft profile, his mom was an alcoholic.
Yeah.
So Trey Wingo would do every single soliloquy of his backstory.
And it'd be like, yo, you're leading into it. Not everybody comes from back. So the response to that was like, we're from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We're good. Like, we don't need no sappy story here. My son just got drafted. I'm from Baton Rouge, homie. We live in a regular neighborhood.
And you got pride from where you're from. That's kind of what I took it as, too. But it was just funny how literal, because she wasn't going for that.
The reporter was looking for a sappy story, like, oh, yeah, when he was 8, I worked 3 jobs or something like this. He was looking for one of those dramatic stories. It's like, yeah, it's not happening here.
I had the priest at the baptism on Sunday ask me, like, what are you guys here for? And I was like, what do you want from the church? And I didn't know. I was like, is this an open-ended question? Like, how do we want him to get love from the community or something? And he's like, for a baptism? I'm like, oh, that was the question we were looking for. So I've had similar moments.
Xavier Worthy Guyton got drafted from Oklahoma to lineman. and there's a dude in a Frisco Niners hat
best.
and a T-shirt.
It was the best.
And he's hugging him, knowing he's going to the Cowboys.
It was so good.
Oh,
do you like to like survey the girlfriends? Like, for example, Michael Penix was there with his significant other, and she kept adjusting her dress the entire time. I like to see the dynamics between the girlfriend or wife or fiance or whatever and the parents. Like, does he hug the parents first, the girl?
It's always the parents, number one.
Why are you saying
and
stop
number two,
it?
in my
Am I
head,
gonna get in trouble?
You know what goes on in my head? Well, how long is that going to last?
That's what I was going to say.
Every time this happens, I go to CeeDee Lamb, snatching the phone from the girlfriend.
Oh, what about Russell Wilson's girl?
Oh, she was gone in 2 seconds after she became a meme.
Where is
I got
she
Sierra
at?
now.
Where is she now?
Oh, that's not
exactly.
Not right.
That's the point.
That's
she gone.
Like, who's there in the green room, and who's there 5 years later? Like it's always interesting to see what's happening. Or you get that one guy who got drafted. Where did he get drafted from? Georgia? It's about 4 or 5. But Monty Jones retweeted it this morning, where this white lady, who I guess was a teacher or something, was hugging him, and the mom was like, "Yo, get the hell up off him. This is my moment."
Wow.
It's always interesting.
And then you have like Joe Alt looking like the giantest toddler of all time, alongside of all normal sized people. I love seeing the dads that are like ripped out of their minds too, just jacked. Like, I wonder where he got it from.
Because he played, he was huge.
Yeah,
still.
yeah. Like I wonder where he got it from. I don't know. Clearly the milkman's kid.
Sandra, how far has this family come? We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
What a great answer.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong. She was trying to find something else, like how far.
It was so genuine.
Come?
That's why it was funny too. It was so nice.
Right. Like, hey, were you on food stamps before? Well, how far did you come? Like, it was like, whoa. You don't need to have a deep story on everything anyway. Oh, let's go to Brian and Palo Alto.
It was Bo Nix, his brother, by the way, or somebody was just chilling. Someone was on. I'm getting texts from people.
Probably was a little high.
That somebody in his family was sleeping on the couch.
Well, if they're on the East Coast too, it's late. It's late out there.
12 pick.
Never mind. That's like 8 o'clock. Never mind.
Before we get to BPA, just want to preface this call by saying he tweeted us last night, Chaz. Retweeted me. Tweeted me. And by the way, BPA called when I told him he was in Alcatraz, but I'll let it slide today. It's a payday Friday.
Well, I told him the 23-1, as in locked up for 23, out for 1. We'll allow it for today. We're giving him a little air today. The warden is very generous.
All right. Okay. It's an awful pick.
Well, you're the warden. I'm the deputy.
I guess I'm being... Listen, PPA tweeted at me, it's an awful pick. Guy isn't a starting wide receiver in the NFL.
I'm right.
So, does BPA still feel like he felt last night about the pick? BPA, good morning to you.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
You know what? No. You know what? I think... Hey, I have a big mouth sometimes, but yeah, I'm more positive about it than I was. I honestly didn't know much about him. I think he's actually a pretty good player. My thinking coming in was like, you have to get if you're going to draft wide receiver, you have to get one of the top guys. And obviously he wasn't viewed as that, because the thought being, okay, that guy needs to be a really kind of high functioning starter next to Ayuk or Debo, whoever they pick. But now I just hope they just don't move Debo. The hope now is, to go one more year with Debo, and Ayuk together, move off Debo after this season. I mean, to me, if they don't address the offensive line, then they really didn't learn their lesson. So hopefully they get a couple solid offensive linemen who can compete to be starters.
Well, that's where I want Jackson Powers here, and you're just looking at where their draft pick is. I don't know if he's going to fall to them. Like they don't pick again until the late second round, and that's where I'm questioning. Like, all right, they have a second and a third rounder. That's it. That's all they have left, the Niners, for today. So, like, are they going to trade back in? Are they going to trade one of their guys? Are they going to move, ammunition from next year into this year? Frazier's still out there. Zach Frazier from West Virginia, another center. I'd love to have him as well.
BPA, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not sure it's worth it to trade Debo Samuel just to move up in the second round, right?
Yep.
But, I mean, they have a lot of picks. I mean, they could move up
in the second round without giving up Deebo Samuel, probably, right?
9
So
picks
that's
left.
what I would try to do.
Yeah, 9 picks left
But
in the
like
draft.
offensive line, offensive line, like at a minimum, you got to get a couple good guys to improve your, upside on the offensive line, because I'm in my opinion, the offensive line is the biggest reason they didn't win the Super Bowl.
BPA,
I agree with
real
that.
quick, BPA, before you leave. I know you're watching the NBA playoffs. Lakers are down 0-3. LeBron going to solve some problems for the Warriors next season?
He would solve more problems that they're currently looking like they'll be solving. So, I think if you're going to beat Denver and you look at Oklahoma City and these teams are stacked, you're going to need to pair up some stars, or they can do hey, let's end this with dignity and, let's go into the convalescent home and fade away, right? I don't know.
There it is, BPA.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
We let him out on bail.
So there's a lot of just speculation about trade and whatnot. If you got another second rounder and let's say a fourth or a fifth, most people aren't doing that for Deebo, huh?
No, I'm in the camp of let's run this thing back. Let's add these rookies to the equation. Let's win this freaking Super Bowl in New Orleans, for crying out loud. And let's do it with Deebo. Let's do it with Ayuk. Let's do it with Kittle. Let's do it with CMC. This offense was humming last year. Humming. That was the beauty of it. You couldn't lock in on one guy. These guys are all ballers. Ballers. I'm not into trading ballers for prospects. Now I do trust Lynch Shanahan to make the right pick, and, I've warmed up to Pretty Ricky, but if I had to, let me run this back. Let me add Pretty Ricky with Ayuk and Deebo. That sounds deadly. And then Kittle and McCaffrey. You still got Juszczyk, who's catching passes in the Super Bowl. I want all the weapons I need. I got to load up for Kansas City. I got to load up for Philadelphia. I got to load up for the Rams. And it may take you at least 30 just to be in the damn football game. I need all this ammunition for Brock Purdy to rock and roll next season. Because offense is starting to win these Super Bowls, man. You better have some explosives out there. This guy's explosive. Deebo's explosive. Ayuk's explosive. Why not keep the band together for one more? Just one more. Just give me one more year.
I hear you. I would like that, but their next pick is at 31 in the second round. And so I just don't think they're going to be able to shore up all their needs. It's just really hard. It's really hard. And I believe the second round to be fantastic value in terms of, you get really premium players under team control for 4 years. Like I like the second round. I think it's got a lot of really good playmakers. There are DBs available, multiple DBs at the front of this second round I like. There are offensive linemen I really like. There are other receivers I really like. I hear you. I would actually think about moving next year's picks to move back into the second round.
So move next year's picks and keep the players. Because then if you're going to move off some of the players next year, you may be able to recoup some of this. Maybe not as high, but you may be able to get back into it.
Yeah, I think that's the equation that they're running right now in their head. Like, is Deebo worth more today, or is he going to be worth more next year?
Wearing hair? But what if he balls out, man? I mean, this team, gosh. You know what? 408 makes a good point here. Should need a mobile text line. Don't forget that Brock Purdy will get a proper training camp this season. He partaked in training camp last year. He didn't go full tilt, but I think more importantly, the offseason.
He couldn't play 3 days in a row.
Yeah, no, he couldn't play 3 days, but the offseason, I think, is more important. Once you shore this up and you figure out who's going to be here, the Niners end up leaving this NFL draft. The draft's completed. They make their picks. If they get, if they keep Ayuk and Deebo, now we bring in Slick Rick, you bring in Deebo, you bring in Ayuk, and let's roll with the offseason workouts. And let's build this rapport with Brock Purdy so we're all on the same page.
So if they don't trade Ayuk away, you think they have the contract ready to go to pay him right away?
They can work on it. And they may have to just end up giving him the back and just give him the damn back.
We agree. He's probably not going to show up for all the training camp stuff.
I need him in training camp. So get this deal done. Give him. AJ Brown got the extension yesterday. He got extended. Get me the damn bag to Brandon Ayuk so I could deliver it to him. Do it ASAP. Get the money right. We know what the market is. We know what the market is.
I keep coming back to the Christian McCaffrey conversation we were having with Florio yesterday, and I feel like whether it's Diamond or Lenore, obviously much smaller contract than what we're talking about with Brandon Ayuk, whether it's CMC, whoever. Aaron Banks is a guy that I've thought about, like maybe they're going to extend him. I think that they've got a couple of extensions in their mind that they're thinking about that we haven't even thought about.
Maybe. 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about this pick? How are you feeling? Can you hit me with the draft pick? With the number 31st pick. I want to hear it one more time. Spadone. I'm throwing you on the spot here, but I want to hear it one more time.
You want the jingle, or you want me to just get you the draft selection?
The draft selection.
I can just grab that for you right now, Bonte, as I'm vamping and pulling
Okay,
it up on the computer.
Don't vamp inside.
Right now, no, but I got it right
vamp outside.
No,
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? I can play John Lynch right here.
Sure.
I can play John
And
Lynch.
I'll play this right after it. How about
Still
that?
hoping to work something out with Ayuk.
Why is always us? But I don't know. I know that we're continuing to have positive talks with BA, and we are really efforting to get something done with him, and we're excited about continuing down that path. And Brandon being a part of this team, Debo is a part of this team and a big part of this team. So, like I said, we feel great about that group, and we feel like we just made it better with another really good addition to it who complements the group real well.
That's John Lynch last night after they made this pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
I'll hear the word comp thrown out pretty much on draft scenarios. Can you give us a comp on Ricky Pearsall? Who does he remind you of?
It's tough. God, I don't know if I want to do that. Reminds me of myself, just a lot faster, a lot better, much better hands, can jump, can just do everything much better. I don't want to be held to that forever. I'll let him do that.
Ricky Pearsall.
Honest to God. I know he presented it as a joke. I don't think he was joking at all. I do think he sees himself in this guy.
No, well, who did we just have on?
He
that
loved
said,
Trent Taylor.
Well, he just had someone on that said, no, I'm sorry, I can't remember right now, but they said that he used to show wide receivers his film.
That's what I'm saying.
Like he believes that.
Yes, I know he does.
He does believe it.
He's just like his dad. Like they're the arrogance for these Shanahans. I love it too because they win.
It's great.
It's great.
Hey, at least you know where you stand.
Hey,
right? You know where you stand.
You know I have a love-hate relationship with Kyle Shanahan, man.
You've heard of what Fig Jam stands for when it comes to Phil Mickelson, right?
No, what does it mean? Fig Jam?
Yeah. Freak, I'm great. Just ask me.
Oh, gosh.
And I'm paraphrasing the front end of
Hellacious seeds.
I thought you were just talking about yourself. You sure it's Phil? Sure it's Butcher?
Well, everyone's got a little Butcher in them.
What about Heather in Santa Clara? Heather! Good morning, Heather. Long time no talk. What's going on?
Hi. How are you guys all doing this morning?
We're doing great. We're loving Ricky Pearsall right now.
My knee is a little sore, but I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you know, Heather, Shasky's always injured. He's always injured.
I know. All right. Well, I always feel like it's hard to make a strong opinion after one pick, as I think it's best to evaluate their whole class after they make all their picks.
That's smart.
But I had mixed emotions. I had mixed emotions yesterday when I heard the pick, because all these situations that everyone was talking about this morning, you just play all these things, and I'm in the camp where, like you, Bonte, where I just want to run everything back as well with everyone. So, but you know what made me feel better? As I was looking through the 49ers IG post, I noticed a quote in the background of the pick with the 49ers brass. So, and it was from Bill Walsh. So it said, the process must take into account a number of factors. And then I think it says one critical question must be answered. Does the individual make a meaningful contribution to the team? So I always blindly follow Bill Walsh, So I'm feeling good. I think we just need to get all these weapons around Brock Purdy, our quarterback.
Yep.
That's all I have to say.
Call
again. Call, Heather. Very good call. Tell the girls we said hi. Tell your husband we said what up. She was at the Hilton Hotel with us. Yeah. Trading camp. Real quick, Abe in Newark. Before we get to Herm Edwards at 8:30. Abe, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, man? Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, yeah, just wanted to call in and talk about a little bit about the Niners draft selection from last night. I know there's been a lot of conversation going on about the pick, and I think for me personally, I'm a little bit on the side of the camp that perhaps the Niners reached a little bit too much on to Ricky, and I think he would have been there on day 2. And if Kyle and Lynch loved him so much, they could have just traded up in the second round to go get him. But I think there were more pressing needs on the O-line. So you could have probably got the center out of Oregon, Jackson Powers-Johnson, I believe, or maybe one of the premier cornerback talents in Kool-Aid McKinstry or Cooper DeJean, who also doubles as an excellent punt returner. And we saw how special teams went for the Niners in the Super Bowl. So I feel like there were just more pressing needs where you could have gotten a much better talent. And then if you guys really loved Ricky Pearsall, then you could have just gone up in the second round to go grab him.
Good call, Abe. That's fair. That's fair. But I know C.J. Stroud's reaction.
Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
Nasty. I mean, he went off for 3 minutes.
I love hearing other players talk about other players.
We just play the whole 3-minute clip.
And then when Steve Smith is co-signing on you, Steve Smith is
here it is right
Steve
here,
Smith's been destroying Jerry Jeudy for 2 years.
Destroying him.
Right. And like I don't know. I kind of listen to some of the players.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. He's the go-to guy. His ability to adjust will be required in the services in the National Football League.
Ricky Pearsall, newest member of the 49ers. Let's talk to Herm Edwards about Slick Rick right here on the Morning Roast. I'm feeling Slick Rick right now. Let's go, Slick Rick. That's
Spring
all
perks
coming
are
up.
here at Safeway. Earn 4 times points on Snapple Tea 6-packs for $6.99 each when you buy 2. And earn 4 times points on Nabisco.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Ricky Pearsall, newest member of the 49ers, drafted number 31 overall out of the University of Florida by way of Arizona State. And the guy who recruited him to Tempe, Arizona, Herm Edwards, will connect with him in just a second here. By the way, we got Caller of the Week coming up. You don't want to miss that. Caller of the Week, and make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk. That's my phone there. In the Bay Area, since every single week, all season long, win or lose. And Jordan Hicks is going to be on the podcast today, Shasky. Jordan Hicks, who's off to a fine start with the San Francisco Giants. So excited about the Giants, excited about the NBA playoffs, and excited to have Herm Edwards on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Coach, good morning to you, man. Thanks so much for joining us on short notice.
Well, thank you, my friend. Obviously everyone's watching the draft last night. I was kind of taken back being an old defensive player. The first 15 picks, there was only one defensive player picked. I went, man, we don't play defense anymore.
No doubt. They broke records for all these players. 14 picks, the first 14 all offensive players, 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. I didn't see that one coming for the first time since 1983, and that stacked draft class when he came to the quarterback position. So before we get into Ricky Pearsall and how you met him and recruited him to Arizona State or whatnot, Coach, what is it about this league? Are we moving towards the whole adage of defense wins championships? And I still do believe that. However, I do believe that if you don't have enough playmakers offensively, you can't compete with the big boys in this league.
Well, you got to score the ball, and the way you score, you got to throw it. I still think you got to run and play good defense to win championships. But to be in the game, you got to score points, and it's a wide open football game not anymore. I mean, the quarterback is the key, and this is why you see 6 of them go so early. Because if you don't have one, you're an 8-8 football team, bottom line. And then maybe you can win 2 more games because you play good against a team that doesn't have a quarterback as well. But you're 8-8. But when you got a quarterback, you got a chance. So I just think it's a league now. When you look at it, there's a lot of 3 wide, 1 tight end, 1 running back. The running back's obsolete. There was no running backs draft yesterday. I mean, there's none. I mean, I still think they're a part of your offense, but it's a league of passing, and it's just evolved to that. It's become a little bit of college football, to be quite honest. The way these guys can throw the ball. This is why you draft young quarterbacks, because they, in college, they throw the ball so much. You just say, hey, look, we're going to run the same offense here, so let him play here. So it's kind of interesting.
Coach, take me back to the beginning. Every recruitment, every guy you interact with, there's a story. Where did you meet Ricky? Where did you first see him? Break it down. Trying to recruit him to go to Arizona State.
I want to say he was there when I got there. He was a young player. He was with Ayuk and Jaden, Rashad White. Mm-hmm. All those guys were there at one time together. It's pretty good offense. And N'Keal Henry was the big guy then. Yeah. He was the number 1 guy then, and all these other guys were young guys. But it was fun watching him grow as a player and just watching him develop. But, he is a guy that I think fits the 49ers system. They want a guy that's multiple, that you can move around. You can put him in the slot, you can put him in GX. He's good he's good as a blocker. He'll block. He's not afraid to block. He's got better speed than people realize. He can return. He's a good punt catcher. He's not a dynamic return guy, but he's a safe guy to catch the ball. He's very competitive. He's strong. He's a strong runner too. He's not Debo. He doesn't have that running back Debo mentality, but he can run with the ball. He's kind of like, the more you watch him, and that was the conversation that I had with Lynch. I said, he's a good football player. Now you're getting yourself a good football player. This is before the draft, we were talking about it. And I said, he can fit all the boxes for you. And I think this is why the 49ers went after him, the fact that he can do a lot of things on offense for you.
Coach, I don't mean to interrupt you, be there, but it's interesting. You said you talked to Lynch and Shanahan prior to. I don't want you to disclose, intimate information, but what is it that coaches ask someone who knows a player like that? What are the things that they ask, about a player?
Well, for John, look, we got a history now. I mean, it goes way back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
So there ain't much he got to ask. He just says, Coach. And I say, yay or nay. and he goes, okay, I got it. Because he we looking at the same guy. It's just and the bottom line, I tell John all the time is, hey, John, he likes football. He really likes football now. And John, okay. And we talk, how are we talking? I ain't going to get into all that, but there's a trust thing there. And, it's just, that's what friends do,
Yep.
That's how it works in life.
Ricky Pearsall, newest member of the 49ers, 31 overall at the University of Florida. Obviously was at Arizona State. Played with Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State. Jay Daniels, of course, went number 2 overall to Washington. Herm Edwards here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. So what is something that he needs to work on as he takes this next step? We see a lot of experts, and I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert. I've warmed up to the pick, but what is something that he's going to have to work on to excel at the next level?
Well, I think all receivers struggle when they get to that level from the line of scrimmage, when guys are pressed, right? I mean, that's the hardest thing for receivers when they come in the league. I know that as a former corner. When you get a young receiver, the first thing you do, Coach, let me go cat him. Let me go cat coverage this guy and see if he can get away, And that's where, because, in the NFL, it's not like college football. You ain't got a lot of time.
Right. Right.
You 1,001, 1,002, you better be open, partner. If not, I'm going the other way. And so you got to get off. You got to get off press coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the multiple coverage reads he's going to have to be able to see, especially in Shanahan's offense. He's going to have to see the game through the quarterback. That's why when you look at the 49er receivers, not only are they skilled, they got to be smart guys. Coach Shanahan, he wants smart guys. In other words, when you line up and the defense gives you this look and this front, and all of a sudden things change, well, all of a sudden your route might have changed too, somewhere in the scheme of it all. Instead of running through the zone, you might have to stop now because of the coverage.
Right.
And the quarterback knows that, and you got to know that because the quarterback. Look, Shanahan, that quarterback ain't holding that ball for a long time, guys. He's getting rid of the ball, and so you got to see that, and that's the transformation of a young wideout. In college they see maybe cover 2, they see man to man. They see a little blitz combination. In pro football, man, there's a whole lot going on there.
Now, Ayuk quite well, and we don't know what's going to happen. There's rumors of Debo gone and then Ayuk gone. On the surface right now, if you were to pair up Brandon Ayuk with this young man, Ricky, and Debo Samuel, what does that look like to you as a coach?
Oh, it's hard to deal with. And then you forgot about the other 2 guys.
Yeah, George Kittle, CMC.
And the runner.
Yep.
I mean, first of all, you ain't got enough footballs. but the thing is, defensively, that's a problem. And look, and Pearsall's a guy, like I said, he's unique in this sense. You can move him all over the place. He can play in the slot. He can play Z. He can play X. He's kind of like a Debo. Now, he can't play the running back position that Debo can. But the other positions there he can play, and it's just a matter of how Coach Shanahan wants to run his offense, and what formations and personnel groups he's going to attack you with. But you got guys, and all these guys can do this, guys. They can run, they can catch and run. This offense ain't a vertical where I'm going to throw it down the field 20 yards. This is a 5-10 yard. I'm throwing it to a spot. You catch it, and now you got to run. And all these guys can run. They're good runners after the catch. I mean, if you watch the 49ers, that's what they do.
No, the yak is definitely that's what separates them from a lot of teams here, Herm. Let me ask you this, because Shasky brought up Brandon Ayuk, and obviously here in the Bay Area, we've been talking a lot about Brandon Ayuk. I don't want to see Brandon Ayuk leave. I don't want to see Debo leave. I think Brandon Ayuk was highly underrated last year, and he, considering the target share, he made it. He popped 19 yards a catch, second in the league. I mean, this guy's a player here. So what you've played in the league, you've coached in the league. What is the philosophy when it comes down to these situations when you have to pay a guy and you're up against the cap, but you try to flip a guy for prospects? Because me personally, I'm taking the proven talent of our prospect any day of the week. What is going on through the minds of Shanahan and Lynch when it comes to this situation of possibly trading a proven all-pro player for a couple picks that may pop, that may not pop?
Well, here's the problem you have. When you do a good job of evaluating players and you draft them or you acquire them, however you acquire them, the uniqueness of the NFL is this. You can't pay them all. That's the bottom line. That's what makes the NFL so unique. And other teams know that. They know it's going to come due. They can't pay them all. Who are they going to pay? And so now you sit there and you got to ask yourself, okay, we want all these guys. We're willing to pay, whatever we can pay. Now, if the money becomes a problem, that's one thing. Then we got to make a decision. If the player decides that because he doesn't want the money, he's going to hold out, he's going to sit out, then, we still got to win football games. We still got to play. So what do? Right? So I think what the 49ers have done, they've covered themselves. They want Ayuk there. There's no doubt about that. They don't want him to leave. They want the guy to be a 49er. I think Brandon wants to be a 49er as well. Regardless of what's been said, because that's the business part of it. Right. You don't even pay attention to that guy. That's his business. And I tell players all the time, I say, man, when you negotiate a contract, don't take it personal. That's business. And once it's done, now you come back to playing football. And that's just the way it is. You got to understand that. So I just think, they're in a situation now that hopefully they can get him signed and, all that works out. But if not, they've protected themselves with another young guy, just like when they drafted Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. Everybody said, well, who is this guy? I said, you know what? He's a pretty good football player. You guys don't like this guy. Well, guess what? People like him now. They don't want him to go. Nobody wants him to go. But that's the nature of the NFL, guys. And it's hard, man. It's hard because you develop players and you develop them and you pick them the right way. 3 or 4 years down the road, we ain't going to be able to keep all these guys, man. Just can't. It's hard. It's not personal.
Coach, you're talking about business, not personal. 2 questions for you here.
Sure.
There's obviously the Jaden Daniels. I'm curious what you think about his ascension because of your connection there. And then what did you make of Atlanta signing Kirk Cousins and then moving up, or not moving up, but grabbing Michael Penix? You want to talk about business, not personal. Wow.
Well, I think if you're Penix, you're excited in the fact that I got a veteran guy that can show me the ropes for a year or two. I don't think they brought him in there to beat Kirk Cousins out. Knowing Raheem? Raheem worked for me, guys.
Yeah.
He's starting the league with me.
Mm-hmm. Tampa Bay, yeah.
Raheem is getting the guy. I got a veteran guy. I got a young quarterback. Everybody was saying maybe he might not go late in the first round, right? Raheem said, let's go get this guy now because I can develop him in 2 years and Kirk Cousins can show him the tools of the trade and we're good. Right? So that's what he did there to protect himself and to get a young quarterback. I mean, that to me, it was like, okay, he's got your future. Kirk Cousins is your guy now, but I got a guy for the future. So, I just think it's a funny league, man. I mean, people always wonder, what are people thinking? Look, I always said this about the draft. You draft for your team. You don't draft for anybody else. Just know how you want to build your team. And only the people in the room know that. Everybody else got, well, I would do it. Well, that's great. You go do that in fantasy football. We're going to build our team this way because it don't matter what anybody else says, guys. And that's how you got to go do it. And that's what's great about the NFL, guys. You watch that draft, there was almost 300,000 people at the draft. You think the NFL ain't booming right now? Business is booming for the NFL.
No doubt. When you were drafted here, when you were in the league, they were doing it in hotel ballrooms for crying out loud.
There were 17 rounds or something crazy like that.
What do you make?
On radio. It wasn't even on television. It was on radio, guys.
That's insane. That's insane. You brought up something that's interesting to me. And Shaska and I always talk about this. We don't get into the mock drafts on this show per se, because we don't know what's going on in the war rooms. We don't know what's going on in Santa Clara. We don't know what's going on in Kansas City. We don't know what's going on in Buffalo or New York and whatnot. How do, on the inside, being on the inside there, Herm, how did you guys always look at the mock drafts or what the experts said during the draft? Did you guys kind of just laugh at it? It's like, these guys have no clue what we're thinking about. Well, they're all slotting players. This guy's going to be perfect. This coach loves it. What do you guys think about all that?
Well, first of all, it's difficult for people outside the building to do these mock drafts. They're guessing. They're getting information from the people that cover the team, so they're just – and they do a fairly decent job. But at the end, you sit there and you go, we know this team better than anybody. We have more information than anybody, and we're going to stack our board, and it's going to look this way. And you don't get involved in that stuff. I mean, who would have imagined, and I said this when I was on the show last week, I said, don't be surprised. All these quarterbacks go in the first round. And they said, no way, Coach. I said, don't be surprised. I'm telling you, don't be surprised if these quarterbacks go. Because when you look at the league, half the league has a quarterback they like. The other half, not so much. There's some young quarterbacks coming out, and guess what you got to go do? You got to go get them now. And just say, you know what? I'm going to live with it. I'm going to at least try it, because the alternate is to go get a backup guy that I know that can't play, been in the league 4 or 5 years, he's not the guy. Why do I want that guy? I might as well go get a young guy and build my team around him to see if it works.
Herm, always a pleasure talking to you. We love you. One of our favorites, man. We love the insight. Ricky Pearsall, man. I think Niner fans are feeling good about him. And we're hoping, well, at least I'm hoping they keep Ayuk and Debo together and help this young kid out, Slick Rick, who's now the newest member of the 49ers. Thanks so much for the insight, Herm.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Anytime. Herm Edwards here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. A lot of good insights there. What's your big takeaway from what he said? Obviously, the press man is going to bother rookies coming into the league. He'll work on that bump and run. But I do believe with his quicks and quick wiggle, short area quickness, he'll be able to overcome that. But what's your other takeaway from Herm when it comes to Ricky Pearsall?
I always love to hear, and again, I'm not trying to pretend that I'm some elite coach, but when you talk to people that think alike like you when it comes to sports, and you'll ask them about a player, right? And they'll be like, I'm using a random kid's name. This isn't someone particular. Josh, what do you think of Josh? Ball player. He's a ball player. And you just get this look from a coach that you trust their evaluations. It's almost like the seal of approval. We're like, well, come on, me and him have been on a field so many times together. I get what they're saying. When he was talking about him and John Lynch and how they kind of think alike and how they're I told him you're going to like this guy.
Right.
Is it yes or no? Right. And he said yes. That to me was I get the language they're talking, because I do this with some of my other coaches where it's I'll tell my boy Jimbo, hey man, this kid over here, I'm telling you, he's a player, and it's like a stamp of approval. And even then, that doesn't mean you're diving in deep on the nuances of what they do well or whatever. It's just, is that the kind of guy you want on your team?
Right.
Right. And when I'm building out my roster and I look at the Niners currently, they have a bunch of guys who I would want on my team, right? They football first. Right. And Herm's talking about this guy loves football. Their whole team loves football. Purdy, Bosa, Warner, just go right down the list.
Football. Debo.
Trent, Debo.
Yeah, they're football
Ayuk,
players. They love it.
Maniacally obsessed with the game of football. And all the other stuff is kind of like BS. Football. I bet on people who are obsessed.
Right.
And so I love hearing that. To me, it was damn, I felt like I got the sample. That doesn't mean he's going to be good.
No, I'd rather bet on a player who loves the game as opposed to somebody who's, is about himself. Sure, he wants to win some games, but he wants his stats. He wants his touchdowns. And then later on, he's going to want his bag, as he deserves. You should want your bag in the NFL. It's a cutthroat business. But this guy does seem like to play football. And I want, this is why I want Ricky Pearsall. I want Ricky to be around Debo and Ayuk, to get more of that love. I want that contagious energy that Debo and Ayuk has when they step on that football field. They love to play football. I want Ricky around them. I don't want to move off of Debo. I don't want to move off of Ayuk. I don't want to do that. I want to keep Ricky with them, break him in slowly, because there will be a learning curve for Slick Rick. Let him learn with Debo. Let him learn with Juwan Jennings. Let him learn with Ayuk and get that dog in him. Get a little more dog in him. That's why I'm hesitant on moving these guys. I don't want to do it.
The other thing he said that I loved was that, yes, he works out of the slot, but you can put him in a lot of different positions.
Put him outside
to make plays.
Yep.
And versatility is extremely valuable to the Shanahan offense.
That's what I'm saying. You can move them but I want to keep them around. I want more options. I want the defense guessing.
This
defense is not going to know. Like in the NFC West, Seattle's loading up on D linemen. The Rams are loading up on D linemen. Arizona, I thought, had a good draft. They're going to be loading up here. We gotta get some playmakers, man. I need all the playmakers possible to cause headaches for Seattle, Arizona, and the Rams, because that's where it's going to start.
I just look at the short area quickness and being able to get open quickly being a very important factor for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is a rhythm, timing type of a guy. He's gonna pre-snap identify the matchup that he wants to attack. So the more amount of guys that you can get open quickly and who can make plays after catching the ball, yards after catch, like that lines in with exactly what Brock Purdy does. So to me, this is as much about Brock Purdy as it is about the player.
Yep. I agree.
I love it.
I agree. They're committing to Brock Purdy. They're committing to this offense here. I like this kid, but I like him a lot more with Debo and Brandon Ayuk. I'm going to make that clear. Ryan to San Bernardino. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, my guys, you guys are quickly becoming one of my favorite shows, my brother.
I appreciate that, man. San Bernardino. You know, I got love for SBJC. San Bernardino Junior College, baby. The Wolverines. Go Wolverines.
Hey, you guys just had Herm Edwards on the phone, so I wanted to say that I dialed to win the call. Anyway, I didn't know much about Brandon Ayuk before he got drafted. He came out of Arizona State, and I didn't know much about Pearsall either. The Niner fans I work with, the little threads I read online, everybody was kind of like in an uproar because I guess we reached a little bit. But who cares? Like, he looks like a good player to me. And I think that he'll be dynamic. I think he'll be good. And I think you guys are right. Like, everyone talks about Jaywan Jennings. He's great blocker. But at the end of the day, he's slow. He's not dynamic. And I think you guys are right. You put Debo, Ayuk, this guy in the slot ever so often. And I think we have something cooking there. But I want to ask you guys a question because I was talking about this yesterday with one of my buddies that's a Niner fan. You know how we workhorse Christian McCaffrey quite a bit? I wonder if you guys think Shanahan has been creative enough. Like, it's almost like they don't put Debo in the backfield no more. Like, they don't use him in a way where, like, I heard you earlier say, keep the defenses guessing. I feel like Shanahan could do better with, like, his personnel, because we have superstar personnel, to keep people guessing, but I think we're still kind of predictable in a way.
Interesting. Good call, Ryan.
I don't think they're predictable. No, I don't think they're predictable. I just think they'd like to run the ball. That's what they're going to do. And every now and then they're going to line up and try to smash the ball through your throat.
I do believe their drop-back passing game was a bit predictable.
Well, wouldn't this help?
Exactly.
So
this will help to create SOEIs if they're predictable.
Yeah.
Drop-back passing game, that aspect of the 49ers offense, it's a bit outdated. That needs a jolt.
Yeah.
That needs a little turbo boost or whatnot. So that's the one area where I think Kyle hasn't been as creative. In the run game, screen game, Kyle's great. Play action pass, all that stuff. But when you need a first down on 3rd and 8 and you drop back to pass, how creative can you get? We all know the slants and the drag routes are coming. But defenses started, especially in the playoffs, they were stacking the middle of the field, saying, throw it outside the numbers. That's where they need to get better.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. But Kyle's strength with this team is run the ball, play action, and it's not long developing plays in play action, but it's going to take a longer time for guys to get open off the play action stuff. I think their personnel wasn't a let's go 5 wide and pick you apart. That's just not what they are. This guy can hopefully help them get better at that area, which was a weakness.
Yep.
I'm also looking at like what they need, right? So 2nd round today, 3rd round today, and then 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th tomorrow. I'm looking at this. I got Jackson Powers Johnson still on the board. Zach Frazier still on the board. These are 2 centers. I got Cooper Beebe, the Kansas State guard, still on the board. Love him. Those are guys I like in that 2nd round area, 3rd round area. Cooper DeJean, obviously playmaker, defensive back. Would love to have him. You still have Adonai Mitchell, Jermaine Burton, Keon Coleman, Johnny Wilson. You got a lot of other wide receivers that are available. And then I got linebackers.
I'm not sure where Johnny Wilson fits with Shanahan. I don't know if he's a Shanahan type of wide receiver.
That I hear you. I just like him as a wild. I like him as a wild card.
No doubt. No,
I like big receivers.
I hear. Yeah. No, I don't know if Shanahan does.
And then I got 3 linebackers who I could see being in the mix because I like violent playmaking, instinctual linebackers. Those are my favorite. I like guys with unreal play speed. Maurice Liufau from Notre Dame is a freaking playmaker. Yeah. You know I love my Notre Dame players. This guy can play on the outside, inside.
Except for Mike McGlinchey.
Oh, no, I knew Mike McGlinchey was a big stiff. I mean, everybody knew Mike. They had Quentin Nelson that year. They should not have taken them. He's a playmaker.
I want to go back to
this. Is a sleeper playmaker that fits the Niner linebacker mold.
I want to go back to the creativity of Shanahan's offense. All right, hold on. I want to go back to the creativity of Shanahan's offense because outside the numbers, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm looking at Slick Rick here. And I want to get back to the prospects that are left on the board. We can do that. That's no problem. But can Slick Rick get outside the numbers? From some of the highlights I saw, some of the film that I saw, looked like he did some major damage outside the numbers. And that's one area where we talk about creativity, what Ryan and San Bernardino was talking about, creativity, outside the numbers. The Niners don't commit. Everything is between the hash marks, the numbers, and they dominate that area, and they do a lot of deception to create wide open pathways for Purdy to throw the ball over the middle of the field. But can you throw the ball outside the numbers? Fade routes, deep shots, vertical passing game. This guy can help.
Well, I think Juwan Jennings has been one of their better receivers at that kind of stuff.
Right.
Throwing outside. Chris Conley's caught a couple of, again, I know you're laughing, but he caught a couple of sideline balls. They don't have big
2 balls.
but I'm talking about the sideline passes.
Yeah,
they don't have big body guys who can use their shoulders to box someone out. And that's why, as I'm looking at these other receivers, I still think they're going to take another receiver. Like Jermaine Burton. This dude, Michael Gallup, Golden
Jermaine
Tate.
Burton, is that my guy from
Alabama? He played on 6 different schools, basically,
Alabama.
since high school till now.
He balled out last year.
You know, he's a bigger-bodied guy. Keon Coleman is a bigger-bodied guy. Like Adonai Mitchell, a bigger-bodied guy. I would add a bigger-bodied wide receiver to help offset one of those deficiencies. I think catch radius and being able to box out a corner on the sidelines, it only helps out your quarterback more.
Yeah.
I call those the chain movers. Like, you know, you look at DK Metcalf, and he's got the speed and all that, but you could throw it into a crowd, and he could just body everyone and apex a ball. They need that type of a receiver.
I don't know if they're going to go another receiver, though. They might be done.
They might
be done if they don't trade Deebo Samuel, which I hope they can't do. Purdy, I think Purdy can throw outside the numbers. Give him a shot to throw outside the numbers. Hey, you know, a lot of people, it didn't look pretty, but that's an area they're going to have to get better at. They're going to have to get better at throwing outside the numbers and deep down the football field. And hopefully Slick Rick does it. Let's go to Austin or Redwood City. Then we got Call of the Week coming up here on the roast. What up, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. Happy Friday, y'all.
Happy Friday, man.
I just want to say this. Thank you. I just want to say this, man. I kind of like the little draft pick we just did, man. I think it puts more pressure on Deebo than Brandon Ayuk because we got multiple wide receivers that can actually run routes. We got Ronnie Bell, which I think the guy that we just drafted is better than Ronnie Bell. We got Brandon Ayuk. We got Kittle. We got Jennings. It just puts more pressure on Deebo. I think this guy is a young Julian Edelman. I think he can become. What y'all think about that?
I wrote down when I was doing my little 10-minute study on him. I wrote down Edelman, Jerry Jeudy type, but Jerry Jeudy who actually caught the ball in college.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of Edelman because the whole white angle and Julian Edelman, Brandon Stokely.
Yeah, we can never compare a white guy to a black guy or a black guy to a white guy.
Give me a black slot receiver.
It's always got to be like little white guy reminds me of other little white guy.
Right? Yeah, why can't it be a black?
Like because when I saw like Cooper DeJean, everyone's like, he's the next Jason Sehorn.
Yeah,
I'm like, we don't have anyone else. Is there Adam Archuleta?
Right?
Is that's it? Those are the two white DBs.
Could it be a Minka Fitzpatrick? Could it be an Antoine Winfield Jr.? Like what I'm saying?
I look, just being honest here. Right. I thought McCaffrey suffered from some of this coming out.
Right, and I thought McCaffrey was my whole thing.
In terms of the perception not fitting the film.
Yeah, no, I thought McCaffrey was Reggie Bush. I was like, this guy's black. Forget white, forget black, forget Asian, forget all that stuff. This guy's a baller. He reminds me of some of the best black running backs of all time, especially in college football. By the way, Reggie Bush getting his Heisman back.
I like that. Right. I got 2 more linebackers here, B. By the end of the show, I got to get these names out on tape so that when we select them and they become superstars, I can say I told you so.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
UTEP, Tyrese Knight. I'm telling you, this guy from UTEP reminds me of Dre Greenlaw. Explosive sheds, wraps up over 140 tackles last year. Absolute playmaker. Nathaniel Watson, Mississippi State. I love the big splash play guys from the SEC. 137 tackles last year. I'm telling you, Leafau from Notre Dame, the UTEP linebacker, and the Mississippi State linebacker, they need to walk away with one of these linebackers on day 3.
Well, who I like is Jeremiah Trotter Jr. from Clemson, but I don't think he's in the mold. I don't think he's in the mold of what the Niners like to do defensively at the linebacker spot. He played a little bit in pass coverage, but I saw him stuffing the run a lot. He's a good blitzer. Jeremiah Trotter was a good linebacker for many, many years with the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, you got the bloodlines there with his son. He's very intriguing. Junior Colson from Michigan. Just knows how to play the game. They got a couple linebackers here from Michigan. Michael Barrett and Junior Colson. Not bad. They're in Michigan linebackers. They run that sophisticated scheme defense. That's what I look for. What defense are you running in college? Who's coaching you? What are you doing? Michael Penix Jr. was befuddled in that national championship game because of the concepts and everything Michigan does defensively. It did it to our boy Milroe from Alabama in the Rose Bowl. I thought there was no shot Michigan could slow down Alabama's offense. I was like, yeah, they're too small. It's not the Big Ten. The defense flies around and hits, and those linebackers, they play very well together. So I'd be happy with a Michigan linebacker. By the way, it's time for a call of the week.
Oh, call of the week.
Call of the week. Guess who it is? For the first time ever, it's TC in Sacramento. Let's go to TC in Sacramento. TC, what's happening?
Dude, if we trade IU for a top 15 pick, do we really trust Kyle and John to pick the right person? Bro, I don't. Do we really trust these dudes, bro? Say if we stumbled across 2 first-round picks, do we trust these dudes, bro, to make the right pick? No. BA needs to be back, dude. Brock needs that dude. Period, point blank. It's a lot of nice receivers. It's deep in this draft, bro. But we need to bring BA back and add to that. I don't trust Kyle and John, bro, to have 2 first-round picks, let alone our 31 pick to make the right pick, dog.
TC in Sacramento. TC in Sac. That's him. Call of the week. Right here as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco at Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line as well. Look, Slick Rick, when the pick was made, I said, oh, what the hell are the Niners doing? Then I warmed up to it, and then I watched this video with C.J. Stroud, the Rookie of the Year with the Houston Texans. Listen to his reaction when the Niners selected Slick Rick.
Niners with the 31st pick. The Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearsall.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good. Damn.
And that brings up a lot of questions about Debo and Brandon Ayuk as the Niners go Ricky Pearsall from Florida. Shocking in that that's the catch of the year right there, one-handed catch. He played with Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels for a season at Arizona State. He will be a 24-year-old rookie. He's kind of a slot guy. Nickname is Slick Rick. Over 2,400 yards in his career. Ricky Pearsall, the pick for the Niners.
How is he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4.41 with a 1.49 10-yard split.
He's nasty, bro.
Well, if you give him a free release, he gets open.
I don't care if you press him. You put on the Missouri game, they press man a lot, bro. It's just that, like that something like that. Yeah. Like Tank has it, like that. Just that little quick, little hezzy, like.
I literally wrote down rocker step. He has the same rocker step that Tank Dell has, where you go back, 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 and then he just takes the guy to the top of the route. Amazing hands. I mean, the only question with him is play strength. Like sometimes when corners get their hands on him, it can disrupt his routes. He's not that big. 6'1", 189. But that's it, man. I mean, amazing route runner. High-end deep speed. Tracks the ball exceptionally well. 3.6% career drop rate. Like, if his ball is catchable, he's catching it. So, for San Francisco 49ers, this lends me to believe he's more like Ayuk than he is Debo. Like if we think they're trading one of them, and that's obviously been the rumor, he is more to fill the Brandon Ayuk role in that offense than he would the Debo Samuel role. But in that offense, he's getting open.
Can I ask why? Like, did you meet this guy? Like, what is it about Ricky that you're this effusive in your praise?
I don't know what it is, man. I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver, like GOAT but I know routes when I see him. I know football players.
Well, you've played with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this
Exactly. So like when I watched him, like at first I was like, okay, he's good because I seen him at Arizona State, and then his first year at Florida was okay, but this last year, bro, he put it together. And bro, when I tell you, I don't know what like it's like Tank. Like you can't just put one. Like it's everything combined. Like I just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me. And I tell him, like, dang, they got Pearsall.
So he was talking about Tank Dell.
Tank Dell, his slot receiver.
Like, that's what he was saying compared. Like,
right.
If you try to, like, boil down why Tank Dell is good, like, it's not one thing. It's the whole package.
Yep.
And that's what he was talking about. He's like, you watch him run routes and things like that. It's very interesting. I mean, think of who he was throwing to at Ohio State.
I know. Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, they've got dudes. Now he's got dudes. Nico Collins. We didn't know about Nico Collins.
I had no idea. I didn't even know who Tank Dell was.
Right. No, nobody did. Just like I didn't know who Slick Rick was until last night. We did not spend more than 15 seconds on Slick Rick.
I brought him up on Wednesday to you, and I said, there's no way they'll take this guy, but I do like, because I went through the two smaller guys that I did like, and we both agreed, like, yeah, they're just not going to take that guy because they're looking for a replacement for Ayuk. And it's interesting, they thought in that video he was more of a replacement for Ayuk than Debo. People are going all over the place. Yeah. This is just my belief in building out a wide receiver room, and it's different from Shanahan's. Shanahan has his own philosophies. I like a big-bodied guy. I like a couple of route runners, and I like the small, little, tiny slot guy. I want body diversity on my wide receiver room.
Well, they've never really had.
Jennings is the closest.
Trent Taylor, Richie James Jr., but that's quintessential slot wide receiver.
Yeah.
The quintessential in and out your break, short area quickness. You want to run a dig route, perfect. You want to go in and out, run the pivot route, get outside the hash marks, boom. This guy does that. Like this guy, they haven't had that slot. It's just like McCaffrey. When I was clamoring for a running back, it's like a running back who can catch the ball off the backfield. The Niners hadn't really had that under Shanahan. They finally got it with Christian McCaffrey, a true 3-down back to where you got to be aware of him in the run and pass game.
History of the Niners, I don't think they've ever really had
that sick little slot receiver.
The small slot. They've had the big, like the Mike Sherrard and guys like that, Ed McCaffrey, that third tall, leaner, third wide receiver. I can't remember the tiny third wide receiver being productive.
They've had a speedster in Tankett Jr. in the slot.
Not
you know what I'm saying? But
I know, it's a totally different typecast.
It's different. So this is,
I'm with you.
This is interesting.
Who would even be close? Cedric Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, that's going 20 years.
And he wasn't good.
Years. Yeah, no, they haven't had this guy. I'm excited.
I guess you could say Gene Washington, but back then they didn't run 3 wide receiver sets. He was very different.
Slick Rick was not on my radar whatsoever. That's why leaning on the C.J. Strouds and leaning on the Steve Smiths, leaning on Herm Edwards, I think it's imperative for all of us here to get to know Slick Rick. We don't know how it's going to translate. He could be a bust. And boy, that would be tough for the 49ers being the first-round pick, considering who was on the board that we thought were ballers. But they identified this guy. They kept it quiet. They kept it hush-hush, which they've done a good job of. One thing Lynch and Shanahan don't get credit of, well, it just depends who you talk to. They keep things quiet. When they want something,
or if they want something told, they tell us specific mouthpieces.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I gotta.
As a thrower of the football, Brandon Allen.
You don't know Jack. You don't know Jack. It is time for You Don't Know Jack.
I don't know
Presented
Jack.
by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. This week, Bam Bam Mullins is in hot water for trying to pilot the Colorado Rockies team plane despite not knowing Jack about how to fly a plane.
Flying the plane to Toronto. Everybody here.
Is your first officer?
Another officer.
And he's nervous.
I'm landing this tonight.
Are you landing it?
I'm going to land the plane tonight.
Yep.
So relax.
Okay, we're really relaxed. Yes. What altitude are we at, Captain?
35,000 feet.
Okay.
They let him sit in the plane.
And now they're in trouble.
Yeah. This isn't like a little kid going to the cockpit.
While the plane was in the air?
Yes.
Yeah.
They did have the co-pilot sitting right next to him, but yeah, he was in the pilot seat of the plane.
It seemed a little like he had a couple cocktails.
An inebriation sensation.
Like Shanahan at Media Day.
Shanahan was in a good mood yesterday wearing his red tie. Shanahan looks like he's been getting good sleep. You didn't see the bags under the eyes or anything like that. Looked like he was in a good mood.
2 months in the bunker. Eating ice cream after that loss to the Super Bowl will do to you.
Antonio, we'll get to you after the break. We'll get to you right before we get to Benjamin Albright. That's for sure. That's coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Big Ball. By the way, that was You Don't Know Jack, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. I need to go by Jack soon. I need to get me another breakfast burrito. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls plus Benjamin Albright as we continue to break down the NFL draft. You're in and out on Slick Rick, 888-957-9570. What do you think about the pick? And what do you think about the Niners still being rumored to move Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk? That is still apparently on the table. Don't go anywhere, folks. More coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Megadeth. Destroy. because we, we'll always listen and we have, but we like our group as it stands.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, real quick, let's get to Antonio in Oakland. His thoughts on Slick Rick. What up, Antonio? Long time no talk. What's up, baby?
Man, that was pretty good. It was a very surprising pick. I think the Chiefs traded up in front of us because they thought we were going to get the guy they got. But this guy, he can run routes, man. He can do a lot of versatile things, man. So, and he's already a old rookie. He'll be 24 by the time the season starts. So he's kind of like Trace Jackson Davis-esque a little bit in that regard. But I think, man, I do want him to learn from Debo and Ayuk for a season or so. And, I don't want to trade those guys, just like you said. Because those guys are pros, man. Like, then they can teach him some more tricks of the trade. So, like I said, this pick is good, man. He got some return ability, too, and that's the area we struggled in. So, hey, I like the pick.
There it is. Antonio, he loves the pick. Ricky Pearsall.
Say what you just said in my ear.
No, don't do that. Ricky Pearsall, don't do that. Antonio.
No, I'm just saying Antonio in Oakland just loves every single player in the history of Bay Area sports, and I love it.
He's a positive fan.
He's positive.
He's the one.
Yeah, he doesn't think negative like you, Joe Shasky.
What are you talking about?
Just wanted to rile you up. You got something. What are you talking about? Positivity. That's what fandom's about, right? Benjamin Albright. Does he feel positive about Bo Nix being number 12 overall? We'll get to that. KOA Radio in Colorado on Main Man, Big Ben, the master roaster. What's happening, Big Ben?
Hey, man, you guys know I love you like Kyle Shanahan loves white skill position players. Congratulations on drafting Yak Harlow there. I'm looking forward to seeing how he works out.
Hey, Yak Harlow, he might be a player, though. Like, I'm not going to lie. When they drafted him yesterday, Ben, I said, my daughter was in the room. She's only 3. I let out a couple F-bombs. Like, what the heck? You had the Texas guy up there, Mitchell, but then you start listening to C.J. Stroud, Steve Smith. We just had Herm Edwards on, and I wore myself up to it as long as Ayuk and Debo are part of the equation. What'd you have Ricky Pearsall at on your big board?
I had a pretty high. I really like him a lot, and I'll tell you what, like he's a great football player, but he's more athlete than football player right now. And if you really want to get an idea of what he brings to the table, don't watch the tape on him in football. Go watch the basketball videos of this dude playing. He is a phenomenal athlete. So you're going to have a lot of fun watching him out there on the field showcasing that athleticism.
Maybe the Warriors could use him. I mean, jeez. I'm Bonte Hill, and we got Pretty Ricky coming on the postgame show.
We got Slick Rick, Ricky Pearsall. Hey, talk about your athletic ability. 42-inch vertical.
What's going on? Like, you're tapped in on all these things. I mean, nobody has better insight than you. There's a lot of rhetoric just locally. Ayuk. I mean, these are the reporters that are covering the team on a daily basis. Ayuk on the block. They're fielding calls. And then all of a sudden yesterday, Debo's on the block. What's real? What's not? What do you think is happening right now?
What I think is happening is they want to get cheaper in the wide receiver room, and that's an economic reality in the NFL. It's difficult to field a quality team while paying 2 receivers, at a high level. It can be done, but it's difficult to do. And so if you're going to do that, you need to explore all your options. Is this the best move for the football team? Can we maybe recoup some draft capital, get a little cheaper here, spread the money somewhere else? We got to prepare for a Brock Purdy contract coming up a couple of years. So it's going to be, it's one of those situations where you're just trying to get the lay of the land and get your options. And teams have been calling. The Steelers called about Ayuk and Debo. I mean, you've had the Jags call, the Colts call. You've had teams calling about it. So it's incumbent on you as a team to do the best business decisions for your team that you can. You got to take those calls. You got to listen to them. And if the right offer is there, you got to take it.
Is the league higher on Ayuk than Debo? Because Debo's so unique in the way that he plays the game of football as opposed to Ayuk. What is the league higher on? Like Pittsburgh, for example. Were they higher on Ayuk or Debo?
Well, see, it's funny you mentioned them because I would say they're the one team that's on Debo. I know they called about Ayuk, but like Arthur Smith with Debo, with that kind of Cordarrelle Patterson, that hybrid running back wide receiver role that they can move him out to the slot and everything else. It kind of creates that for him. Brandon Ayuk would be the higher rated receiver by most teams. He's just a better receiver overall. I would say Debo's a better athlete, and I would say Ayuk is a better receiver.
So, given the amount of dead money, if they were to move Debo, do you think he's likely to get traded today?
I don't know that either's likely to get traded today. I just think the Niners are exploring the options. I think they're listening to everything and kind of, get the pulse and the lay of the land. And that's what responsible general managers do. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't cost you anything to take phone calls. It doesn't cost you anything to listen. And then you sort of know where the lay of the land is. And then as you get through the off season and you see teams maybe have some injuries or some other things happen, all of a sudden you're like, well, you know what? Maybe we can leverage this to our advantage for the next draft. So I think right now it's more exploratory. If I doubt anything gets done today. I know the Patriots, and all that kind of stuff. I doubt anything gets done today, though.
Wow. Yeah, I would love to see them keep Ayuk, Debo, and bring in Slick Rick and have them learn from them. I think that 3-wide set would be nasty. Juwan Jennings obviously is a factor in this equation. You still have Kittle and McCaffrey. Why not add more playmakers instead of subtracting one? And you could maybe hold off on the financials until next year, especially when it comes to Debo. Now, you got to pay Ayuk right away. You're not getting around that, but maybe if you want to move off of Debo, you could do that next year. Overall, Benjamin, what's your overall thoughts on the draft? 14 offensive players taken with the first 14 picks. That's an NFL record. 6 quarterbacks go to top 12. That hasn't happened since 1983. What's your overall thoughts on the first round and how it played out yesterday?
Well, definitely offensive heavy. Teams that wanted defensive players certainly kind of lucked out as they had a ball to them. Look at the Eagles. Had a guy that they were going to trade up for fall in their lap and not give up draft capital. So, the NFC, again, side eye on the Eagles and shaking their heads. But, the league is thirsty for quarterbacks, and teams love overdrafting quarterbacks more than Mike Silver loves Hugh Jackson. So, I think that at the end of the day, you're always going to see guys get pushed up. You're going to see guys get pushed up maybe more than they should. I know the Penix thing shocked everybody. I mean, here in Denver, it shocked that they did not see that coming. They did not see it coming. So, I think end of the day, we have to prepare for the future being quarterbacks are just going to be overdrafted and teams will talk themselves into a belief in a guy and, you hope it works out for them. But statistically, doesn't matter how many quarterbacks are drafted in the first, statistically, 2 of them are going to work out and the rest are going to bust.
You've been in this industry a long time. And I just want to know, if we're being fully transparent, do you believe, because I have this hypothesis, this is going to sound insane, that certain people are used because they're, they want to write anything they hear. Certain reporters, certain sources or whatever are used to put stuff out into the ethos to be able to create misdirection. Whether we want them to think we're trading this guy, but we're really going to draft that guy and keep everyone off the scent. How often does that happen?
It happens quite often. Teams are trying for any edge or advantage they have. And, as somebody who's working in the industry, you got to kind of work those relationships as best you can. You got to try to learn to parse the difference, and you have to make it known that, hey, you make me look bad, then there's no relation. You're not getting anything out of me going forward. So you have to provide value in an effort to keep them providing value to you. I know one of the national guys, one of the main national guys who was on TV, last night, all that kind of stuff. We had a conversation this morning, and he was talking about that. He was talking about Sean Payton straight came and told him we would trade Pat Surtain to go up and get J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy was QB5 on their board. They weren't even trying. That was not even a thing. All this kind of stuff. And he admitted it after, but he came up and told that guy that. And that guy didn't run it on the air, but he could have, and so that was one of those things that, you kind of have to learn to parse the difference and look at this stuff. Teams will lie to reporters. They will do it. They'll lie to the fans.
Yeah, we feel like there's a reporter out here in the Bay Area who's getting run around and he's tweeting things nonstop about this guy. Kind of can't read his stuff here. So Bo Nix falls into Denver, and you were all over it because we all follow you on Twitter. And you were all over Bo Nix. Why did Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos fall in love with Bo Nix? Because we have different opinions on Bo Nix on whether or not he could be elite at the next level. Why were the Broncos so high on Bo Nix and obviously selecting him 12 overall?
Well, first of all, that coded message wasn't my most clever work. Somebody caught me this year. I've coded the draft pick every year for the last 6 years, and somebody finally caught me this year, so I had to fess up. But about 5 hours before the draft. But why were they on Nix? I talked to Dan Lanning, the head coach at Oregon there, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago, and he said Bo's a supercomputer. He's going to remember everything you throw at him. Doesn't matter what you throw at him, he's going to remember it. The question is, him going out there and executing and all that kind of stuff. And, he wasn't asked to do certain things at Oregon, but that doesn't necessarily mean he can't do it.
Right.
I think they went up there and they said, look, this guy's got a ton of starts, 61 starts in college football, which is a record. He's got a ton of experience. He comes in here. He's a no-nonsense football guy. He's already married. I mean, he's 24 years old. He's already married, all that kind of stuff. We don't have to worry about it in the off field. He's got the brain to be able to handle it. He's got the tools. Now, can we turn him into what it is that we need to turn him into? And, I think they can. I think he compares more favorably to a like a Derek Carr than anything else, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sean Payton with Derek Carr could probably win you some playoff games. So, at the end of the day, I think that I don't know that he's going to be a game breaker. He's never going to go toe to toe with Mahomes as a top quarterback in the league, but will he be a starter in this league for 8 years? Sure.
Yeah, Benjamin, my particular opinion, I've hated Sean Payton for a long time. I think he's the Doc Rivers of the NFL. He won a championship a millennium ago, and he's been feasting off it ever since, and I find him to be insufferable. He's trying to rewrite history, too, with we were going to take Patrick Mahomes right after the...
Oh, my God,
dog, then you didn't do it. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And to be fair, I feel the same way about him. At the end of the day, I think he's a good coach. I don't think he's a great one. He got dragged to one Super Bowl by a top 5 Hall of Fame quarterback, and then he quit on his team after he ran up the credit card in 2021 to the point where they couldn't get a replacement for him, and the credit card was maxed out. And, I think he's a good coach, but I think he's the John Fox of offense. He's a guy who's good enough to get you there, but he's not going to. He's not going to do much more than it. So, and I think there is revision. I know there's revisionist history with the Mahomes stuff, but which everybody does. Because I remember, I believe it or not, that was one I was dead on. I mean, I loved Mahomes. I was like, this guy, he could be the next Favre, which I was underselling at that point. And I remember everybody who loved Mahomes that didn't back then. And how that has changed now. That's not to say I've made mistakes. I was all over Paxton Lynch, and that guy was a bum. But right. At the end of the day, I think the revisionist stuff on Mahomes, they need to leave that alone because there's so many people that know better.
No doubt. Even with John Lynch, it's like, hey, we're at Mahomes Pro Day, and I told Kyle, hey, look. This guy we may want to rewrite our draft points. Probably just better than left unsaid.
Say that.
Yeah, let's not do that there. Who's the best available here in round number 2? Is round 2? What are we going to see happen here? There's some good names on the board here as we start round 2 today, 4:00 West Coast time.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting names out there. I mean, you've got the huge tackle out of Houston, Patrick Paul. You got Cooper DeJean. I expect DeJean to wind up in Washington. We'll see if that works out. You get the wide receiver out of Oregon, Troy Franklin. Yep. I think he's going to the Bills. We'll see. Joe Brady recruited him back when he was in high school. Of course, the offensive coordinator at the Bills. So we'll see if that works out. There's one guy that's slipping right now. People keep asking me questions about that, and Mitchell.
Yeah, what's up?
I think he's going to keep slipping. He's a diabetic, and he doesn't exactly manage that very well. And I think teams are concerned about that. So I think you can see him continue to slip a little bit.
Wow.
I'd love to get him late second round.
We got some doctors out here in the Bay Area can help him out. We'll get some 24-hour treatment for him.
If you had to get,
we're good.
If you had, based off the intel that you've gotten, if you had to guess a little here, quiet day for the Niners? You think they're wheeling and dealing? Because I wanted to see them walk away with 3 or 4 players, first, second, and third round. And it just, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do here. I thought they'd be a little more active.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got some targets that are their guys. I think that's what they're going to be doing. You see a little bit of movement, but I don't know about the number, the volume, like the number of guys, strictly because they just don't have the open roster space. So, if you're burning picks on taking a bunch of guys that aren't going to make the squad, what are you doing to begin with? I think you'll see some moves. They'll have a concentrated group of guys they like, and then I think you'll see them try to move some picks into next year and keep the capital rolling forward.
Benjamin, keep up the great work,
man.
Always love following you, man. You're always good to us here on the Morning Roast, man. KOA Radio in Colorado. Benjamin Albright, plugged in on all things NFL, Broncos. It doesn't matter. He's plugged in. Ben, have a good weekend, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
You guys as well.
Absolutely. Benjamin Albright, man, he's really tapped in and really good. And I love how he always takes his little shot at the silver medalist. And so it's always fun. It's always good.
It's always fun game.
Always fun game.
I'll never forget coming out of the Super Bowl and seeing the frantic beat reporters for the Niners.
How do I get downstairs?
Where do we go?
Hey,
and Vontae's like, I don't care. We just lost.
No, I just said, bro, I don't know.
You were so angry.
But it was just like, now you guys are talking to us.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, now you guys speak.
I'm telling you, bro. It's you, it's me, it's Benjamin Albright, and it's Mike Florio. And we're just fighting the good fight.
Right, dude.
Just fighting. We've got our little army.
Hey, dude, we do have
We have our little army.
We do have our army.
We'll bring Duke and San Francisco with us.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
We got Flem.
And you already forgot about Flem.
Come on.
That's our real point guard right there.
Flem is so reliable. You don't forget about. He's the guy that comes in and saves the day at the end.
And he's tapped in. He was listening to that whole Florio segment, too.
Absolutely.
He's probably listening to us, Jack.
So
Shasky won't even touch Slick Rick's last name. I noticed that all day long.
What?
Slick Rick. Because I said Pearsall.
Pearsall.
Pearson.
I know. Shasky stayed away from it.
The head coach
so long. I didn't want it. And I've been saying Slick Rick, Pretty Ricky.
That's Pierce. Pearson is Drew Pearson, but anyway.
Pearsall.
Pearsall.
Sam Lubman. Lubman.
Go ahead, Sam.
Close enough.
Like your peers know all. Pearsall.
Get in, Sam. I thought you were about to say something.
Pearsall?
Oh, Pearsall.
Yeah.
So like honestly,
Ricky
I got a lot of love for you too.
we have to bring Brian in Palo Alto with us if we had an army, right?
Oh gosh,
you got to have one guy who's
he wouldn't fight.
He's calling in airstrikes.
No, he wouldn't.
No, he's the guy that represents us if we have like a grievance for like a manager or something. We send him in. He'll deal with that real quick.
Yeah.
He's the lawyer.
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
But in the foxhole, he's sitting there. Bonte Blitz, I
told you coming in here was a bad idea.
I just don't think we have it. I don't think we have it. I think we're done. We're done.
Draymond's shot, he's got nothing.
And then I straight up Tommy Pham him. Like, get your head in the game.
Can you find me the Draymond shot? He's got nothing left. Drop, just please. It's somewhere in the system.
There's certain drops I got to go through like whole show.
What was that?
And they went on to win.
That was the championship season.
That was the championship season. Sorry, guys. Draymond's got nothing left.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
It was the greatest. He said it with such clarity, and I agreed with him. And I was wrong.
BPA war. Kyle Kelly. I think we should just surrender, guys. That would. I just don't think this gun's gonna work. I don't think this AK is gonna. I don't believe in it.
I spoke with OSHA, and they don't like this foxhole.
I spoke with.
I'm not scared.
OSHA drop. Come on.
Look, we've agreed on what we're going to do as our battle strategy. Okay, we're just about to break and go, and right as we're about to leave, Matt Hegan decides he wants to give us a new blueprint as to what we should be doing.
Look. Not like getting a text from Matt Hegan 5 minutes before our show. We'd have done show calls. We'd have prepped. We'd have talked. 5 minutes before show. Guys, I'm thinking like this as I'm driving in. What if we did this? And then we don't do it. And then Steiny wants to play ball.
To bring it behind the curtains real quick, apparently that Caleb Williams suggestion was Evan Giddings.
Oh, I love
that.
Oh,
he had it like 2 days ago.
Here's my favorite. The other foxhole just as alongside of us is Steiny going, I don't know what we're going to do today.
Oh, I would not be in a foxhole. No disrespect to Matthew Steinmetz. I would not want him in my foxhole.
Could you imagine him?
I wouldn't even know if I want you in my foxhole, knowing that you snitch all the time.
What does that have to do with being in a foxhole?
Yeah, it's true. You may want to, but no. This is why.
That means I've got intel on the other side.
Will never die.
That is true. I need you in a foxhole, Shasky. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Steiny, not so much.
Who would be the biggest turncoat at the station?
Come on. I'm being a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D. You ready to unload on me?
Oh my gosh, pause. Pause. No, Diddy, Jesus Christ.
Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
Gosh. Oh my God.
So Ricky,
you play the first two
more
over?
like me than you think you are.
Ricky Pearsall is at a strip club tonight. That's not unprofessional.
No, it's not
over at Dancers on Friday night? Come on.
Hey, Cheetahs in Campbell? Isn't that where
he's from Florida.
He is from Florida. Oh yeah,
they're saying that BPA is the fall guy. You run him out to find out where all the landmines are.
This is what I true story here. This is true. I started warming up to Slick Rick when I looked at Twitter, and I got a reply from BPA, and he goes, "It's an awful pick, guys, and a starting wide receiver in the NFL." I said, "You know what? We may have something here." What is it? No D?
I'll be in a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D.
Unload on them?
Oh my God.
Oh God.
You ready to unload on me?
Oh.
We go down the tough roads, Donnie. Toyota Tundra. See, I got this photogenic memory. It's photographic. I did that on
with
purpose.
the Florio.
Dude, That's worse than that's worse than Le'Veon Bell on Cam and Mace talking about, when Kelsey and Andy Reid called me, man, I was out there foaming at the mouth. And they were like, Cam's like, yo, dude, I'll let you go on. This is getting out of control, dude. This is out of pocket, man.
I'm good now.
I didn't take off my jacket, dude. I'm getting hot.
Hey,
888-957. I say I can.
Tell him I said hi.
I did not tell him you said hi.
What you mean you not done? You are done.
I'm sorry. It's Friday. Thank God.
I was listening to some of these guru drops when his voice went out, and I couldn't not think of. You guys see what they're doing now on Hulu, right? They're doing the Clippers Doc.
Oh my God!
Donald Sterling and Lawrence Fishburne's being Doc Rivers.
This is Doc Rivers with the hairline.
Where's
and
Goo?
everything.
He should have been casted.
Dude, V. Stiviano, they have a whole thing with her. I watched that thing and I said, oh my God. This is actually going to be 5 or 6 episodes.
Ed O'Neill actually pulls off a Donald Sterling surprisingly well.
So you know what I did then? I went and I researched all of the Donald Sterling V. Stiviano stuff. You want to talk about some of the funniest comments of all time. When he was talking about Magic Johnson, I mean, you want to talk...
with Anderson Cooper?
Oh my God. Donald Sterling is a horrible human being. I mean, we already knew this, but it was triply confirmed.
Triple confirmed.
And then she was like, the comments she was making... You're his what?
It's a wrap.
I can't wait for that show. It's going to be unbelievable.
So what I want next, if FX is going to do something, they have to do the punch. In the words of Guru, we got to go Hawaiian.
No. We're not
I want to see it.
No.
Who's playing Draymond Green?
Listen.
Who's playing Jordan Poole?
No, why would you put that out there to eat those? We're in good... Right now, we're on good steady with the Warriors.
20 years from now. 20 years from now.
Yes.
20 years from now.
25.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
25 years from now, okay? All right? Not next year. Why would you even bring that up? We're in good steady with the Warriors.
If you're going to do the V. Stiviano,
Shasky, you're going to get me in trouble.
Who's playing Chris Paul? Is Cliff Paul playing Chris Paul?
Shasky, you're going to get me in trouble. I'm now convinced you got me yelled at by Draymond.
Shocked you talking to me.
100%.
100%.
100%. Always comes back.
We saw the punch. We don't need a narrator right now. We don't even need to go there. Don't even go there.
That is, honest to God, the best line Guru ever uttered. I hate to go Hawaiian.
I was just driving around.
Go to the punch.
Dude, Shasky. I was just driving.
It was great.
And he was with Evan Giddings that day.
It was the delivery.
He was with Evan Giddings. He goes, I hate to go Hawaiian on you. And I was like, what the hell is he talking about, right? And he goes, I hate to go Hawaiian on you, but I got to bring it back to the punch.
See, if it was Steiny, he would have gone Hawaiian, and then I got to bring it back to the lay.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Bro, when Guru said that he was with Evan, I was at a stoplight. I said, wait a minute. Did this guy really connect Hawaiian punch?
He did.
The fruit drink?
He did.
With what happened at Chase Center? It was genius.
It was. He's one of the, what do they call it? Ghost Riders for Drake. Absolutely. There's no question in my mind.
Oh, man.
We do get a little goofy. The 4th hour of the Friday show should just be called the happy hour.
No, you get goofy. Don't put me in the spot.
Dude, Spadoni's played 6 drops in a row that
because you're out of control right now.
Amazing.
I've been trying to get it back to the draft, and you get goofy. Who left
the window open? Now back to the draft. It's Guru and Steiny.
No, listen. We get these show meetings, right? And I'll pull the curtain back for people out there listening. And we'll be in a meeting, and Shasky's just like, we're just all exhausted. We get exhausted. It's like, we. That's the only time it's we.
Yeah.
Everything else is I. And then it becomes we're tired. No, you're tired.
Team. Together, everyone achieves more.
I'm going to be selfish in this. You get tired and you lose focus. And I just start laughing.
They're saying that Terry Crews is playing Draymond.
Oh, good. No.
Mike Epps plays Jordan Poole.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only time I actually met with him was during the Senior Bowl. when you're kind of doing like the little speed dating meetings. So that's really the only time I really got to talk to them. But as far as that, I didn't really have too much conversation and contact with them. My agent was trying to contact them leading up, obviously, to the draft day. But as far as serious interest, I don't think that I was aware of this. No.
John Lynch, why did you guys make the pick?
We know we do well when we have consensus in our group, and that's from scouting, coaching, R&D, and we really had that with Ricky. He's a guy who throughout the process we liked early, and it kept getting stronger. And does a lot of things well, does a lot of the things we covet at that position well. And we believe we have a real strong group there, and we wanted to add another player. And, Ricky is a very versatile player and also has some punt return value that, we think will come in handy. So just felt like it was the right guy at the right time, and really excited about it.
I just, there's some of those sound bites you listen. And then you look at the YouTube chat, or you look at the mobile text line.
My personal text phone is blowing up. Shout out Keegan!
And by the way, we definitely have the horniest show. We have nothing but horny individuals that work with this show, that listen to this show.
Why do you say that? Spadoni?
I didn't say anything. I would pause on that. Certain shows hear that.
Well, there is a guy who...
Off air, I will say.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Off air?
There is a guy who every single time I go, and there happens to be, when you're scrolling through and it random people that you don't follow pull up.
Right.
Someone always seems to be liking specific kinds of IG models on the IG algorithm.
You talk about yourself?
I muted all those accounts and stopped following them.
No, oh, really?
Had to.
Oh, really?
Had to.
Oh,
it's for my site.
You had to have known that going in. You never follow and like. Come on.
But somebody I know.
Can like it, but don't like it.
Somebody I know is not following, but somebody I know is liking. We caught them. I see the names. I go, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. When you double tap it, you be like, what the hell did I just...
How do I undouble tap?
Can't do it fast enough.
Can I single tap to undouble tap?
You just tap.
You think Niner fans...
Why would you ask?
I don't even know where to... I'm done. I'm done for the week.
Stop. Listen to you. It's nice to be back.
Dude, I'm done. Can Steiny Guru could just come in and start their show right now. They can just come in and start their show right now. Please.
If the NFL wanted to go 24 hours on the draft...
They could.
In the middle of the night, it would get record viewing, wouldn't it? If they said, we're starting our draft at 2:30 in the morning, okay, we would break all 2:30 in the morning programming of all time.
There were still thousands of people almost at midnight there yesterday.
So here's another question.
75,000 people.
Yeah.
They're going to break the 3-day record.
Am I tripping for saying I love the Bay? I think we love sports. I don't think we would be out in that full force if 275,000 at a draft event.
Chance.
I just don't. I don't think we can pull it off.
Yeah,
I just think to do what? To stand there?
Yeah, I don't.
We're like, nah. Are you serving drinks?
Michigan lives and dies. Remember, we guys had Jamel Hill on, Michigan native. She said they live and die football.
Yeah, it's just different out there.
Yeah,
it's different. By the way, you were talking to Ben. You brought this up a couple times. How Sean Payton said, "I had to name Mahomes on a piece of paper."
It's just.
But this is how crazy the NFL draft works. Ari Marav, my sports update. He tweets a lot. He's a big boy. I see Adam Schefter retweeting him all the time. I want to get your thoughts on this story. This is crazy how the draft works. You just never know what happens. NFL draft story that shaped up the NFL today. So the Chiefs in 2016 were picking at number 28. And the reason why it jogged my memory, because Benjamin Albright brought this name up. Chiefs were picking at 28 in 2016 and had interest in Memphis quarterback Paxton Lynch. However, the Broncos traded up to 26 and drafted him. Denver gave up picks 31 and 94 to do the trade. Now, the Chiefs would have had an extra third-round pick, number 91, to offer in a trade-up for Paxton Lynch. But the NFL took it away for tampering in free agency with Jeremy Maclin.
Oh, my God.
Now, Lynch's agent confirmed the next day that the Chiefs and Cowboys were the other two teams trying to move up to draft him. As a result, Kansas City then traded out of 28 and down to 37. And with that pick, they selected Chris Jones. The next year, still looking for a quarterback, the Chiefs traded up from 27 to 10. With that pick, they selected Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
They went from having interest and wanted to select Paxton Lynch, and it ended up with Chris Jones and Patrick Mahomes. So they ended up, as Benjamin Albright said, boy, Paxton Lynch was a bum, to having 2 Hall of Famers, one on each side of the football.
Can we acknowledge that?
Lucky us.
I think Paxton Lynch, although not good at all, would have been better than not good at all with Andy Reid.
Yeah.
That's how good Andy Reid is. You and I were having this conversation yesterday, and I feel the same way. I think a lot of cities feel this way about Shanahan.
Chris Jones, though.
I know, but hear me out. I think a lot of cities feel this way about Shanahan, and I know we lose our minds about Shanahan. If I told you Patrick Mahomes, highest paid player in Kansas City, and I said this because he just got a new deal, and he's the highest paid NFL coach, second highest paid player. I don't even know if this is true because we don't know the exact amount. If I said Andy Reid made more than the second highest paid player on the Chiefs, don't you think most people would say, yeah, that's probably right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so let's play that. Let's play that out. 25 other cities probably say that about Shanahan. Maybe. Whoever your highest paid player is, if he was number 2, we would all agree.
I think Reid is more universally loved than Shanahan, and I think there's a lot more people that still think Shanahan is overrated. So the entire Atlanta Falcons community believes Shanahan's overrated. Philadelphia, we know from Howard Eskin, Philly Zoo is always talking about. He was like, man, the Niners should fire Shanahan and just hire DeMeco Ryans as the head coach. That's how Philadelphia feels. I bet you there's more cities that's like,
really?
Like LA Ram fans are probably like, we got McVay, we got a Super Bowl, we'd rather have.
So if I did the same exercise with McVay around the league, you think McVay would get more love than Shanahan?
Because of that Super Bowl.
Wow. I think they're so close.
And because I think McVay's a little more personable.
That I don't disagree with.
So
yeah.
I think
he's a little more likable.
That does matter.
Okay.
Which I'm not trying to knock Shanahan whatsoever.
But do you see the difference? Like, okay, Xavier Worthy, who if the Niners took Xavier Worthy, the reception from Niner fans would be different than Xavier Worthy went to the Chiefs. Oh my God, the Chiefs.
You know why? Because we've seen Andy Reid work with these type of skill sets.
But he's had a lot of bust receivers,
he has, but he also had Deshaun Jackson,
like
Jeremy
Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a crappy pick.
It was a crappy pick. He's still on the team, though.
No, I know, but I'm saying like relative to what your expectations were.
Yeah, but we know Patrick Mahomes.
Agreed.
We know the way he spreads out the system, or spreads out his offense, Andy Reid, that is. And we've seen him do it with playmakers over and over and over and over and over again. Whether it's Philadelphia or Kansas City, we just know, like, damn, they got Hollywood and they have Xavier Worthy, all that speed on the field. Because we know Andy Reid knows what to do with them, with those type of players.
So does Kyle.
But we haven't seen it with Kyle yet, with those type of players, like Xavier Worthy.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if he identifies someone, I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt that we should believe him.
But you asked the question why we all went crazy over Xavier Worthy with Kansas City as opposed to, because we've seen Andy Reid work with those type of players. True. Shanahan, we were just talking about it.
True.
We haven't seen anybody like Ricky in the Shanahan offense yet.
No, he's pretty.
They tried Richie James Jr. He had the one game on Thursday Night Football, but nobody played. Now he's been on 2 other teams.
Yeah, and he won a Super Bowl.
And he won a Super Bowl in Kansas City. All right, fast 5. We made it. Wet just texted, Shasky definitely got Dre mad at you. We should mob on Shasky. No, he didn't.
It's always fun game.
Best thing that ever happened to your career.
No, it's not. It's not.
My final thought is this. Some may look down at some of their worst performances and shake their head. Some of our best work is our worst work. I think the last 20 minutes is indicative of that.
Oh, my gosh.
No, but in all realness, I love the pick, and I think he's going to be awesome. I still believe that the Niners, again, this might not age well at all. I believe that the Niners are going to trade one of these receivers, and I think they're going to have 3 picks in the second and third round somehow. And I want them to go get a center. I want them to go get another wide receiver, and I want them to go get a secondary player, and then draft one of my 3 linebackers on Saturday.
My final thought. Please do not trade Debo or Brandon Ayuk. Let's run it back with Slick Rick. Let's go. Do not trade these guys today. Please do not trade them. By Monday, if they do trade them, I talk myself into the trade and say, yeah, let's Shanahan geniuses. But as of now, I do not want Ayuk or Debo. I want them in red and gold next year, one wearing number 1, one wearing number 11. Let's go.
Yeah, go listen to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys and hear my conversation with Jordan Hicks. It's pretty good. It's only 15 minutes. I asked him what's his secret to throwing over 100 miles an hour, and you're going to want to hear his answer.
Did you ask him about food?
I did ask him about food.
What is he like?
Well, you have to listen and find out.
Maybe garlic fries. There you go. My final thought. Who the hell does D'Angelo freaking Russell think he is, going over in a playoff game in a must-win and sitting away from the bench? You are not LeBron James. You are not Anthony Davis. You're not Klay Thompson. You're D'Angelo Russell. You're a nobody. You're a snitch. Gutless performance from a gutless team.
So is that who we're crucifying, Laker?
Yeah, like Charles Barkley says, somebody's always got to get thrown under the bus.
Yes.
How about LeBron James yesterday at the podium? It's just basketball at the end of the day.
Because he knows where he's going this offseason.
He quit. He quit that second half. Quit again. Like the Labacle when he was with the Cavaliers against Boston. Game 5. Remember that one? That's when I was heavy. That's when I was writing tough for LeBron James. And he did that, and I was like, all right, this freaking guy. Then I jumped back on the bandwagon when he was the Heatles. Then I jumped off when he started going against the Warriors.
And you'll jump right back on when he comes to the Warriors.
You beat me to it by 1 second.
Dude, did I?
I was going to say the exact same thing.
We all know.
For the love of God, if there's a basketball god out there, a sports god out there.
There's going to be a cap right
and
there.
I know Uncle Joe Lacob. I know he loves the big names. Uncle Joe, I know you love the big names. But please, for the sanity of many of us.
Here comes a lie.
Don't bring LeBron James in the Bay Area. We don't need that.
You don't even believe what you're saying.
Where's the drop of Lacob
Cap
saying?
meter is going off.
Where's
big time
the
right now.
drop of Joe Lacob saying, would it be cool if Steph had 5 and LeBron had 4? Let's stick to that.
Bruce Bochy's hat looks small compared to your cap.
Well, you guys know what state that Bronny James is probably going to be playing in.
Where?
Duquesne University. Potentially. That's what the rumors are. That's in Pennsylvania.
Philadelphia 76ers?
Potentially him and Joel Embiid.
Kate and Braun hanging out
Eastern
together?
Conference, if we're talking about the West being stacked, that's the place to go if you're a
Tyrese Maxey?
Him going to the Sixers, though?
Oh, I like that.
That first Kate Scott LeBron James interview.
Yes, go to Philadelphia.
The King!
Shout out to Kate Scott. They got a win. She got the Call of 50 burger yesterday. That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity.
Burgers sound good.
At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Starving.
It's the horniest and hungriest show in the history of American sports talk radio history.
Pause, dog.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Brother gangster.
Well, that doesn't really clear a lot up.
Man, it adds fuel to the rumor mill. Happy Payday Friday,
Yeah,
Stan.
how you doing, man? How
I'm
you
doing good. Catch me on Monday. I'll be bad, but right now I'm on top.
49ers select wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
Why?
Out of Florida. What's that?
Why?
Because they're going to trade Debo now.
Something's good. Or Ayuk. Or you got it honed in the
Michael
streets of
Silver
saying, no, he
of
did
the,
tweet
San
it.
Francisco Chronicle saying Debo now more likely to be traded at some point. Than
Wow. Well, I'll say this, Steiny. I'm not going to give you the tennis shoes to run a victory lap, but I think highly of the Niner weaponry, and I always have. And that basically meant the wideouts and the tight end, and obviously McCaffrey. But PFF had something after the Super Bowl, and basically it was saying that the Niners receivers, Debo and Ayuk, didn't get a lot of separation. But with this pick, which I thought was going to be an O-lineman or something in the secondary, the kid can ball. Pretty Ricky. But the fact that you went that route tells me two things. You feel like that might be the reason you lost a game because you weren't explosive as Goo thought. So we'll see if something pops off, Steiny. But Michael Silver did tweet that it looks like it could be Debo now, not Ayuk.
Yeah. So we'll try to figure out where the 49ers go from here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump in and let's talk about this pick. The 49ers take a wide receiver. Wow. It's their first round pick in 3 years. If you look at the last couple drafts, and I get it, Evan brought this up, they didn't have any first round picks, but it's tough for young players to play on this team. They're kind of like the Warriors in the middle of their dynasty in a way. And you look at the last 2 years, and they haven't gotten a lot of contributions from guys because they're a Super Bowl contender. I look at this pick right here and say, well, if they don't make a move, if they don't trade Debo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk, this kid's not going to play.
Oh, he is, Steiner.
Oh, no chance. No chance he's going to play. If they don't trade, he's the fourth receiver.
But he plays slot, so he could bump off Juwan Jennings, Ricky Bell.
Yeah.
Steiner, you don't spend the first round pick on a guy you don't think could hit the ground running and help you. That's all I'm saying. There's no doubt this kid is going to play. And the question I have with many others, is it going to be with the dynamic duo or just one of them? Steiner, you don't waste a first round pick on a guy that you think is going to be a project or is not ready.
Where's he going to play?
The slot.
Well, to me, this is what's the one thing the 49ers
take the top off the defense.
No. Like, to me, what is the strength of the 49ers? Their weapons. Okay, they just added another one. But there's not a lot of room for him to play. They've got what they think are two dynamic receivers.
See, I want to fight back on that. That's what I thought. So if there's no trade, Steiny, they're telling us they need more. And now it's all starting to fall in place. And I know the draft is really starting today, Steiny, and you got all the rounds where you find the diamonds in the rough and all your research and analytics come into play. So it's not over, but for them, and it's early, it signals to me that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch don't look at the offensive line as the reason they lost the Super Bowl. And they want to, I feel like they're talking to me. Goo, you've been talking about where was this prolific offense all throughout the playoffs. And I never once thought maybe the wideouts weren't getting it done or not as dynamic. This kid, he's got some gifts. And if there's no trade, Steiny, that's telling me they need more when they throw the ball.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
I mean,
yeah, that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless
a lot of people were shocked. Now, what if you're trading one of the two then, Steiny? This is the replacement.
Well, to me, the one thing that makes sense is to get this guy in here as a rookie, knowing he's not going to play very much, but get him up to speed, and then at the end of the year, you determine what you're going to do with Debo Samuel. But
so that means nobody's getting traded. Then they would all three.
If they move somebody now, a wide receiver
like a Debo,
well, then they got worse. They got worse at wide receiver.
I would back you up on that, but I would also say they must feel this kid.
But we spent the whole week.
Yeah, we did.
The whole week talking about if they had traded Brandon Ayuk, moved up to get a lineman, an offensive lineman, and then gone in with their guys. Like I think everybody said, well, how do you get better if you trade Brandon Ayuk? Like if they were to trade Ayuk or Deebo Samuel right now, they got worse at wide receiver.
Well, maybe they do in the second round, which I thought they should have did in the first round pick. Maybe they go get that offensive lineman that could give Purdy more protection. But now you got me thinking.
Like,
so you're saying
I don't think linemen's off the table.
Oh,
I
there's
think
no doubt they're going to get.
They probably figured there's more. Well, plenty of chances to get linemen in the second round.
But this is where we differ. Now you got me scratching my head. So I'm under the assumption that if Deebo or Ayuk are moved, this guy would get first crack at replace. You're telling me Nagu, it still would be Juwan Jennings.
I don't know.
It still would be like this kid's got to play because you don't lose. I'm not going to say your heart and soul, but if it's Deebo or Ayuk, Stoney, those are factors on your offense. So they must look at this kid from Arizona State like he can hit the ground running.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Did Brandon Ayuk hit the ground running?
No, he did not.
As a higher pick,
that did, but. That was when Deebo, I don't want to say in his prime, though, Stoney. This offense was pre-McCaffrey. It was Deebo left, Deebo right, Deebo wide. It was Deebo-centric.
888-957-9570. Does this pick make sense to you, 49er fans?
Great question.
Or doesn't it make sense until something else happens? Are the 49ers going to go forward into training camp and into the regular season next year, this upcoming year, with still Deebo, with still Brandon Ayuk, and then you find out what you have in this rookie wide receiver? Or do you think they make a move before the season starts for Deebo or Brandon Ayuk? And Michael Silver's reporting that it's more likely now to be Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, he's tapped in, Stoney.
I'm just saying that before the draft, the one thing that people seem to suggest was that you can't be a better team immediately if you're playing a rookie wide receiver instead of either Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. So I don't know what's going to happen. Well, I don't know if they brought this guy in as a rookie and get him up to speed in the first year. Hopefully after year one, you say, you know what, this guy's pretty good. Now we can confidently move off Deebo
So Juwan Jennings, and that's what I guess I'm omitting, Stoney. He probably honestly would get the more snaps. You know what I mean? If we think we are correct in the assessment that the Niners have a Juwan Jennings and maybe he would get the first crack at it, that doesn't sound crazy, and this kid would contribute. But now, I'm talking greasy like this kid is Justin Jefferson or CeeDee Lamb. I don't want to got a lot of tattoos, Donnie. I don't want to take that from him, but the Niners must feel that they got in-house replacement. But yesterday I left here, and I knew that you felt like me, Brandon Ayuk wasn't going to get traded today. Now with that Mike Silver tweet and the position that they drafted at wide receiver, which caught me off guard, do you think Deebo's traded today in round 2? I do.
Do you?
I don't want him to go, but you had other holes, other areas that needed attention, not receivers. So I thought
they got 9 picks left. So
the earlier you go, you would think the better you get.
I guess so, but they maybe thought that by their pick in the second round, that the receivers that they all liked wouldn't be there.
Well,
and the one that they liked was there, so they took him, and now probably in the second round they'll look for an
former
offensive
teammate.
lineman.
They played 1 year together, Stoney, and Evan let us know they worked out.
Yeah.
I listened to ABC. I watched ABC Channel 7. I don't know if you got to see Lynch and Shanahan's presser. Stoney, it wasn't weird, and I know I got a different type of mind, but they were talking about Ayuk, and Kawakami and some others asked, does that mean Ayuk's not getting traded? And I feel conflicted on the answers because they varied. Kyle was like, Ayuk's a Niner, we expect him here. And then in the same breath, our phone's always on. if we got, a great package, I'm like, if I'm Ayuk in this instance, I don't know if I like hearing my boss say, on one hand, not I'm untouchable, I'm here, but then on the other, hey, I'm using it. There could be a scenario to get Brandon Ayuk. Like, how would that make you feel?
Well, he started it. I mean, he was the guy who started on social media that he might have played his last game for the Niners. He's made his unhappiness apparent. So the 49ers have been asked about it, and they've been pretty straightforward about taking calls, making calls. They don't have anything that they liked enough to move him. But, I mean, to me, if I would look at this pick and say, well, just don't overthink it and tell me what your thoughts are, it would be, okay, they're not trading Deebo Samuel, and they're not trading Brandon Ayuk right now. That's what I take from the pick. I really do.
But how do you get better than Stoney if that was not an area of weakness to me? I'm not the aficionados. But
it's
insurance.
What I mean? It's insurance. They know. To me, I'll look at it as simply as possible. Is they know Deebo's only going to be on the team one more year. Maybe they know Deebo's only going to be on the team one more year. They had to get another receiver in here. They love this guy. And they decided to push off an offensive lineman to the second round. That makes sense to me. The one thing that, to me, wouldn't make sense now is to trade Deebo Samuel right now and say, well, we have Super Bowl aspirations, but we have a wide receiver who's in his first year, and we're just hoping he's really, really good.
So you're going to stick to that.
I wouldn't
Not
do
that you have to. If we find out tonight and I text you later that Deebo's traded, you'll be like, what the F then? Why did you do it? How do you have Super Bowl or championship aspirations and you did something a year sooner than you had to? Because you're telling me without Deebo, and I agree, you're not a better offense, Donnie. No matter who the odds would be you're taking a step back.
That's why I don't think anybody's moving.
But that's why that Michael Silver, and I'm not saying he's Jesus, I know he's tapped in, but Steiny, that tweet reads like he's getting that from somewhere.
Yeah, like this to me makes sense from the 510. The pick is insurance for and if Deebo Samuel gets hurt and misses any time, or if Deebo Samuel isn't on the team at the end of next year, which everybody seems to think is more than a possibility.
Yeah.
So that's the way I'm looking at it. If I'm a 49er fan, I'm saying to myself right now, okay, we just drafted a receiver because they know that they're going to lose a receiver in the next year. But you're right. I mean, if you trade Deebo Samuel right now and you go into the season with Jennings, with Ayuk, and with Pearsall, well, yeah, it would seem like you took a step back in terms of the receivers, but they've got 9 picks, and if they start stacking linemen, then maybe the thinking in the building is we will just drop off a tick at the wide receiver position if this guy's good, and then we upgrade the offensive line more significantly so that the offense as a whole is better. Like, to me, that's a little riskier. Yeah. But if that's their thought process, then I understand it.
Yeah, and I left you all, and there was no part of my body or mind that thought when Goodell went up to, I was waiting for a trade first, Nani, but I never thought this position would be where they would go first. And Chicago Jason's on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. He said, guys, it was just day one of the draft. I get you, Chicago Jason, but I'm just perplexed. And there were 3 picks that perplexed me. This is one of them. Penix going to Atlanta when you just gave Kirk Cousins $100 million, and Bo Nix, Donnie. Those were the heads, and J.J. McCarthy going to Minnesota. So those were my 4 kind of, and I know it's day one, but man, I got to tell you, I'm excited because I don't want Deebo to be gone off the Niners. That's just me.
This is what Kyle Shanahan said about Ricky Pearsall.
I mean, he's got the 40 to still get on top of people on the outside, where that starts a little bit. I mean, just got to have a threat of that to scare guys in a go route. And if you can do that, you can separate on the other routes. But he can get out of his break very well. He's not huge, but he's still got a good body to where he can do inside or to any length of a corner. So, I mean, all of our receivers who play outside, they also play inside. So we kind of want a guy who can do it all.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about Ricky Pearsall. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think of the pick, 49er fans? Do you feel like you understand it? Does it give you any certainty one way or the other with Deebo Samuel or Ayuk? How did this play? How did this play among the 49er fans is what I'm interested in. Are you confused by the pick, or does it make sense?
What if you're Ayuk or Deebo? And I know you're going to say, "Goo, I don't care," but I need you to.
But I'll answer.
Would you be like, "What the hell y'all doing?" Or telling your family, "We need to call you. We need to get some boxes around here because we might be one of us. We might be going somewhere." Like that's all. The kid can ball. You just lost the Super Bowl because we thought your offensive line wasn't up to par. Now I believe Kyle's telling us our receivers are not dynamic as much as Guru thinks.
Well, or he's saying, Guru, we're losing one. We're going to lose a guy.
But what happened to the Bob Myers, who got some love on the telecast yesterday, Steiny? You don't have to make a decision until you...
They didn't make a decision to trade anybody at this point.
Oh, okay.
To me...
But that could be changed after tonight.
You want to bet?
No, because I don't want to be right and Deebo be gone.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be gone.
Oh, all right, okay.
I don't think they're ready to move off Deebo Sam. I mean, we spent all week talking about how the draft is a crapshoot.
And it still is.
Right, but why? So why do you assume this guy can go, he's a baller. He's going to come in and ball.
No, I'm not.
I mean, he may not. He's probably not as good as Juwan Jennings.
And he's got to get stronger too, Stoney. Beat that bump and run coverage.
So you got him in here for a year to develop him, to see if he's a legitimate.
I got you, Stoney. So when I see you Monday, you think Ayuk and Deebo will still be here?
I do.
All right.
Absolutely. Otherwise, they're going to have to figure out a way to upgrade other positions.
That was odd.
Let's go out to Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, what's good?
Hey,
we know you gonna keep it real, Mike.
No, for real, I'm gonna keep it real. So I was shocked about the pick, but I'm gonna keep it from a perspective of if I want. Okay, they picked the person that they picked, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna go and say this is what I want to happen going forward. Pick up a tackle, maybe pick up a safety or a corner, like a Jimmy Ward, a baby Jimmy Ward, because Jimmy Ward is one of the best football players in the league. Anyway, that's just neither here nor there. But my point is, this is my ultimate point. What if they drafted the guy and said, you know what, let's be even more dynamic. Let's double down on playmakers. We got Kittle. We got McCaffrey. What if they say, you know what, let's use Deebo a little bit more and McCaffrey, let's get weird and say, McCaffrey, you go in the slot. Deebo, you come in the backfield. We running a sweep left. We got two people on the outside doing crazy routes that really know what they doing. You got Juwan Jennings and Kittle coming to the middle. So, I was shocked at the pick, but if I'm just going to be in my fan mode and say, okay, well, I want all this, I want them to keep Deebo. I want them to keep Brandon Ayuk. I want them to keep everybody for at least 4 more years. I want them to draft the tackle. If you look at it like that, if you say positionless football, they got some pieces, man. If you could just, if Kyle, like you say, Guru, he was in the lab, you know what I'm saying? He gonna go in the lab and he gonna go in and he gonna dial up some routes, man, in which Purdy just gotta drop the ball in whoever's basket, or you got the threat of Deebo and McCaffrey in one backfield, and you still got 4 other receivers, doing their thing.
So I'll say this to you.
You still got huge check.
Yeah.
You
Mike,
still got huge check.
Yeah, let me say this to you, Mike. And you're right. It's all a crapshoot. I just thought they could get this guy in the 2nd and even 3rd round. So that's why I'm just a bit perplexed that they didn't get Jimmy Ward 2.0 or get that lineman or tackle you talk about. Because the earlier you do it, you think the chances of that guy panning out or is just a better player. That's why I'm shocked they went at wide receiver. But you could be right. It's all about being more dynamic as much as I thought they were dynamic with Deebo and Ayuk.
Guru, you got to get the best player. You have to get the best player in the draft. You got your best player. If you're convicted in him, get him. Pick him up and just keep getting best players.
Hey, Philmo.
You can't worry about – thank you.
Philmo, one more. No, I got a question before I let you go. Do you think Deebo Samuel and/or Ayuk is more likely to be traded now or not?
I mean, okay, so thinking like from my brain, they're more likely, but thinking from my heart, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, see, I think you're on. Go ahead.
That's real.
Yeah, I feel like Debo. So another thing about Debo, if you watch the Niners and Debo this whole offseason, they've been collaborating with the NFL. I don't think they're going to really trade Debo after they've done a lot of stuff on. They did his jersey switch to number 1, and it was on. They tagged it with NFL and the Niners. So all this stuff, I don't think that they're going to trade him.
I don't either. I don't either. I think what they're going to do is they drafted a receiver, and they're going to play out the year with the guys they have.
Wow, man.
Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk.
I mean, you could be right.
Jennings. They find out about Pearsall, how good he is. Ideally, then what happens is at the end of the first year, you're like, wow, we got a legitimate receiver in Ricky Pearsall. So guess what? Now Debo can go. But Mike said something that did hit me a little bit, because I've always been looking at it as though, when you pay Purdy, you're going to have to lop off some of these weapons, but
luxuries.
And I thought maybe one thing they'll do is move off a receiver this year if they know they have to do it in time anyway, and maybe take a downgrade at the wide receiver position. But it looks to me like the way to do this is to bring in a rookie receiver and to let it play out this year with Debo and Ayuk, pay Ayuk, see if you can win a Super Bowl. If you win a Super Bowl, then you make decisions based on that. If you don't get a Super Bowl, you come up short again, then you got to make another decision on what to do with Debo or maybe Ayuk again. You revisit, but on the one hand, I kind of like the idea of bringing a guy in now, knowing that he can play the year to get up to speed, so that when you lose one of these guys, if that's what's going to happen, then you got a guy. Then you got his replacement already in the building, and he's got a year under his belt.
Let me run this through the Stoney processor. So we left here yesterday, and we were hearing the noise on the streets was Ayuk would be the guy possibly traded. You'll admit now with this Silver tweet, Stoney, and I keep going, now that's shifted to Debo, right? Do you feel that way? That's why if I'm a Debo fan in the Bay right now, I got to feel like that Silver tweet, the fact that it was Ayuk, now it's Debo, like there's more than just smoke here.
I mean, why couldn't they be looking to move either one? Maybe they're looking to move either one. They're just figuring out who can give them the better deal. But I just don't. The more I think about it from a logical standpoint, if you think you're in a Super Bowl window, then
you can't lose either one. Then
why would you not going into the season. I mean, I don't care who this kid is.
Florida.
You're going for a Super Bowl, and you're going to count on a rookie wide receiver after a guy who's been here for 4 years, was second team All-Pro. I don't think they're going.
What Mike said,
I don't think they're going anywhere.
Couldn't you got this guy maybe in the second round?
If they liked him, they liked him. And that's the one thing I do believe about Kyle Shanahan is if he liked this guy a lot, they weren't going to wait.
Well,
that's kind of who Kyle Shanahan, I think he is. He's a guy who believes in his ideas and his assessments, and he's going to do it. But 888-957-9570 is the number. What did this pick tell you about the San Francisco 49ers and their direction? Do you think it's more likely that Debo or Ayuk goes? It's less likely, but what about the timing?
Yeah.
What about the timing of all this? When does it all come down if it does? My feeling is they drafted this guy to replace one of their wide receivers, but not for a year. That segment, the number again, 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by the Order of Malta Clinic.
Losing your health insurance is no reason to lose hope.
And but we like our group as it stands.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was 49ers General Manager John Lynch talking about the wide receiver group. He says they like them now. They like the group a lot after drafting Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. And how you feeling about it, 49er fans? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being shocked, what number would you give it?
I'm at a 10.
Really?
Yeah, Norm Nixon. I appreciate that. And, real quick here, Stoney, I'm bad with analogies, and I know sports is different than dating, but could you imagine if you're in a relationship or you're married? You say, yeah, I'm married, I love her, but I'm always open for – you can't say that. That's just –
What should he have said?
We love our guys, and
he did. He said they like their group.
I guess just a part of always being open for business. It's almost like I'm in a relationship, but I'm always technically on the market.
Have you followed professional sports much? Yeah, it's what happens.
But I'm following words in this instance.
Right. So Brandon Ayuk made his displeasure known.
Well, so you keep going.
He has. I mean,
so did Debo a couple years ago.
We don't take calls here at San Francisco. What would you?
No,
want
we
to say?
assume they take calls.
Yeah, we don't take calls. We're not taking calls.
But before we get back into what the Niners did, how you feeling about what happened with Cousins? They gave him $100 million. Why would they go draft a quarterback?
It's just disrespectful.
That was the shock of the draft.
And I could see you doing it to a guy like Brock Purdy, but you can't do it to Kirk Cousins, who's done something in this league.
But what if they said we gave him 100 M's? You'll be okay.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine.
The draft really starts today.
See, I wasn't that shocked by the pick because, again, I'm going to assume that the strategy for the 49ers is that they are keeping Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk this season because they're going for a Super Bowl and they think their window is open.
So something can change that, and that would be a trade. But then you'd be like, that's kind of risky. I think that was your verbiage.
Yeah. To me, this makes some sense.
What if this kid's Dante Pettis? Somebody text that in on the
what if he's Puka Nacua?
No, I
mean, who knows?
That.
That's the point. That's
he's
to me. That's why you do it. Is you get him in here for a year, and you'll have a whole year's worth of new information. And maybe by the end of the year, you'll want to come off Ayuk. I don't know. Maybe you want to come off Deebo. That's the most logical one. Or maybe you love what happens and you come off somebody else. But it gives them a year to play with where they can still contend. I mean, the one thing Shanahan said, I wish,
I said,
the part about, I'll just play Shanahan. Yeah. Hold on.
He plays the position real well. I mean, whether he was outside, inside, either receiver, all three of the positions, he can separate down the field. He can separate underneath. Got really good hands. Extremely smart. Very well developed. You can tell he's, I guess I'd call it a gym rat or something because you can just see he's worked on his routes, put in a lot of hours because you can see it on tape. And there's really nothing he can't do. And he can fit in whatever role based off the other guys.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan talking about Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, he likes
the
newest
picks, 49er. Let's go out and take some calls. Let's go to Brian. Start us off, Brian. Brian's in Santa Clara. What's up, B? How you doing, man?
This is Blaine.
All right, Blaine, how you doing?
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
Hey.
All right.
I just has Friday.
Let's try Larry. Yeah. Let's try Larry in San Francisco. What's up, Larry? How you doing, buddy? What do you got for me?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Doing great, thank you.
Oh, on that scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 12.
Really?
I don't get it. I mean, it's obvious we needed corner help. That's the first thing. But was he the best receiver on the board? Like the guy that went right after him, did you see what they had as a comparable?
Who?
Like they had A.J. Brown. Like Carolina, I believe, moved up to get him out of South Carolina.
Kyle likes this guy.
I'm a little baffled. And then, are we sure in our linebacker room? Like, are we sure? We know Greenlaw is coming off an injury.
Yeah.
Do we like our right tackle? Do we really like him?
Well, you got more picks today, but I'm with you on did you need to go get that right now? That's all.
And I agree with you all on would he had been there in the second or third round.
Man, right.
Like, what's the chatter on the street for this guy? I didn't hear a whole lot of chatter.
Appreciate the call, Larry.
Pretty Ricky, they call him, Steiny.
Thanks, buddy.
What? He said 12. He broke the scale.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, if somebody doesn't like what they did, I get it. But I got to assume that this is just to give them a year to figure out the direction they're going to go with either Debo or Ayuk.
Okay, Steiny,
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but don't you want what you deem a for sure shot to help you plug up one of the other areas of the team to get back to the Super Bowl?
I got to say this.
Especially
they have 9 more picks. Like, if they take 4 offensive linemen in their next 9 picks, will people say, I mean, okay, are you going to say we should have taken one in the first round? I mean, they can still address all their areas of need. They picked this guy with their first pick. Let's see how the other, like, I'll bet anybody that they're going to come out of this draft with some offensive linemen. Does anybody want to bet me on that?
Not at all.
Of course not. So,
but the art of the draft is it's all a crapshoot. But Stoney,
you don't think the
higher pick you have, the better player you're getting.
So you don't think the 49ers assessed the offensive line group that was available at 31, the wide receiver group at 31, and they determined that if they take this guy at wide receiver at 31, they like him enough to take him, and clearly they feel like they can go back into the draft in the second and third rounds and address their other areas, primarily the offensive line.
Well, that makes sense.
That's what I've got to assume at this point.
So you're giving them the benefit.
Wouldn't you forget if you agree with it or not? Do you kind of assume that's what they're thinking?
Yeah, and the way you put it, I agree. I just don't like the fact that earlier you said, and you could be wrong, that you don't expect a sudden impact from this kid.
I don't.
So why would you waste your first round pick on something that's not going to help you right away?
Because maybe they do. They probably do expect him to contribute in some way. I mean, to me, he could be, even if he has a great rookie year, he'll be like Pajemski in a way. Yeah. He'll be a rotation guy. He'll get out there on the field.
Or Puka, who you just got me thinking about. I mean, he came out of nowhere.
But he had like 100 catches.
Yeah, no, but he wasn't supposed to do that, and he's a baller. So
I mean,
and this is a reach because I don't believe NFL teams need to waste or not even waste. Use a first-round pick to send a message to 2 other guys on your team. But there's no way this was a message to Ayuk and Debo. And the reason I say that is if you're right and none of them are traded, Ayuk is about to get his money regardless.
Well, the other thing is and I'm not saying this is why they did it, but
they want to be more explosive.
Maybe they play hardball now with Ayuk.
Or what we saw in the Super Bowl and what I've been whining about, because I have been scratching my head, is, Stoney, why wasn't the offense more prolific? Maybe they're telling us why, what they believe was part of the reason.
Maybe.
That's what has me like, whoa, whoa. Black Rob. He's a rapper in New York. Rest in peace. He had a song called Whoa.
Who?
Black Rob.
Oh, boy.
It's a song. Everybody knows it except
they don't know it. No, not everybody knows it.
Well, now you do.
What's the guy's name?
Black Rob. Rest in peace. Like Dibs would know. Like, whoa, it was a hit. It was a banger. Everybody knows it. It's like the alphabet. But yeah, I educated you today.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, please relax.
All right.
They have 9 more picks. Steiny, if they're going to move Debo, wouldn't it make more sense to draft a player with a similar skill set? I don't know that there are a lot of similar skill sets in terms of players with Debo Samuel. But again, I'm not really confused, regulator, on the YouTube chat. I think it makes sense if they're keeping both these receivers for another year.
And that's the big question going into round 2 today is if the Niners are going to do that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Douglas. Douglas is in Oakland. What's up, Douglas? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey. Doing well.
I'm just want to talk about Debo and IU.
Okay.
Hey, kid they drafted.
Yeah.
Why couldn't it be they just drafted him to replace Ray McLeod at punt returner?
Maybe. He does punt return also.
Yeah, maybe that's why they drafted him. Why move Debo? Why move IU? Why not just add another piece to the puzzle that's badly needed as the punt return?
And you know what? That's the view I'm taking as of right now, Doug. I'm assuming that they get more depth at the wide receiver position. It makes them more able to make a move at the end of the year with more information. And if this guy can return punts and he's good at it, well, that's a bonus to your special teams too. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Douglas. Appreciate the call. I'd never, Evan, had you ever heard of Black Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah. And where's he from?
I don't know, but I've heard him.
New York.
Heard his music.
So he's not a Bay Area guy, but he's great, right?
Well, he had a hit.
Had a couple.
One hit wonder?
Pretty much.
The song Ready's pretty good.
I love it.
Oh, is that the one that they play on the morning roast?
No.
Oh. When the 49ers have a game, we ready. That's the one.
Lick it started. We ready.
Hey, by the way. Not for.
Come on, now it's payday.
Yeah, no, I know it's payday.
What you got?
I was just going to throw in a non sequitur.
That's what we do.
Oh boy, you know who's ashamed today?
I'm trying to think.
Give
it to me.
You know who feels ashamed today? Guarantee you, he's not having a good day.
Spadoni.
Steph Curry.
Oh yeah, I tweeted.
There is no way.
Yeah.
That he is proud of winning the Clutch Player Award.
No doubt, Stoney.
I would give that one back.
Tweeted that.
I couldn't accept that. Hey,
I got Curry underwear on. I tell you, I'm the biggest Curry guy.
I'll use Guru's favorite line: "No shade at Curry." I swear to God, no shade at Curry. But how can the guy be the most clutch player in the league when you were 5-21
against good teams?
And where you lost more close games than any other? All right, but knowing Steph Curry like I do, and I know him well, he's a stand-up gentleman.
No doubt.
He's probably feeling a certain kind of way about winning that award.
But it also tells you, Stoney, he wasn't the reason they're not in the offs.
I'll let that there.
Okay, right.
I'll let that there.
Love you, sir.
I know we can't hold the best player accountable. I know that. Yeah, that was a shot at you, Goo. Because remember, you said you don't hold the players accountable.
I'm in a good mood today, baby.
Oh, I'm not trying to get you out of one. Maurice is in Pennsylvania. God's country. What's up, Maurice? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you, Stoney and Guru?
Doing well, man.
Baby.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, look, I'm kind of with you, Stoney. Look, if one of those cornerbacks would have been there that went before him, I would have loved to have gotten them. But this is Shanahan and Lynch kind of preparing for the future. I mean, we haven't seen a wide receiver yet come in as a rookie and actually be productive. So keeping Debo there and it makes sense. They're gonna have to move on from one of these receivers. And Brandon Ayuk and Pretty Ricky might be the wide receivers that are going to be Brock's boy going forward.
Yeah,
and second and third round picks have worked for us. What are we worried about?
I'm with you. Thanks, Maurice.
Well,
hey, what part of PA you in?
Allentown, man.
All right. I like it. A little north of Reading.
Rockney Hall, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Look at the glow you have.
Rockney Hall's one of the... shut up, Ross. When Rockney Hall,
Evan is on fire, or is that Spadoni? Both of them.
He just cited Rockney Hall. It's probably... I'd say it's the top 5 high school gyms in the country. Just an unbelievable gym.
I do quiver when I hear that. Top 5.
It's incredible.
Damn.
It's similar to Kezar.
Bishop O'Dowd out
what
here.
About him?
That original original one. Come on, Stoney.
It was a bandbox.
That's what made it all the character in big games that they've seen at J Kid.
I like bigger arenas.
Brian Shaw. Come on now. Me played during summer league.
Those don't count.
Sorry, I didn't play.
Yeah, you're right. 650. D'Angelo Russell also not having a great day.
I want to fight him.
Why?
He couldn't hit the side of a barn and then was eating or was on the phone during a timeout when your ass should.
You missaw.
People are questioning LeBron and AD's leadership because they should have snatched him and brought his ass over.
Nah.
Dude, I don't like front runners.
I love him. You know what?
Play the Hornets and I'll hit 8 of 10.
Then you need D'Angelo Russell dirty, he'll do you dirty back.
When did they do him dirty?
He's got to play more. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
Our guy.
We always go to the guy who says
Jim Leland lookalike too. That's
not a bad call.
Yeah.
What's up, Gene? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Jim Leland. Well, I gotta check that out. Last time I looked at it,
it's a compliment,
Gene. Gene, you don't smoke cigarettes, do you?
I choke on cigarettes.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, as I recall, he's a pretty handsome guy.
Yeah, there you go.
Compliment. All right, so I'm pretty much aligned with you guys on this whole thing. I haven't seen from the beginning that it makes any sense to let Ayuk go or Debo right now. I mean, listen, I think this year coming is maybe their best chance since they won the Super Bowl to win another Super Bowl. Next year could be problematic. I mean, they could be losing Williams, Debo, and maybe Kittle.
Maybe even Jennings too.
And Jennings, and don't they have to pay what's his name, the safety, Bufanga? Anyways, no, definitely they got to go for it this year because you never know year to year, especially in football. I like the pick the more I read about him because we haven't really had a slot receiver guy that can play outside the numbers, as they say. I like this guy, so I think they keep him. They can hedge their bets for next year with him. I mean, if he really comes along quickly, makes it easier to let either Debo or I'm not sure about letting Ayuk go.
Right.
If they sign him to a contract, I mean, they're going to owe him probably $50 to $60 million in guaranteed money. But I could see them maybe letting Debo go if this kid really works out. So,
right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Gene. Thanks for the call.
Yeah. I'll just say this, Donnie. If no trade by Monday, and you're right, it's the big three now, and they're adding him to the quartet. There's no doubt that the message from Kyle Shanahan is, we got McCaffrey. Yeah, we got Debo and Ayuk, and Debo's a Swiss Army knife, but we need some more ammunition. And now we got a guy that, can play the slot, and that will be the message to me. And that's why I told you when I walked in and I saw you, I said, I told you good morning, but I said, you got a victory lap in the sense that maybe Ayuk and Debo aren't as threatening as I thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. For all we know, they would have taken Nate Wiggins. That was a name that Brad Graham yesterday at the SF Niners on YouTube said if he was there, maybe that would be a guy that the 49ers would pluck, but he went 30. He went the pick before to the Baltimore Ravens. So maybe at that point, I think John Lynch said they had 22 players graded as first-round prospects. I wonder if this guy, I would assume he must have been one of them.
Yeah. And you asked me yesterday, what do you think you could get for Ayuk or Debo, Stoney? So if they knew that they couldn't get a 1, today is day number 2 and 3, so this is when that would be expedited, that trade.
Yeah, if they go in that direction. Yeah. Jimbo's in the city. What's up, Jimbo? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
So here's my thing, right? At wide receiver, we're kind of deep, but again, I guess I understand about the salary cap and stuff like that. I feel it's a reach for Pearsall, but also they talk about him being in the slot. We're a running team first, so I don't understand how he's going to get touches. He's not going to get more plays than Jennings, Debo, Ayuk. You got McCaffrey coming out the backfield. We're a running team first, so that philosophy of trying to go 3 wide makes no sense for us.
Maybe that'll
I
great
really
point. My bad.
Go ahead, Jimbo.
I just don't understand. Sorry, yeah. All right, guys.
All right, thanks for the call, Jimbo. Appreciate it.
His rhythm. I was saying maybe that might change. I mean, you're still going to run because you got Christian McCaffrey, Stoney, but maybe some things are going to change.
Somebody said, on the Xfinity Mobile text line that here it is from the 510. Steiny, what one thing this pick told me, and this will maybe answer the question, is that maybe Kyle will make a small change in his philosophy. More runs out of 3 wide receiver sets. I don't know.
Yeah.
What'd you take of this pick if you're a 49er fan at 888-957-9570? To me, what this pick says is that they're going to go ahead and kick the can down the road and deal with either Debo, probably deal with Debo at the end of the year.
All right. And to me, Steiny, I feel like this pick is saying we need to get more dynamic. And if there is no trade, that's what it really says. And they feel like this kid, the caller just called in about the snap count or whatnot. He can contribute like he's going to. They'll have him up to speed.
888-957-9570 is the number. 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. This pick also shows you how much they believe in Brock Purdy.
Get him more weaponry.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily see it that way. I think
they go 3 wide, and now you got something they think it can be productive from the slot, along with Debo, along with Ayuk and McCaffrey and Kittle, Steiny.
I mean, couldn't you say it shows that they're worried about Purdy because they think he's got to have more weapons?
See, you could pose that, but this is an indictment, and that might be too strong of a word, Steiny, but this to me is a Debo-Ayuk situation. They feel like that's not enough to scare teams.
Are 49er fans kind of with me in thinking that Debo or Ayuk's not going anywhere right now? Like, that's one thing that a couple things I've read into the pick. One is, I'm assuming now they're moving forward with these 2 receivers. Do you agree with that?
I disagree. I told you that.
So you think Debo's gone immediately?
Yeah, I think something happens today.
Okay. And then I guess I would just come back and say, well, then how are you better?
That's for Kyle to show us in the season, right? That would add pressure. I mean, people are going to question him, Stein, like they question this pick. But you know me, I don't ever put anybody on a pedestal. Steph Curry, one of them. But Mike Silver is tuned into this team, and I'm asking you, just as a reporter, the smoke that's coming from his tweet, do you think there's any substance? Not substance, because in that way, if you said no, like, do you think he's hearing? So that would mean something's about to jump off with Debo.
I don't think so. Why does it have to be immediate? Like, I don't understand why.
Because the second round is upon us today.
Right.
And if you wanted to do it and they thought this kid could hit the ground along with Ronnie Bell and Jennings, Donnie, that's why this was done, for the immediate, the microwave, this upcoming season. And I get down the road, but using a first round pick on a youngster that you're not going to stash away, that's just going to sit and learn a little bit.
Yeah. They're the defending NFC champions. Like, there's no rookie that's just automatically going to play on this team, I wouldn't think. I'm not saying they have no chance to play, but they got to find out if he's good. Mm-hmm. And they can find out if this guy's good while they still have Debo and Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you read into the pick of Ricky Pearsall? What did you read into it? Just more weapons at wide receiver? Do you think it's setting the table for something long-term? You think they're going to go get offensive linemen on day 2? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more NFL draft on the other side.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the
gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
He's nasty, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
C.J. Stroud likes
Ricky Pearsall, Steiny. He said he's nasty.
Oh, he's got that short burst speed in the 1.9 in the 10-yard run, something like that.
And what was the drill? The 3-cone drill.
He's very quick out of the break.
Mm-hmm. I think a trade's coming.
He's already a better route runner than Deebo Samuel.
You ain't got to, hey.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the 49ers draft. The first round went last night, and the 49ers took a wide receiver. What do you make of it? What do you make of it, and does it impact in any way what's going to happen with Ayuk and his contract extension or Deebo Samuel, whether he's on the team or not? And have we missed anything? This is something I hadn't thought about from the Xfinity mobile text line. He said this pick isn't about Deebo Samuel. This text from the 415 agrees with you. This pick isn't about Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. This pick is about the Kansas City Chiefs and having a third explosive player when they match up.
Wow. Steiny, if Monday comes and there's no trade, that's an A+. That's how I feel. And as much as I've been caping up for Ayuk and Deebo as a tandem, and I don't want to blame just them, that's letting me know their bosses, their coaches, Kyle Shanahan believes they need something else to go with those two. So here we go. And especially, Steiny, we talk about Deebo Samuel, all the great things that he represents. Route running's not one of them. You know, he does his damage getting the ball behind the line of scrimmage. The pre-snap motion, that's the essence of Deebo. So maybe you are a good defense, like we saw the Ravens come in here and kick their ass on Christmas, and that defense seemed like they knew what was coming and everything was in front of them. Maybe this kid, there will be no trade. Add him to the trifecta. Now you got something else to worry about if you're a defense coming in to try to stop the Niners.
888-957-9570. Do you believe, if you're a 49er fan, do you believe that one thing you can take from this pick is that the 49ers front office thought they needed an extra playmaker more than an offensive lineman?
See,
like that, is that what this pick is saying? And I could see if you think that, but I don't know if I'm ready to go there.
I'm not.
Maybe they just think they can get a better quality lineman
down the road
with the second round pick than a quality wide receiver at a second round pick. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Sean. Sean's in Dublin, wants to jump in here. What's going on, Sean? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Hey. Doing well.
Good. Hey, I was just calling to calm you guys' nerves a little bit, not specifically you two, but everybody in the Bay Area.
All right.
I like this pick. I like this pick a lot. He was actually, for me, he was a sleeper. I don't think the Niners at the bottom of the second round would have been able to get him. And I like how you guys just brought up the game against the Chiefs and the game against the Ravens. I don't think we had enough explosiveness to scare them. Their DBs, they pressed our receivers. We couldn't get open. So, number one, it addressed that need. Number two, this is a deep wide receiver class. This is also a deep offensive lineman class, and we have 3 third-round picks that we can use to help build our offensive line. So it doesn't say anything about Ayuk, doesn't say anything about Deebo. We can move off of those guys if the offer is good enough. But if not, we'll stick with our guys. We'll continue to get better on offense. And then keep in mind, too, we don't pay Purdy for at least 2 more years. They could get the contract done next year, but he's still got 2 years of earning about $1 million on the cap. So this team is ready to win now. I think this guy, give him about up to midseason, he's going to help us out. And one last thing for you guys.
Yes, sir.
When Shanahan likes a guy, he goes out and get him. A couple years ago, Ayuk was that guy. The Niners were sitting, I want to say, maybe around pick number 11. They could have drafted CeeDee Lamb. They could have picked Justin Jefferson. They traded back, and they got Ayuk. And look at Ayuk now. So I think at the end of next season, we'll all be happy that we got Pearsall.
Appreciate it, Sean. You like the pick, 49er fans? It's pretty straightforward. You like the pick. They picked a wide receiver out of Florida, Ricky Pearsall. I mean, there is a lot to get into here. I mean, on the one hand, you could say, Well, didn't they just add to a position of strength? Like we've been talking all year about it. They got two great receivers. Can an offense in today's NFL, can three receivers be productive in the same year?
Well, it's not even about being productive, Stoney. It's about pre-snap. Can you scare opposing defenses to where one of the three get off? And I'm the guy that was like, scratching my head as to why the Niner offense this last playoff run was pedestrian. I think I've got my answer. So if you ask me about Ricky Pearsall, I like the pick, but I don't like the timing of the pick.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Matthew is in Dublin. What's up, Matthew? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you? Just want to say love the show.
Thank you.
For me, the thing is I'm really 50-50. I think for some people who are like, I love the pick or I hate the pick, for me it's all about what is the plan. If the plan is to win right now, it's kind of just like, okay, well, we already have, Debo, we have Ayuk, we have Juwan Jennings we brought back, we have some others as well. It's like, it just kind of doesn't make no sense. But if it's something for the future, then I understand it. So it's just, I'm like 50-50 with it right now.
I got you. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate the call.
And how fair is this, Donnie? Do you think some Niner fans have PTSD because, Kyle has a job to do and he's doing it, but he messed up the Trey Lance pick, and that was a different position, but that was a debacle. Do you think maybe some might be a little nervous about his judgment?
Yeah, probably some people. I think there's some critics of the way the 49ers have drafted. I think that's out there.
Well, you hit on Debo and Ayuk, but I'm just saying, I wonder how much of this, I just didn't expect Goodell to say the position that they were going to address the Niners was wide receiver.
What if I just said, what if I just came on and said, what don't you get? What don't you get?
Well, I shared with you. I thought a position of strength was the wide receiver position for the Niners.
The move is for now, and it's for the future. It serves both those masters.
Okay, until something else pops off. See, but it makes you
we're
better. Ignoring the noise that's out there.
It makes you better right now, because it allows you to keep. Maybe they're looking at, by drafting Ricky Pearsall, it means we can now keep Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk for one more year together. So we're still good now. The move helps us right now because it gives us insurance for next year, and it means we don't trade Debo or Ayuk right now. So we're better right now because we don't trade those guys, and then we'll be better in the future whether we have to move off a guy or not. If we have to, we'll have this guy who we think is really good. And you know what? If this guy's great, maybe we keep all three if we can somehow get it done. But, that's... And if you don't like the pick, I get it. You don't like the pick, but I feel like I at least see what they're trying to do, I guess is what I'm saying.
And again, I'm not saying we're doing it, and how can you not? Because right now there's a lot of smoke around this whole thing, and there's a domino. And you may be right. That domino may not be played, and it's going to be all three of them still here. But, Stoney, if somehow there's a trade this afternoon or this evening or tomorrow, then we're talking about, opinions changing, because now you're trusting Ricky Pearsall to be able to grasp the offense and step in right away and, again, not be Jerry Rice, but give you some production along with Juwan Jennings and the rest of your receiving core.
The other thing that the 510, this is an interesting point. I like the pick. Sooner or later, we're going to have to pay Brock Purdy. And if you move off Debo at the end of this year, then you have more flexibility as it relates to Brock Purdy, because you'll have Pearsall on his rookie deal. Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, right now, Stan, if you ask me who the fastest receiver is, it's Ricky. Pretty Ricky.
I have no idea.
For what that means, well, I do. Man.
Well, I thought Ayuk could get downfield.
Yeah. And I'm not saying he can't, but he's not a burner. Your boy's faster than him.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think of the pick, 49er fans? Ricky Pearsall. He is, the scouting report I'm looking at right now says he has great hands. He's got a good burst through his routes. On the negative side, it says he can get out-muscled by physical cornerbacks. Uh-oh. So how surprising was that pick to you? I mean,
I went 10. We had a caller say 12. Where were you at?
Like a 5? I mean, again.
Well, your 5 will go to 9 or 10. I don't want to speak for you if somehow there's a trade done.
I guess. Yeah, I guess. But, like, I feel like whatever the Niners do, I do feel like it's transparent as to what they're doing. Like, if they trade Deebo Samuel today or over the weekend, that tells me that they think, and you might think they're wrong, but they think they can be a Super Bowl contender even without Deebo Samuel. Like, that's what that would have to tell me. If they don't move Deebo Samuel, which I don't think they will, to me it tells me that they're running this back for one more year, and they'll make the decision on Deebo Samuel at the end of the year. And then they'll use these picks, the next 9 picks, to address bigger positions of need.
Yeah. With your secondary O-line, Greenlaw, you don't know how long he's going to be down. So,
Estimated Eye says, why would they move Deebo Samuel? Well, because conventional wisdom is that they're going to have to come off his money at some point, probably at the end of this year.
Evan, can you help me? Am I pronouncing it? Is it Pearsall or Pearsall?
Pearsall.
Oh, Saul. Okay. Now take that, Ernie Chavez.
What?
Said I was speaking French because I was saying Pearsall, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generally with 2 L's at the end, you pronounce the all.
Ricky Pearsall?
Like Benjamin Albright joined the Morning Roast earlier, a Broncos insider and NFL insider. You can find that on the Odyssey app and YouTube. Albright, Pearsall.
Oh, there's 2 L's in Albright?
Yeah. Paul
Certainly
Gasol.
is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess what Ernie was saying was you were butchering it early.
No, I said Pearsall after I asked Evan. You were saying Pearsall.
He's right.
Can you say it again?
Pearsall.
Yeah.
It's like a spelling bee. Can the country of origin, please?
I got it, y'all.
I hate to break it to you, Stein. He's going to be on the team for a few years, so.
Well, we'll see. He's got to make the team first. He's got to make the team first.
I think you
well,
guys
then it'd be a great pick.
Take that, Ernie Chavez.
888-957-9570. What do you think about the pick, 49er fans? And what does it tell you about what they may do the rest of the weekend?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they'll probably go get some linemen. They'll probably get some help at other positions, but it tells me that Kyle Shanahan really liked this guy. And after all, he's a receiver. He was a receiver at Texas.
Yeah, I thought it was unlikely going into it, but
Shanahan.
That doesn't mean that it can't happen. So, I mean, you listen to everything. Everything's about trying to improve our team as much as we can for 2024 with jeopardizing 25 as much as possible. So that's everything you look into. And whenever that opportunity comes, whichever way, if you can improve your team, you do that. Sometimes it's hard to picture proving your team, though, without him.
And he was talking about Ayuk there. And that was... He slid that in at the end.
He did,
but I think that's right. That's what we're talking about. What I heard Kyle Shanahan say right there was sometimes you look and you can't figure out how you're going to be better if you lose Brandon Ayuk. What's so funny?
Nothing. I'm laughing at myself.
Yeah. What was funny that you thought made like. You can share what you thought you said was funny.
So I corrected Ernie Chavez.
Okay.
Because he came down my road and said I was speaking French. And Evan and Spadoni backed me up that I was saying Pearsall, which it is. And he responded that I said Pearshawn, which I did. Anyway, go ahead, Stoney. My bad. That's all. He won't take the L. Ernie, take the L. That's all.
Don't take it, Ernie. You don't have to take it.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I'm...
You're mad.
I mean, you've said it 15 times, and you've said it differently nine of those
Stop!
times.
It's Ricky Pearsall. Come on,
it's not
man.
Purse. It's
Pearsall.
Pearsall. Pierce is in like Pierce Deer. Pierce Deering.
Evan, you want to say it?
Maybe we can ask Jennifer Lee Chan at 12 o'clock how to pronounce his name. NBC Sports Bay Area covers the 49ers.
We're all doing the best we can here at 95.7 The Game. I mean, who's Pajemski was one. You got to get used to these names.
No doubt. I was the
Pearsall.
last to the party. Yeah.
Pearsall. Okay. You know how I feel about names.
Your parents are two English teachers.
Like, hey, if the guy's got a way to pronounce his name, you should pronounce the name the way it should be pronounced. And if it's Pearsall, then it's Pearsall. I'll work on it.
I mean, I wonder how many mock drafts had him going first round.
It's a good question.
You know what? But does that matter if their football intelligence was like, he's good enough for us to take him with the 31st pick? F all the mock drafts, right? Because that's what this is about.
But they have their own mock draft.
How many guys saw Deebo Samuel being used, coaches saw Deebo being able to be utilized the way that Kyle Shanahan envisioned Deebo, and now look what he is. So, we can get fixated, and I won't, on, was it too high, too low, whatnot, does it fit? But all that matters is the organization thinks this dude can hit the ground running.
I mean, I got to believe he was on the Niners' first-round board, right? Every team's got their own draft. I got to believe that he was somebody who they thought if he was there that they were going to take. That's how much they liked him. They clearly liked him enough to take him there. So that tells me that maybe they didn't think he was going to be there, or they were hoping he would be there because they were looking at other draft boards and weren't seeing his name there, and they got a great feeling about it. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Sir.
So I wanted to ask you guys your thoughts on a kind of working theory I have in regards to my concern about or what we should do with Deebo and Ayuk. And that is, I think personally we should hold on to them for one more year at least to run it back. But also, how do we know that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are actually very good at drafting? And the reason why I say that is, how do we know that it's not Adam Peters who was the success behind the late round picks that we have, and that Lynch and Shanahan haven't really done much with our first round picks? When you look at it, it's Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, no good.
Yeah, I'm looking at the. What about Mike McGlinchey in 2018? Fred Warner in 2018 wasn't a first round pick, but they got him. They got him in that draft. I mean, the one
look at the roster though, right? It almost doesn't even matter where they're drafted at. They're hitting more than they're missing. That's why they've had the success over the last 5 years. And again, Trey Lance, Exhibit A, but Steiny, I'm like, that caller was being harsh. No, there's misses in every draft, but damn, look at this roster. It's loaded. We were talking about, years past and even this last year, they got, you mentioned Fred Warner, Kittle. I mean, they got all kinds of Ayuk, Deebo, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, their first draft was 2017. I've always, Solomon Thomas obviously wasn't a great pick. I always think it's interesting, how do you judge Reuben Foster as a pick? Do they get dinged for it because he didn't pan out because of his personal issues?
And there were some signs there, Steiny, so maybe they thought, and they're not the only team rolled the dice that he would be on best behavior. That didn't work out, but that's a miss.
Boy, he was a hell of a player.
No doubt about it.
He was a hell of a player. Like, I never know I don't know. Those are always tough for me.
And he never went anywhere like a James Wiseman and balled out,
Right. I just, like, they kind of got it right, though. The guy was an unbelievable talent. So, like, I always look at it as, like, they got it half right. Obviously, he's not playing now, so they don't have anything to show for it. And yes, he had some demons, but, man, he was he was a hell of a player.
We all do, but yeah.
Pierce Evans says, your two best offensive weapons, to be fair, are Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. So Pierce Evans saying that it's still
needed to be fertilized, the wide receiver positions.
Right.
And now you got a guy that can go slot if you decide to go 3 wide or whatnot. So, okay, that works, Steiny, if there's no trade for Ayuk or Deebo.
Right.
And that's why I'm super excited now. I'm super excited because I'm hoping neither one of them get traded. But, man, you talk about running it back, trying to get back to the Super Bowl and empowering a rookie / Jawan Jennings, Ronnie Bell, or who have you, and saying we're better without one of these two receivers. Well, good luck.
888-957-9570 is the number. Round 2 tonight in the NFL draft. Is it 2 and 3 tonight?
2 and 3
2 and 3 tonight, and then the rest on Saturday.
Yeah, starting early tomorrow.
What time?
I want to. I'm gonna say 9, but it could be 10.
From the 408, assuming the Niners stick with Purdy going into the future, if he's going to reset the quarterback market, teams with pretty highly paid quarterbacks have more, so young players less expensive. Seems like this is the beginning of that planning. Yeah, I agree. This probably did have something to do with Brock Purdy. You got to pay Brock Purdy.
Like, now you're giving him a weapon now.
What if it's as simple as that? That the 49ers have decided they're paying Brandon Ayuk and they're paying Brock Purdy. And they know that already, and it kind of feels like they're preparing to move off Deebo Samuel in a year. And they brought in a wide receiver right now to learn the system. And if he can contribute now, great. If he can't, they've got a year to play with. And then he can replace Deebo Samuel if he's good enough. And then maybe if he's not good enough, you got to revisit it. And maybe you don't get rid of Deebo Samuel and you try to attack it. The financials from another.
Let me read this to you from the chat, Steiny. Yeah. Coach O. Williams, who was the best player available at 31? The tricky part about that is every team would have a different answer. Every team has different needs. You know what I mean? That's how I would say it. It's not just, Steiny was the guy. Every team is looking for something different. And the 49ers feel like this is what they needed. And now you just brought up Brock Purdy. I'm thinking, what's he thinking right now, working out or doing whatever he's doing, having breakfast? I got a new weapon.
I mean, I would assume he's excited about it. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you the day after round 1 of the NFL draft. And the 49ers take Ricky Pearsall. I'll get it right when we get Jennifer Lee Chan on in a half hour.
Our girl.
What's coming up next is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Let's get into more talk.
And I want to give a shout out to Steiny before we go.
About the rookie wide receiver. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You want to do that now?
Yeah, now give Detroit some love on the other side.
All right. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think of the 49ers pick? Do you like it? It's very simple. You like the pick. They took a wide receiver out of Florida on 95.7 The Game.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast.
I'm 40. We're 49.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you heard the reaction to the 49ers selecting Ricky Pearsall at a draft party.
You ever been to one? I haven't. That's got to be an awesome feeling, man. Friends and family.
Had to have done some shows with the NBA draft at some point. I got to believe.
That was dope. Going to a winning team or a team that's supposed to win, it's pretty dope, man.
Let's take a listen to John Lynch. This is John Lynch, the 49ers general manager, talking about the pick. Take a listen.
I know that we're continuing to have positive talks with BA. We are really efforting to get something done with him, and we're excited about continuing down that path. And Brandon being a part of this team, Debo is a part of this team and a big part of this team. So, like I said, we feel great about that group, and we feel like we just made it better with another really good addition to it who complements the group real well.
Close the door on a trade?
Never close the door on a trade. I mean, we'll always listen, and we have, but we like our group as it stands.
At least logical to think that it would have taken something in the first round for you guys to consider trading Brandon, and now that the first round is over, that's unlikely that you would move him.
Yeah, I thought it was unlikely going into it, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. So, I mean, you listen to everything. Everything's about trying to improve our team as much as we can for 2024 without with jeopardizing 25 as much as possible. So that's everything you look into, and whenever that opportunity comes, whichever way, if you can improve your team, you do that. Sometimes it's hard to picture proving your team, though, without them.
The run on receivers getting big money, A.J. Brown, Amon from Detroit. Is that concerning when it comes to bringing in Ayuk, or is that something you just expected from the market?
Yeah, you expected that the market would take a bit of a leap this year. I think it surely has, and I think it tells you it's a premium position in our league right now. The ball's being thrown a lot, and we're asking these players to do a lot. So it's the reality, and you deal with that.
Yeah, so that was John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan last night after making the pick. And if you take them at their word, it feels to me like they're going to get something done with Ayuk. They're going to keep Deebo Samuel, and they're going to incorporate Ricky Pearsall into that group and try to win a Super Bowl this year. And then next year, they'll revisit the money again, and Deebo Samuel's name will come up because he's the guy who ostensibly right now would be the guy they're most likely to move off of, either now or a year from now. And the one thing that I don't think happens is that they move Deebo Samuel today. I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
And I'm taking that one last phrase by Kyle Shanahan to heart when he says sometimes you just look at how can we get better if we don't have Brandon on the team. I feel like they're kind of telling you at least what they're thinking. Do you believe them? 888-957-9570.
Yeah, Steiny, and that's what I came in and told you and Evan. The part about John Lynch saying, I'll never close the book on a trade, I'm with you. I think they have to choose, and I think they've decided, and I know we got Jennifer Lee Chan coming up here at 12, Steiny, but I just feel like they're going to choose Brandon Ayuk. And again, I know it's full transparency, but to hear a GM say we'll never close the book, knowing that Kawakami asked about the smoke that's out there, that's letting you know, Steiny, you can get them on the phone. And if I know we think it's the smart move to kick the can down the road in regard to getting up off possibly one of these receivers next season, if somebody gives them the right asking price, I think Deebo could be had. And Steiny, I think tonight by 8 p.m., I think we'll hear some news that one of these guys has moved, and right now I think it's going to be Deebo.
God, I feel like betting you on that.
it's one of those things that I don't want to win.
Right.
So
I hear you.
I'm just telling you my expectation. And I get what you were saying, but what if you're Debo or Ayuk and you hear your general manager say, hey, I like our guys, and I know it's the business, Steiny, but I like Steiny and Guru, but if the right person calls and gives me the right offer, one of them could be had.
Well,
that's how I took that.
The bottom line is when Matt Mayoko started to ask John Lynch the other day if he had given Ayuk's agent permission to look for trades, he cut him off. And he did not say, no, we have not given him permission to ask for a trade. But by not answering that, he clearly,
I remember,
he and Ayuk's agent have been working on stuff. And it sounds to me like the 49ers said, hey, if you think you can work out a trade, go ahead and we'll take a look at it. And if we like it, we'll do it. But clearly, I don't think they've had anything close to what they want. And now they are going to move on. I just don't, I think he was specifically talking about Ayuk, meaning if we don't have Ayuk, how can we be better? But I think he's also probably saying the same thing about Deebo Samuel. Like, we're not just going to lose Deebo Samuel and become a better team. Not right now. Maybe in a year. Maybe in a year it's possible. 888-957-9570. Let's go to 49er David in Concord. Don't forget, Jennifer Lee Chan coming up in 20 minutes. She covers the San Francisco 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area, and looking forward to getting her insight into this pick. What's up, 49er David?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
All right. Doing well.
Okay, I don't like the pick because you have a lot of other needs in the room besides wide receiver. And I also want to say it doesn't send a good signal to their three, Juwan Jennings. As it stands now, if they keep Debo and BA, don't like it. And if I'm allowed to make a Warriors comment, I want to do that after, but that's with your permission.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay. So after the last 39 games of the season, they won 69% of them. And that exactly matches identically to the number 1 and 2 teams in the West. I'm not talking about run it back, but Chris Paul's contract is onerous, so he's probably gone. I'm thinking there's a lot of optimism there. Okay, go.
Thank you. Optimism is where you find it. I would never take anybody's opportunity to seek optimism and crush it, contrary to sometimes what you think. I like to do.
That's funny.
If you want to be optimistic about the Warriors, there's stuff to be optimistic about. We're talking to San Francisco 49ers, though, right now. Hey, here's the other thing. What if, and isn't this the way we always talk about a draft? So the 49ers just drafted a wide receiver, and they have 2 really good ones right now. But aren't you supposed to take who you think is the best player available, not necessarily drafting for a position of need?
Well, there you go.
So
but the fans have their own view of the team, and they put themselves in Kyle's and John Lynch's shoes. And again, Steiny, I don't know a walking soul, especially here, unless I didn't talk to the right people. I just don't feel like anybody looking at the Niners draft and needs thought a receiver was going to be taken in the first round.
Well, my question would be, if they do their draft board positionless and they just rank the players in terms of
best available,
just if the best player happens to be a defensive tackle, then it's a defensive tackle. And whoever was on that board, whoever was remaining on that board might have been somebody, there might have been, he may have been the highest guy left on the board. He just happened to be a wide receiver. And they said, you know what? We think he's the best player left in this round. And yeah, he happens to be a receiver, but we think he's the best football player.
And
better than any of the quarterbacks that are left, better than any of the linemen that are left.
You could be correct.
So
you told me yesterday, you shared with us, and the more I thought about it, I said, Stanley might be onto something, but you said, hey, if they decided to do a trade and part ways with one of the wide receivers and got enhancements on the O-line, they would be greater because the O-line would obviously give Brock more time to survey the field and, they could do that without Ayuk or Debo. But damn, Steiny, I am not mad at the pick if they keep all three because you feel like, you know what, you bolstered that position. But and I know the draft is 4.5 hours away, somewhere around there, but if you get rid of one of the two and your first crack at adding to your team was the wide receiver position, I just feel like that's a step back. You didn't enhance or fertilize the offensive line. Now you're going to, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And that's why you feel like nobody's getting traded.
That's why I feel like nobody's getting traded. I think this buys them that year. I think it buys them that year they wanted because they didn't want to split these guys up right now.
Yeah.
David's in San Jose. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Oh, Steiny, Goose, you told me to call back, and here I am.
All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
First off, I made the statement Ayuk was getting traded yesterday. That didn't happen. That's good, but it ain't over. And so, Steiny, I'm a little disappointed, man. You didn't look at the body language last night of that press conference. That was the most depressing press conference I've ever seen after a draft.
Really?
Usually it's, yes, we got our guy. We're ready to go. We're so excited. They weren't excited when they showed him taking the pick. They weren't excited at their press conference, and it's because they know what's coming, right?
What's coming?
They know they have to trade. They have to trade him. Unfortunately, they don't want to. And you know who is going?
Ayuk or Debo?
Guess who?
Who?
Oh, it's not Debo because listen to the statement they made at the press conference. Ayuk, we want him bad. Debo is already on our team, a big part of the team.
Right.
So take that into account in that they're almost saying, Ayuk, they want him here. You know they love him, but he's not going to be here. So let me ask you this. Who was the one team that needed a wide receiver very badly yesterday and kept trading out of those spots and had wide receivers drafted?
Kansas City Chiefs.
Buffalo. Who picks number 33 overall today and needs a stud proven wide receiver?
Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo.
Oh,
I think that's where it's going, guys, unfortunately. Wow. About our pick, I think he's a good pick, man. I think he's a good pick. I think he fits our offense well. But, at the end of the day, we don't run any 4 wide receiver sets, man.
Well,
so if he's correct, Steiny, it'll jump off right when the second round starts with Buffalo having the first pick.
Well, I'll just go to our resident draft expert, one of the best
Did
in
a great
the
job
business,
yesterday.
Dan Dibley.
Oh, I was Evan Giddy.
And everybody was under the assumption that if Ayuk was going to get traded, it would come on day one because they were not taking less than a first-round pick.
Gotcha.
So if they trade Ayuk today for a second-round pick, they're not going to do that.
Steiny, how
about that?
It's on the board, and
they're not going to do that.
That press conference, they were running. Steiny, the word I texted Boss, it was weird. It was just they were running material, and there was a lot of not double talk. And I know you say it's lion season, Goo, but like the caller said,
I don't know what
Ayuk support.
What I don't understand what John Lynch said that.
He didn't solidify the fact that Brandon's future is going to be with the 49ers. He said it, but then also followed up with anything's possible. My phone's always on.
It's called keeping your options open.
All right.
He said we're having positive talks with Brandon. The goal is to get him to be here.
Buffalo does need a playmaker, Steiny, and that would be fireworks right off the crack of the second round.
As far as I'm concerned, like if you wanted to rip the 49ers, if they trade Ayuk today, then you could rip them because
what about Debo? Same thing.
What do you mean?
Because they could trade Debo today.
They could. But what I'm saying is if they were holding out for a 1 for Ayuk and now they trade him for a 2, then you could say what changed. Mr. D is in San Francisco. Hey, Mr. D, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How y'all doing, guys?
Payday, baby.
Who you stressing?
It's payday.
Who you stressing, man?
Yes, he is.
We can get linemen in the second and third round. But I do agree with you. We got to get some offensive linemen because I don't care how many receivers we got. If we don't have nobody that can protect Brock Purdy, he's not going to have time to hit nobody.
Wow.
If they got 10 receivers.
And that's what happened in the Super Bowl.
And that's what happened in the Super Bowl. Guys was getting home. So if we can keep guys from getting home, we're golden. We can get some linemen in the second and third round. That's not a problem.
Well, all right.
There you go.
I expect, as Jennifer's coming up shortly, Stoney, I expect that to be the next position they address with the 63rd pick.
Yeah, rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Obviously, round 1 was yesterday, and they take a wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, out of Florida. Here's more John Lynch. I want to play this again just to dissect.
All day.
Why is always us? But I don't know. I know that we're continuing to have positive talks with BA, and we are really efforting to get something done with them, and we're excited about continuing down that path. And Brandon being a part of this team, Debo is a part of this team and a big part of this team. So, like I said, we feel great about that group, and we feel like we just made it better with another really good addition to it who complements the group real well.
Now that backs up nothing's going to happen
I didn't hear
here.
any depression.
Well, no, it wasn't depression, Stoney. It was just the adjective. It was weird, man.
So Brandon Ayuk, they're negotiating a contract extension.
And he sent it. I got to say this. He sent a text message in that same press conference yesterday. Brandon did, fire emoji. And I just got to ask you, I took that as, and I know Brandon knows Ricky Pearsall, but I just took that as like that wasn't a good thing.
What do you mean?
That he wasn't super duper excited that they addressed that position with this friend and former teammate.
So he sent him a fire emoji.
Yeah.
So now you're questioning whether Brandon Ayuk actually thinks
I
the
would have
pick is
sent the
fire.
money emoji about all I'm worried about is me.
Like, with all
I'm worried
due
about my
respect-
chicken. I ain't worried about no new draft pick, especially one that could be all love to him, but especially one that could be my replacement. It was just odd that came up because they told the people what was going on the text thread.
Man,
but
you're cynical. Everybody says I'm cynical.
I got some of that in me.
I heard John Lynch say they're trying to get Brandon in here under contract.
And they're always open for trade.
Who isn't? Yeah. I feel like you're reading way too much into that, but maybe you're not the only one. But
we'll find out here
it's
today.
Not a secret that they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk right now. Like I mean,
and they could give him a new contract and he's good,
right?
And it may cost him Debo,
right? Yeah, it probably will.
Yeah, got you.
I still think that's number one on the board. That at some point this summer, Ayuk's extended, and they go into the season with these two guys.
Yeah.
That's how I'm reading into what happened last night. 888-957-9570. How do you read into what happened last night with the 49ers selecting a wide receiver?
I was listening to the guys this morning. Bonte made the point that if they keep them together, which he would like, Pearsall would be able to learn and get the tutelage from not just Debo, but also Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, that's like, it sounds great. I mean, in theory, it sounds doable to me. Again, my question to 49er fans, and like when I saw them pick this wide receiver, my first thought was, well, they're not trading either of these two guys. Because to me, conventional wisdom would be, do you have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl with a rookie wide receiver as opposed to those two guys? And I think it's obvious that it's not with the rookie.
But what if they feel different than you? And they obviously would, right? If they pull this off.
Yes. Then like,
because I agree with you.
Everything right. But if they move off Debo today, then they believe that this guy's maybe better than maybe not right away, but will be better than Debo Samuel, or that the hit they take at that number 2 wide receiver position isn't going to be significant enough to make them worse because they're going to upgrade in other
no doubt. And that's why they went and said to hell with what everybody else is thinking in these mock drafts. Well, and they went and identified this kid and drafted him.
I mean, I don't.
So they're already just like they're beating to their own drum. They ain't worried about what we think.
Like, who their draft board's the only one that matters. Who cares if Mel Kiper didn't have a guy in the first round or had him going early in the second?
I'm
but
telling
the 49, there's literally millions of mock drafts out there. The only ones that matter are the ones that the 49ers had and where this guy was on it.
And Steiny, we can add this to what you just said. We may think they're taking a step back if they were to move Debo and what the offense would be in the immediate, but they must feel like if they did that, they still got action.
Yeah. That's the way that's what I would read into it. I would read into it that, if they trade Debo Samuel, they're not saying, well, we're giving up on winning the Super Bowl this year. All. Connor's in San Leandro. Hey, Connor, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm on my day off. I'm having a great day. Obviously, last night was kind of tough.
How come?
I'm not going to lie. I feel like I love Kyle Shanahan. I love John Lynch. I love this team. But if there's one thing that we keep doing, we keep ignoring. I think what we need is a common sense rule for the first round draft. If Kyle is doing something contrarian for the first round of the draft, we got to stop acting like he's playing 5D chess. And we got to go back and say, well, he moved up, took 3 first-round picks to decide whether he wanted Mac Jones, Justin Fields, or Trey Lance, and they all busted. He took a kicker also in the 3rd round, and that's not about the first round, but everyone said the same thing last year. We don't know. We're not on his board. Da-da-da-da-da. Turned out in the Super Bowl, that was the wrong move. And this violates common sense. We just got to say, hey, this probably was a muff. This is probably a dumb move by him. And I think that's not making its way into the picture of the conversation because we really love Kyle. But I think at the end of the day, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a missed first round pick.
All right,
but I feel that, but you
Appreciate
can't
it, Connor.
put your stamp on that until we see it play out.
No, it's gutsy to put your stamp on it now.
What? No, he's putting a stamp. But
what if the caller has seen this guy play in college and is like, yeah, he's not very good?
But Stoney, it translates. He's a 49er. It's about what he does in the red and gold. And we don't know if that's going to be with Debo and Ayuk or with one of them.
Yeah, but you're absolutely allowed to say, I hate this pick.
Oh, no, but the proof is going to be in the pudding, which is the 2024 season.
Right, and what the caller's saying is if you look at some of these picks in the past, they haven't worked out.
But
that's fair.
Yeah, and on the flip side, some have worked out. The guys you read, the Fred Warner, Kittle, Ayuk and Debo.
Yeah, those were good selections, obviously. Coming up on the other side, we've got Jennifer Lee Chan. She writes for NBC. She's going to repeat a lot of what I've said. I'll bet you.
I'll bet that.
I'll bet you when I ask her if she thinks it's more or less likely that Debo and Ayuk get traded immediately, I'll bet she'll say no. It doesn't.
I'm looking at you.
I'll bet she says that in their minds this was the best available player, which is what you do in the first round, regardless of position. And she'll also give some credence to your thought about Kyle did feel like they needed an extra weapon.
Let's find out.
I'll fight her on that one, though. All right. Jennifer Lee Chan is on the other side. She works for NBC Sports Bay Area, and she covers the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to get back into the draft talking with her on the other side. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Bay Area, find your fill at Jack's.
Going to the air again. That pass is high. Oh, what a one-handed grab by Pearsall. And then he took a pop at the 30-yard line. There's a flag for that. Unbelievable catch.
Oh, number one set it up so nice, too. He knew he was going up with one hand the entire time. Little ball was a little high, and one jumps up there and snags it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was from the Florida Radio Network. Go check that catch out if you can. One-handed grab against, I believe, Charlotte earlier last year. Let's welcome in Jennifer Lee Chan. She covers the San Francisco 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. Jennifer, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Sorry, it's a little windy right now. I'm going to get into my car, so it'll be a little quiet, but it might be a little noisy for about the next 15 seconds.
Okay, no problem at all.
It's windy outside. What the heck?
Yeah, I know it. Let me ask you this. I'll just start here. Were you surprised by the pick or not?
I was not surprised it was a wide receiver, but it was not a guy who was on my radar at all, but obviously he was on the 49ers radar. And after watching his highlights, you understand why. I mean, you just had that play on where he had that one-handed catch against Charlotte, and wow, he gets popped by both two defenders, one on each side, still managed to keep the ball in his hands, and just like a tough, smart receiver, which is what they need.
Jennifer, I'm so conflicted because earlier this week there was whispers and rumors about maybe Ayuk gets traded. Now the same whispers are out there about Debo. Do you think this pick and the position signals that something's up and maybe Ayuk or Debo are not a 49er come Monday?
No, I don't think they trade either of them, especially after getting to the first round of the draft, because if they were going to accept a trade offer from anyone, I think it would have had to have included a top 10 or top 15 at least pick, because those are two guys that have been, you can tell that they've got such good production. They've, historically been great for the offense, and they're proven. You're not going to go and give away your proven receivers for a guy who's a second round pick. I just don't think it's going to happen. There's going to have to be incredible compensation, and in the second round of the draft, I just don't think any other team can do it. And I honestly never thought they were going to trade either of them. So I figured they would take a skill player in that first round, just because even though there was all that talk about offensive line, I think a skill player is what changes your game, and that's what you take as your first pick in the draft.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. She covers the San Francisco 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah, I don't know why, but when I saw the pick, my first thought was, well, they're not moving Debo or Brandon Ayuk because there's no way they're going into what they still think is a championship window with a rookie wide receiver, like in their starting lineup. So I guess my question to you is, assuming those two guys are kept, how much playing time or what role do you realistically see for Ricky Pearsall?
I mean, I think they'll see how it goes. But, I mean, also, again, he's a smart wide receiver. I mean, Kyle Shanahan said that more than once, which means that his kind of development is going to be a little bit faster than we've seen from other wide receivers that they've picked in the draft. So I think he's going to be involved quickly. He's also a punt returner, kick returner. I know they brought back Trent Taylor, but losing, guys who have done that in the past, that's a need. I mean, we saw what happened with Ronnie Bell. They thought he was going to be the guy, and it didn't work out. So, Ray McLeod going to Atlanta, that was a void in the roster, and so they needed to make sure they had a guy who could do it. And Trent Taylor's on a one-year deal. Maybe if Ricky Pearsall doesn't get a whole lot of playing time this first year, he definitely will get it in the second year.
Jennifer, let me ask you this. The Niners pick with the 63rd pick in the second round about a few hours. Do you have a gauge of what position you think they'll go with that pick?
I think they go defense. I honestly think they go cornerback. I mean, you look at how many offensive players were picked in that first round. There's still a lot of talent on the defensive side that are available in the draft. I mean, so many guys that can fill in at nickel or at corner. I mean, we saw that was a definite need in last season's defense. Diamante Lenore can play inside, but then they're vulnerable on the outside. So they really need to get a guy who can play the nickel position. Diamante Lenore's coverage skills are so good. I don't know why you would move him to the inside unless you really have to. So I think they're looking for a nickel, leave Diamante Lenore, Charvarius Ward on the outside, and then looking ahead, both of those two cornerbacks are free agents coming in 2025.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. The one guy whose name I'd heard was Nate Wiggins, who went one selection above the Niners. Do you think he was somebody that they were interested in? And then let me just ask you, maybe you don't know this, but where did you see Pearsall in most of the mock drafts? What was the earliest you saw him on most of the mock drafts?
For Pearsall, I saw him kind of early day 2. I think one of the things about the draft is that, there's maybe 20 guys who are going to be instant starters that you look at when you are looking nationally. After that, you've got kind of guys who maybe second round grades that teams are reaching for at the end of the first round. But I think he had a first round grade from the 49ers. I don't know for sure, but it seems like they were a consensus. Definitely get this guy. So I think he's going to be a game changer. I think he's going to play and as a rookie, where we haven't seen that a lot from other rookie wide receivers. Oh, I can't say that. Rookie wide receivers. But I think when you look at the second round, I think that they're going to definitely go another skill position player, and I think it's going to be cornerback.
Jennifer, I have ad nauseum said that I thought Debo and Ayuk were, just one of the top tier tandems in regard to wide receivers all year long. So you tell me if this is fair. I'm no expert, but I thought the Niners lost the Super Bowl mainly because of protection, and that's why I thought the first round pick would go to the offensive line. But do you think the Pearsall pick signals that maybe they think they need to get more explosive on the outside with Ayuk and Debo?
Pearsall has that 4.41 speed, and Kyle Shanahan said last night, he is enough of a threat speed-wise to get open on a go route. I mean, he's going to make sure that the offense gets spread out, which is something that they've been missing. Danny Gray is a guy who didn't pan out for them. He was hurt last year. I know they really wanted to open up the offense with that speed element, and they haven't been able to do it yet. I mean, not that Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are slow, but that extra little bit of speed makes a big difference. So I think that can really help. And the 49ers haven't lined up 3 wide receivers that often, and this gives them the opportunity to do that, which makes their offense have another dimension.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. She covers the San Francisco 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. 49ers selected Ricky Pearsall with the 31st pick in the draft. It's a wide receiver. How important do you think it is, assuming they're going to keep Ayuk and try to get him under contract? What becomes the priority now? Getting him under contract in a timely manner, or do you expect this to be a kind of a Bosa situation?
I don't know if it necessarily gets to the Bosa situation, because you look at the wide receivers that are getting their contracts done. So that kind of sets the parameters on what they need to pay Brandon Ayuk. It's kind of what they did with Deebo Samuel. Once the wide receiver contract started getting done for that year, there was a bump in how much they're getting paid this season with the cap going up. But I think when those wide receivers start getting their contract, now it sets up the 49ers to know what range to have to offer Brandon Ayuk. So I think the communication lines are obviously open. I thought that was a really funny exchange with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan last night, saying that Brandon Ayuk texted them right after they picked Ricky Pearsall, saying that it was a fire pick. So I think that also, it's a guy that Brandon Ayuk knows. I just don't think there's any animosity between Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers, and bringing in a guy that he knows and he likes. I think that also indicates that it's going to be a good situation for all 3 wide receivers. I think it gives Brock Purdy a guy who, another guy to throw to. And if Brandon Ayuk doesn't show up for training camp because his deal isn't done yet, Ricky Pearsall is going to get a lot of reps. So that's going to help him also get adjusted to Brock Purdy. Now, I think that, you look at Brandon Ayuk and where he is in comparison to, every time they've done one of these big deals, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, I think it's going to happen about the same time, a little bit closer to training camp. I think that we go through the offseason program without, him being signed, but he's going to show up to mandatory minicamp because he has to. He's under contract. I just think it's going to be done eventually like they have done in the past.
Jennifer, I told Steiny, Detroit and all the fans there, they did a wonderful job, and I know there's more rounds, but if I were to ask you what stood out night one of the draft, well, how would you answer that?
The shock when Atlanta took Michael Penix.
Wow.
That was the big one. I mean, they just agreed to pay Kirk Cousins $180 million, and they take a quarterback in the top 10.
Wow.
That was just crazy. That was the shocker. I mean, you guys have been in the meeting room, but it's about 30 cubicles. There's no windows. We've got all the TVs on, and they made that pick, and the whole room was like, what? So I think that was the shocker of the first round, but I think everything else kind of went according to plan.
Let me ask you this, before I let you go, Jennifer, and we're joined by Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. The other day, your colleague, Matt Mayoko, started to ask John Lynch a question about Brandon Ayuk's agent maybe looking for a deal for him, and John cut him off and said, we're not going to do that, or we want Brandon here. Did you interpret that as a yes, though, in terms of they have given Brandon some permission to go sniff around?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. He just wanted to keep everything under wraps, which is the way John Lynch has operated since he took the role. And don't forget, John Lynch is friends with Brandon Ayuk's agent. They have known each other for quite some time. So I think, it's an amicable relationship. I just don't think there's going to be any contention between the two parties. I think there's kind of this like, hey, it's going to get done. We'll figure it out. It's just going to take, figuring out those smaller details. And that's what happened with Deebo Samuel. I mean, I think they had the numbers, but it was trying to figure out, where it would all fall within the contract, the guarantees, injury outs, all that stuff. I think, it's the smaller details. I think the numbers are kind of in place when you look at, all the other wide receivers that have done deals. They know the range. It's just the smaller aspects of the contract that'll need to get figured out.
Jennifer, one little quick one here. What position on the O-line do you think needs the most attention?
Guard or center. It's got to be a guy who can play all three interior positions. Aaron Banks is a free agent next year. John Feliciano said this is his last ride. So you've got two guard positions that are going to need to be filled in 2025. I don't think Spencer Burford is long for this roster after what happened in the Super Bowl. And so I think they're going to look for a guy who's interior. I think they're actually set for this year. I know fans go nuts and they're like, why are they taking offensive line in this first round? But honestly, by the time they got to the 31st pick, there wasn't a guy who was worth them reaching for it, right? Mm-hmm. So all the high talent guys went in the first, 10 to 15 picks. And then once you get to the 31st, okay, then it's more worth it to get a wide receiver who's going to be able to change your game than an offensive tackle who may or may not be able to play this year. But they are going to, continue to look forward. I expect them to take an offensive lineman at some point in this draft. Just not sure where it is. I don't think it's in the second round.
Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. Great info. Have a great rest of the weekend covering the NFL draft.
Thank you. Hope to talk to you guys soon.
All right. That's Jennifer Lee Chan. She covers the San Francisco 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area.
Man, she echoes. Well, you're smiling, but she doesn't think a trade is coming.
No. Let's jump right into it, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570. Anything tickle your fancy regarding what Jennifer Lee Chan just talked about? She was very comprehensive about what she thought of the pick, what she thought they're going to do today, and she doesn't think Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel are going anywhere.
Yeah,
plain and simple.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think they'll be better for it as a team. But your question to her about Ayuk's agent when he kind of cut Mayoko off, Steiny, I thought she was going to answer the other way. She didn't. So we'll find out here today. And she is right. She thinks that Ayuk, the value of Ayuk and Deebo were a first-round caliber, or if they were to trade today, you kind of be selling on the low end.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. If you like the pick, tell me why you like the pick. If you don't like the pick, tell me why you don't like the pick. She did not seem overly concerned about the offensive line.
Yeah. And Stein, if I asked you why did they lose the Super Bowl, I think a lot of people would be in the line of the O-line.
Yeah, and she also she said that there wasn't an offensive lineman worth it at 31. In other words, they didn't think that there was a big-time impact offensive lineman at 31. And if they couldn't get a blue chipper there, then they'll go for the best available player.
And she said cornerback tonight.
Yeah.
Secondary. So we'll see with the 63rd pick.
By the way, everybody's talking about what Atlanta did, drafted Michael Penix Jr.
Yes, man.
I mean, you guys are all missing the big picture here.
Which is?
You know what it all means, don't you?
Cousins coming off an Achilles injury.
Kirk Cousins still in play. He's still in play. Let's just put it down.
No.
Yeah, he's just in play. That's all.
They just gave him 100 guaranteed.
But he's disgruntled now.
Well,
he made one out.
No, you're for it. He's not.
He's confused.
He's going to be the starting quarterback.
We'll see.
And Purdy's about to get his bag.
For who?
For his current team
for
in Atlanta. Yeah,
oh, okay.
ATL.
I thought you meant for the Niners.
No. Your boy's about to get his bag. And they just gave him a new toy, Purdy. They just gave him a new weapon. It's all good in the hood right now for Brock.
You know, as well as I know, that Kyle Shanahan loves Kirk Cousins, and Kirk Cousins is not happy right now.
Well, he loves him so much so that there hasn't been a reunion since their days. He was an OC in D.C.
Yeah. I'm just saying, keep an eye on Atlanta.
So the Niners have got now I get it. They've got more explosive if this kid has the goods. Instead, they just brought in your guy from Michigan last year, and I don't know if year one was a fail.
Who?
Bale. So he had he had the chance to kind of make an impact in year one. But
what round was he picked in?
I want to say the second or third. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't. Interesting. Pierce Evans says Cousins has 2 years basically, and then they can move on to Penix. Yeah, he might be gone before then.
But what about the money you just gave him?
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
You're going to end up having to pay Purdy more.
The world shook with that pick.
Like, you're going to have to pay Purdy more than Kirk Cousins. And so you acquire Kirk Cousins, and you're going to save money in the long run.
I'm rooting for Kirk. I don't hate him no more.
Yeah, I thought that Bell was late pick.
Yeah.
He's seventh rounder. You can't expect a seventh rounder to come on and play for.
And then you had Danny Gray. Remember his speed a couple years ago? He was supposed to be a burner. That Jennifer's right. That hasn't worked out.
Well, he might be a burner. He just might not be able to catch
or get on the field.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the 49ers draft, the first round pick last night. Ricky Pearsall, a wide receiver out of Florida. He did play a year with Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State, and they do know each other. And they've worked out together. They work out together.
So he meant that emoji. Fire pit.
That's what Jennifer said, suggested.
Ernie Chavez did too. He said, I don't understand emoji talk.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything. No, they know each other. They're apparently friends. Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Ayuk. So we'll see where it all goes. I want to hear this sound from Kyle Shanahan talking about Ricky Pearsall as a wide receiver.
Kyle, we hear the word comp thrown out pretty much on draft scenarios. Can you give us a comp on Ricky Pearsall? Who does he remind you of?
It's tough. God, I don't know if I want to do that. It reminds me of myself, just a lot faster, a lot better, much better hands, can jump, can just do everything much better. I don't want to be held to that forever. I'll let him do that.
Look at Kyle with the self-deprecation. I love it, Donnie. He didn't mean that.
What was the name of the caller that said it sounded depressing last night?
No, I forget. I forget that. I use weird. You got to see the face. Yeah, they're happy. If no trade pops off, Donnie, then nothing to see here.
That's kind of the way I'm looking at it, Goo, to tell you the absolute truth. How are 49er fans looking at it? 888-957-9570. If Cousins is still in play, Steiny, you may get that 4-day work week. No, I don't think so. I was just kidding. More Kyle Shanahan. Evan, can you hit up that the sound from John Lynch, where it's the one that's about a minute long, where he talks about a lot of different aspects. Let's talk about
this. About a minute 50,
okay.
And it's in response to the question about Ayuk and Debo and their future in San Francisco.
I know that we're continuing to have positive talks with BA. We are really efforting to get something done with him. And we're excited about continuing down that path. And Brandon being a part of this team, Debo is a part of this team and a big part of this team. So, like I said, we feel great about that group, and we feel like we just made it better with another really good addition to it who complements the group real well.
Close the door on a trade?
Never close the door on a trade. I mean, we, we'll always listen, and we have, but we like our group as it stands.
At least logical to think that it would have taken something in the first round for you guys to consider trading Brandon, and now the first round is over, that's unlikely that you would move him.
Yeah, I thought it was unlikely going into it, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. So, I mean, you listen to everything. Everything's about trying to improve our team as much as we can for 2024 without with jeopardizing 25 as much as possible. So that's everything you look into, and whenever that opportunity comes, whichever way, if you can improve your team, you do that. Sometimes it's hard to picture proving your team, though, without them.
The run on receivers getting big money, A.J. Brown, Amon from Detroit. Is that concerning when it comes to bringing in Ayuk, or was that something you just expected from the market?
Yeah, you expected that the market would take a bit of a leap this year. I think it surely has, and I think it tells you it's a premium position in our league right now. The ball's being thrown a lot, and we're asking these players to do a lot. So it's the reality, and you deal with that.
All right, that was John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan after taking Ricky Pearsall last night out of Florida with the 31st pick. Mm-hmm. And John Lynch updates the situation by saying we expect to have Brandon Ayuk under contract. Deebo Samuel's still a part of the team. We now have an extra receiver that we can start to incorporate in here. We got other positions in need we'll deal with down the line. And I guess what I'm saying is I kind of believe him.
You know what?
I believe him. I believe they're not going to move off one of their receivers.
Yeah, and hearing Jennifer say the value is, would be on the low if they did anything today. I totally get that. But also, too, Stoney, maybe the philosophy is, a splash of the philosophy is changing in this sense. They feel like maybe they need to be obviously more explosive, but we'll see more three wide from the 49ers.
Maybe.
And this dude fit the bill.
Maybe. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, it's your day. What do you think about this pick? You surprised they took a wide receiver? You believe John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that neither of the receivers who are under contract right now, Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, are going anywhere? 888-957-9570. By the way, Goo, before we hit the break, it looks like you may. Did you make a bet with the afternoon guys about the Lakers?
We'll get to that on the.
Well, we got a minute. That's why I brought it up at the end of the segment.
There was almost a bet. There's still some gray area to it.
What is your understanding of the bet?
There was no handshake.
Oh, okay.
But Willard thinks differently, and I'm sure Dibbs does.
So but you bet him that they just win a game, right?
No, a series.
A whole series.
Yeah, thinking they would not face Denver in the first round.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, they're only down 3 games to none.
I'll say this.
But they look like they're together.
Did you see A.J. Brown got an extension? So the price is going up. It's going to help. It's going to help Ayuk, you would think, with the number he gets when it does happen, Stoney. So he got an extension yesterday, 3-year deal worth about $96 million. So I'm just saying, if I'm in Ayuk's camp and I'm his agent, cha-ching, you got it. And I'm not saying he's as good as A.J. Brown. He's not. But he hasn't done as much. But you got to believe his price is just going up if he's going to stay here, because you're going to have to pay him.
Yeah, but not that kind of money, because he's not in that class. Remember, we went down the list yesterday. He's like,
well, that was the list of the made guys.
Exactly.
He's trying to get made.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go, Niner fans. What do you think? You excited today about the pick? Ricky Pearsall, the 49ers have selected a wide receiver out of Florida, and it doesn't look like any of their receivers are going anywhere, although I do want to get to this text from somebody on the Xfinity mobile text line, which is kind of interesting. Right. I want to run this by you on the other side. But 888-957-957 is the number. Let's talk a little NFL draft on 95.7 The Game.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast.
Here's the thing, and but you know this.
Ricky is a light.
You can't play wide receiver at San Francisco unless you will block. If you don't block, you're not playing receiver there. So whoever it is, it needs to be good with the ball in their hands, which Pearsall is, and has to be tough and willing to block, which he'll do.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm calling for as much Bill Belichick sound as possible.
I didn't like that, Bill.
I love Bill Belichick.
I like when he's doing his routine. He should be on the sideline. I didn't like him giving him. He sounded like a school teacher. Give me the on the Cincinnati. That's the Bill I like. You know, there were too many words from B-Double.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we're talking about Ricky Pearsall, who the 49ers drafted. What about this? And I was just thinking about this, listening to Bill Belichick. But if it's true that the 49ers are the team that most asks their receivers to block, then don't you need a lot of them because they are more they play more physically than other wide receivers in the league because they're asked to do things that are more physical than other receivers are asked to do. And so because of that, the price they pay might be on the injury front, and that's why they address depth at the wide receiver position because they do ask their receivers to do more than just catch balls.
Yeah, I'm not saying Jennings blocks well.
That's a great point.
So does Debo, but Steiny, there's something I heard Jennifer. She doesn't think
people would say Debo's not the greatest blocker,
and you too. I just think something's imminent, man.
Yeah, now you're feeling frisky, and I'm going to tell people why you're feeling frisky.
What?
I'm going to tell people.
Now, I told you about snitching, but that's not the reason.
My main man Dan Dibley comes in here,
D-Double,
today and says, Steiny, I still think they're going to trade one of these guys. And I said, what? You think? And he said, yeah. And he cited the 21 and 22 personnel that they go to.
And the Mike Silver tweet.
Yeah. So Dibs thinks one of them still may be, and most likely it'll be Debo Samuel.
Yeah. And Buffalo, to our caller's point, if he hits that caller, forget his name, call us Monday to take your victory lap.
Buffalo's got the first pick in the second round, 33rd pick. Would the 49ers trade Brandon Ayuk to Buffalo for the 33rd pick?
Or Debo Samuel.
Yes, or Debo Samuel. Yeah. I don't know. Benji's in Irvine. What's up, Benji? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, after, the culture shock wore off, it took a moment, but I keep forgetting. I get excited, the hype. There's no football, so I'm grabbing onto anything I can get. And I keep forgetting we're masters of the third and fifth round. Who actually cares about the first round other than the fifth-year extension?
Well, I mean,
that's how he's feeling.
But it's their first round pick in 3 years, so that makes it a little more special, I would think, right? And then you have a first round pick because of the Trey Lance.
But you look at the history of the draft, Tom Brady. The diamonds in the rough. You find them today, right?
You know what? I forgot to ask Jennifer Lee Chan about Brock Purdy and his muscles.
Oh yeah,
he's getting very strong.
Yeah, thickums. And what about when I see you Monday, Steiny, there'll be a new linebacker on the Niners, right? You got to think with what's going on with Greenlaw and his recovery. I mean, that's a big deal.
They'll have more than one offensive lineman.
How many picks did you say they have?
They have nine more left.
Damn. Okay. So you got that's a lot.
9 more left. Yeah. Let me ask 49er fans a simple question. When the 49ers selected Ricky Pearsall, what did you think it meant, if anything, for Debo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk? Did they bring this guy in to be a third wide receiver as a rookie, learn the system, and then figure out what they're going to do at that position in a year? Or do you look at I just don't believe they're going to start a rookie wide receiver. I don't. I do not believe that they're going to go into this season starting
what if Jennings got
receiver.
that assignment and then he still was in the slot and we saw more 3 wide? I just think he's going to be a part of this team moving forward and how fast, if he's smart, Steiny, because they said he was smart, how fast he can pick it up. He's with his old former teammate and Brandon Ayuk if this pops off. But this is my takeaway. When I heard that pick, the position, I said, okay, one of the two are gone. I still think that until we find out tonight what pops off. But if not, my bigger takeaway is the Niners looked at themselves in the mirror, Kyle, and said, we have to get more explosive. I can't think of two wide receivers that complement each other that are vastly different than Brandon Ayuk and what he does, the more traditional type of receiver, and then the Swiss Army knife that is Debo. But damn, Steiny, we forget it's not just them. They got a hell of a tight end. And his name is George Kittle. But you know what he's doing a lot of the times? He's held back because he's blocking and helping that O-line. And if Jennifer says this draft doesn't have a lot of like O-linemen, good O-linemen, then I'm thinking like, man, how much can they remedy? How much can they fix, that offensive line at guard or center? But, Steiny, today's a big day.
Why?
Buffalo picks first. Oh. And if there's smoke and that's who needs the playmaker, then we could be driving home or wherever we're at, watering hole. I mean, fireworks could be going off.
Listen to what Steve Smith said, former Carolina Panthers receiver, on Pearsall.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. He's the go-to guy. His ability to adjust will be required in the services in the National Football League.
Hey, he feels like he can hit the ground running, Steiny.
Sounds to me like he's better than Ayuk and Debo Samuel right now.
I'll give you a 1.
I'm just saying. He speaks very highly of him, Steve Smith. But I don't know. I do think
Jennifer did, again, real quick, Steiny, mention his speed. So I believe he's faster than both of them. And I know Debo gets fast once he builds that speed up. Ayuk is not slow, but man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida, selected by the San Francisco 49ers. And I guess the question now becomes, are they still considering trading one of their existing receivers? It looks, I think, if we're reading tea leaves at 888-957-9570, it appears that Debo Samuel might be more likely to be moved if they move either of the guys, but could they move Ayuk for the 33rd pick, which is the number 1 pick in day 2 of the draft today by the Buffalo Bills?
And maybe that's when you go get your corner, or what did Jennifer mention, or your secondary help, whatever they choose to do. But man, I'll say this, Donnie, and it might not be fair, but I can do it because we got till 2. Let's just say we've seen Debo Samuel's last game as a 49er. You got your ROI, your return on investment. Dude gave all of it to you. We saw him on the frozen tundra in the playoff game, do what he did against the Packers. We saw him beat the Cowboys a couple times in the offs. So, I mean, if you think you want to go away from that, or that has kind of run its course, we'll see. But I do get excited because I like, if they've added something to Ayuk and Debo and this kid is all that and some, then Brock Purdy and the Niners, that offense as a whole is going to take it to the next level.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Dan Dibley expecting something may still occur today. I think you think it might.
I came in feeling that way.
Yeah, you did.
You make some good points.
And it's fair that you started to come around. I get it. You started to come around to my way of thinking and Jennifer's way of thinking.
But
I'll tell you what,
Silver's the big boy. That's the one, that tweet, Stein.
Dibley's bigger than Silver.
Silver is tapped in. Dibley's here with us every day.
There's nobody that can talk about personnel.
I appreciate that.
There's nobody that can talk about personnel like Dibley.
Oh, I get that. Him and Lonil.
He just does not think there's room for this guy.
But talking personnel and getting info and rumors is different. Mike Silver's tapped in. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And so is... I know what you're doing.
It's what you're not saying. And I'll tell you what.
I don't know I'm just telling you this man's job. He's got relationships.
And I'm just telling you that at 2:00 when we do What's Bugging You.
Yeah. Oh, I
think Dibley's going to come down your road for the disrespect.
No, stop.
He learned the football trade from a guy named Lorenzo Neal. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
I'm talking about sources.
He has those.
Oh, see, all right.
He just doesn't fake them.
He's not on the beat.
Yeah, he's better than on the beat. He's better than on the beat.
Look at you.
Let's go to Lori in Phoenix, one of our favorites. Hey, Lori, how are you?
She'll tell the truth now.
Lori, Lori. Oh, boy.
What about, real quick, about Phoenix, Arizona?
What about
Kyler Murray, healthy?
Kyler
you got
Murray?
Marvin Harrison.
Right.
Dude, that's scary for the Niners. You better get some secondary help.
It's still the great unknown of any rookie coming into this league.
That dude
I'm just saying.
Automatic, it looks like.
Kenny is in Concord. What's up, Ken? How you doing, man? Steve Smith Sr., fine. Whatever. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
I think that the pick, it was needed because every time Debo gets hurt, the offense don't click, and we haven't had a guy since Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice, it wasn't a speed, but when you have speed, that puts the fear in the secondaries. And the guys that we had, they weren't polished speed guys. And now when Debo gets hurt or Ayuk gets hurt, that the offense will still click.
That's one way to look at it. A little bit of an insurance
I guess,
policy.
Donnie, I'm not mad at him, but I don't ever want to waste a first-round pick because one of my studs has an injury history. You know,
Well,
the Geico.
But they didn't waste the pick because the caller thinks he's going to be Jerry Rice or somebody like him. He's very precise.
Yeah, Niners have
he's
had
a
some
precise
misses at
route
the wide
runner.
receiver position. Shout out Dante Pettis. Remember him?
That was that Harbaugh?
No, that was
these guys. Was it these guys? Lori's in Phoenix. She's back. Hey, Lori.
Guys.
Hey, what's going on?
So I just kind of wanted to, give my opinion on this whole thing. I think it's so funny how we get so excited for the draft and then one pick in, everybody's freaking out. I mean, obviously it was a surprise that that's the pick that they went with, but to me, obviously Kyle and John both, Kyle, I'd say more, saw something in this guy that they felt like they couldn't live without. I don't have a problem with that because he's going to be they're building a roster around players that they want. They're very particular about high character guys. This guy scored like a 98.6 at athleticism, which was probably the top of all the receivers in the draft, but two of the top ones didn't test. But that to me is big. I think to me, part of the thing is that with Ray, I didn't like Ray's reaction after that fumble in the Super Bowl. He seemed to kind of be nilly-willy about it, being like, player's going to play, I'm going to take my shot. He didn't take any responsibility for it. Whereas when CMC fumbled, the guy couldn't sleep for 3 days. So I think it's important that you have every position there, and they do need to address that punt returner. Now, do they need a cornerback more? I don't know. Maybe there was a better guy there, but we don't know how any of these guys are going to play out. To me, I'm not going to make a judgment until I actually see the guy take the field and play some football. I want to see how he fits what Shanahan wants to do. He's a player that they held in high regard. So just because he went high and nobody thought he was going to go high doesn't mean he's going to be a Dante Pettis. Just because Dante Pettis was a high pick and he didn't work out, that has nothing to do with how this guy's going to fit in this offense. I like the pick. I like what I'm seeing about him. So I guess we'll just wait and see what happens.
Lori, let me ask you this before you go. If Debo or Ayuk is moved, how would you feel? Would you be sad?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd much rather. I can't imagine that they are going to do that unless they know they're at an impasse with Ayuk. I want to see them all stay. I think this is. I mean, you're probably going to have to cut ties with one of them, and I would say Debo's probably going to be the one, but I don't see that happening until after the next offseason.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lori. I'm with you on most of that. Thank you very much for the call. 2018, it was the Dante Pettis was a second-round pick, 44th pick. Overall in 2018.
Yeah, 19
which was
is when it went all
second,
bad.
which was the second draft of Shanahan and John Lynch. Yeah. So there you have it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And it's an interesting day. Absolutely interesting day. The 49ers take a wide receiver.
And we both can admit right now, and the listeners, if they do pull off this trade, Monday, we'll both look at each other and say, this is a gutsy move by a team that's on the cusp of trying to get back to the Super Bowl and hoist up that Lombardi, Stoney. Whatever they and whoever they allow to take over, whoever would be moved, it would be gutsy. Because now I'm thinking the big three, and I'm throwing the rookie in there, but we got Jennings. Obviously, he'll get a crack at it before. But, Stoney, I don't see you trying to avenge a Super Bowl loss by sending one of these dudes away in Ayuk or Samuel.
I mean, just to argue against myself on this one, but if it's true that the 49ers, Shanahan and Lynch don't think those receivers, for whatever reason, got enough separation.
PFF said they didn't in the Super Bowl. I beg to differ, but man.
Well, then maybe they think this guy can come in right away and get more separation. I mean, if that's the case, then is it within the realm of possibility that this guy, Ricky Pearsall, could be better than Ayuk or Deebo Samuel? That defies a lot
answer
of
will
logic
be revealed
as
if
a
one
rookie.
of them is traded, Steiny. The answer would be yes to that then.
Well, and I'll agree with you. If they trade Brandon Ayuk
now
for the 33rd pick today, and they're going to head into the season with Deebo Samuel and Ricky Pearsall, I would say that's kind of gutsy. What would 49er fans think of that at 888-957-9570? Let's go out to Jamie in San Carlos. Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
All right, so I'm kind of on the same boat as you guys about this pick, Ricky P, but I don't know if you guys know Christian Watson, who plays on the Packers, right?
A baller.
His dad's on Twitter, and he's pretty good with NFL picks. I just got off of Twitter with him. He told me that pick, the Niners got a dog, basically a bigger, faster Steve Smith.
A good dog.
Wow. D-A-G.
A good dog, not a bad dog, right?
Yes. Row.
Yeah, shout out to Q's.
I mean, hey, man, if they got a bigger, faster Steve Smith, that's a hell of a pick.
Yes. And Steve was loving him. We heard Steve earlier, Steiny.
All right. Hey, appreciate it, Jamie in San Carlos.
Damn. I'm just saying, if the Niners feel the way, and obviously they do like Steve does, then if you part ways with a commodity that you think is, baffling to some, but you got this guy you think and can do it, why would you pay Ayuk? Or you got to cut bait somewhere.
Well,
and Deebo seems like to be the one. Now you got two Arizona State Sun Devils.
I mean, the one thing
as your receivers.
The one thing we haven't talked about is what if he did make a mistake? What if Pearsall wasn't on a lot of first round mock drafts?
Brock Purdy,
but he was.
Purdy
no, I'm talking Trey Lance.
Oh,
maybe they just think he's a wide receiver version of Trey Lance. And what I mean by that is, maybe that's how much they covet this guy. Maybe Kyle Shanahan somewhere in his mind thought that even though Trey Lance hadn't gotten a lot of experience, that he knew more than anybody else and was going to be able to turn Trey Lance into a great quarterback. Right. That didn't happen. Well, what if the thinking with this kid is the exact same? He thinks he's going to be great. He thinks he might be already somebody who can step in and be a wide receiver for their team. And there won't be any slippage between Pearsall and the other two receivers. I don't know. There's a lot we got to find out yet.
Yeah. Uncle Looney says, Goose, Steve Smith had all the other wide receivers rated higher than Pearsall. So I don't know what to do with that, but we've heard the sound and the audio from Steve Smith Sr. Stoddy, he's juiced. And the Niners obviously are because they picked him.
Yeah, let's go to Ben. Ben's in Oakland. Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Angry. Deebo for a second rounder? Are you guys out of your mind? We're trying to win right now. I'm an A's fan, so I'm a little frustrated as it is. But it doesn't make any sense. The guy could play. He might not play. We're in our Super Bowl window. Look at the Rams. Yeah. They pushed all their chips in. They won the Super Bowl. They're good at drafting. We're great at drafting in the lower rounds. I can't even imagine getting rid of anybody when we're trying to win the Super Bowl, and it's just infuriating. The NFL picks never hit, or not never hit. They almost don't. I'm just so angry. Don't get rid of Deebo.
Hold on.
Sundays won't be fun. Deebo's amazing.
What about
trade one of them maybe for an offensive lineman?
Well, what if they trade? What if they trade Ayuk? Does that matter? You don't want to see any of them go.
I mean, I want to win the Super Bowl. Trading Ayuk for a maybe. I don't care about the money. Again, look at the Rams. They put in all in. They paid everyone. Blah, 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 blah. Boom. Last year, everyone was thinking if the Rams played the Niners, they might beat them. So, how could you possibly trade something that you know for something that you don't know when it's Super Bowl or bust? It doesn't make any sense, and it's just making me angry.
Well, don't be mad yet. Nobody's been traded.
Yeah, don't be. I wouldn't. I wouldn't
turn
worry
off the.
yet.
Well, don't turn off the.
I
radio.
wouldn't worry yet.
But yeah, nothing's happened yet, Stoney.
Although you might not want to listen 2 to 6.
Well, that draft.
I'm kidding. You want to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Because he got heated last night. That was a great show, Evan Grandi.
What happened?
Sterling Bennett. No, they just were passionate about their opinions in this pick. I thought you were tuned in.
I thought you said fight.
No, I didn't say fight. I said passion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's go to Sheeran. Sheeran's in Fremont. I hope I'm saying that right.
Hey.
Hey, Sheeran, how you doing? No. Hello. Oh, there you go.
Hey.
All right. That's it. It's 4 times. Fourth time we got.
It's Friday, Stoney.
Yeah. It doesn't make it more acceptable. Usually, when people call into a radio show, it's because they want to talk on the radio with the host.
Yeah, there could have been some logistics. Boss coming.
The logistics is you're making a call.
I used to go to the restroom to do the call and then come back to work on the floor. That's how and then somebody comes in.
Would you be in a stall?
I've done it.
That's what you used to do with Pete Franklin?
Yeah, I'd be in a stall fully clothed. No sleeky need.
Let's go to Tony. Tony's in the city. Hey, Tony, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I'm happy with getting rid of someone, Brandon or Debo. We lost the Super Bowl. We didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm trying to win another one. We lost. We need someone new. We need to do it on a budget if we can. We need to make some changes. What we have in place right now doesn't work. Thoughts?
Really? Doesn't work? Stubbed their toe a couple times.
Well, PFF said the combo of IU and Debo, I didn't see it. Didn't get a lot of separation. So I'm just wondering if that went into Kyle Shanahan telling John we need to get more explosive, the former DB.
So one Pro Football Report has got you worried after.
No, if there's no trading and they're going to add this young man, Pearsall, to their unit, that's telling me, Stoney, they're not as explosive as I thought.
But you compared them to the 94 49ers.
Some others did too.
So
the whole playoffs, what did I say yesterday? What happened to that offense? And maybe we're getting our answer. Goo, they can't beat man covers like you think. Debo this, Debo, so if that's reality, then I got to tip my cap on the pick.
888-957-9570 is the number. NFL Draft Day 2 is coming up later this afternoon, but the 49ers used their first pick, the 31st overall pick in the draft, to take Ricky Pearsall, a wide receiver out of Florida. 888-957-9570 is the number. Simple question, 49er fans. You like the pick? You like the pick? Do you feel like you know what they're trying to accomplish here, or has it become even more confusing after the first round? 888-957-9570. It's a Payday Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Your health is important.
I like to say I'm my own player at the end of the day, man. I feel like, every football player is different and unique in their own ways. It's just about watching film and learning from other guys and kind of just creating it in your own way, in your own game, man. And I feel like I've done a good job of that, watching dudes that are doing it at a high level, like guys Debo and Brandon Ayuk. So, just putting some of the things that they're doing at a high level and having success with and putting it into my game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Pretty Ricky.
All right, that was Ricky Pearsall. He's the 49ers' newest acquisition, picked with the 31st selection last night in the first round of the NFL draft. Goo, I got to tell you something. You think you know people around here,
man,
and then they just shock you. They just shock you.
You want to elaborate?
I will. So he's not doing anything today. I don't know if you've noticed. He's just laying around the office. But our boss, Matt Nahigian, says to me, just out of nowhere, and he goes, and he doesn't kid around a lot. So he goes, this is just so depressing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, this is just so depressing. The talk.
You can't enjoy the
talk.
pick.
And I'm like, again, what are you talking about? And he goes, I mean, we almost won the Super Bowl. And he says we, because he's like one of those guys. We almost won the Super Bowl, and we just missed it, and we're talking about trading our 2 receivers. I mean, what are we doing?
No,
and I said to him what I said to you. Are you just paying attention to professional sports for the first?
No, I agree, Steiny. You just heard the great Lori Matthews from Arizona Phoenix say that she would be sad if a trade was to happen today. And as excited you are for Pretty Ricky, what if that comes at the cost of losing somebody you're attached to like Ayuk or Debo?
Then that would tell me that the 49ers don't think as highly of those guys as we do or we think
they've done a whole hell of a lot of winning. I don't think they're, you know what I'm saying? These 2 dudes are proven.
Is this depressing, 49er fans? I didn't see that, but if you're depressed, I guess you're like the boss.
John Lucan texted us his thoughts.
Who?
Lucan, Board Up John.
Lucan.
What did I say?
It sounded like he's
Lucan. Anyway.
Let's, okay, what did he have to say?
49er fans trying to talk themselves into Ricky Pearsall is hilarious. Don't get me wrong, that dude is a dog. I did that on purpose. And I think he could be good at the next level, but you can't tell me the offensive line or quarterback isn't a bigger priority.
Quarterback?
Cornerback.
Oh, cornerback.
Yeah. Jennifer Lee Chan said it too. They need secondary help, Sonny.
So you like Pearsall?
I don't know who that is. I know the Niners pick Ricky Pearsall.
Shaka's in Berkeley.
Our guy.
Shaka's juiced. He's not depressed.
Hey.
Shaka, talk to us.
Hey, I'm a Viking fan, man. Our franchise is
so maybe you are depressed.
Right now. We got rid of Cousins.
Yes.
The team that went to draft the guy Penix 8th after they gave him $100 million. Who was running that franchise?
Yep.
Picks Penix, and JJ falls to us, man. We get JJ to JJ Elway, and we get the best edge rusher in the draft, Dallas Turner from Alabama.
Shaka, real quick. What do you think this is? St. Paul, Minnesota?
Look, he juiced.
I mean, come on now.
Hey, we had this day coming, man. We had took a beat, man, for the last couple of years, man, but we caught up last night, man.
Yeah,
Everybody have a good weekend.
Hey, real quick, Shocky, can you give me the horn? Okay. Can you give me the Viking horn?
No. Evan does that for us, isn't it?
Oh wow, Shaka.
All right, thanks, Shaka.
we got you.
I'm with you though, Shaka. I like what our Vikes have done.
Jesus.
What?
JJ McCarthy.
He stinks.
No, I'm just saying I don't think he's worthy of being the 10th pick.
Our boss is the biggest Michigan fan on planet Earth, and he even says he stinks.
How many passes did he throw? 41.
No, I don't know if he stinks.
Well, we'll see.
Who knows?
But you're on record as saying no trade today from the Niners.
And okay, what if they make a trade? Who cares?
Just come in Monday and be like, "Goo, I got it wrong."
No, I won't. It's just my opinion. It's what I think. Dibley thinks they're going to make a move, though. And he's really gotten you frisky.
We got 2 hours and 53 minutes until the draft.
Goo is
he got the horn.
There you go. Goo is all set to change his mind, and then Dibley threw him a lifeline.
No, I wasn't. I don't.
No, you said
I don't function that way.
Well, no, you do.
I read the chessboard.
It's actually how you function.
And the Michael Silver, that tweet has me thinking something's coming.
You've already acknowledged that Jennifer Lee Chan has swayed your mind a little bit.
She had some great points.
Right. And then you were starting to lean Chan, but now you're leaning Dibley.
No. Silver is the, come on, that's the piece that has me. Steiner, you think he's just putting stuff out he ain't hearing?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Of course not.
I know you've been in the game.
No, Evan said it before the show. He's like, let me get this straight. Ayuk was going to be traded yesterday, but now it's going to be Deebo Samuel.
Now
what changed? What all happened? But of course, that's just the perception we have of it. It might not be based in reality. Richie's in Queens.
This is
Richie,
our guy.
What's going on, buddy?
Richie.
Come on, Richie.
Richie.
What's going on?
Dude, it's Friday.
He was waiting the entire break to talk to.
Richie!
Give us a call. Richie!
Give me a little of that Queens accent, Richie. We have D-Money. D-Money's in Hayward.
The stat.
What's up, D-Money? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. How you doing, Steiny? What's up, Go?
What's up, baby?
Hey, I like the pick. I just don't like in the round we did take him, man. I mean, I felt like we could have traded back and got him in the third round or so, but we got to give B.A. and Debo one more run at it, man. It just feel like front office is trying to find a diamond ever since that 2017 draft that we had a problem with not getting Patrick Mahomes or whatnot. But even in that year, I mean, the third round, we took Ahkello Witherspoon. The very next pick was Alvin Kamara.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It just feels, and Cooper Kupp, like three picks after that. So it's like they feel like they got to redeem themselves from that draft. I feel like. You guys have a good day, fellas.
You too.
Thanks, D-Money. Appreciate the call.
He likes the Pearsall pick, Steiny. It's just about where.
Here's what Pearsall said about being drafted by the Niners.
We are 49ers.
That sounded like Debo.
That's from Ricky Pearsall's.
That's got to be the greatest feeling, Steiny. And you're being videotaped. I mean, everything is captured.
Here he is on whether he knew the Niners were interested.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only time I actually met with him was during the Senior Bowl, when you're kind of doing like the little speed dating meeting. So that's really the only time I really got to talk to them. But as far as that, I didn't really have too much conversation and contact with them. My agent was trying to contact them leading up, obviously, to the draft day. But as far as serious interest, I don't think that I was aware of this. No.
God, to be up there with your family, your mom, your sister, your brother, pops, in a clean suit with the shades.
I mean,
I'd be with the drip. God, if I had it to do over again, Steiny, I had an arm.
Well, we had a small gathering when I announced my college decision.
Why would I laugh?
I had a hat of Franklin and Marshall, Scranton.
Evan, I don't know whether to believe him or not.
I had a Temple hat, and then I had an American University hat. And I stepped up to our kitchen table, and
I've never heard this.
And I put on, because I'm making it up.
Oh, thank God.
I was better have
and I put on the Franklin and Marshall
I was like,
cap.
that's why he's bitter.
I don't even think they have Franklin and Marshall hats.
Oh, boy.
Like in your high school, did they ever have athletes that sign, I don't know, Division I have a signing day or anything?
Nah, we didn't really have that back in the day.
Wow. A lot of brothers at your school? Or predominantly white?
No, it's mostly white.
Yeah.
Mostly white, but
I'm random.
But we still had a good basketball team.
Yeah. I saw your picture.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. David's in El Cerrito. What's up, David? How you doing?
I'm good. Steiny played with Jimmy Chitwood.
Who?
You ever see Hoosiers? Jimmy Chitwood.
Jimmy Chitwood, yeah.
Oh, that's classic.
You know what? Think about one-dimensional. He was a one-dimensional player. Did not defend. Get him coming off that picket fence, though.
I'm looking forward in 2 years from now when Pearsall becomes the player that Goose says, no one loves her more than me. But
wow.
No, I mean, Guru loves everyone more than everyone. But just saying that, the point being is, you have to pick the guy you want when you pick. Like, they don't think Adonai Mitchell is as good as him. They don't think the next player. They don't think Marshall. I mean, they don't think the next guy is as good as him. So they can't wait for later on. It's not like each guy is equal. Only one guy is the guy they want, and this is the guy they wanted. Everyone's raving about him, and he's played with 3 different QBs, and he's got it done. So clearly he's a player, and he's a player they wanted, but they can't wait. There's no like, I don't like where we got him. Well, you weren't getting him at any other point. Everyone else wanted him too.
Yeah, I don't get the sense that he would have been around 31 picks from now.
63.
But I don't know. I haven't studied everybody's draft board.
Well, it doesn't matter. They got him now, Steiny.
Yes, they do.
And they got 9 more picks today and tomorrow.
And over the weekend. Here's more Pearsall on how the draft experience was.
I think this was probably the most stressful part about the whole entire process. I did a really good job of channeling in my own, being where my feet are at for the combine and the Senior Bowl, because that's all stuff I can control at the end of the day. So it's me performing out there, but this is out of my control. So I had a little bit of nerves leading up, but I was just trying to enjoy the moment, be where my feet are at, be with my family, all my close friends, and just enjoy the moment, because those people around me played a huge role in my life. So I give all the thanks to them. We're just enjoying it together.
I like him.
That's dope.
Yeah, I like him. I don't know if he can catch.
Well, no, he can't. You see the one-handed catch. Yeah. And you were talking about his tats. He got stomach tats.
He's got tats all over.
Yeah.
Hey, can we be honest? It was against Charlotte.
I don't care who it was. If you went out to North Beach and I threw a football and you caught it like that, I would be like that. That's a hell of a catch.
I actually can catch like that.
You don't look like
those new gloves. It's just. No, I was
to stick them.
I told you I was like
You afraid to get hit? You got hit.
No, my comp was Steve Largent.
The speed.
No, I didn't have. No, I was more precise with my route running.
But could you hold on to the rock?
Yes, I got great hands.
But you quit.
I gave up.
Couldn't take the heat.
Nope. No, I quit playing football in 6th grade. Never played football.
I stopped in 11th grade.
Yeah, some said you stopped earlier.
I wore 88. West Chandler.
Yeah. Well, he had a lot of catches.
Wow.
They probably used you like, why do I want to do this?
No,
it's a fraud.
That's right. You're smiling.
I was just going to take a shot.
And West was 89 for the people in the back. I could only get to 88, trying to get to 89. West Chandler was number 89.
The old
Charger.
Yeah. Gotcha. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. And if you're just joining us, Dibley's kind of got Guru in a little bit of a funk here, because we just convinced Goo that none of the receivers were going anywhere, and now we're worried.
No,
yesterday I'm taking Laurie Matthews' advice. I'm not worrying.
Well, we're not worried. It's exciting, though. You got to be honest. It's exciting. I thought.
Is it exciting or depressing? Like the boss said,
if one of the two are out of here, then I can see how Niner fans say it's depressing. And you come in here Monday, you already said it, saying you take a step back a little bit.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Well, if one of them are traded, you're on record as saying
no.
I'll look at you.
No, I'm on record as saying if they trade one of them, that must mean they think they can still be a Super Bowl contender or even better.
But that's risky.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I won't fight you on that.
Yeah. So fans will be
I won't
torn.
fight you on that. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you got to take a big swing to hit a home run. Matt's in Oakland. He's not happy. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. I wouldn't say I'm not happy. I don't care that much. The Bears got a quarterback.
Yes,
and
they
wide
did.
receiver, so that's good.
Yeah, draft went through Chicago last night. I brought that up yesterday. Chicago kind of ran that draft.
That was cool.
Yeah.
But as far as the 49ers go, I don't quite understand this. The reason they lost is because Purdy had no time to throw. Their offensive line has got serious holes. Why they didn't draft like 2 of those guys? I guess they still could, but
right.
That's where, and it's not sexy, but that's where they need the help. And then lastly, if Draymond did what Joel Embiid did, he'd be out of the league.
Oh,
no,
interesting.
We didn't even bring man. I didn't appreciate Stoney. That could end his career.
Go ahead one more time, Matt. Finish up. Yeah.
No. I just said LeBron's all flash now. I mean, great respect to his legacy, but I mean, he doesn't play any defense anymore. Those guys are done.
No.
So I don't care if Bronny does come here. I don't want him next year.
Oh,
and that's all I got.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Have a great weekend, my man.
Yeah, your boy Bron was walking the ball up yesterday and getting cooked.
Oh,
he got that. I saw it. Gordon. He's mad at everybody else. Bron on defense. He was getting killed.
So are you out now on LeBron?
I'd be okay if he came.
I mean,
dude, his body language was awful.
More proof last night that fossils aren't going to get it done in the NBA.
Shasky said something real quick, interesting on that.
And
the fossils got to come together to get that one last grasp at it. I felt that.
There's only one fossil that I would go after.
Durant.
No. Well, LeBron.
Oh,
I mean,
have you watched him play D, Steiny?
Well, I've watched the Warriors play D. It'll fit right in. I would, if you're going to go that route and bring another fossil in here, the only fossil I'd want is LeBron. Don't give me Durant. All right. But let's get back to the San Francisco 49ers.
Back to Wiggins.
You want to hear more of Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah.
This is him on what happened on draft night.
We have a really good relationship. Actually, I just got off the phone with him.
Brandon
I got over here on this Zoom call. And he was just congratulating me, man, and just, getting on the call and telling me over and over again, you're a first rounder, man. Like, soak it up. You deserve it, all the work that I put in, because there's been a lot of work put in since the last that we ran routes together. So, I feel like I'm a totally different player since the last time we seen each other, and he's seen it, from afar over when he was watching me at Florida, and, I was watching out the Niners. So, it'll be really good to team back up with him and get active.
That is dope.
I like this kid.
What are you saying that
I shouldn't say kid.
Watch him drop a couple.
Well, he's 24, I think.
Oh, season.
He's as old as Dalton Connect.
Yeah. But the fact he's got that rapport with IU, two Sun Devils, Herm's got his own problem. But Herm's got to be proud.
What is Herm?
He got some allegations.
He'll be 24 in September.
Yeah.
Thanks, kid. Okay, I'm not aware of those.
Well, you can go.
Honestly.
Yeah. Just some recruiting violations, allegedly. Yeah.
Oh, those kind.
Yeah,
those are fine. I thought you meant some other kind of allegation.
Yeah, my bad. We love you, Herb. He was on this morning.
Recruited? But I thought he was fired.
Yeah, but it's still on his watch.
What's he going to jail?
No.
What's going to happen to him? He's not a coach anymore.
Well, maybe,
He can't be a coach again?
I don't know.
Yeah. You play to win the game.
It sounds to me like you only know half the story.
No,
here.
I'm telling only he knows, him and the recruits.
Okay.
But he ain't going to jail. You're right.
What makes Pearsall different? Listen to him.
Just being a receiver, you got to be really good at getting open and catching the ball. And those are the two most important things. I think I do a very good job. I think I'm an elite at both of those things, first and foremost. The things that separate me, I feel like, is my competitive spirit and, how I compete on a day in, day out basis, and just how detailed I am as a receiver, too, as well. When it comes to being disciplined in my routes or even just off the field, being disciplined in my everyday habits. So I feel like that separates me.
Let me tell you what I'm detecting from my guy.
Well, give it to me.
He's different. He's not your typical wide receiver diva. He sounds like he's a team guy.
Do you want to be honest what I think of him?
I'm dead serious.
He reminds me of Pods. I'm getting some of that from him.
He'll lead the 49ers in plus minus?
You would hope. No, I'm serious now. He's saying some good stuff, man.
I mean, it's clear that, I don't know, this guy seems mature.
Well, you did say he's 24.
24 in September.
Yeah.
24 in September. Let's hear more from this guy. I like him. I'm liking the pick more and more. Was this from last night or was this from earlier today?
His media availability earlier today.
Thank you. No attitude next time I ask you a question like that, though, Evan.
Hey.
We played each other. I think he put 70 on my team, so he's a hell of a player. I remember him for sure because he was in the end zone a lot and threw a lot of touchdowns. So I'm excited to play with him this time.
Oh, this is he played against Brock Purdy.
I just told you that.
Right, from John Lucan.
Lucan, my bad. Jay, what's up, baby? Yeah, he's got some familiarity with some new teammates.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Let's finish up with more sound from the 49ers' newest player, Ricky Pearsall. Take a listen.
I like to say I'm my own player at the end of the day, man. I feel like, every football player is different and unique in their own ways. It's just about watching film and learning from other guys and kind of just creating it in your own way, in your own game. And I feel like I've done a good job of that, watching dudes that are doing it at a high level, like guys Debo and Brandon Ayuk. So, just putting some of the things that they're doing at a high level and having success with and putting it into my game.
I mean, it's clear what the 49ers have done here. They've addressed the selfishness issue at wide receiver.
Stop. Dude, all great receivers got the diva trait.
No, not all. Did John Taylor?
Mm-hmm. No, I'll give you that.
Thank you.
He wasn't.
He was Jerry Rice's teammate.
Was he the number one?
I was just saying that he was not the number one. We're talking about
depends on
the
who you ask.
The Chris Carters, depending on. Stop that.
What?
Michael Irvin, Jerry Rice, all the dogs are Jamar Chase. Those are the dudes that you ask the questions about.
So you don't like that this kid is selfless?
No, I just told you. It reminds me of Pods. I love it. I just want to know if he's going to be playing with both or one of the guys.
He'll be like Pods 3 days into camp when he goes, I'm going to make the all-rookie team.
And get in Draymond's face.
I'm the best rookie of this wide receiver. I'm the best rookie of this wide receiver class.
I am excited for the second round, Steiny. Come on. This adds some pizzazz.
What are you more excited about? The second round of the NFL draft or the fact that, and we buried this lead,
Miss Payday?
Your Pirates are in town.
Yeah. I'll take the NFL draft.
Hey,
are you go home and get the pillow out?
You're going to go, are you going to one of the games?
No, it's the wife's birthday, so I'm spoken for.
I thought you were going Monday.
Yeah, Evan and I. They play the A's Monday.
Oh, you're not going
That's
to,
crazy.
You're not going to see the Pirates?
No, National League here.
Wait a minute.
They got a 3-game set with the Giants today.
Okay.
I'll miss Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then Monday they go to the town.
So you're going to see the Pirates against the A's?
Yes, sir.
I got you.
Evan and I, we invited you. He invited you.
I may go.
You just told them no.
That's because I got to get I got to get new tires put on my car on Monday.
Oh, sound like you said you had to get a permission slip. Oh boy, Evan, is that what I heard?
Well, I've been solo for the last 10 days.
Did you get more solo time? I'm envious, not jealous.
Nothing.
Well, you missed last Friday.
Invited you out like multiple times. You just say no to all
you
of
left
them.
Evan at the altar. What was it, Tuesday? I was going to call you and be like, that was a bad optics. You didn't even know how it looked. Evan came running out.
You know what? You guys are you're not very supportive.
Let's go. And I'm out.
You're going golfing, aren't you?
My wife's out of town, and I'm trying to be the best Matt Steinmetz I can be. Trying to be a good father, trying to take care of the home front.
Oh, okay.
And you guys are holding it against me that I'm trying to turn over a new leaf when it's a time of.
But let us bow out, and it could be for a funeral, and you'll just give the most.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So now that she's back, you don't have to be the greatest Matt Steinmetz.
Not at all.
I'm back.
I can start coming back out with you guys again. Can't wait to get it. Hey, we got.
Don't talk about it. Short segment.
Okay. What do you want to do? What do you want to talk about? Why don't you tease something?
The boss, dude. Business is good, so we can get to that award that Curry got. We got to talk about it. Boss, give us a few minutes now.
I feel like
I tweeted.
I'm going to let you go ahead and do this because this sounds like it's going to be one of your.
Oh no!
Olympic rants on Steph Curry.
It's Friday, so we do have What's Bugging You, brought to you by Atco.
Oh, I got to start thinking about that.
You should already know it. That's what I'm saying.
Think I can't think of something that bugs me in about 3 seconds?
This feels like the easiest segment of the week for Stein.
You're looking at him.
Okay, you happy with that one-liner? Okay, let me tell you what's coming up next on the game. I'm not really sure, but whatever it is, it's going to be presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. That's really important.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning.
He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on delay. Oh boy.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Mr. Clutch.
The chef.
Mr. Clutch.
Man.
Go ahead.
No, he got an award yesterday for
he got
being the clutch player in the NBA.
Yep.
And all I said was, of all the awards he's ever received and earned, this was the one he could probably care less about, Steiny, because their record against good teams was nothing to write home about. And then the fact that you're not in the playoffs, I'm sure he was like, thank you, but,
It's kind of like when, didn't Dirk Nowitzki win the MVP after they were eliminated by the Warriors?
That was one of those.
2007.
You guys want to cancel the ceremony?
I don't think there's any doubt.
Yeah. Now, let's talk real quick about should a team that did make the playoffs, a team that had a bad record against winning teams, what if I called that group together and say, maybe we need to revisit how we come up with to determine the winner? No, I'm serious.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Because Steph is still top 10 to me.
Of course.
He didn't need this. No, I'm being real.
Well, he's not, but that's okay.
Are you being serious?
He's not.
Steiny, I'm on my list. He needs help. LeBron needs help. Anthony Davis in the Warrior uniform.
And this is one of the things that I've tried to help you with over the course of the last year or two. But now there's players that, while Steph's got a better resume overall, that right here, right now, there's more than 10 players in the NBA better than him. I think we can all agree on that. Goo.
You want to take a stab at it?
Okay.
And I'll tell you if you're... start.
Okay. Let me...
Don't say Durant. Because that boy.
Okay. You ready?
What you got? Yep.
You ready?
I'm being real with you.
Sure. Jason Tatum.
I'll give you that.
I always say Rick. Jalen Brunson.
Now,
he's better right now.
He's having a better year. Okay.
There he is.
Right,
That's two. Giannis?
I'll throw Giannis in there.
Oh, you'll throw him in there.
All right.
What about Embiid?
You got that. That's 4.
Okay. I mean, obviously, Trae Young.
Nope. Stop.
What about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
5.
Jokic.
6.
Murray.
That I'm gonna
7.
No, I'm holding out Murray.
Pick a Clipper.
Oh, Steiny, stop!
Pick a Clipper.
No, nope. And that's my team. Nope. We're at 6, buddy.
Anthony Edwards.
7.
Luka.
Oh boy.
Kyrie.
8. No Kyrie. We're at 8. They're up equal.
Devin Booker.
I don't like what he's doing, but I'll give him the year.
Anthony Davis.
I'll give you 9.
That's about 11.
Well, how many in his position? What if we win his position?
Well, then we're changing it.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to do that.
But Steph is he's still ready, man. He needs help. That's my whole point.
Lauri Markkanen?
Nah.
I'll tell you the guy I like. Scoot Henderson? He's terrible.
Yeah, he balls in good, but when blowouts.
There's one other thing I wanted to get to.
Anything draft related?
No, it was on my Nas Reed won the 6th Man Award.
They got that right.
Edged out Pods. No, he edged out. I'm kidding. He edged out Malik Monk of the Sacramento Kings.
King fans aren't happy about that one.
They're never happy.
Yeah.
I mean, would you be happy if you were a Kings fan?
They got a Harrison Barnes issue, Stoney.
What do you mean?
You got to upgrade that position if you want to really be a factor. That's just me.
Yeah, they got to upgrade the power forward position. Yeah. Couple other things here that I'd written. Oh, we're about 5 minutes away from push coming to shove with this, figuring out this bet, if you made it or not. Do you want me to? Yeah, do you want me to facilitate?
Yeah, no. You're going to anyway without my answer. But yeah,
I won't. If you don't want to, if you don't want to,
I'm good with this. But Willard is kind of. I tried to pull him to the side.
I'm always looking for a reason to be on Willard's side about something.
Because the whole inception of the bet started when I thought the Lakers were not playing Denver.
Yeah. Well, you should have thought. One of the things that, if you watch professional sports, especially the NBA, you realize is that if you're operating from a play-in position, then you don't really get to choose.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
That thing, Ham is gone, Steiny. His rotate. He's not a good coach. No shade. He's just not.
Why would you say no shade? If he's not a good coach, stand on it.
No shade means it's not personal.
Well, Yes, it is. He stinks. Be honest.
Starting his rotations, man.
Hey, one of the things that I like to do is every once in a while we'll get a new employee, right?
Yeah.
So, get some new people working for us. And what that means is then they become fair game.
Our guy Carter.
We got a dude.
6'8".
We got a guy who started working for us. Get this. His name is Carter Chickering.
Yeah.
Well, he should be like an ambassador to Albania, not working at a radio station. What a name.
That is, yeah.
I mean, that is money. I expected a little different, but, nice guy.
And you put him through the meat grinder, acting like you didn't like him.
I know.
People learn you quick.
I was being very...
Now, I'm being honest here. It's random because we're almost up against it. I listened to Evan, Sterling, and Grandy.
You didn't, but go ahead.
I'm telling you the truth, I did. How much did you have them on? They did a phenomenal job. Kudos, Evan. I'm being real.
I didn't.
What were you doing?
I was working. What if I told you that? I was working. I was fine-tuning some sports knowledge. How about that?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll disregard your tweet. What are the Niners doing in the draft update?
No,
I'm playing.
See, that was...
I wanted Evan to laugh. He's not listening. He's got company
right now.
Yeah. Let's get it, baby.
Guru has nothing to do with the coach. It's that LeBron is over the hill.
Oh, yeah. Go watch Game 2. He's over the hill. He was phenomenal in Game 2.
I thought you were saying he barely got a dunk over Jamal Murray.
No, last night I didn't like the body language. He seemed like but yuck.
But you want him.
People saying I got jabs. Juan Cruz.
But you got what?
Jabs. Because
I
I was
don't know
messing
what that
with
means.
you. Like you do me. You try to do me throughout the show.
I don't do that.
Please. I put an end to it. Tired. Oh my God. That's a 4.
Hey, if you're picking somebody up at the airport and they're supposed to be there, the plane's supposed to land at 3:20.
I would honestly.
What time would you get there?
I add 30 on to when the car will be in the caddy will be in the front. You got to get your luggage. You got to hope the plane lands. You got to get off the plane. I add 30.
What if it says it's 16 minutes early? So it's actually going to be at 3:04.
Ah, man.
I know.
Yeah. Did you get that? It's going to
What's
be early.
What's the deal? And when do they do the customs thing? Is that over there, or do they do it when you get back? I forget. Yeah, if you're coming from another country.
They do it when you get back, yeah.
Oh, so they'll do it here.
Yeah, for sure.
So I had 20.
New York, oh my God, they grill you.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Look at our guy, New York, throwing that in there.
Maybe I do have some time this afternoon.
Yeah.
I got to go take care of some things, but yeah. Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle reporting that
Has he tweeted anything since? I'm going to go
I'm not on Twitter.
Dude, what's going on?
Nothing. Nothing's going on.
Never been happier?
I wouldn't say that. But I don't really miss
hurting the
it.
show.
How so?
That's the boss. Oh, oops. All right. Hey, oops.
Did he tweet anything else out?
Nah, he just said we're missing you on there.
All right.
Yeah.
Coming up in 20 minutes, the What's Bugging You segment sponsored by Atco Pest Control. We'll be joined by Willard, and we'll be joined by Dibbs, and Dibbs will probably talk Guru into something or out of something, depending. And we'll find out what that is on the other side. We will.
How was your week?
We not
five
good,
of them.
not good early. Tuesday was great.
Yeah, no, we were at the golf course.
Tuesday was great.
I was out too. Oh my God.
Monday we were at a golf course, so that was pretty good. Tuesday you were out, that was even better.
You and Evan.
Wednesday was a nightmare. Yesterday was better, and today's pretty good.
I had fun yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was good. Wednesday's kind of the show that set us back.
Yeah.
Apparently set the whole stage. All right, 888-957-9570. Don't call that number now because we're doing the crossover on the other side with Willard and Dibbs. We'll talk about this pick. Interested to see what these guys think of it. And don't forget, what's coming up next is brought to you by Atco Pest Control. It's the What's Bugging You segment on 95.7 The Game.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area.
on 95.7 The Game.
Here we go.
All right.
Once upon a time, not long ago.
Hey.
This is some Slick Rick, Steiny.
This is classic.
Uncle Ricky, would you tell me a bedtime story?
Slick Rick from where, Steiny?
Here we go.
Rick James from Buffalo.
I said Slick Rick.
Rick James.
That's Rick James.
Steiny, this is one of the all-time
There's a
great
Slick Rick and a Rick
rap
James
songs.
Oh.
If you did your
It's just-
all-time
thank God it's
AP top
Friday.
25 rap songs,
Okay.
this one probably slots in at like 22 or 23.
Dude, he was thinking Rick James' first concert. He said,
Yeah.
Which
they
was a
called him
shocker.
Slick Rick.
Slick Rick probably has two all-time in the top 100 if you want to throw in Lottie Dottie, as we like to potty, as you know.
I love it.
So and Rick James probably has like 8.
Again, we're talking about rap, Steiny. This may be a time where you lay out like Ricky Pearsall does for an overthrow.
By the way,
lays out.
How many times are we going to see that catch?
I can't wait to get their opinion on
we can do it right now.
I'll do it. Oh. Were you shocked that it was a receiver?
I saw your 2-word response on Twitter.
I missed it.
I missed it.
I just said, "Uh-oh."
What did I do wrong?
And a lot of people, and by the way, I want to publicly thank those of you who understood the nature, and I know you did, Dibs.
Sure.
You know what we're doing. We talk about this every day. But those of you who understood the nature of because a lot of people immediately went, oh, you don't like to pick? Why don't you like to pick? I'm not doing that. No. I'm not doing that. Like, he looks like an exciting prospect. There are a lot of people who like him. Let's see if he can play. That's always I'm not going to save your draft grade, Mel Kiper. I don't care what you think or when you think he was supposed to go. That stuff to me is all stupid. But no, means the very first thought that went through my head when I heard it was something else about to happen.
Oh, man. Yep. Yeah, the shoe gonna drop.
And
domino.
And in diving into who Ricky is and how he plays after the fact, I immediately thought, this isn't about Brandon. This is about Debo.
Wow.
My hope, and this is what needs to be explained to Mark Grandy, who does not understand why the 49ers would pick a receiver this year. So I have stood on my head all week long, and I have taken bullets from the likes of Dan Dibley and many others who think that wide receivers just walk into the most complex offense in football and they can just produce right away week 1, which they can't do. Very, very rare. Don't give me your Puka Nacua. That was a 6th-round pick, and they got lucky. Cooper Kupp got hurt. It happens, but it's very rare. Therefore, my hope is that this pick was about grooming someone to be Debo's replacement, and that the Debo move happens next March. That's my hope, but it ain't my fear.
That'll be fun for Debo this year to play out a lame duck year with his replacement.
Could you imagine?
It's not a lame duck
breathing
year.
down his neck.
It's not the last year in his deal.
No, but it will be the last year in his time here. And you're not going to go forward with all these receivers when you don't run 3 receiver sets very often. You run the most 21 personnel than anyone in the league, 46% Kyle Juszczyk. So only half the time do you do anything other than have the fullback out there. So you're already going to be sharing the ball with Christian and George and Brandon if you're Debo, and now this new kid, Pretty Ricky's going to come in and take more of your balls.
But that's not in fact, we just had this conversation with Larry yesterday about wide receivers and how many big deals they get in their career, and it's usually one, and Debo's already got his.
Right.
Football players are not wired to think about next year. They think about, 151? They think about 2 o'clock. You can't, my gosh, their leg could snap in half on any play.
So Ayuk's waiting on it, thinking about nothing but his chicken.
Exactly. And Debo's already got his, which I'm not telling you means he doesn't care. But the point is I don't think he would look at the drafting of a receiver and be like, oh, they drafted my replacement, now I'm going to dog it. No, you're playing for that next contract wherever it may be. B, you have no idea if that guy's going to be any good. C, Brandon Ayuk could tear a who knows what week 5. Do you know what I mean? You got to just go play. You go play. We'll see how it works out. But that's my hope. It is not my fear. My fear is that we're down to a few hours left of Debo Samuel on the team.
Yeah, I don't know if I would characterize it as fear for me. I think that it's
we
a
love
likelihood.
Debo. That's all I'm saying.
It's great. It's great. I mean, Debo's
one of a kind.
Debo's been wonderful. And, Mark talked about his history of injury and a durability that Brandon Ayuk has more of. And you draft another receiver, and you also have Juwan Jennings, who has proven to be a very good receiver. And the thing about Ricky Pearsall is he can play in the slot. He can also play out wide. He's got some deep speed. So he's a versatile guy. So if you did trade Deebo Samuel, you probably, and again, Mark is saying that rookies can't step on the field and do well. I beg to differ.
Usually,
week one,
very rare.
You can look at last year's rookie standings, and there was a ton of guys who had more than 700 yards. And this is a team that runs the ball primarily more than they pass it. So he and I differ on what a rookie can do. But I would look at, reporters around the Niners who are starting to indicate some that thinking that maybe Debo does get traded here.
And I told Steiny, I'm hearing both of you, but please, this is coming from my heart. When you talk about wide receiver tandems the last 5 years, I mean, Ayuk and Debo to me they're up there. And Steiny and I would argue, hey, Goo, the weaponry, you're overrating it. But there's no doubt in my mind, if there's no trade, Willard, the Niners look at that Super Bowl loss like PFF was right, because I didn't buy it, that the separation or the lack of separation from Ayuk and Debo was on display there, and I must have missed it. To me, if there's no trade and you're adding this kid to the quartet, you're telling me we're not explosive enough as a unit, and we need to get more of that. And that's the only way you can explain if all three of them are here.
I think that it goes a little deeper than that. It's never about one game. It's kind of like what we did now with, Klay Thompson. It's like, okay, you got to move on because he went 0 for 10 against Sacramento.
But didn't we think that, real quick, the O-line was the reason the Niners lost the Super Bowl?
It's the number one reason, and they will address O-line. I have no doubt this weekend. Yesterday wasn't the day. They said that before the draft.
Jennifer Lee Chan joined us.
They said that before. John Lynch was very clear. He's like, there's a few elite offensive linemen who are first-round worthy. They're not making it to 31, and we're not going to reach and force someone to be 31 because we need an offensive lineman. They'd rather get those kind of Swiss Army knife linemen. They can probably get those later today or even tomorrow. I think that's their plan, but I don't think this is reactive to the Super Bowl. It's reactive to, quite frankly, who they are. Think about that three-person receiving core that Dibbs you just mentioned.
Which they hardly run.
Yes, Brandon Ayuk he was one of the top receivers in yards per attempt, yards per catch, all of that. But who's their deep threat? Who stretches the field with the 49ers? They don't try it very often, and part of that is their offense. Part of that is that Danny Gray was supposed to do that, and he hasn't panned out. They don't have that, and this guy projects as somebody who can do that. So I think that's where they're trying to. They see that as a need.
So you don't feel a trade's coming? Well, no.
Yeah, it very well could. Yeah,
it's a two-pronged need. I think that this guy potentially brings a dynamic that they don't have. But furthermore, yes, this is absolutely part of their financial restructuring of the room, whether that's today or next March.
Also, he can return punts, which he did some in Florida, and he's a willing blocker. So if you wind up with Debo, Brandon, and Ricky Pearsall all on the team, there's an interchangeability where he can come in, and I think he can do some of the things that the Niners do ask their receivers down the pecking order to do, which is special teams and block.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was the opposite, believe it or not, and I don't know why, but I feel like they must think kind of what we all think, and that is they're going to operate probably without Deebo Samuel next year. So let's get a guy in here this year, and that gives us our best chance this year with Deebo, and we'll see where the chips fall, and then we'll make the decision that we've been pushing off at the end of next year.
It's a room that doesn't have a whole lot of depth. We love the top three.
Right.
Nobody likes anybody after that. There's nothing special about any of the other receivers on the roster. So, I think that's part of it.
Put a percentage on, whether you think he'll be traded or not. Well, Deebo or Ayuk. I
think Ayuk's off the table.
Oh, even for 33?
Yes, I do.
Probably.
And I think Ayuk's response last night, I don't know if you saw it.
Yes.
But his response was basically, I got to say it, the pick was fire, which tells me that he's been given indication that he's going to be a part of it. I could be wrong, but feels like if they're going to move off of one of them, it's going to be Deebo Samuel.
And don't you guys also think, like, I started thinking about that too, whether it means he thinks he's a part of it. I thought it spoke to maybe the relationship that and just where it is. Like, Ayuk's been on Instagram enough to where you're like, oh, Ayuk and John Lynch probably not breaking any bread anytime soon.
Yeah, that's about the Tomlin tweet.
Texting each other right after the pick.
See, I took that
seems kind of light and fluffy and airy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
unless the text was, "What the hell are you doing, John?"
Right. Which Debo might have texted that.
Cousins definitely did.
Debo was the last thing we heard from him, which I don't even know. And maybe we can explore the nature of this.
I think he's in London or something.
Well, that whole thing about I've been promised that I won't be traded, where did that come from?
Oh, boy.
Did that come directly from him? From Debo?
I don't know.
We all sort of heard it, but it was in passing, and I don't know what the origin of it was.
And do you ever really get that as a player?
Or why did you even say that out loud?
Man.
Yeah.
Like now I'm like, are you trying to leverage this? Like, why would you say that publicly?
Make him look bad.
Why would you do that going into the draft?
And I don't mean to call all of our business on the carpet here, but those of us who've been married and been unmarried, part of that whole till death do us part thing, that is in essence a promise. And let me see, 1, 2, carry the 4. Yeah, we got some divorces up in here.
Yeah.
Things happen. So if you promise to Debo with his contract I thee wed, and I'm the freshest in the group of the divorcees, so to speak. My ink is still not dry and re-upped it, And I think if you look at Debo and you make that promise, what's that really worth, I don't know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
I don't know why I didn't think of this right when we saw that. Does that sound like something John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan would say to a player?
Well, I promise you stuff that you're going to be a part
of. They've been saying the opposite. Our phone's always on.
Yeah,
exactly.
I love Willard, but
Debo, it's Kyle. Just wanted to let you know, draft is a week away. No chance anything happens. 100% we promise you. What?
What'd you hear from Kyle last night? He said, well, if John and Jed decided they could trade something for me, they'd trade me tomorrow. And I'd trade John, and John would trade me. And,
that's what I heard.
No Farhan thrown in there.
I love that everybody ends in a Farhan line.
Has to.
But no, John's words last night, you never close the door on a trade.
Right.
And that's why I'm thinking Mike Silver's tweet, who's tapped in, Willard. I'm not just – and – we got through the first round dips and I heard receiver, and as soon as I saw no trade, I'm like, oh, it's over. Then I said no, because I was telling Stanley, I think they might get a 1 free throw. No, if you're going to get it tomorrow, yesterday. So it's popping right now. If they're worth a 2 or a cup.
Right.
It's like it's on the table.
And if they get the 33rd pick, let's just say they do trade with Buffalo and
they
Debo
need a playmaker.
Or Ayuk. Let's just say they get the 33rd pick. Are we all going to sit here and say, oh, you didn't get a first. You didn't get a first. Yeah, you didn't get a first, but you got the top pick in the second. So,
but didn't you saw from Field Yates that Buffalo would have a really hard time acquiring a receiver that needs a big contract.
Right. Well,
they can't fit that under their cap.
I think you could fit Brandon based on what his cap number would be this upcoming year.
But you're not going to do that for 1 year. No one's acquiring Brandon Ayuk for just this year.
No, but you could. I mean, if you signed him, I don't know what the cap damage would be for Buffalo down the road. But
what about Debo's money?
Debo's number's way bigger this year than Brandon's.
So Buffalo, that's a no-go then. They couldn't even accept it.
According to Field Yates, and I haven't looked at their cap that closely, but yeah. I mean, they could probably accept Brandon in the short term because his cap hit is 14 now, but if you sign him, that cap number goes down before the year. Wow. But Mark's efforting the Field Yates.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I mean, you told me about it, but...
Must have been Lucas.
Oh.
I was watching Kentucky Derby prep races, getting ready for the Derby.
What did you think? I keep asking Steiny. I don't put staff on a pedestal, but I know Silver's tapped in. When you saw his tweet that mentioned Debo, that's just a shift. Yesterday was Ayuk, now with Debo. What did you think when you read that?
Brother, his article that came out late last night, it wasn't like, I don't know if y'all read it. The tone wasn't like they might trade Debo. The tone was
weird.
Like, so that Debo is very likely to be traded today.
Today, not yesterday. Today.
No, this was
today isn't Friday.
This was
last night. Yeah.
This is written after the first round was over.
Man,
and
I don't see it. I'd be surprised.
Like the pick doesn't make sense.
I would be surprised
if Debo gets traded.
Yes.
Wow, Steiny.
I am.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I think. It makes sense to not pay two receivers that kind of money, and I know the Brandon contract wouldn't kick in until after next year, and at that point you could move off of Debo Samuel. But I've always said to Mark, if you're going to trade one of these guys, you got to get something for him. I don't just want them to cut Debo at the end of next year and you get nothing back. If you can get a second-round pick and maybe a future fourth for Debo, and you can get another player today, then you can get a corner in the top of the second, and you can get an offensive lineman at the bottom of the second in your regular spot.
Interesting.
Well,
we're
going to find out here shortly.
If they move Debo Samuel, it tells me that they think they can still win a Super Bowl without him, right? I mean, they're not giving up on the fact that they might be the best team in football.
Of course not.
So, who would be the starting number 2 receiver if you move Debo?
It would be Pearsall.
Wow.
I would imagine it would be Pearsall.
I don't know who else they're going to draft or what else they're going to acquire in the trade.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
or if they sign Tyler Boyd next week.
That's the funny thing, and I texted
that was the comp of this guy.
That was the comp.
There's a bunch of stuff that you can do. And as much as I love Debo, if you are in a cutthroat boardroom talking this out, Debo's extension was signed before the 49ers had Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Would you still pay the same? Is he worth that number?
My answer would be, I would think not.
Right?
Think about the contract that's signed and then go, he's not your best receiver and he's not your best running back. He's your second best at both for 24 a year? Hey, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
All right, let's do it. Time for What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Every Friday at this time, we go around the room and talk about what's bugging us, and it's sponsored by Atco Pest Control. I'm going to go first.
Let's do it.
Just because I don't have a lot, and I'll lean on the easy one. The Steph Curry clutch player award.
I tweeted
you
about
might have
it.
stolen dibs.
Yeah,
boy.
No, but
I tweeted
it's definitely bugging me.
It's the easiest one, and it's the least offensive. So since we're going into the weekend, that's what I'll prefer.
Come on, man.
It's tough to have the most clutch player in the league on a non-playoff team, but I know Steph Curry, and this probably doesn't even sit well with him. He's not. This one's not going up on the mantle. Put it that way.
It's a paperweight. Now, I was wondering if the award itself bugged you, or the fact that Curry won it, or both. Because I know you've always railed against the idea
talked about it.
The clutch stats.
Yeah.
Within 5 with 5 minutes to go, and that's literally 60% of your games.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with Steph Curry. It's got to do with it's a contrived award that they're trying to put a standard on or define in some way. But I'll define it how I want. I'll define clutch. I don't need an award, Dibs.
To me, it would be within 4 points with 2 minutes to go. Now that's nut crunching time.
I might be wrong, but it seemed to me like a guy like Jalen Brunson had a great year in terms of the clutch, and that team did really well. But,
whatever you're using, I told Stoney a few minutes ago, throw that out. Whatever metric you're using to come up with the winner, no shade at Steph.
Right.
You guys are doing it wrong.
5 minutes to go is an eternity in the association.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
Anyway, I'll go next because mine's non-sports. I like to keep it non-sports as we keep it moving. And what's bugging me is Bart Train Dancer Guy. Bart Train Dancer Guy. Today I got it on MacArthur. Had to pick up bagels, so I parked at MacArthur. I'm sitting there minding my own, listening to my music, reading tweets, getting ready, and all of a sudden,
so they had the boom box.
So I got to look up.
Friday people.
I don't need it. I'm listening to my own Friday Smooth. I'm trying to get ready for the show, having a personal moment. And Bart Train Dancer Guy is out there blasting his music, backspinning, doing flips on the bars and the rest of it. If I want that level of entertainment, I'll buy a ticket.
Wow.
I'll go to Live Nation or Ticketmaster, and I will invest in entertainment. And if I'm out on the streets and somebody's playing their saxophone, great. I can go to the other side of it's a Simpsons reference. I can go to the other side of the street or whatever. This is a captive audience situation. I find it oppressive.
So I take it you didn't tip or contribute?
No. And there's that part of it too, the peer pressure of,
oh boy.
So Bart Trained Dancer guy, he's done, and now he's going to walk down with the hat. It's like I'm at church all of a sudden.
Oh boy.
I saw a Bart Dancer dude with their daughter, like a 6-year-old daughter, dancing alongside.
You know what that is, right?
Passing the hat.
Did you put something in it?
It's an exploitation.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I would have just
Thank you.
Yeah, flipped over $1. She was 6.
I hear you.
The peer pressure is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Bart Trained Dancer guy.
I'll go next.
Right.
I'm a father. I'm a son, a husband, a brother. I do have imperfections, so I'm going to admit one of them right now, guys. Damn you, Instagram. I did not know when you double tap, people can see what you like.
Who you like.
So I follow my kids. They follow me. And now I get looks from my son sometimes. I'm like, maybe that, like, why would you have that feature to where people can see what you like?
It's a very good question.
That is not cool at all. So now I'm going back in my mind. It's almost like Venmo. You can see other people who they've been.
Right.
Willard Venmo started. It's none of my business, but it's there, and I scroll. I am embarrassed.
You can turn it off. You can turn it off. You can. You got to go into the thingy and do the thingy.
Willard, come on,
yeah,
man.
you can. You can turn it off.
So people can't see what you like?
I was listening to
you can turn it off.
and Butch.
You can turn it off.
He didn't say my business, but he said, Goo likes to double tap on some stuff. I'm like, how would he know? And now there's a feature where I could get rid of that.
All right. I'm going to let you guys choose your own adventure.
Oh, I love this.
I got a non-sports one and a sports one. Which do you want? Probably don't have time for both.
Let's do the non-sports.
Yeah, I was, you know me.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I've decided that what's bugging me, I don't know, and I love the three of you, and there's so many listening.
Uh-oh.
I love all of you too, but I don't think I'm ever going to go out to eat ever again with anybody other than the lovely Christy and or my kids. Because when I'm with them, we know who's paying. It just, like, the bill comes and we know who's paying. I have decided the most uncomfortable thing in life is when the bill comes. And there are people who are all coming from different angles about this meal, why we're here, who's the reason we're here, how did it come together, who picked the place, who ordered 4 drinks, who only ordered 1 drink, who had a salad, who had a steak. We had nice people in town, bought the whole family breakfast. I had friends in town the other night, and I don't know why, I can't stand when everyone's doing the arms and then the acting. Oh, no. Let me get it. And you're like, no, you're not really trying to get it. You're just saying that because you're supposed to say that. I finally looked at the guys the other night. They were really, really nice. And because I wanted to pay for me and Christy and my 2 buddies, I'm like, give me 50% of the bill. And then you guys do 25% each of the bill and we'll get out of here. And then everyone's going, oh, but I had 4 drinks, and then you only had, and I do the same thing I do every time. Here's my card. I'm going to the bathroom.
Right.
You tell me at the end how this goes. I don't want to do it anymore. It's too uncomfortable.
I've been there.
I am very comfortable in almost any situation. I hate that moment. I hate it. We're all bad actors, and I'm among the worst. My daughter called me out a few weeks ago. My parents were in town. They always pay.
You ever hear the noise?
I always do the, put my hand on my butt.
So funny.
Like I'm actually going to pull my wallet out. And my daughter, who's finally gotten old enough, she goes, is this the part where you act like you're going to try to
Have you seen the spoof?
I'm like,
the
enough
video,
out of you.
where they have the sound of a record scratching. Everybody's having a party, and here comes the bill, and they play that sound, and now everybody's like, oh holy hell, what's going on? Dude, it is.
Yeah.
Man.
I find the easiest way around those situations is to simply say, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
I use that one.
Sometimes I get up and go to the restroom when I see the bill coming. The bill's on its way, and I'm like, whoop,
gone.
I got to go to the bathroom, and then you come back, and you just see what happened. How we doing? Are y'all just sitting there waiting on me? Or did somebody just jump in and be like, I got this?
Now, Monty's saying to you, Willard, maybe you go in quietly. Oh, boy. Separate checks.
That's the worst.
The reason I can't do that is because I've been a server before. And servers hate you.
Okay.
Party of 16. Could we have separate bills?
Checks.
You're like, will you tip 80%? Because you're going to take the next hour for me to try to figure out how to do this.
Steiny and I have a buddy, and we go to Reno for that golf tournament. It's a banquet of like 26 people, and the check comes, and you always wait because Unky J may swoop in, and he's done it a number of times where Unky J will go, I got it. And it's, 1,400 but there's always that moment where all of us start doing the acting.
And there's 14 clenched fists.
Totally.
And usually a champion comes up.
And none of those clenched fists are holding a wallet.
Exactly. Unky J. Gotta love it.
That is great. All right, well, we want you guys to just rip this pick, rip the Niners.
They may have breaking news.
They might. They might.
I like the player. I like the pick.
Yeah, I think highly likely we got breaking news. Look, at minimum, we're going to have a Niner pick.
Yeah.
During the show.
No doubt.
We'll have some breaking news.
9 more picks left.
Bucky Brooks is going to hop on.
Him.
Who's your boy? Who's your boy that's coming
Jacob
on?
Rudner is coming on.
Tell people why that's important.
He covered Ricky Pearsall at Arizona State. He moved to Florida, and then Ricky followed him and moved to Florida. So he's actually covered every single game.
He's like a Brian Windhorst.
Exactly.
Completely.
He's like
against Purdy in high school.
He's on the Pearsall beat.
Totally.
So, and I think Jake Hutchinson, who's down in Santa Clara at HQ, is going to hop on. And
we'll see, man.
And we're going to play the dingy ding ding thing because there's going to be picks going on starting at 4 o'clock. We'll have a good time.
All right, Chance, go to it. Have a great weekend.
We'll be listening.
95 cent again.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you know me. I didn't look at this thing. Like, by the way, can I now share with you what what's bugging me is?
Please.
Draft grades. Shut up, everybody, all of you. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear C-. It's the stupidest thing in the history of sports content. Mel Kiper, you got great hair. Your draft grades are stupid. Please don't tell me today who did a good job, because that player might stink. And Ricky Pearsall, you could have got him 10 picks later. You don't know that. And he might be Rookie of the Year. We got no clue. So I am much more interested in the stylistic approach and breaking that down of what the 49ers are doing. And Dibs, I don't know about you, and we'd love to hear from all of you today. Please react to this. Bucky Brooks is joining us in 15 minutes. We'll break that down. But is this thumbs up? Is it thumbs down? And maybe more importantly, what does it mean to you? Because my brain, 888-957-9570, the second the pick happened, I didn't go to YouTube to watch Ricky Pearsall highlights. I did exactly what I tweeted. Uh-oh. That feels to me like it's setting up something else. And everything that has happened since then feels like it's setting up something else. The 49ers took Debo conversations into an offseason. You never heard them say, yeah, we're open to a trade. Nick Bosa into the offseason. They laughed off the idea of taking phone calls. Suddenly this week, highlighted by yesterday, you never close the door to a trade.
Right.
You can hear that the 49ers are at minimum burning up the phones right now as we speak.
Exactly. With the first pick in the second round coming up in an hour and 44 minutes, at least Buffalo will be on the clock at that point. And whether or not Buffalo has cap space or not, it's something we'll talk about as the show goes on. I'm just looking at David Lombardi's tweet, and he's mentioning that if they trade Debo today, it's a $40 million cap hit. It's $22 million this year, and the remaining 18 would hit next year. So there is a possibility that they just roll into this year with Debo, with Brandon, with Ricky, with Jawan, with Trent and Chris Conley and the rest of the receivers, Ricky Bell and
Ronnie,
Danny
Bobby,
Gray,
Ricky,
Ronnie Bell, not Ricky
If I
Bell.
love the team, who cares who you like? Let's go.
So there is a chance, And maybe it's a better than 50-50 chance that they do that, but I would imagine that the phone lines are open like ours are open at 888-957-9570. I like the pick, Mark, and I like the player, and I like the pick.
No, he does look like a really...
I gave it a C+. Ask me about any draft ever, and it's always a C+.
Why
It's kind of my
that?
bit.
Yeah, no,
because I'm with you as far as draft grades. And you and I did this, I think, on Tuesday, where we started to grade the draft from 2022.
Thank you.
We went pick by pick, and you can look now 2 years removed and say, okay, did you like the pick? Did you like the player?
Yeah, Mel Kiper, I want your draft grades. I just want them on April 26th, 2026.
Right. 426-26. That's cool.
I don't want them today. What the hell do you know? Oh, Ricky Pearsall, well, his arms and his fingers and his, stop. What are you doing? That's not sports. He might be incredible.
Yeah.
He might stink out loud. He
you just don't know.
Might be a good fit. He might be a bad fit. He might get hurt every year like Jalen Hurd. So, no clue how this is going to go. I'm much more interested in the concept of the 49ers having what is set up to be one of the most expensive wide receiver rooms in the NFL, and they waltzed up to the first-round podium and took a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Now, what does that mean to everybody? What does it mean to you?
At the very least, it means one of two things. Either they're trading Debo, because I think that the trading Brandon Ayuk is done. I don't think that they're going to settle for a second and a future fourth or a second and a third. I don't think that that is enough compensation. I do think they shopped him hard. They wanted to move up in the first round. They didn't get the bites that they wanted. The draft turned out to be a little bit funky with 6 QBs in the first 12 and no defensive player going in the first 14. So the draft went a little bit weird to where there was so much offense gone that the teams that were sitting there for a wide receiver, they had a chance to kind of wait, and teams who maybe would have gone elsewhere decided to make moves later in the draft. And so I don't think the Niners got the offer that they wanted for Ayuk, and so they get to 31 and they pick a receiver thinking about door number 2, which is, you know what? We might as well take a receiver that we really like now and be ready for next year when maybe we want to move off of Debo. And the thing that strikes me, Mark, is we all want them to do this with the offensive line, yet we're all appalled when they do it for wide receiver. Because all fans have been saying is, you need to take a corner just in case, so when Demo is gone and when Charvarius is gone, and you need to take an offensive lineman. So when Trent is gone, or maybe, you move off the right tackle. But when they do it at receiver, we all think it's a wasted pick.
Yeah, no,
seems a little bit hypocritical.
It's a good point, but I get why. It's because the perception right now is that the 49ers are dealing with a large area of strength at wide receiver, and everybody wants you. There's like this thing in the draft when you're a fan. You want them to address their needs in order, which is really we got to screw loose when we do that.
Right.
That's a very poor way to draft. We need a tackle. Let's take the best tackle available when it's our turn. Horrible way to draft. And every team will say it, and you know it. It's a terrible way to do your fantasy draft. I need a receiver. I'm going to take the best receiver available. Well, you're probably going to lose your fantasy draft because you have to see the whole weekend, the whole picture. If the 49ers had taken a wide receiver in round 3, nobody would have even blinked. Nobody would have even blinked. And they think this guy is special. They grabbed him in the first round. The last time they did that with a receiver, his name was Brandon Ayuk. And the time before they took a receiver in the 30s, his name was Deebo Samuel. You like that?
Yeah.
You like that.
You're going Kirk Cousins on me. Well, he doesn't like that.
R.I.P. Kirk. Good Lord, what a night for him. But anyway, it's interesting. We all want that to go in order. The Niners are abundantly aware that they need to address offensive line, and I have no doubt that later today and tomorrow they will do exactly that. And this whole thing will get addressed. Here's something else I thought of, and this goes out to the Kyle Shanahan is arrogant crowd because, well, yeah, he is. I personally am not bothered by that. I think he's a phenomenal coach, but a lot of people get bugged by the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan and sometimes by extension the arrogance of the whole organization by their behavior, right? Think about this now. Think about this. If we really break down the way the night went, I think we've spent the last few weeks doing the whole, Would you rather have Brandon or Debo? One is this style. One is that style. One's healthier. One's not. One can run the ball. One's more traditional. We're doing and then which is more replaceable? If the Niners need to clear some money in the room, who's more replaceable? Did you see the way the Niners approached this draft? They didn't go in trying to replace Brandon Ayuk. They didn't go in trying to replace Deebo Samuel. They went in and said, we'll replace either. We don't really give a rip. We think we can replace either one of them with a snap of the fingers. We're going to spend 2 hours trying to trade Brandon. And if that doesn't work, then we'll spend the next 2 hours trying to trade Debo. My mind was blown how yesterday turned into either, both, whatever.
Neither, yeah.
We're just going to get work. Yeah, we can do this in a number of ways, which felt very confident. That felt very confident, and we all know who's running offense and wide receivers with the 49ers. It felt very confident to think, okay, this is a business. We need to clear money. And they looked at each other and went, which one should we move on from? And Kyle went, picked his teeth. Either.
Or neither.
Whatever.
I mean, either or neither.
That's next level.
Yeah.
That is some chutzpah.
It is. And, if you're Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, you're not feeling the heat on the seat at all. Your seat is actually ice cold. So you've got a lot of wiggle room, not a little wiggle room. You've got all the room you need. And so you get down to the 31st pick and you like the player. And I'm assuming that they really like the player because you wouldn't have drafted him if you didn't like him. And so you look at a wide receiver and maybe he was the best available player on their board. And you take him thinking at the very worst, you've got a guy who you can draft and stash for next year. And maybe you use him on punt return, or maybe he ends up being in the Ronnie Bell role, or maybe he's Ray McLeod,
Well, I mean, at minimum.
At minimum, he's Ray.
Although Trent Taylor is there too. There are people who can do that.
Right.
They sometimes mix and match, right? Sometimes they're like, throw Debo back there. We really need a return.
Yeah.
So they might mess around with a little bit. That's actually one of the things I like about it, if they keep Debo. And that remains my number one hope. This was step one to my number one hope. My number one hope was deal with this next March. Deal with it next March, but at some point in this draft the guy who you feel is going to be ready to really, really boogie in year two. And I do want to spend today seeing if you and I can find common ground on this. It's not that I don't think rookies can go play. They can go play. They can contribute. You mentioned there's a list of them who achieved 700 yards.
Yep.
And I'm like, right, they can do that. I look at Debo and Brandon as much bigger than, hey, can you do 700 yards? They have this intricate leadership role with blocking downfield and emotional and Debo is out in front of the boombox and all of the things that these players do. So to replace that when you are 21 or 22 and you've never played in the NFL before and be ready to do it by week one, I don't find it impossible. I find it wildly unlikely. So
he's not going to carry the boombox, but can he go out and have 50 catches and have 600 yards?
Yeah, but that's not enough. That's not Debo. Debo is much more than that. I know that's what maybe his catches were.
He's 60 for 892.
Right, and so that's much more than 600, but he also missed a bunch of games, and he also runs the ball a lot.
He missed 2 games.
Yeah, well, but he also barely played in 3 others. So he went out in the first quarter of a couple games. He was a decoy in another game. Debo missed some time. My point is, it's very unlikely that would be an A-to-A replacement. I'd rather have the guy here for a year and let him really boogie come year 2. However, you make a good point in responding to that, which is, boy, that feels awkward for Deebo Samuel this year.
Right, because you're going to have the guy who is likely going to replace you, and Deebo knows what his dead cap number is, and he knows his contractual situation, and whether he gets traded between now and the end of the weekend, or if he comes back and he's cut next year, he understands that the writing is somewhat on the wall for his time as a 49er. So if you're Debo, you might actually look forward to getting traded today or tomorrow to get that fresh start.
Grandy, what are you doing at 6 o'clock? What are you doing at 6 o'clock tonight?
We got another draft show. It'll be me and Sterling.
We're
reacting to rounds 2 and rounds 3 tonight.
Okay. All right. Draft night.
Do you think he gets traded?
Debo?
Yeah.
I think probably.
Okay. Quick tease for 6 o'clock.
All right, so that's what's coming up at 6 o'clock, but we're all over it leading up to it. The picks will start just after 4. Bucky Brooks is coming up next right here, and your phone calls. Dive on in right here on Willard and Dibs.
So I believe Kyle Shanahan wanted more flexibility to be able to create and exploit mismatches by being able to move the pieces of the chessboard around each and every week to be able to identify what's the favorable matchup, how can we attack the defense if they decide to play more man-to-man against us.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, NFL.com, Fox Sports Radio, phenomenal job, especially in moments like this. That's an interesting answer as you envision all three receivers together, because what if all three receivers aren't together? Do you believe that Deebo Samuel is about to get traded?
No, look, I think he's a big part of their team, and I think he brings about their toughness. And I actually believe that they can continue to do this as long as Brock Purdy is not getting paid. The issue comes when Brock Purdy gets paid, and I think Brock Purdy is still 2 years away from getting paid based on where he was drafted. So I think I don't think they can extend him next year either.
No, they can next year. They can negotiate the extension next March.
So once they extend him, then one of those guys may have to exit stage right.
So when you look at this team that doesn't do a lot of three wide receivers, and Ricky Pearsall, if he joins a team with Deebo and Brandon, does he become just a reserve waiting for an injury, or does Kyle Shanahan change his approach and go less to the 21 personnel that they use so much?
I kind of lost you. So the question, maybe because I'm near LAX, the question kind of cut out.
It's about the personnel, because Kyle loves to run the 21 personnel. Juszczyk plays about half the time. With three legit receivers now, does he change his approach?
Well, I'll tell you what, Dibbs, I'd love to answer your question, but I don't work for NFL Network, and so I can't.
Go on.
Yeah,
okay.
He'll be back.
LAX.
Yeah, I'm driven by that, and he not wrong. He not lying. Whoop.
It's weird.
Zap.
It's just because of the all the transmissions
good
with the
service,
planes.
but it gets zapped. It's like somebody fires a laser right through your car.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be back.
A little bit of that at Treasure Island, too, as you go underneath the cell tower. It takes a minute for the one tower to hand you off to the next one.
Approach the Robin Williams tunnel, same exact thing. Zap.
Gone.
And then you're back.
Curiously, there's a spot in Lafayette where that happens, and it really shouldn't. Like when you're heading up and over the hill from Moraga to Lafayette.
Why doesn't somebody fix this stuff?
Seriously.
My God.
I mean,
I love it. That's the old bit about right. We can fly through the air. We can talk lawns anywhere, and we hate it when there's one spot where we can't. Okay, Bucky's back. The question again, sir.
Bucky, with them running so much 21 personnel, does Ricky Pearsall just become a backup, or do they go to more three receiver sets now that they have three legit receivers?
I think you have the flexibility. I think, like, as a rookie, maybe he doesn't play as much, right? Like, he plays as a part-time player. Maybe he's a 50% player. But the expectation when you take someone there, he's eventually going to be a full-time starter. So the bigger question when you look at the construction of the team, you guys were talking about Brock Purdy can get paid at the end of this season. So, like, theoretically, they can continue to keep Brandon Ayuk as he is without extending him, right? He plays on the fifth-year option. Maybe they do or they don't extend the deal. But at some point, they're going to have to make a decision on, do we continue to pay Deebo or do we pay Brandon Ayuk? Because one person is going to be the odd man out. And so it'd be interesting to see how that plays out, because once you pay Brock Purdy, whatever it is you're going to pay him, $50 million, $60 million per, you're not going to be able to have all of that money tied up at wideout. Maybe the Philadelphia Eagles have done it, but someone's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb to be able to pay the quarterback what he's going to be worth.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, is with us. Bucky, you played, and so this is a locker room question a little bit, because some have suggested, because in theory, Ayuk is going to get an extension before the season starts. He's probably not going to show up for his fifth-year option. So let's assume the 49ers do that, and now he's highly paid going into the season. You've got Pearsall. That sort of makes it feel like Deebo is in a lame duck spot. How would he deal with that? Is that awkward for a player to play well for a team if he sort of knows he's on the way out?
No, because, like, here's the thing. You don't know if he plays well enough. Maybe they decide to take away another part. Maybe somebody else becomes that person that is the salary cap casualty or whatever. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that Deebo is out. It just means that they have to figure out a way to move the money around. And trust me, when we talk about the salary cap, man, the salary cap is just kind of a myth. You can do whatever you want to do as a team. It's just a matter of who do they want to do it to and how creative do they want to get with the pen. So it doesn't necessarily guarantee that Debo is out. It just means that they got to do some funny arithmetic to be able to keep all those guys in the house.
And part of that, I think, is George Kittle, who's already reworked his deal, and Christian McCaffrey, who probably is going to stand to get some sort of a raise coming up. How do you think the McCaffrey piece fits where he's the highest paid running back, yet he'll be making less than Debo and Brandon if they get their extensions?
Market value. I mean, like, he can be mad about his impact on the team and all that, but that's just what the market is. The market says that wide receivers right now are viewed as more valuable commodities than running backs. And even though Christian McCaffrey does a lot, I mean, that's just kind of what it is. And we also got to think about this. Christian McCaffrey is getting up there. He's already had the second contract. So now running backs typically don't get that blockbuster third contract. And so if he does get it, we're talking about on a short term if they decide to pay him like that. So, look, a lot of things are fluid when it comes to the Niners, but I do believe they can keep it together if they want to. They just have to be very, very creative on how they go about doing it.
Bucky, I know that the whole fan base got mad at you when you sort of said the Niners weren't great route runners. And so, as you said, that became a whole thing about Brandon Ayuk. But I also really value your opinion. You used to cover guys like this in the league. So you tell us, when you look at the landscape of wide receivers in the NFL, where does Brandon Ayuk fall for you?
I mean, look, I think you make the case that he's the top 10 wide receiver. Like, I think, look, his numbers are his numbers now. Like, his numbers are ridiculous. Like, he gets open, he had over 1,300 yards. You think about the big plays, which are 20-plus yard catches. He's at the top of he's like top of the food chain. So I understand that part of it. I think the bigger thing would be, where do you put Deebo Samuel in that conversation? Because I think the bigger conversation will be like, who should be the real number one in San Francisco? Is it Deebo or is it Brandon Ayuk? I think some of that, and not saying that this is an issue, but I think when Brandon Ayuk talks about wanting to get paid, he wants to get paid commensurate with what he has done. So the issue that it could create is, hey, man, I'm the one that should really be the number one. I need to get fed the ball, and I need to be paid handsomely. That's where that conversation comes down to.
Well, so how would you answer it? Who's the one?
Well, the one, by definition, a wide receiver one is the one that can command a double team and can defeat all covers. I would say that Brandon Ayuk is more likely to be that than Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel is an outstanding playmaker, and when healthy, he can do phenomenal things. But you also have to start to evaluate durability and dependability and reliability. Like, how often is he available over a 17-game season? Can we count on him to be there all of those games? The one thing that we have seen is Brandon Ayuk has been available to be in the lineup. Deebo, we can't say the same. So when you're making those decisions about who do we extend, who do we pay, that also factors into the equation when you think about the Niners going forward.
And also it factors into the who do you trade side of it. And with the second round starting in an hour and 14 minutes, if you were Deebo, how nervous would you be about possibly being dealt today for a second round pick?
I don't know, man, because, like, here's the thing, right? Everyone talks about how loaded this draft is with wide receivers. And so when you trade Deebo, you not only have to trade him, but I would think that Deebo and his representatives, like, when you trade from here, you also go sweeten the pot. We saw Stephon Diggs get the pot sweetened a little bit when he went to Houston. So there's other things that come along with trading for Deebo that we have to think about. And I don't know, like, in our league, if teams are looking at, hey, man, I'm excited to pay these $30 million wide receivers when I got these young guys that are coming in and making their mark right away. It'll be interesting if they do decide to trade him. And if they do trade him, where's the logical location for him to go? I think it's easy to speculate. I think it's harder to execute that Deebo Samuel is not going to be on the Niners roster.
Bucky Brooks with us, NFL.com, NFL Network. Bucky, what are some of, in your eyes, the major needs for the 49ers, and how can they achieve those in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Well, I mean, it's like what many of us thought was going to happen on draft night for night one. We thought they would attack the offensive line, and we thought that they would address the secondary. Those things are still there. The issue that you have now, like the high-end offensive tackles, are gone. So that may mean, hey, let's just fish in the secondary pond and see if we can get an upgrade at cornerback, someone that can come in and do some of the things that we want to do. Luckily, I would say the needs and the value matches up in the secondary more so than at offensive tackle, because whatever offensive tackle that you get now, they're not what those guys were that went off the board last night. So I think they probably addressed the secondary, and they hope to find maybe a developmental guy that can grow into a role as a starting offensive lineman. But I don't think you'll find a plug-and-play offensive lineman outside right now.
Bucky, really excited to have you today. Hey, before you go, what did you make of what the Falcons did last night?
Oh, Michael Penix. Yeah, Michael Penix going off the board. Here's what I would say, because every fan base, like the Niners, get upset, right? So everybody gets upset when you don't get somebody for the quarterback until the quarterback gets hurt, and then you're mad at the backup quarterback. So what the Falcons were trying to do is they were trying to think about here and now by getting Cousins as a free agent while also thinking about the future. Because in theory, if Kirk Cousins is as good as people pay him to be, they should be picking at the bottom of the draft. And so it's going to be harder to get a good quarterback there. And also, and looking ahead to 2025, the quarterback draft is terrible. So they were trying to get ahead of it. They were trying to be proactive. And I think everyone has to understand the job of the general manager is not just to think about this year, is to think about 2025, 2026, and beyond. I thought it was a good move to get a really good quarterback when you don't need a quarterback, because it takes the pressure off of reaching for someone who certainly isn't good enough to be taken at the top of the chart.
No, it's an interesting take. It's just the idea is kind of an old idea. The idea of the number 8 pick in the draft being somebody who you just stash.
Yeah, so, like, here's the thing, right? And everyone kind of forgets. Remember, Carson Palmer was the number 1 overall pick.
Yep.
You know, his rookie season, he never saw the field because they played John Kitna. In yesteryear, that was commonplace.
Right.
I mean, like, thinking about the Niners, think about you had a Hall of Famer in Steve Young sitting behind Joe Montana. I mean, that's kind of like the way that it's supposed to be. You're supposed to develop the quarterback, because too often we're drafting these quarterbacks, we put them on the field, and then we're mad when they're not ready to play. It's a developmental game and a developmental position. You got to give guys an opportunity to really develop without the pressure of having to play right now. I would say Brock Purdy is an anomaly, but Brock Purdy also set the stage for Michael Penix to get drafted. Brock Purdy's ability to step into the league as an experienced college player with a bunch of starts, he has kind of set a blueprint that all these GMs are looking. They're looking for the experienced starter. Michael Penix had over 50 starts. Bo Nix had 61 starts. Jaden Daniels had 55 starts. Brock Purdy is the cause of this. Brock Purdy being able to have success in the league as an experienced quarterback led the Falcons to be like, hey, I'm going to get a guy, but I'm going to get a guy that's experienced. And, yeah, he might be a little older, but when he gets in his opportunity to play, he'll be able to play well. And, look, Kirk Cousins coming off the Achilles. I think people think you just come off the Achilles and everything is good. It's not a guarantee that he's going to be the same Kirk Cousins that we once saw in Minnesota.
It's a great point. Great breakdown.
Yeah.
An old school draft choice. I
Great
love
stuff. Brock Purdy is the cause of this. Something tells me there might be a digital post about that coming up here shortly on our pages.
Bucky, you're currying favor with the fan base now. You're a favorite again. You're back, Bucky.
You know what? I'm back. Hey, Mark Willett.
Yeah.
We got to talk. We got to talk to Draymond and Steph and kind of figure out what's going on with them Warriors. You know what I mean?
Hey.
Time out, Bucky. Time out.
Hey.
I know it's baseball season in the Bay Area, but at some point we got to talk about these Warriors. You know what I mean?
Remember that movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days?
Yeah, exactly.
You just did How to Lose a Fan Base in 10 seconds. You had everybody, and then you took a shot. You took a shot,
Bucky.
I mean, you tell us what do you want to say about Steph, Dre, and Clay? What do you want to say, Bucky?
Well, I love Steph. I just feel bad. I know his back has got to be hurting, carrying everybody. He's carrying the whole squad right now.
All right, Bucky. No, I'm not mad at that. But we should quit while you're a little bit ahead.
Well, I can't say anything. You know I don't like the Lakers, but the Lakers are struggling down in SoCal. So everybody's about to go fishing.
Everybody's going fishing. Bucky, not you. I bet you got work to do tonight. Thanks for fitting us in, man.
Hey, man, it was fun. Talk to you guys.
Absolutely. Bucky Brooks, NFL.com, NFL Network.
Yep.
I love that man.
He's great.
That's great. That's great. Brock Purdy's the cause of this.
Well, it's an interesting point he makes.
Fascinating point.
Because if you're going to take Michael Penix and you're going to take Bo Nix, and these are guys who've played that much, and both of those guys rose up the draft board, allegedly, based on what mock drafts thought about where they would land. And it's, Atlanta finds a guy who's got a ton of experience. And Larry Krueger, our very own, said he thought he was the best quarterback in the draft. And looks like Atlanta concurred. But the idea of a draft and stash as a top 10 pick, it seems unheard of with what we do to these quarterbacks. And you think back to the Trey Lance draft, where 4 of those 5 now have been dealt by their teams. And all 5 of them, really, except for Trey Lance, were thrown into the mix right away. Justin Fields, get in there, kid. He failed. Mac Jones, get in there. Went to the playoffs, but he struggled. Zach Wilson, my God, he was terrible.
Well, and maybe not just Brock Purdy, but also the Green Bay Packers are the cause of this, which a little bit of a different situation. And obviously, you're afforded that when you've got a Hall of Famer who's potentially on the way out, the same way they did Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, then Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. But the league watches what Jordan Love did last year. And yeah, maybe we will start to move toward that a little bit, which is grab your quarterback, but just chill for a second. Chill. And we're not going to do that across the board because, look at the top 3 teams. I'd bet a lot of money that Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May are going to start football games this September. They're going to.
Maybe not week 1, but they're going to start sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but then go after that, and Penix, he probably waits a little bit. J.J. McCarthy to Minnesota.
That's an interesting one.
I'd bet on Sam Darnold week 1. I absolutely would. And Bo Nix in Denver could go 1,000 different directions. Right. Nix, Zach Wilson, or other. I mean, that it's all fascinating, but 6 QBs in the first 12 picks?
Yeah.
Even the QB lovers didn't think it was going to go that fast.
No, the spread had gotten to 6 in the first round, seemed to be what many people had expected, but not 6 in the top 12.
Not even
And no
close.
Defensive player till 15?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
League is in love
Doubled
with
the
offense.
record, Mark Grandy said last night as I was listening.
Amazing. Just amazing. Yeah, you can see where the priorities are. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. All right, to your calls, your reaction to Pearsall. Also, do you think Debo is about to be traded, and are you thumbs up or thumbs down? 888-957-9570. And then in 20 minutes, we're joined by Jacob Rudner, Florida Gators beat writer for CBS, who also was covering Arizona State when Ricky Pearsall was there. So he has basically seen every play of Pearsall's career. We'll get to know him a little bit better. That's in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
It's Joe Shasky from the
YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Jacob Rudner.
You're welcome.
I mean, I woke up and I'm like, I don't know Jacob.
No.
But you were hot on Jacob, and we're hot on Ricky Pearsall, and Jacob is, gosh, well, I guess we should say this now because I don't want it to offend him when he's on, but we're calling him the Brian Windhorst of Ricky Pearsall.
He's the Ricky Pearsall whisperer. And he actually referred to himself as the Ricky Pearsall bureau chief or beat reporter.
Right. It's kind of like, and we could go through the years, depending on how old you are, we could go through the years. There was Michael Jordan and Ahmad Rashad.
Good call.
And then there was LeBron James and Brian Windhorst.
Yep.
And now there's Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Rudner.
Jacob happened to be covering Arizona State when Ricky Pearsall entered as a freshman. His first day on campus, Jacob was there. And then for whatever reason, we can ask Jacob why he went to Florida, but he moved. And then a few months later, Ricky Pearsall entered the portal.
Transferred, yeah.
And he had a choice between Oregon, Utah, and Florida. And apparently Ricky wanted to try his craft in the SEC.
Right.
So he went to Florida where Jacob already was.
There you go.
So then Jacob's there, and come on in, Ricky. I've been here for 4 months. And then he was covering Ricky in Florida.
So he knows him like no other.
Correct.
And we would like to get to know Ricky Pearsall, obviously. And so Jacob is going to help us do that coming up in about 12 minutes. But let's get down to brass tacks. 888-957-9570. Picks in the second round are going to get started here in just a touch over an hour. A little bit less than an hour until the hullabaloo starts. And it won't be Roger Goodell today, but whoever will come out and someone will be on the clock. It's the Bills at the moment. Will it still be the Bills? I got questions. Again, interesting to hear Bucky Brooks, and I really hope he's right. This is my hope for today. I would like the 49ers collectively as an organization to grab a tin can. I would like them to empty that tin can. I would like them to put it on the ground in the headquarters, in the offices, and then ceremoniously, I would like them to walk over to the can and kick it.
Where?
Down the road.
I had to set you up for that one.
Well done.
Down the road.
Kick the can down the road. I want Ricky Pearsall to have less on his shoulders as opposed to more this year. I think he's an exciting prospect. We'll see what he can do, what he can be. Bucky says he can play inside, he can play outside, punt return. He's got 4.4 speed. He can go up top. He can go over the middle. He can one hand. He can two hand. Can, hand to can. Okay, we'll find out. But I'm going to bet on he's not ready to do all of those things on September 10th. So build a runway for him. Deal with what you need to deal with when you need to deal with it. And we are not there yet, in my opinion, on being where they need to, maybe want to, need to deal with it. I would deal with the wide receiver room and its finances next March.
Yeah.
Only other order of business is to sign Brandon Ayuk to an extension. But I would not trade Deebo Samuel today, but I certainly fear they might.
They might, yeah. It feels more and more like they probably won't as you start to see reports come out from various quarters. And, the Patriots and Bills have both inquired. And, Field Yates, who's an expert, said the Bills don't really have the cap room to acquire Deebo. And maybe the Patriots aren't as interested. And then you think about the Washington Commanders, Adam Peters, the new GM, former assistant GM here. He knows Deebo and he knows Brandon very well. So might he be someone who's interested? They still need another wide receiver at the top level. So there are teams out there that could still be interested. I don't know if it's a move that is going to happen. I think that we'll find out before 6 o'clock today because the top of the second round is where a lot of these teams are sitting. If they do keep Deebo and they do keep Brandon Ayuk and they still have Ricky Pearsall, here's what you can probably expect for him next year. Juwan Jennings played 34% of the snaps last year as your wide receiver 3. Mm-hmm. And that includes times when Deebo didn't play. Debo missed 2 games, as you said, and there were 2 other games where he didn't record a catch because he was basically in decoy mode. 1 game he got hurt, 1 game he was a decoy. So 4 games he didn't play, and Juwan Jennings still only played a third of the snaps, and Ray played 20% of the snaps. So if you have Ayuk and Debo, and Kyle runs the offense the same way he did last year, Ricky Pearsall is not going to have a chance to have much of an impact.
Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see where that goes, because he can do a lot of different things, at least on paper, in theory. Juwan Jennings is not a replacement for Debo Samuel. I can give you an example. Was it the Lions game in the playoffs where Kyle admitted that there was a play that was set for Debo, and then Debo wasn't in? This was early.
It was the first snap of the third quarter.
There it is. And so they ended up on an end around of sorts to Juwan Jennings. It went for absolutely nothing, and all of us rightfully went, what the hell are you doing? Why would you run that for Juwan Jennings?
Grandy's reminding me it was the Green Bay game.
Green Bay. Okay, fine. Second half Green Bay game. Everyone's like, what the hell was that? And to Kyle's credit, he's like, yeah, that's not what we meant to do. That was not the plan.
Well, we wouldn't have run it and stuff if we would have known that Debo wasn't in there and stuff.
Wasn't going to be in there. You could fairly also ask, I don't know, can you not see the field from where you are? But I get it. Things are happening fast, and there's a clock, and clock.
And the wide receiver coach is the one sending in personnel, and Kyle's looking at that beautiful laminated play sheet, and he's thinking, I got a plan dialed up. And then you see the huddle break, and it's like, uh-oh. That's not Debo. That's not Debo. That's Trent. That's got to be Kittle with that hair. Uh-oh. Play clock down to 6. It's like, snap.
Go for it.
Got to, see how this works.
All right, so 2nd and 12.
Totally.
Okay. So think of the statement that we're saying. There is no replacing Debo. That's true. There's no replacing Debo, but there is evolving out of Debo. I do think about it this way, and I mentioned it earlier. We love Debo, Swiss Army knife. I like the way Bucky Brooks puts it. He's a great playmaker.
Yeah.
Is he a great receiver? I don't know. Depends on your definition of that word. But he's great to have on the field. But if I'm the Niners, and I'm looking at the situation, and I'm looking at my finances, and I'm going, all right, we just broke him off for the AAB 24.8, 28 this year. $28 million. And he's not our top receiver. He's not our top running back. $28 million for a guy that we're not even asking for him to go out there and have 1,000 yards receiving. I love the guy, and he's phenomenal. I'm not diminishing him, but I'm wondering if the Niners financially are going, we've got Brandon now, and we've got McCaffrey, and that's a lot of money to pay for someone who we're almost using as a complimentary piece.
Yes, but the other side of it is, and I'm going to borrow from Captain Hook, and you're on the hook. It's not like that contract is completely voidable and disposable. You owe him still $40 million guaranteed. The dead cap number, rather, is $40 million. So if you can just grin and bear it for one more year, then you can get to next year. And if it still is the same situation, last year he had 60 catches for $892. And you mentioned it before with Christian McCaffrey, you don't need Debo to run the ball as much. He had 37 carries for $225. Nice change of pace.
Yep.
You're still going to run him some, but the need for Debo is not what it was. So if Debo has another year like this, 60 catches, $892, and your rookie comes in and has 30 catches, and Juwan last year had 19 catches, and Ayuk had 75. If the numbers are all similar, you get to the end of next year and you realize the dead cap is about $8.5 million. Well, then it becomes a much easier time to part company.
I also think, and do you agree with this? We love what Debo does. Didn't it feel last year like the league was a little bit more ready for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had the unbelievable season a couple of years ago, and then he came back, and it was like, okay, now we're going to do this more regularly.
Yeah.
And the league came back last year and was like, we're kind of ready for that.
And Kansas City, and that's an interesting thing that Bucky said about Kansas City maybe showing a cheat code on how to, hold the Niners down. You play a lot of straight up man, and that's where Ricky Pearsall maybe can help you because he should be able to be a man beater.
Bucky was feeling validated today.
He was.
He really was. You know what that was?
This is validation sensation. Grandy wants us out. Sorry, Grandy.
We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. Again, does anybody in the media know Ricky Pearsall better than Jacob Rudner? Our vote? No. And so he's with CBS, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is
The 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
People, let me tell you about my best friend.
Ricky, do you love me? Are you catching?
We've never even met the great Jacob Rudner.
I feel like I know him very well.
And we're already out here.
The pride of Los Angeles.
Just firing strays at him. Completely unfair.
Sorry, Jacob.
But he's kind enough to join us here on our stupid show called Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Jacob is a Florida Gators beat writer for CBS Sports now. But let's be honest, Jacob, about your real job. It's following Ricky Pearsall wherever he goes. So when are the Niners hiring you?
It's a great question. I am waiting for a phone call. It has become my responsibility to follow this guy around, and I'm waiting for my next opportunity.
Well, we know some people, and let's be fair here. He followed you to Florida, if I'm not mistaken, based on my deep research on the life of Jacob Rudner.
You are correct. I got to Florida first, so it is Ricky Pearsall who is the Jacob Rudner pundit. Not the other way around.
What's his scouting breakdown of you?
That's a good question. You'll have an opportunity to ask him. That's a good question, though.
That's a really good question.
Man. Well, okay, let's get to some real ones, though. What the Niners get yesterday?
Listen, I think the Niners really made a good pick. Was it earlier than expected? Yes, but I do think that the Niners got somebody who is extremely athletic, a really sharp football player, does a good job. In really all facets. He's got great hands. I know that, 49ers brass was talking about that last night after the pick. He has 3 drops in the last 2 years, dating back to the start of the 2022 season. Great route runner, really good speed, was the 10th fastest wide receiver at the combine and had the 3rd highest jump. So this is a guy who is, well-rounded, talented, smart receiver. It has become somebody who has been a known leader. And this even dates back to his time at Arizona State and, really just a well-versed, all-around athlete, I think, that the Bay Area is getting right now.
How was he able to make the leap from the Pac-12 at Arizona State and get down to Florida? Was there an adjustment he needed, or did he hit the ground running and immediately made an impact at Florida?
He really hit the ground running. I think it became clear as Florida's fall camp prior to the 2022 season started that he was going to be Florida's primary target in its passing game. This is a guy who was really having a lot of success against SEC defensive backs. He had said prior to transferring to Florida that he wanted to test himself in the SEC. He felt as though he had already proven himself in the Pac-12 and wanted to face the best, and it didn't take long for that to happen. This was a guy, he has 1,600 yards over the last 2 seasons and was just shy of 1,000 as a senior in 2023. So it was a really seamless transition, and he made it look great.
Talking with Jacob Rudner, Florida Gators beat writer, CBS Sports, but he's been around Ricky Pearsall essentially his entire college career, including at Arizona State when Brandon Ayuk was there. And it was interesting. Just today, Ricky said he's almost patterned his game a little bit after Brandon. What can you tell us about when those two were together and the dynamic between them?
Well, Ricky Pearsall was just a freshman when he was with Brandon Ayuk in Tempe in 2019, and it doesn't surprise me to hear that he said that. I mean, this is a guy who got into the college ranks, had a veteran receiver in Brandon Ayuk in the same room, and it was his formative years of college ball. It was an opportunity for him to really craft his game, be around somebody who we knew was going to be a first-round pick. And ever since then, I think that we've seen similarities between how they play football. The get-off is very similar off the line of scrimmage. Both have really good hands. Both carry that leadership aspect that I mentioned a moment ago. Ricky has really proven himself in that regard in addition to everything that we've discussed on the field. And so, yeah, it's not terribly surprising to hear that Brandon Ayuk was somebody who he looked up to. And over the course of his collegiate career, really started to employ some of the same strategies and techniques that Ayuk used to make himself successful in a first-round pick.
As good as the SEC is, the NFL is a couple of notches above, especially with the physicality. Does Ricky have the physicality necessary to beat man-to-man coverage at the line of scrimmage and also be able to block the way the Niners will expect him to?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that, especially about the blocking. I think that Ricky has shown an ability to beat press man. He did it against Missouri. If you guys go back and watch that game, he was very successful in Columbia, where they did play a lot of press man up in his face type coverage, and he did well. And then when it comes to the blocking, and I think that that's really important, especially in this 49er offense where that is so critical. Florida's wide receivers coach, Billy Gonzalez, has a saying where if you don't block, you don't get the ball. And so that was imperative, especially with how Florida models its offense. Very run-heavy system over the last 2 years, and Ricky Pearsall grades out very well as a perimeter blocker. And that trend has dated back to his time in Tempe, when Arizona State had one of the best perimeter blocking teams in the country. Johnny Wilson from Florida State, who I'm expecting to be drafted today, was another guy who was really successful on those perimeter block plays. And so him and Ricky were a great tandem. I wouldn't have any reason to believe that that won't continue at the NFL level.
Nobody knows Ricky Pearsall, Niners draft pick, better than Jacob Rudner, Florida Gators beat writer, CBS. Okay, Jacob, enough for a minute about Ricky the player. How about Ricky the person? Who's he?
I've mentioned the leadership. This is a guy who is very vocal, has taken an active role in being able to help lead his teammates, be able to mentor younger players. You guys mentioned how, he gave the nod to Brandon Ayuk for helping shape his career in his formative days. And I think that Ricky Pearsall, over the course of his collegiate career, had taken a lot of pride in being able to do the same thing, was really somebody who was there for his fellow wide receivers, had no problem with teaching. And another thing I think is important to mention is the extra work that he was constantly putting in. We would see Ricky catching jugs after the game, making sure that he used to say 100 balls after every practice was his thing. Somebody who was really in tune with film study, loved to watch film with the quarterbacks. That was especially the case this past season with Graham Mertz at Florida, and it made him successful. Like I said, he was 35 yards shy of 1,000 yards. He was easily Florida's primary target in its passing game, and a large part of that is because he understood its offense so well. He knew how to run the routes. He really understood the plays. Florida head coach Billy Napier likes to use the term 4D players, guys who understand not just their role or the rest of the offense, but also on the opposite side of the field, what cornerbacks are going to do, what defenses are going to do. And Ricky Pearsall is a prime example of that, somebody who takes a lot of pride in his knowledge and growing that and using it to his advantage to aid in his very athletic skill set.
He had the fastest 3-cone time at the Combine, which speaks to great hip movement and lateral quickness. Do you project him more inside in the slot, or does he have the ability to run routes as the X-receiver on the outside?
We've seen him have a lot of success in all of those roles, actually. One thing about Pearsall that I know the Niners really liked about him in the pre-draft process was how versatile he is. He played inside and out at Florida and at Arizona State. Do I think that at the NFL level he may profile as more of a slot receiver type? I think so. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him flex outside and get some action, as an X-receiver in the NFL. I also think that we could see him be a specialist. He's really quick and twitchy. It served him quite well as a punt returner this past season. So his versatility is really one of his greatest tools, and I think that will impact how he's utilized not only on offense, but throughout the game in general.
I have kind of a 1-2 punch on the way that everybody reacted to this last night, Jacob. Did you notice that seemingly around the league, a lot of former and even current players, from Steve Smith to C.J. Stroud to Ayuk himself, really seem to love this guy? What's that all about? Why did you see a lot of that last night?
Absolutely. I mean, C.J. Stroud was effusive in his praise of Ricky Pearsall, basically said that he wished that he had fallen into the second round selfishly because he wanted him to be a Texan. Bill Belichick was also quite effusive in his praise, saying that he thought that Ricky Pearsall was a perfect fit for the Niners, goes back to that perimeter blocking that we talked about. And I really think it just speaks to everything that we've discussed. This is a guy who is really, truly well-rounded, both in terms of his on-the-field skill set, but also what he brings to the table off the field. And there are a lot of players who have been around him or know people who know him who are aware of that. They have seen the work ethic. They've seen the results. I think that the one-handed catch that Ricky made against Charlotte last year that kind of made him internet famous was something that caught a lot of people's attention. And ever since then, I think people at the professional level know with no doubt that this is a guy who has the tools to be successful. And so it's no guarantee, of course, but I'm not surprised by the votes of confidence that we've seen from some people who really know what they're talking about.
But Jacob, does he go by Ricky? Because Steve Smith said, that's enough of that. Let's call him Slick Rick. What do people call him?
I've heard both. I have only referred to him as Ricky, but I think that the Slick Rick nickname that Steve Smith mentioned is certainly starting to catch fire a little bit.
Yeah, his Twitter handle is Slick Season with the L, the number 1, which is the number he likes to wear, although I don't know if he knows this, but Deebo Samuel has just changed from 19 to wear number 1. What will Ricky do, Jacob, if he can't wear his precious number 1?
And you know what? I will go as far as to say that Ricky Pearsall strikes me as the kind of player who probably doesn't care too much. But I would imagine that, well, actually, it's a better question for you guys. Is Deebo Samuel going to be on the team next year? I think is the biggest question.
Well,
if he is,
you.
Why don't we reboot this interview for 2 hours from now?
Exactly.
What about that?
There you go.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know, Jacob.
Stay tuned.
We don't know, but we might know. Heck, might not even be 2 hours. Might be 1 hour.
Yep.
I mean, what would you think about that? Even though it's not factually true, you know how this works. If they trade Deebo, people are going to look at Ricky Pearsall as Deebo's replacement. Do you think he's equipped to handle that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that there's a degree to which that's unfair for any player. Deebo Samuel is a fantastic receiver, right? And I think that, saying that a rookie is going to come in and be that is a lot of expectation to put on one guy. I also think that they're different types of players, but, do I think that Ricky Pearsall has the ability to step into an NFL offense and be successful immediately? I really do. And I think that also, it goes to the versatility, which we've seen with Deebo Samuel. Ricky Pearsall had nearly 200 rushing yards throughout his career in Florida, and I think it was 3 or 4 rushing touchdowns. He was able to do that at Arizona State. We saw him throw the ball at Arizona State. He's a former quarterback. He looked good throwing the ball in some trick play scenarios. And so that Deebo versatility is certainly something that has impacted Ricky Pearsall's career and certainly impacted his draft stock. Am I going to call him the next Deebo Samuel? No. But I do think that he is a guy who could be very successful as a rookie immediately.
Jacob, great to have you, man. Really good information. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me, guys.
All right. There it is. Jacob Rudner, who is, he just ran into Ricky Pearsall again.
Yep.
Ricky Pearsall slowed down, and Jacob just ran right up his back.
Jacob probably on his way to Santa Clara to continue being the Ricky Pearsall insider now that Ricky's on his 3rd destination. Things I learned about Ricky today. His father was an All-American receiver and kick returner at Northern Arizona.
Huh.
So a little bit of a bloodline there for Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
And Pearsall said today at his press avail that he is really excited to play for Kyle Shanahan, and he loves Kyle Shanahan.
Have you ever heard a player get picked by a team, and the team is going to give that player millions of dollars, say anything other the next day than, I'm excited to be here?
Really?
I mean, it's probably happened, but it doesn't happen very often.
No.
Possibly.
No, probably not. Probably not.
He said he's excited to learn his plays. I'm asking for the playbook now. I need to.
Oh, he's an iPad guy.
Big time.
Okay.
And
I'm into it.
As Jacob was saying, he would go to the quarterbacks meetings, and he was a 4D guy, a guy who understood the play, not only what he's supposed to do, but what every player is supposed to do.
Well, listen,
he's
Kyle,
a football guy.
Kyle talked a lot about his smarts, and I think that the 49ers always look for that. And that's not to say that they're the only ones who look for people who are smart about football, but let's be honest, I do think that's baked into a little bit of this system, particularly on offense. It is supposed to be one of the hardest systems to learn. We've been told that by offensive players who are actually doing it. They're like, this is hard.
Yeah.
This is a lot. This is a lot to take in.
Terminology, formations, motions, movements, routes, the whole thing.
So the 49ers look for people who can handle that. It's one of the reasons they love Trey Lance, because they were like, man, he crushed it on all of that. And then 2 years later, Kyle's out there in the public being like, I want him to let it rip more. Like, he gets it. But then there's the execution side of it, which they didn't feel as good about. And so, that's kind of the end of that. But I like that point that we were just talking about is another reason why I do hope that this show ends tonight with Deebo Samuel still on the 49ers because I just feel like this is a player who seems like he checks a lot of boxes, and so we'll see if he can play, and it all comes together, but I'd also say there's going to be a learning curve. I think it's very likely
for everyone
there's some sort of curve, and I don't think it's smart to put all of this on Ricky Pearsall's shoulders in September.
It would be a lot, and he does have, between now and then, you got a rookie mini camp, and you've got an OTA, and then you've got actual training camp, so he's got plenty of opportunity to learn it on the field as well as learn it in the playbook, which I would imagine by now he's got the playbook in his hands and he's just ripping through that thing, looking at his head's probably swimming.
I hope he's not, actually.
All the formations and the motions and the routes and the route combos.
I hope he's not studying yet.
I hope he's already on chapter 2.
Dude, take a minute.
Get in there.
Dude, enjoy things in life for a second. Like, you know what I mean? Like, celebrate for a second. You got tomorrow.
He celebrated. I mean, you saw him on the podium with
Monday. I give him
his
Monday.
mom and dad.
Yeah, Monday. He gets an iPad on Monday. Dude,
You get the weekend?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen.
Right. The playbook.
Yeah, let's go. Have a glass of whatever you love and reflect on the fact that you're a first-round draft pick. And oh, by the way, you went to a really good team.
Right.
And you're surrounded by unbelievable on offense. That's all great. Oh, by the way, your head coach, who you love, never forget, is, quote, incredibly hard on wide receivers.
Right.
Like he always has been. And the guy that Ricky Pearsall says he likes to emulate 2 years ago was in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse.
Right.
So maybe not a replication sensation on that one.
From former Sun Devils to maybe take a different route as far as navigating your early years in the Shanahan system.
Did you guys hear? Did you guys hear how the Pearsall family reacted to him being drafted?
I did not.
You want to hear it?
Yes.
Just prepare yourself. It's kind of loud.
Here we go.
We are 49ers.
Okay, so was that his home? That was
Correct.
his draft party?
And it was after he got off the phone with Kyle and John.
But before the pick had been announced.
Was officially announced.
But they told him, welcome to the 49ers.
You get that phone call.
Damn.
That's got to be pretty sweet when you're not in the green room because you weren't sure if you were going to be a first rounder. A lot of the mocks had him going, high to mid-second round. So you don't go to New York or you don't go to Detroit in the green room. So you have your own little draft party. And then you get a call. Not only do you get a call, but you get a call from the offensive genius, the laminated play sheet, and the defending NFC champs. So not only are you a first-round pick and you're a pro football player who's going to make millions no matter what, you get to be on one of the best teams in football.
Dude, how many people?
That's like an extra little bonus.
How many people was that?
Like 15, but I'd say 15, 20.
It looked like I was going to say around 20 maybe.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He said it was just a family on both his mother's and father's side and then close friends.
They got good pipes.
Yeah.
That was extra special.
That's a lot of excitement.
I would love to know how this whole thing works beyond what we know. In other words, like nobody ever calls the player to be like, so just want to let you know we're not taking you.
Right.
Can you? Right. I do know that there are phone calls that happen, and this is more in the later rounds. This will happen tomorrow, where it's kind of like, hey, we're thinking about it. We're 8 picks away. How are you feeling about it? Let's talk to your agent. What are you guys thinking? That happens. But when we're in the first round, are you just sitting there with your phone and you've told everybody, because everybody who matters to you is there? Good Lord, I hope you don't get a spam call at the wrong time. Like, you just sitting there with that phone, or do you give the NFL, like, I'm going to give the NFL one number that's just like, we're going to establish a new line just for this call, and then you just stare at it and wait for it to ring? And if it rings, that means you go into the league. Or how does it work? I don't know. I'd love to ask Ricky that.
You probably give him your regular number, but then you're right, because the call comes in from New Orleans, Louisiana, and you got to take it, and then it's like hello, we've noticed your social security number has been flagged for an IRS audit. It's like, oh, come on.
Exactly.
And the next one comes in from Seattle,
Congratulations. You've been approved for a $45,000 loan.
Because you have to take every call. Even if it says spam likely, you're like, I still got to take this.
That might be John Lynch.
Right.
Yeah, on a secret number.
And then you see a 408 number come in. You're like, oh, yeah, please, baby. Please don't be spam. Please don't be a robocall.
Oh, my God. I don't know. It works. I don't know why. I've never asked a new recent draftee. Like we ask him about the phone call. Oh, how'd the phone call go? Oh, well, John came on, said, do you want to be a Niner? Like, do we have the phone call? This is what the phone call sounds like.
Hey, Ricky, this is John Lynch with the 49ers, man. How you doing? We're gonna make you a Niner right now, okay?
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you. You getting a workhorse, Coach?
Yeah, all right. That's what we want. We want a workhorse. I'm going to put you on with Coach Shanahan, okay? Here's Kyle.
Sounds good.
Okay, Ricky. Ricky, congrats, man.
Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate you.
Where are you at right now?
I'm back in AZ right now, back at home.
Awesome, man. You be ready to go?
Yes, sir. More than ready.
Who you with right now?
I'm with my whole family, mom and dad's side.
Nice,
Parents,
man.
Close friends.
They all excited?
Yes, sir.
Well, good, man. We love your style, man. Love how you play. I hope you're ready to come to work, man. Now it starts.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, Ricky. We'll be in contact, man. Here's our owner, Jet.
Ricky, congrats, buddy.
Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate it.
So happy to have you here with the Niners. Look forward to meeting you in person soon, bud.
Likewise. You got it going.
All right, man. You guys have fun. Enjoy with your family tonight, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Ricky, hold on. Here's Joan in payroll. She wants to walk you through your I-9.
This is Bob from the 401k department. Not sure if you want to take that option, but it's there for you. Did he call everyone coach?
Everyone, including
He called
Jen.
everyone coach. He's like, the Niners drafted Dan Dibley. He's just running around calling everyone coach.
Thanks, Coach. You getting a good
coach.
one.
Yeah.
You getting a workhorse.
Well, no, I'm actually the GM. Don't ever call me coach again, Ricky.
Can you imagine? Yeah, thanks, Coach. You're getting it. I'm not really going to try that hard now that I got my money. So
I'm sorry.
You're getting a workhorse.
These conversations,
we want a workhorse.
They're so weird.
It's so funny.
Hey, okay, you ready to get to work? Not really. I was going to open a bottle of wine first.
I'm eating a pizza right now.
I was going to get fat.
So funny.
Those are just awkward. Because what do you say? That reminds me of that.
I really wanted to be a Texan.
Dude.
I might hold out.
Do you remember the video that Antonio Brown and Derek Carr put on social media when Antonio Brown went to the Raiders? They did a silly video where Antonio went to Derek's house, and it was clearly all set up.
Yeah, I remember
Antonio
this.
goes to Derek's house, and clearly, though, they set the whole thing up, but they forgot to give the guys a script or any ideas of what to say. So, like, Antonio Brown opens the door, and it's Derek Carr. And Antonio's like, hey, man, how you doing? And Derek's like, good, man, how you doing? And Antonio's like, good, man, how you doing? He's like, good, man, how you living? I'm good, man, how you living?
It's a great question.
You excited? I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Man, it's exciting. Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm like, oh, my God, someone give these guys a cue card. These conversations are so awkward. Anyway, all right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Are Deebo Samuel's days, minutes, numbered? The draft is starting in 20 minutes. What are your feelings about Deebo potentially being on or off the team? I hope he stays. I'm fearful he goes. We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Oh, baby, it's your boy Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, and on Monday we are recapping the NFL Draft. Who are the Niners selecting on day 2, day 3? Who's going to be the next core of this football team? What is Shanahan and Lynch thinking? We'll recap it all with Brian Baldinger. That's right, Brian Baldinger, Monday at 7:30 on the Morning Roast. You don't want to miss it.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Our Niner reporter, Jake Hutchinson, is on the scene, and a little bit less than a half hour, we're going to talk to him. How you feeling right now? D-Bo or D-No?
I'm feeling more like D-No. D-No as in he's not going to be traded.
Oh.
I didn't know which way you meant that. Like D-Bo, I think he's still going to be a 49er.
You do?
Yeah, it's feeling more and more as the reports are trickling in about what team's over the cap and what team has had conversations but not really pulled the trigger. We are now just 10 minutes away from the first pick in the second round being put on the clock, and I think we're quickly running out of time as we get into the second round. I think if the Niners are going to make a move, it'll be early in that second round, and I'm looking at maybe Washington as one of the possible early targets. Adam Peters now in Washington probably loves Debo and Brandon Ayuk. I think Brandon's off the table. Washington is picking 4th in the second round and 8th. So if you get past those spots, you've got the Chargers, a team that's been rumored to maybe be interested in Debo. The Patriots, although reports now of late have been that they are less interested. Maybe they made an offer or didn't make an offer. So Buffalo, New England, Washington, the Chargers, and then Washington again. Once you get past pick 40, I think it's a done deal.
I tell you one thing that is on my mind right now, and I don't know if this is just the history of me watching the league, but everyone's focused on Buffalo because they're the first. They're on the clock, right? Here shortly. You mentioned this. We've been talking about it. Maybe that actually doesn't really fit financially for the Buffalo Bills. But the very next pick is the New England Patriots. This is a receiver-starved team. Seemingly, they always are. They did this for a long time with Tom Brady and turn and burn. And I know Randy Moss had some amazing years there. But there's something about, and I know Bill Belichick's not even the coach anymore, but it is off of the Belichick and Patriots tree where they have found their new coaching staff, and they will go forward as such. They just drafted another very early first-round quarterback. They're going to want to make life easy for him. And if you look at the history of that organization, you've had a lot of wide receivers that do what? They like to do a lot of action close to the line of scrimmage and out of the slot and get creative. Think of the Wes Welkers and the Julian Edelmans who have been through there. It just feels, this is just my mind's eye, it feels like a place that would love Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually a little bit more, and this is not for nothing. This is not a report, but I feel like it's more likely that something could happen with the Patriots and the next pick in the draft as opposed to the Bills and the first pick in the draft today.
Yeah, and I think the Field Yates report about the Bills being over the cap, too far over to accommodate Debo, and I also think that the Brandon Ayuk portion of the trade talk around the Niners is over, so Debo would make sense to Buffalo. It definitely would make sense to New England the way you laid it out, and you think about snowy Buffalo and or cold Gillette Stadium.
Yeah.
These are places where you want a rough and tumble receiver, and that's absolutely what Debo is when healthy. And, you're talking about the 33rd pick for Buffalo, the 34th pick for New England. That's the sort of compensation you'd be looking for. If you get the 34th pick from New England and their 4th round, or maybe it's you swap your 4th for their 5th, or I don't know what else the compensation would be. It feels like it's more than just one pick for Debo.
I agree. I think it would be a pick and maybe a move down. John Lynch spoke recently with regard to, because of NIL, and therefore more college players are opting to stay in college longer because they can still take care of things financially by being there. And I think, Grandy, was it you and I that were talking about this? The idea that late round picks, it's kind of ironic that this is coming from the 49ers, being that their soon-to-be $50 million quarterback came out of the 7th round.
Right.
But the point he was making was players like draft picks in the 6th and 7th round are not as valuable as they used to be. because a lot of those players that you used to be able to find in there, they just go back to school. So you're dealing with a little bit more of a watered down group. So the 49ers, who have a healthy amount of late round picks, maybe they would be incentivized to move down a little bit from one of those pick spots, because what they really feel is the value slot is what starts now, and it's like 2 through 4, 5-ish, where you can really make your hay in a draft.
I get that part of it, but the other piece for me is that this Niner team does not have a lot of open spots. So for me, it's not about getting additional picks, it's about getting better picks. And I think if you look at 10 draft picks in total, you're not going to get 10 rookies to make this team. So for me, it's about taking the draft assets you have and combining them, if you combine them with Debo, to move up. So maybe you wind up getting New England's pick at 34, and then you take maybe a couple of your 6th-round picks, to your point. New England, a team that's going to need more players because their roster's not as deep. Maybe you end up taking a couple of your later picks and package them with Debo, and you get the 34th pick and New England's 3rd, for example.
Bunch of different ways this can go. Right. But I think that I agree with you. Those are the kinds of things that make sense. Instead of letting me try to explain to you what John Lynch said, we have a better idea. Mark Grandy even whispered in my ear, I have a better idea. Instead of you describing it, why don't you just let them hear what John Lynch said?
We put a grade on players in the fall if we think there's a chance they're going to be a more than 50% chance that they're going to be in this draft. So 83 players from this year's class that we put grades on. So thinking there's more than a 50% chance, thinking they're entering the draft, are back in college because of NIL and things like that. There's now a different route these kids can take. Some is, 35 of those with starter grades. So that's a significant amount. And how that affects this draft, it's going to be interesting. I think the later rounds probably going to be lacking, so it's a new dynamic, that one that I imagine we're going to be faced with each year. I mean, you can go back and make $1 million. I don't know if that's the going rate, but it is providing competition, and that's a significant amount of players.
All right, so he said it right there. The late round picks are going to be like, and the Niners, 3 of their remaining 9 picks are in rounds 6 and 7.
Yep.
And I don't know if he was talking about round 5 also. I don't know, but they have a round 5 comp pick, which means it's late. It's a late round 5 pick. So they got 4 of their remaining 9 picks might sort of qualify in the group that he was just talking about right there.
Right. You got 2 4ths, a 5th, 2 6th, and a 7th. And again, I don't think that 10 of these rookies are going to make your team, especially the way he's laying it out. If the draft is automatically going to be bottom week, because, if you get taken in that spot, you can opt to go back to college and you don't have to worry about it and go make probably more money and maybe try your luck again next year in the NFL draft. That would tell me that maybe you want to move off of a couple of these 6th and 7th round picks.
Yep. So I do think today, I don't know if Debo Samuel is going to be gone today, but I do think today is going to be a little moving and shaking for the 49ers. It just feels like that's what's in their sphere right now. 9 more picks. Do they gather up some more picks, or do they try to sort of incentivize the picks that they do have, move up a little bit? We all know the needs. And I am not concerned in the slightest that the 49ers did not address cornerback or offensive line yet. It's been 1 pick. You have to do this based on value. Listen, as much as I would love it if somebody named Kool-Aid McKinstry is on the 49ers. I mean, I don't even care if he's any good. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry. He is one of the top players on the board right now. He's a cornerback. I'll give you an example of something I could see happening. Let's see who the Bills pick. They might go with McConkey. They've traded down twice already. They've built up some draft capital, and they obviously need wide receivers, and they need cheap ones. So instead of thinking, could the Bills try to trade for T. Higgins or Debo Samuel right now, I think they take a rookie wide receiver. Could Debo Samuel be on his way to the Patriots so that the 49ers can rock the Kool-Aid at pick number 34? I could see that happening here in the next 20 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. You could see Buffalo taking A.D. Mitchell out of Texas, who is still on the board. And, many mocks had him going in the first round, and he might be the best available. He or Ladd McConkey could be that receiver. And if Buffalo is a team up against the cap and they do need a receiver, it makes more sense to draft one of these guys in the second round and go ahead and give him a try as opposed to trading the asset and try to bring in the big money. And again, if it does get by that spot, I think that's where you start to get into a little bit of a tough spot where if it gets past Washington twice, then maybe the whole idea of a trade becomes dead.
Boy, I almost feel a little bit nervous. Let's take a breath and remind everybody that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. There are two reasons, and again, what I've stated all day. I really hope that the 49ers do not trade Debo now. If you need to move off of him, do it next March, but I fear that they will. There are two things that are very businessy, which is not the fun part of this. None of us like it. But there's two things that are very businessy that are bouncing around in my head today with regard to this whole thing. Number one, and I've stated it a couple of times, so just a quick summary. I feel like with Christian McCaffrey's presence, the need for Debo to run the ball has lessened, and the 49ers may well have reached a point where they're like, look, we love Debo, but we're overpaying. He is being paid like a wide receiver one. He is not. And he is being paid like a number one option Swiss Army knife, and he is not.
Right.
I would argue that as much as this may sound weird, Debo Samuel is option 3 in this offense. McCaffrey 1. I think Ayuk is 2. And Debo is 3.
I mean, he might be 4.
He might be 4.
Kittle had more catches than he did. He had more targets than he did.
I don't want to upset anybody with like what feels like a political statement, but I could see the Niners' point if they're sitting in a room going, we love Debo, but he's overpaid.
Right.
So that's business part number 1. Business part number 2 is I'm so struck by the fact that the 49ers have clearly been making and taking calls about their wide receiver room for a matter of weeks. And they went into this draft, and instead of deciding we got to move off of Brandon, we're not going to sign him, or we got to move off of Debo because he's a battering ram and getting older, instead of saying that, they went, either. We're open to moving on from either.
Or neither.
Maybe.
That's the part I think that is the most interesting.
Well, that's the leverage they have.
Right.
The leverage they have when they call these teams is we can walk away.
Right.
We can just play with Debo and
you've
Brandon
been saying it all week that you got to have a stomach for this stuff.
Yep.
And not only for the free agency and the game of chicken that you're going to be playing with Brandon Ayuk between now and the opener in September. When the schedule comes out, we'll know exactly who and where that game is. But you got to have the stomach for this as well. And Kyle and John clearly do, because they got offers for Brandon Ayuk and they didn't panic. They didn't do something that they weren't comfortable doing. And if the offer that they got came from whatever team and the compensation was not what they wanted, they simply said no. And then they went out and drafted a receiver anyway because they liked the receiver. He was high on their board. And, like you said, go ahead and find a can and kick it down the road. And if you have to keep all 3 guys, you can. And your team would probably be better than if you wound up trading Debo Samuel. Is Buffalo on the clock? Not quite.
Not yet.
Almost.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, broadcast has started, but they're just panning out to show all of the crazy human beings who have gathered for this draft.
For day 2.
Who apparently, I don't even think they went home. I don't think they went home. They've been there the whole time. Look at all these people.
The estimated crowd yesterday was 250,000. 250,000.
The NFL draft has turned into visually what looks like old History Channel footage of dictators speaking. And they're like on this like elevated platform, and there's just all like a sea of people sitting here listening to somebody speak. It is unbelievable what has happened to this event.
Yeah.
And look, I get it. It's a ton of fun, and it is it's like we talk about a lot. There's very little left in American content where it's not sort of canned. You don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
And you need to watch it live.
And it's unifying,
There's
Mark.
very little of that.
This is not like, Democratic candidate or Republican candidate. This is the National Football League. And even if your team is not drafting, whoever comes up here at 33 to Buffalo, every single person in that crowd of 250,000 is going to have an opinion. Either I like the player, I like the pick, or that was a reach, or he's a bum and that was terrible, they blew it. The draft is a unifying experience of humanity. It reminds me of being in Vatican City to see the Pope with 500,000 other people for Palm Sunday Mass. Everybody's there to see the one dude, and he's up there, Dominus Hominis, and he's doing all his thing. And, he's blessing the people, and he's serving the wafers and the whole deal. It's like everybody there was unified for the one purpose, and that's kind of what the draft is.
Yeah, it has become that, certainly. You get a fan base together, and everybody gathers around, and and we talked about this earlier in the week. It does strike me as funny, because the payoff doesn't seem like what you would want it to be to do what you do. Like, there are people that gather. You've got, how many Lions fans? But every team seemed to have a contingent of people who painted their faces, got all of their friends and family members. They got XXL jerseys. They got stains on them. They're drunk. They're eating everything you're not supposed to eat. And they all gather around. And then what is it you're waiting for? Roger Goodell's like, so here's a name. And they're like, ah! Like, okay, what happens now?
Right.
Like, you
wait for another name. I was just thinking about you and your experience. What if you went to a Pearl Jam concert, outdoor venue, 100,000 people, and Eddie Vedder comes out and the crowd goes wild, and he just he walks up and he goes, even flow. And he walks away.
Right.
He just announces the name of the song.
All he says is, I'm excited to be here.
Even
and then
flow.
he leaves.
And he reads the name of a song that they would perform, but they're not going to perform it because that would be like an NFL game. So you go to a concert and they don't play the song. They just tell you the song that they would play, just like, they're announcing Caleb Williams and the crowd goes wild. Guess what? In 5 months, you get to see him play football.
Oh my God.
But in the meantime, New England's on the clock.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious.
It is. Well, and Roger Goodell in a brand new suit. So he went home. That's good to know. He's back in a different suit. It appears his back has survived the day yesterday, and he is addressing the crowd right now. So we're about to be open for business in round number 2. And today feels different than yesterday in that there are a number of reporters on both sides of the fence here. For some reason, and this is just in my view, you tell me if you see it different, the arc of things since the 49ers got Ricky Pearsall. We went to bed last night, and it very much felt like the 49ers were going to trade Deebo Samuel by 5 o'clock today. Something happened throughout the day that made people feel like it was less likely, even though I have no idea what it was that happened. What happened? There's no report that says it's now unlikely.
Well, here's Michael Silver from just a few moments ago and from the SF Chronicle regarding a potential Deebo Samuel trade. Right now, there does not appear to be a team that would meet the 49ers asking price tonight. That could obviously change. All it takes is one team, but at this moment, it's quiet.
That's beautiful.
It's quiet.
That's beautiful.
That's from 7 minutes ago, Michael Silver, regarding a potential Deebo Samuel trade. And as I've said, I do think if it happens tonight, it would happen before Washington's done with its second pick.
Soon. I don't know. I don't know. Well, at 40. Okay. So yeah,
they have 2 picks.
I agree with you that if it's going to happen, I think it's going to happen during our show.
Agreed.
That's what I would say.
So stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
That's great.
Because Grandy, do not hit even the front end of it right now. But Grandy could hit the little button, the breaking news button.
And I'll tell you this.
That could happen at any moment.
If it happens during Grandy and Sterling, I'm going to be mad at John Lynch.
Hell yeah.
You got to do this before 6.
Well,
don't throw Grandy the bone.
No, it's not even about the show. But like by 6 o'clock, they're going to be in the 3rd round, aren't they? mean, the third round
That
by
would
then.
be late second.
We're not doing this without getting a second rounder out of it.
What do you guys think Deebo's value is? The fact that there's a legit conversation about it being an early second kind of blows my mind.
I think the 49ers stated, and again, this is all lying season, but the 49ers, the report went out yesterday that they would be seeking a second and a third. Second and a third.
I think I got news to them. I don't think they're going to get that.
Well, maybe that's why they're not trading these guys.
Well, if I can refer you to the Michael Silver tweet, he says it does not appear that a team would meet the Niners' asking price. And if that's their asking price, and Grandy, you obviously think that that's too rich for Deebo Samuel, and maybe the other 31 teams agree with you. Because if the Niners are asking for a second and, let's even say it's a fourth or a fifth, a second and, or maybe it's a second and a swap in the fourth or something.
Right, there could be compensation going back, more draft compensation. Like what if they got a 2 and a 4, but sent back a 5? Like, so I could see that. Listen, I know the financial ramifications of all of this, but also Deebo freaking Samuel. Deebo Samuel. A very, very good football player who's under contract for 2 more seasons. I'm sure the Niners are like, we're not giving him away. Right. We don't have to do this right now.
And other teams who are looking for receivers are thinking the same thing. We don't have to do this right now because they can draft a rookie, and even though he may not be ready right away in week 1, Mark.
Or he may not be good at all.
Right. And Deebo Samuel may, all the abilities that Bucky Brooks was talking about, durability, reliability, dependability, these are things that Deebo has struggled with. So if you're another team, do you want to give up your second, your high second, and another pick to get a guy who might not play more than 10 games? It's risky.
Everything is.
Right.
The whole night is.
But you're better off, if I'm a GM, I would rather shoot my shot, it's all I got, with my pick, as opposed to giving up my pick for a guy who I don't necessarily think is that dependable.
Grandy, can you give us a point of clarification? Because I'm looking at the Bills are on the clock right now. And they've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds, which feels like these second-round picks have the exact same clock as the first-round pick. Is that right? Do you get 10 minutes per pick?
Let me check.
Because if that's the case, and we're not getting to the end of the second round.
Well, the NBA is 5, I know, for the second round.
Yeah,
the NFL might be 10.
It's either 10 or like maybe they started it at 7. I thought that the timing goes down for the second round. But maybe it doesn't, and that's why they started earlier? I thought they just did that because it was Friday.
Right.
Everybody knew.
Well, we got an NBA game underway already. That thing's in the third quarter.
Well underway. Yeah.
7 minutes in the second round.
Okay, so it's 7 minutes.
5 in the third.
All right, so it is going to speed up.
Yes, that according to The Athletic.
All right, look, if I were you, I wouldn't go anywhere. The Bills are on the clock, and the Patriots are about to be, and they both need receivers. Mike Silver says it's all quiet. Then again, it is lying season. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs in the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you can hear what Herm Edwards, the former college coach of Ricky Pearsall, and Brandon Ayuk's coach, thinks about the selection last night. That is from earlier today on the Morning Roast. All of our content is there all of the time. More coming up. The draft is underway. Willard and Dibs.
It's Lions season in the NFL, but it's true.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The pick is in, and with the 33rd pick in the NFL draft and the first pick of the second round, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. Sources also telling Jordan Schultz that both the Bills, which is obvious now, and the Patriots are, quote, highly unlikely to trade for Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, there you go. And if you look at the best available, according to many mocks, ESPN, they've got a handful of wide receivers who are available. And among the best available remaining on the board, you've got A.D. Mitchell and Ladd McConkey, as you mentioned. So if you're one of these teams like New England, like Washington, who are coming up soon and in need of a receiver, there's draftable players right there.
Well, the Patriots just traded the pick, but not to the 49ers. Not to the 49ers. They just traded the pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. So the Chargers move into pick 34. They also need receivers, of course. They went with Joe Alt in the first round. So we'll keep you up to date. The Chargers are on the clock, and in fact, the pick is already in. Pick number 34. New England moves down to 37 and picks up a fourth-round pick. The Chargers pick up a fifth-round pick.
Right, so they pick swap there.
Move back a little bit into the fifth round and move up 3 picks here. We'll tell you who they take. We'll also tell you what Jake Hutchinson has to say from Niners HQ, our own on the scene here on Willard and Dibbs. First of all, hey, Jake, what's cooking, man?
What's going on? Thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, so what's it look like down there right now? How would you rate the possibility of a big trade here in the next hour or two?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. I think there's a lot of receivers who cost way less than Deebo Samuel, who are young, who you could pair with, if you're like the Patriots, like a Drake May. That said, I think Deebo would be a really good fit for the Patriots because he's a guy with a young quarterback. He can just kind of dink and dunk the ball around. I gut feeling don't think they're going to move him, but I think that could trade if somebody comes up, with a second-round pick. I could see the 49ers, taking a second, maybe throwing in like 124 to do that, but my gut is Deebo doesn't get dealt, but that's not the strongest gut feeling I've ever had.
Yeah, it feels more and more as we get deeper. And I was mentioning to Mark, if we get past Washington at 40, because we know that New England likely needs a receiver, and maybe they would have taken one here, but the Chargers also need a receiver, and it feels like they're about to take one here. So if they don't end up trading Deebo, how do you think that the troika of Deebo, Ayuk, and Pearsall will look with a team that only uses 2 wide receivers most of the time?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I was just talking about that with all the other reporters down here, all of whom are very hungry and getting increasingly cranky by the second, which they're already cranky as they are. But I think it's a question of, do you just rotate Deebo more? I mean, he's a guy who's had issues staying healthy, staying fresh throughout the season. And I think Pearsall is a guy you can play. You played a lot in the slot, but he can play anywhere. And I think the 49ers might have an interest in rotating Deebo a little more, getting Pearsall involved. Like, he's not a guy that's just going to be played like Ronnie Bell, like, once every few games, or, you get five offensive plays a game. Like, he's going to be involved, but I think Deebo makes the most sense in terms of keeping him fresh, rotating him out a little bit. And it's also a situation where Deebo's going to get hurt at some point this season. Christian McCaffrey will probably have something he's dealing with. Pearsall is insurance against all of that. And, if you hold on to Deebo, you just have an insane receiver in Pearsall, who's a guy I love, who I think can play truly anywhere, elite athleticism, like tracks the ball better than any receiver in this class. You just have a guy who's ready to play day one and could probably return punts for you. Maybe the value wasn't what people wanted it to be, but he is a stellar player that I feel very, very confident about in the 49ers offense.
All right, with the 34th pick in the draft, the Chargers, who traded up, select wide receiver Ladd McConkey from Georgia. So wide receivers to both of the 33rd and 34th slot, and they've got nothing to do with Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. We're talking with our own Jake Hutchinson here on Willard and Dibbs, who's at Niners HQ. More on this because I'm interested, and your gut feeling that Debo stays tonight. If that's the case, what do you see as sort of the residual effect for both of the Niners wide receivers in all that's been discussed over the last few weeks?
I think it's something where, listen, I think they're going to be used to it a little bit. For Ayuk specifically, it's something where this is how the negotiations go with the 49ers. Some teams, like the Eagles and the Lions, they just say, okay, we love you. We're going to pay you. The 49ers go, we love you. Why don't we stress everyone out over the next few months and bring this thing up to the finish line as slowly and as agonizingly as we can, because we want to get the most value. And for the most part, it's worked. That said, you do burn through goodwill a little bit by doing that. And with Debo, it's interesting if as they reportedly promised, that he would not be traded if he hears that from them, and then they go out and they are actively trying to trade him, that's something that might piss him off. That said, a pissed off Debo Samuel, maybe not the worst thing in the world.
Right. And let's talk about that quote unquote promise for a minute, because we've heard about this. I never saw it actually spoken or actually reported. Does that sound like something that Kyle and John would say to a player after what we heard last night, where they were joking about how they would trade each other?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think that's something that they would commonly do unless, a player's agent was very concerned about it and would reach out to them. I thought that was interesting, and the fact that they are clearly shopping him makes me scratch my head on that a little bit. And Debo is the one that always made the more sense to trade. Like, even if you do take a $22 million cap hit, you're still saving $7 million. He's still a guy on the decline. Like, he's the guy that makes sense if you could get a second rounder for him. So for them to provide that assurance, if that's what they did, and Mike Silver's a very good reporter who's usually locked in on all this stuff, I think that's odd and possibly a little out of character, on their behalf. That said, Debo is maybe Kyle Shanahan's favorite player of all time, so I could see it. But if that's indeed what they did and then they went out and shopped him, it's a little head-scratching.
Agree with you. Jake Hutchinson, our own on the 49er beat, and is at Niners HQ tonight, and we're talking it out as the second round is underway. The Cardinals trade out of number 35. It is the Falcons now in that pick, and the pick is in. We'll pass it along as soon as it comes in. So, Jake, bigger picture with everything you're saying. Maybe they don't deal anyone tonight. Is there any chance in your mind, with the way this is played out, that Debo Samuel is still on the team after this year?
I have a hard time seeing a way that works unless, next year they were to move Ayuk and Debo looks like this reinvigorated version of himself. The money, to me, it just doesn't make sense for them to keep him. And he's a guy that, he takes a beating like running backs. Most running backs don't last until, they're 26, 27. And Debo takes a beating that other wide receivers simply don't. So I really, really don't see a scenario where he's on this team after this year. They'd save too much money, and he's just been in decline for so long. It doesn't make sense to me.
How does this affect the short to medium term viability of Christian McCaffrey and even George Kittle if they end up keeping Debo and Brandon Ayuk gets the big bag and you start to press up against the cap a little bit?
Yeah, I think they're fine if they get rid of Debo. I mean, they're going to have at least one casualty next year, and I think Debo's the one that makes sense. Now, I think they will take that, as long as they can, and maybe Kittle looks more in decline than Debo next year, and he's the casualty. But to me, Debo is the one where you save the most money. He's the likeliest to still be in decline. And I think McCaffrey has a contract where they can kind of do whatever they want with it. They guarantee him a little bit more money every year, but when they acquired him, they got this basically 3 years, I think $12 million, and none of it was guaranteed. So they can do whatever they want with that deal. I think they'll keep McCaffrey as long as he's still churning. He's obviously a freak of nature and an outlier, but yeah, I think it's Debo who's going to be the casualty.
Okay, hit the thingamabob there. All right. With the 35th pick, the Atlanta Falcons, I apologize to his whole family. I have no idea how to say this. They are taking Clemson defensive tackle Rook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, will you say it for me, Jake?
Yep, Rook Orororo. He was a guy I mocked to the 49ers. He's a freak athlete, defensive tackle. That's a good pick.
Okay, give me the name.
Atlanta traded up to get him. Rook Orororo.
Orororo.
Yeah, 3 rows.
Rook Orororo. And listen, I had to practice this a bunch of times. Orororo.
You're a pro, Jake.
Yeah, like it sounds like you just came from the dentist when you say it.
Rook Orororo. Yeah.
You sound like, you got Novocaine going for sure when you say this name.
Exactly. But he's a guy who launches off the line of scrimmage. Like, he would have been a great fit for the Niners, I think. But yeah, that's an interesting pick for him.
Okay, Washington Commanders right now on the clock. We'll keep you up to date as the picks all roll in. But I mean, the story is, I know that you sort of came on here, Jake, and said that you felt that this was it right away. But picks are coming in hot and heavy. There's already been 2 trades here in this second round, and absolutely nothing involving the 49ers.
Yeah, to me, I think if the 49ers were to get in the second round with a trade for Debo, I think they'd have to give something up. To me, if it were like, say, Debo and, a mid-round second rounder, and the 49ers give up that Trey Lance pick, which I don't think they want to hold on to at 124, that could be an interesting scenario. If a team maybe at the back of the second round who's, in need of a wide receiver and can't get one, and wants a guy who they can, dink and dunk the ball to, give him easy targets, that could be interesting, but, we'll see.
With Orororo now off the board and somebody who you mocked to the Niners, where do they find that kind of a 3 technique and an A-gap wrecker, and also be able to address the O-line in the secondary? Are we starting to look at priorities, or are we still in best available mode for the Niners, Jake?
Yeah, I think it's hard to see how it'll play out right now, but I think 2 guys they'd like at tackle would be Kingsley Suamatia out of BYU and Roger Rosengarten out of Washington.
Yeah.
Those are 2 guys who intrigue me in the second round for them. I think would be fit sort of developmental guys. At defensive tackle, there's Dwayne Carter at Duke, who's probably going to go a little lighter. But Michael Hall, defensive tackle out of Ohio State, and Johnny Newton, who's still on the board, are both sort of high-end defensive tackles that are still sticking around. But it'll be interesting. The second part of the second round could get a little interesting, and I wouldn't be shocked if, like, Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia, if he was still there, if they, went out and got him.
Jake, what are they doing about cornerback?
Yeah, that's here's the thing. I actually think for the time being, the Niners are not in a terrible spot at corner if they keep Lenore in the slot. I think he's better there. I don't really understand moving him outside. I think they actually have a decent amount of coverage aside from Charvarius Ward. They've got Ambry Thomas, who's whatever. They've got Isaac Yadam. They've got Rock Yassin, who they just picked up, and Darrell Luter Jr., who we didn't see much of, but they were really, really fond of. So that's 4 guys to compete for one spot. I think that if they address corner, somebody like Renardo Green out of Florida is a really good player. Florida State, he's a really, really good tactical player. Like, he understands the position. But they could go more developmental. There's some guys that are in the 4th, 5th round that could be, sneaky good value. So we'll see. I don't know how highly they're going to, evaluate outside corner.
Jake, I mean, we talked through a lot there, and maybe didn't ask the simplest thing. Do you like what they did last night?
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. It's Ricky Pearsall was a guy that I really fell in love with throughout the draft process. And I think, some people are like, well, he should have been a second rounder. That stuff doesn't matter. If he's a first, second rounder, they weren't going to get him at 63, and he might have been gone by pick 32. Like, you don't know. And, and front offices around the league have raved about Pearsall. You saw C.J. Stroud. That guy understands ball. Like, he's a smart quarterback, and he was, pissed the Niners got him. This is a guy who has so much polish as a receiver, who's so athletic, who just works hard and doesn't care about his own well-being, which is actually pretty important for a receiver going over the middle.
Yeah, sounds a lot like the receivers that the 49ers already have going over the middle, so that probably spoke to him. Hey, Jake, great stuff, man. We love having you. Thank you.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on.
Okay, there it is. Our own Jake Hutchinson at Niners HQ with the latest on what's going on. And, yeah, it starts to feel like it. I'm thrilled because if you go back, you've
been saying it the whole time.
I don't want to victory lap this.
No, you can't until the end of the weekend.
It's not done yet.
No.
It's not done yet. But my hope, this wasn't a prediction, my hope was that the 49ers did address receiver and keep their guys and have that be something where the new receiver could learn on the job and by year 2 be ready to really pounce. And that is what I believe is going to happen. I think that it sounds like the landscape is leaning toward Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel both being on the 49ers next year. And then Ricky Pearsall might be ready for a really, really big role in 2025 when Deebo Samuel's probably not on the team anymore.
Yes, but also some sort of a role this year. Jake with a good breakdown of Deebo Samuel and the likelihood of Deebo having to miss some games, which tends to be what happens, and also a little bit of a rotation. And if you look at just the snap counts for Ayuk and Deebo and the rest of the receivers, as much as Ayuk is their one mark, he only played 75% of the snaps this year. So it's not like he's out there every single play. And Deebo played 66% of the snaps. So what they like to do on the defensive line, they also will do to an extent with their wide receivers. And, when they go to 2 tight ends and 2 running backs, 22 personnel, you have 1 receiver on the field. And a lot of times that's Deebo. Sometimes it's Brandon Ayuk. It just depends on the rotation. But they use 2 tight ends a fair amount, probably 15% of the time, which means one of those 2 guys won't be on the field.
Okay, we have a couple developments to pass along. One of them
major developments.
It's an interesting one
because you were giving me a look as I was breaking down my 22 personnel, and normally your eyes glaze over, but this time your eyes got sharp.
Diana Rossini spoke to Deebo Samuel, and tweeted a quote.
Okay, Diana.
Diana says, and this just came out 1 minute ago, I spoke to Deebo Samuel on the phone and asked his reaction to the 49ers drafting of his potential replacement and to the reports that they've explored trading him. Quote, I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling. That's from Deebo Samuel. And it is interesting because where my eye goes is, quote, I'm good staying with them.
I'm good.
Right. But
how you doing? Fine.
Exactly. And it's football and it's business, and so I'm not concerned about him playing well, but I don't know. Sounds annoyed.
Yeah.
Annoyed.
I know what's going on.
You explored trading me and drafted someone who plays in the slot with a first-round draft pick. Annoyed.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling.
I'll play.
Right.
I'm rich, so I'm chilling.
Exactly.
But annoyed.
Yeah.
That's how I read that.
I read it the same way. I'm good staying with them. I'm good staying with them. Not, I'm thrilled to be a Niner, and I can't wait to strap it on and help this new guy assimilate to how we do things down here at 4949 Centennial. I'm good with staying with them. I'm chilling. That's, man, it's an interesting way to do it, but how can you not have your feelings hurt a little bit?
Sure.
I mean, he's been a monster for this team. He's 19 problems.
Look, I mean, the feelings are, that's exactly what they are.
In April, too.
And they're going to get hurt. All right. I can actually pass along, too. Oh, dang, they moved on from it so quick. I know what
the pick is in. Oh, from
here, Grandy, you do the Washington
pick. And Jerjan Newton.
Okay, and then
he goes by Johnny Newton.
Okay,
Johnny Newton. Yep. And with the 30,
I like the formal names.
37th pick, the New England Patriots take Washington wide receiver Jalen Polk. Polk. So the Bills, the Chargers, and the Patriots have all addressed receiver through the draft already. Just in the last 15 minutes.
Right.
Okay, so 3 of the teams that have absolutely been bounced around as teams that might talk to the 49ers and might be interested in their receivers, all 3 of them come out hot here to open day 2 and take receivers to start the second round.
Yeah, which tells you all you need to know, and also the timing of the Diana Rossini conversation with Deebo. It seems that Deebo may have gotten a call from John Lynch and Kyle and Jed York too. Kind of like the rookie got a call from all three, and they probably let Debo know, hey, Debo, turns out we like you, and we look forward to seeing you in camp, and you're probably not going to get traded because you're running out of teams that would expend resources to acquire Debo Samuel, and you still have A.D. Mitchell out of Texas who is yet to be drafted, and he's slipping and sliding here in the second round, but I mean, Jalen Polk goes, and his teammate is still out there, Jalen McMillan, who is mocked as a second-round wide receiver. Your draft crush is still out there.
Oh, Malachi Corley.
Yep.
Watch out. He's got thick thighs, Dibs.
Yeah, he sure does.
He's got some thick thighs.
A lot of receivers are still available, so it does not look like Debo is going to be on the move here tonight.
Starting to feel like not. But again, all three sentences. I'm chilling is funny because that's like, in fact, I'll take all four sentences. Look, these are words on a laptop, so I can't put tone to them. But let's take all four sentences separately. I know what's going on.
Right. They're trying to trade me
or dump me next year. And they just drafted my replacement.
Right.
Next sentence.
I got NFL Network here.
It is what it is.
Which is my favorite expression ever because everything is essentially what it is.
But you say that, it's never a positive. This is never a positive. There's no way that you would get off. Oh, hey, Mom, I got the job offer. You did? Yeah, it is what it is. It's not positive.
Yeah.
It is what it is I'm coping.
Yes. It's a concession.
Right. Followed by, I'm good staying with them.
Right. ...
I'm chilling. Yeah. Yeah. He's completely put off and annoyed by what the 49ers have done over the last 4 years.
And the I'm chilling is in reference to the fact that he's going to make $28 million this year playing football. So, yeah.
For somebody.
For the Niners.
Yeah.
And so, and after that, he probably, I don't know, but odds are he gets cut and the team has to absorb a dead cap hit that's not as big as if they did it now.
Huh. What a fascinating turn of events. And listen, you brought this up earlier, and I think it is absolutely a fair thing to follow. We asked Bucky Brooks about it. He said, look, it's life in the big city, and you'll deal with it, and it's all good. There's room for everybody, and maybe there will be this year, but there have been those, and you're one of them, who've wondered out loud the idea of, we drafted your replacement, now go play for us again, and let's win a Super Bowl. Is that awkward and or difficult? And how do you navigate it? And I think it's a very fair question, especially with him saying, I'm good staying with them.
Right.
It's almost like, nobody asked if you were good staying with them, but you brought it up. So the insinuation is, this is the kind of thing that might make somebody want to leave town. But he's not going to do that. This is going to be the Bears watching. That's all.
For sure.
Bears watching.
And if I'm Debo and I'm dealing with a nagging sort of ailment or a minor injury, how motivated am I going to be to go out there and risk my future knowing that A, my replacement's already in the building, and B, everybody knows how much easier it is to move off me at the end of the year. So it's just human nature. It's not to say that he's going to jake it, but if I'm Debo Samuel and I'm making 28.6 to bust my hump knowing that it's probably my last year and you've already drafted my replacement, I don't know, man.
Yeah. All right. So we'll let you hear a little bit from Pearsall coming up next, but mainly your calls. Let's talk Pearsall. Let's talk Debo. The second round is underway. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. The draft continues. Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, with the 39th pick in the draft, Los Angeles Rams, who traded up to that spot, take Braden Fisk, defensive tackle, Florida State. We also add that while you were sleeping, the Tennessee Titans, with the 38th pick, took T'Vondre Sweat, defensive tackle, Texas. So it's been a run on DTs, 4 of them out of the last 5 picks in the NFL draft. Rams make a move to shore up the retirement of one Aaron Donald.
Yes, and I would imagine there'll be more trades and more movement here in this portion of the show. And I see that Philadelphia has traded with Washington and moved up to number 40.
Number 40.
To either get a wide receiver or a defensive tackle. This is normally the way it goes when there starts to be a run on a position. You see a lot of teams freak out and instantly try to trade up to get into a spot where they can still get their guy.
I can tell you who the Eagles picked. You want to hit the thingamabobber again? Hit the
thingamabobber back to back with the bobber?
With the 40th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles take Cooper DeJean, defensive back, Iowa, defensive back. That's now the Eagles have done this twice. They went DB, they went corner in round 1 with the guy that many had sort of, I don't want to say mocked, but hoped that the 49ers, I remember Larry saying yesterday, if they do move up, if they trade Brandon Ayuk, then maybe they're going to go up there and get Quinyon Mitchell, the CB out of Toledo. And so the Eagles end up getting him. They're shoring up their DBs big time because, let's be real, they stunk last year. Their defense was absolutely terrible. And so it looks like they're working on the offense with money, and they're working on the defense through the draft. That seems to be the Eagles' strategic approach right now.
Yeah, 2 picks, 2 corners, and they traded up to do it here in the second round. So clearly a plan to try to get that defense better, like you said, through the draft. They still have a good defensive line, but their secondary was absolutely shoddy. Shoddy, Grandy. Don't dump that. It's an actual word. So, yeah, Philadelphia making big moves here in the second, and now you've got Green Bay sitting at 41 on the clock, and our guy Kool-Aid's still out there.
Kool-Aid McKinstry's still out there, and the 49ers are only 22 picks away. So still going to be a minute, but we will definitely be with you as we get there, and who knows, there have already been like 4 trades just in this round. Yeah. So clearly a lot more moving and shaking as far as the way the thing is falling right now. Let's hear from Ricky Pearsall a little bit, though. As we move through the draft, we will continue to update you on every pick. Packers on the clock. Kool-Aid still available. Niners still 22 picks away. Ricky was introduced to the assembled media today in Santa Clara. Had some interesting things to say. Listen to who he picked when they asked him who he models his game after.
I like to say I'm my own player at the end of the day, man. I feel like, every football player is different and unique in their own ways. It's just about watching film and learning from other guys and kind of just creating it in your own way, in your own game, man. And I feel like I've done a good job of that, watching dudes that are doing it at a high level, like guys Debo and Brandon Ayuk. So, just putting some of the things that they're doing at a high level and having success with and putting into my game.
Okay. It's one of those things, like there's certain stock questions that you have to ask a new draftee.
Right.
Who do you model your game after? Well, I'm my own player. That's how it always starts. But then he gives love to his new and former teammate, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
The name of the week, man. Brandon Ayuk's got a lot of run this week for basically absolutely nothing has happened other than he sent a text to John Lynch.
Yeah, and it's the way it goes, in draft season where you've got a team that is set to pay a player, but they haven't paid a player, and so maybe they're going to trade him, and then maybe they'll trade Debo. And turns out the Niners aren't probably going to do either of those things, but the Brandon Ayuk name will continue to get thrown around as we get deeper into the summer and we start to circle back. And once Justin Jefferson signs and CeeDee Lamb, if he signs before Brandon, those contracts will spur Brandon's name to come back into center stage.
The Packers have traded that pick to the New Orleans Saints, so it is now the New Orleans Saints who are going to be on the clock at number 41. We will keep you up to date there. Keep hearing from Ricky Pearsall, newest Niner, and take your calls throughout the 5 o'clock hour as we follow these picks. If you want to talk about Pearsall or where the Niners are, again, my absolute dream scenario is seemingly becoming more and more likely, which is kick the can down the road. I want Pearsall, Debo, Ayuk extended, everybody on the team, win the damn bowl, deal with this next March. It's kind of my personality, Dibs. When it's no different than making that appointment with the dentist or taking that test that you missed in college. Like when something is not fun and somebody offers you, like, hey, do you want to do this now or do you want to wait 11 months to do it? Yeah. Sign me up for waiting 11 months.
Right.
You going to move on from Debo Samuel? Let's wait. I don't want to do that. I know you might have to do that. Do that later, not now.
Yeah, you don't have to do it now, and it appears they're not going to do it now, although they would have done it now had they gotten the compensation back that they were looking for, but it's clear that they didn't get the offers that they were looking for, so now they're in a spot where they can wait 11 months, and the only real question is, how's Debo going to do waiting 11 months, knowing that the likelihood is that he's going to get moved off of at that point?
Again, Saints on the clock will keep you up to date. Ricky Pearsall says, and you mentioned this earlier, he's got some background in the area where Brock Purdy played growing up. And indeed, they did play against one another in high school.
We played each other. I think he put 70 on my team. So, he was a hell of a player. I remember him for sure because he was in the end zone a lot and threw a lot of touchdowns. So I'm excited to play with him this time.
Brock hung 70 on Pearsall's high school team. He was asked what separates him from other wide receivers.
Just being a receiver, you got to be really good at getting open and catching the ball. And those are the two most important things. I think I do a very good job. I think I'm elite at both of those things, first and foremost. The things that separate me, I feel like, is my competitive spirit and, how I compete on a day in, day out basis, and just how detailed I am as a receiver too as well. When it comes to being disciplined in my routes or even just off the field, being disciplined in my everyday habits. So I feel like that separates me.
Okay. Listen, again, seems to be smart player, seems to be somebody who the background of everyone who's able to talk about this guy, like, I don't know, man. I haven't heard a bad thing yet. Other than Mel Kiper going, Todd. He should not have been picked in the first round, second round grade.
Sure.
Whatever, Mel. Honestly, whatever.
Right, like Jake Hutchinson said to us earlier, none of that stuff matters. When you pick a guy, it comes down to two things. Either he can play or he can't play. If you take him in the 7th round and he can play, then great. You found a guy who can play, Brock Purdy, in the end of the draft. That's a win. If you take a quarterback in the first 3 picks and he can't play, that's obviously a loss. And if you would have taken Pearsall at 33, first pick in the 2nd round, as opposed to 31 at the end of the 1st round, does that make the pick better because you had him at a second round grade?
No.
Separated by 2 picks? It's nonsense.
Dibs, in many ways, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
The Debo trade? Are we having a nice sugary drink?
All right, this is the moment that some of us have been waiting for.
Yeah?
With the 41st pick in the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints have selected Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Oh, Kool-Aid!
Cornerback, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man, if they don't do it, New Orleans, don't tell me you know how to party if you don't do it. That press conference, you need to have a big banner up in front of the podium and have him bust through that thing like the Kool-Aid man and then take questions. If you don't do it, you stink, period.
I wonder if he will bring his Chucky doll, a town known for voodoo. He loves to carry around his Chucky doll. I wonder if he brings that doll, which is not quite a voodoo doll. Chucky's a doll that comes to life in horror films, but seems like a good fit for New Orleans.
Absolutely. Jake Hutchinson with interesting comments that he's not vibing with the idea that the Niners even need to address that position.
Yeah, interesting. And I think that, again, it's a spot that you probably want to draft with an eye toward the future, knowing that Mooney Ward is expensive and his contract will be coming up. And Demo is a guy who's versatile. He can play in the slot or he can play on the outside. I think that when you look at corner, especially for the 49ers, it's a spot that you always need to address.
One more from Pearsall talking about his relationship with Ayuk. And boy, after the phone rung last night and it was John Lynch, Ricky got another phone call.
We have a really good relationship. Actually, I just got off the phone with him before I got over here on this Zoom call. And he was just congratulating me, man, and just, getting on the call and telling me over and over again, you're a first rounder, man. Like, soak it up. You deserve it. All the work that I put in, because there's been a lot of work put in since the last that we ran routes together. So, I feel like I'm a totally different player since the last time we seen each other, and he's seen it, from afar over when he was watching me at Florida, and, I was watching at the Niners. So, it'll be really good to team back up with him and get active.
I think Pearsall, the first 24 hours have been absolutely perfect.
I give it a C+,
yes,
Mark.
I know you will. There's only one mistake that he's made so far, and that's calling John Lynch and Jed York coach.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Thanks, coach.
It's like chief or pal or buddy. He called him sir a lot, too.
I don't know, man.
And we can play that again here in the 5 o'clock hour.
Jed York is his boss. He'll be calling him coach the first time he talked to him.
Coach is what, you ever go to the Final Four? And I know you have, because that's where we met about 20 years ago. And
Atlanta.
You go in the lobby, and it's like, hey, how you doing, coach? How was the season, coach? Hey, coach, how you doing, coach?
Yeah,
coach.
That's because everybody there is a coach.
Even if you're not a coach, everybody there is coach.
They're all coaches.
And so coach
that's
becomes...
It's literally called the coach's hotel.
The vernacular of coach is, hey, coach. Low Neal was famous for that. Coach. Yeah. Everybody was coach.
Texans on the clock with the 42nd pick. We'll give that to you in a sec. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. 42nd pick. Houston Texans take Kamari Lassiter.
I like the pick.
Cornerback from Georgia.
5'11" and a half, Mark. Not quite 6 feet. If he was 6 feet, he probably would have been a first rounder. I like his 40 time, 4.66. I like the player, and I like the pick.
4.66 is slow.
It's a good fit.
That's slow
for the Houston Texans. It might have been 4.46. I looked away.
Yeah, 4.66 for a corner.
Probably getting run by a little bit.
What are we doing? Seriously.
More like a linebacker.
You're not going to stay with Tank Dell doing that crap. It'll run right by you.
Fewest coverage yards allowed in the FBS last year, according to PFF.
136 yards total for the year?
Yeah. It's a no-fly zone.
Damn.
Yeah. I like the pick.
I bet you do.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Let me check on that 40 time. I hope it's not 4.66.
Cardinals, Raiders, Packers, Colts are the next 4 teams, but let's be real, they're all going to trade them, so who cares? But anyway, we will we'll keep you up to date. Listen, if you're just joining us, just hopping in your car after a day of work, welcome in. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and I think here's the lead. I am absolutely thrilled to say I am starting to get real comfortable with the idea that the 49ers offense next year in September is going to be intact. Now, there are a lot of hurdles to still cross. The biggest one is Brandon Ayuk's got to sign a contract and be a happy camper and get into camp. So there is that. Plus, I don't think you can fully pull a Deebo Samuel trade off the table just quite yet. We're 42, 43 picks in. But with all the reports that are out there, Mike Silver says it's quiet. Jake Hutchinson says he doesn't think that it's going to happen. And the top picks in the second round are off the board. And
one more and
3 of the teams that have been rumored to potentially be talking to the Niners have all selected wide receivers already in this round. Add it all up, and I'm getting real damn close to feeling like Brock Purdy can look to his left in week 1, and there's Brandon, look to his right, and there's Deebo. And if we can do that for at least one more year, and right now that's all I want.
And look to his left or his right and see Ricky. And one thing that Jake Hutchinson mentioned, and I heard it from Bucky Brooks and everybody else we've talked to about the draft pick, is the word versatility. And what do we know about Kyle Shanahan? He loves versatility. Christian McCaffrey can be the second back in an I formation or an offset I. You can put him out wide. You can put him in the slot. George Kittle can be in line. You can put him in the slot. Deebo can play running back. He can play out wide. And now with the new draft pick, he can do those things as well. I don't know if he'll be a ball carrier, although he did complete a 51-yard pass at Arizona State, I saw, and he's a former high school quarterback as well. So he does have that skill set athletically, but you can put him in the slot. You can put him out wide. Kyle Shanahan has another weapon, a new toy with which to play and create offensively.
Well, and I don't know if this does anything for anybody, but people like to look at draft history. Like, for instance, I think the Niners should be barred from taking a running back in the third round. I think that should not be allowed.
Yeah.
Should not be allowed because it's done it a bunch and it doesn't work.
He might do it this year just to
tick us off.
troll the fans.
I hope. That'd be fun too. But anyway, point is this. Like, look at the 49ers, this group's history at wide receiver. A lot of people know the names that did not work out. And Grandy, maybe you could help us with this. What pick was Pettis? Like
he was number 44.
Okay. So second
I'm looking
rounder,
at the list right now.
Kind of
started with Trent Taylor, 5th rounder in 2017.
Okay.
That was the Solomon Thomas draft.
And that was a whatever for a 5th rounder. I don't know if that's hit or miss. It's like he's still in the league. He's back on the team.
Yes.
5th rounder. Okay. What else?
It's a miss, but he's still playing based on your cockamamie Adam Schefter
that's
tweet.
For first rounders only. 5th rounders don't get.
He's played 78 games, but most of them not on your team.
Yeah.
He was hurt as a Niner. He didn't work out as a Niner.
I guess my point is in the 5th round when you pick someone who 7 years later is still in the league.
Yeah,
that might be the definition of a hit for a 5th rounder.
If only he would do it for your team, I'd agree with you.
Well, he's doing it again for our team.
The next year, Dante Pettis went number 44 overall.
44.
And Richie James, was he a Chief this year?
He was.
Super Bowl champ, Richie James. He was picked in the 7th round with pick 240.
Okay.
And again, Richie James did a little for the Niners, and then they parted ways. The next year, Debo at number 36.
Yep.
Jalen Hurd at 67. Never played a snap. He was a 3rd rounder. Then it's Brandon Ayuk and Juwan Jennings, 7th rounder.
Juwan is the outlier to what I'm thinking right now, but go ahead.
And then in 2021, they did not take a receiver.
Did not take one.
They took the year off, Mark. Danny Gray, 3rd rounder in 2022.
Yep.
With pick 105. And then the 7th round, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, or Mike. If I like a pick, who cares who you like? Ronnie Bell, 253 last year.
All right, so largely, I guess what and this is a stupid line to draw. I'm not really saying this, but the Niners largely, when they're picking a wide receiver after pick 40, doesn't go great. When they're picking a receiver in the top 40, goes really well. There's only 2 examples, but and Juwan Jennings is the outlier. That's a really good pick when you consider that it's a 7th rounder.
Yeah.
But if that helps you at all, the only time the Niners have picked a receiver before in the top 40, it was Debo and Brandon. And those have both been absolute wild successes, of course, and now they do it again at pick number 31 with Ricky Pearsall. So that assessment, for what it's worth, I think that there is room for excitement and optimism. And it's not just because the 49ers picked him and it was the 31st pick, but it is also based on what you're hearing from people who've been around the kid, players in the league. The C.J. Stroud stuff was really interesting. And I know we've referenced it a couple times. For those of you who haven't heard it, this is from Bleacher Report Live's draft show.
Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
He's nasty, bro.
All right, that's Adam Lefkoe, the other voice, but the first one is
nasty.
Is C.J. Stroud, who said he's elite, and then toward the end of the interview was just he dropped his head and went, "I wanted him bad." And I was thinking, 2 things. First of all, cool. That's great. What a glowing endorsement of Pearsall. Here's the other thing I thought of. Hey, CJ, you know who doesn't want to go to the Texans? Ricky Pearsall. You have 3 really, really high-level receivers already.
Yeah.
2 of them are young and not going anywhere. Pearsall has a way quicker path to success with the Niners than he does with the Houston Texans.
Really?
Absolutely.
You got Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle.
1 year, Grandy. 1 year. Gone. Debo at a minimum. Christian's turning 30 next year. George Kittle, definitely staring at the downside. Ricky Pearsall, again, I think the difference between you and me and the way we look at this pick is you're thinking about now, and I'm thinking about the next 5 years.
Absolutely thinking about now. What happens if they don't win the Super Bowl this year?
Well, now you don't need to worry about it. Your two receivers stayed. This is exactly what I wanted. I didn't want Debo's replacement to be wet behind the ears. I didn't want him to be a brand new guy. I wanted him to be in the league for a year, learn from the guys, do a little boombox from the back for a little while, and check out what it's all about, learn Kyle Shanahan's system, and then be ready to be that dog in year 2. That's what they're going to need from Ricky Pearsall. I think you got it. I know no one wants to hear patience in the first round, but we give this latitude to the Warriors when they're title contenders. You grab James Wiseman and be like, sit over there. We're going to go win a title. And nobody blinks at that. Same thing here. This guy does not need to be a dog this year. They need to win the Super Bowl. And they can do that with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, and then Ricky can replace Deebo next year.
Well, it's a little different because of the number of bodies in an NBA team. You only need like 8 guys, really, to 8 or 9 guys, so you can stash a rookie if you've got a veteran team, which the Warriors did. The Niners may need him based on injury and the availability therein.
A role, not the role. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he doesn't play this year, but he doesn't need to be a featured role yet.
Picks are flying in here, Mark.
Yeah, they are. We've been missing a couple here, but I do love that sound. Perfect for the draft and Friday night. It's Friday at 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock pop. Brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for the weekend and perhaps more surprising 49er moves. Any surprising 49er moves? We'll see. We're going to be sipping on the West Coast IPA. It is delicious sun up till sundown. Go grab a 6-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the game with us and the beer. Here on 95.7 The Game. As we give you the Bochy voice, I do want to remind everyone in the midst of all of this NFL draft hullabaloo, you know who is performing at a ballpark near you in just about 2 hours, Dan Dibley?
The Giants?
Joey Bart.
Okay, Joey Big Stick Bart.
Joey Bart, who, if you didn't know, the Pirates have already nicknamed his extra base hits. They're called Bart Darts. Bart Dart.
Man, here it was Bart Sharts. Am I right?
Yeah. This one stings.
Sorry, Joey.
The only reason this doesn't totally sting is because Patrick Bailey looked great.
Well, let's talk Tom Murphy for a minute.
Well, but Joey wouldn't be doing this in that spot. You're not having him as the once-a-week backup.
He only has 23 at-bats in 7 games. So isn't he's the twice-a-week backup in Pittsburgh?
7 games. No, he's only played 7 games.
Right. But it's not like he's playing every day in Pittsburgh.
He's playing most days. No catcher plays every day.
He's played 7 games, 7 of 28.
But he didn't. It took him a minute when he got there. Remember, the season had started, and Joey Bart that hadn't all materialized yet.
Right.
So he missed a little, clipped off the front of the season. But no, look, your point's not unfair. It's not unfair.
Geez.
Could have been him. It's also very, we also shouldn't freak out because it's 23 at bats.
Right.
How many home runs? 3?
11?
No, for real.
3.
3.
In 23 at bats.
23 at bats, he got 3 bombs.
That's Bonzian. It is downright Bonzian.
1 homer every 7 at bats?
Every 8. Yeah, he's hitting 304.
Crap.
And he's got 7 hits, 3 bomb skis, 8 ribbies. What's Tom Murphy doing?
Less.
Yeah.
Less.
We got some catching up to do here, kid.
Yeah, we do. 43rd pick, the Arizona Cardinals.
Did you say
Cardinals.
Kamari Lassiter at 42?
We already did Kamari Lassiter.
My bad.
43rd pick, Arizona Cardinals, Max Melton, cornerback, Rutgers. 44th pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select someone with 3 last names, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Man.
Center.
Sounds like a law firm.
Center from...
Go Ducks.
Yeah.
That's a great pick by the Raiders.
I like the player. Why are you so mad, Grandy? Did you want him to go elsewhere?
Oh, I would love to see him in the Niner uniform, but I figured that was not going to happen.
Not going to get there, yeah. And with the 45th pick, the Green Bay Packers select Edgerrin Cooper.
I like the pick. I'll let you know when I don't
What
like
position
a pick.
does he play?
Yeah, what
He's
position?
a quarterback.
No, linebacker.
Sorry, I glanced away.
Texas A&M.
These eyes aren't working. A lot of corners went 4 corners in a row.
Yeah, 4 corners.
And a center and then the linebacker.
Yeah. You know.
He's a stretch linebacker. He can cover in space.
Stretch linebacker.
Oh, boy. I like the player, Mark.
Carolina Panthers on the clock and actually about to pick. This is pick 46. The Niners are 17 picks away.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get there.
At least right now. You don't?
Well, 17 times 7 minutes per pick would be...
Not everybody's going to take the whole 7 minutes.
I know. I realize that, but we're down to 46 minutes. I think it's going to be Grandy country.
We've already had 13 picks come in.
In an hour and 15?
Yeah, and what if they trade up? Everybody else has.
Yeah. I don't...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, big moment. The first running back...
The pick is in?
Of 2024. As with the 46th pick, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks.
That's a great pick.
Running back from Texas.
Texas, yeah. Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em horns.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Torn ACL late in the 2023 season, but should be ready for training camp. This sounds like a perfect Niner pick. Remember when they used to draft everyone with a torn ACL?
Of course.
It was kind of their bit.
And the Giants signed everyone with a torn UCL.
Oh, jeez.
We should change our initials from SF to CL. We love all the CLs, all the cruciate ligaments.
Totally.
We love them. But anyway, first running back is off the board. Jonathan Brooks goes to the Carolina Panthers, where he will never be heard from again.
Yeah, seriously.
You ever think about that? These guys, I mean, they don't really care. I think hashtag Blake Snell, I don't care where I play. They just want to go as high as possible because every single slot is more dollars. I understand that. But, man, time and space. You think about Ricky Pearsall, like I'm a wide receiver and I end up on the 49ers versus I'm a wide receiver and I get picked by, I don't know, the Raiders. Like, I'm a tight end.
Denver or
Brock Bowers. We're going to the Raiders. Who's throwing me the ball? TBD, brother. His name is TBD. That's your quarterback.
Right.
Tough spot to be in, man.
And if you're getting drafted as a receiver in Kansas City or you're drafted into Buffalo or into Cincinnati or even Miami, you're looking at teams with great offensive coordinators like Xavier Worthy gets drafted by the Chiefs. How you feeling about now? You're on the, 2-time defending Super Bowl champs with maybe the best coach in football and one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks ever. You're a Chiefs now, Xavier?
Yeah.
And on that team, all he has to do is basically go long, Xavier. Wear your track shoes and start running. That's about as good of a fit as you can find.
The New York Giants are not only on the clock, but the pick is in, and Dan Dibley likes the pick.
Okay.
We don't know who it is yet, but I'm going to predict that you're going to like the pick.
This may be the one that I actually don't like, Mark.
It's not. No, it's not.
I mean, this could be the time. 47, this might be a reach.
How did you read this one? I do think we are able to start transitioning our conversation from are they going to trade Brandon? Then it went to are they going to trade Debo? And now it gets to how are they going to make up with Brandon and Debo? And look, this is an adult world. I'm not worried about their feelings. This is professional football with big dollars, and trades and contracts are part of the business. But listen to where both of these receivers are left, and how do you read the fact that Shanahan and Lynch were talking about getting a text from Brandon Ayuk when they made this pick?
Brandon just texted.
We got on the way in.
Yeah. Fire pick.
Fire pick. No lie.
Can't lie.
Fire pick, can't lie. Okay. So Brandon feels good about it. It's his buddy. They used to play together. That's one thing. But we're moving on like, cool, Brandon stays. Oh, we still have that little item about a multi-million-dollar extension that needs agreement. That's number one. And Debo, who clearly, in speaking to Diana Rossini, felt annoyed. There's no two ways about it. I'm not going to hear anyone, oh, Mark, you don't know. He's annoyed. There's no doubt about it. And so they're adults, and they'll play. But also, there are some feelings going on right now in the Niners receiver room.
I'm not worried about Brandon. I think the money will be the ultimate salve to whatever hurt feelings he either has or will have as this thing continues. And if Justin Jefferson gets a deal and if CeeDee Lamb gets a deal and the offer from the Niners is not close to those two or not better than those two or whatever Brandon's feeling, eventually if he signs, when he signs, he'll find an easier way to get over it than Debo. I'm more concerned about Debo because the word about them shopping him came late, and the idea that they were looking to trade him was one thing, but then you go out there and draft a receiver in the first round, a guy who ostensibly is in position to replace you. That to me is going to be a tougher wound to heal than the Brandon Ayuk contract issue.
All right, I got a 1-2 punch for you, both at number 47 and 48. Number 47, the New York Giants select Tyler Nubin, safety from Minnesota.
It's a steal.
And
seriously, to get Nubin at 47, I had him mocked at 61.
Can't believe he was still there. So, and then next is the Jacksonville Jaguars at 48. They are taking Mason Smith, defensive tackle, LSU.
He's great 3 technique. He's got 2 A's in his first name too, Mark, which you don't often see.
Very unsettling. It's like a Trent Baalke type of a thing where there's like one too many A's in there. You didn't need that. That tells me this is an inefficient person. I don't like the pick.
I actually like the pick and I like the player. And when I see it spelled out like that, I want to say it like Grandpa Simpson. Mason!
By the way,
6'5", 306, Mark. He's a 2-gap controller just by standing there.
These picks are firing in now. People are firing them in like 2 at a time.
We might get there.
We might get that Niner pick at number 63. We're already at number 50. The Commanders are on the clock. The Bengals have already got their 49th pick in. I do not see who it is yet. Let me see if I can find it for you.
The pick is in?
The pick is in, and with the 49th pick, the Bengals will select Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Defensive tackles are flying off the board, and man, Michigan had such a stout defense. I can't help but like that pick.
Okay. Stop.
I can't.
What are you waiting for the Niner?
299.
You're waiting for the Niner pick to say that you don't like the pick?
Son of a 4-time All-Pro defensive tackle, Chris Jenkins.
Watch your mouth.
Same name.
Yeah, watch your mouth.
He's got the size and strength to set the edge when he lines up on the outside and anchor one-on-one between the tackles.
We're not going to do a show where you just sit here and read stuff that you're seeing on the internet, and that's the show.
That's kind of the show.
No.
It's similar to the crap that you were rolling out earlier this week.
What are you talking about? I don't read.
Oh, here's my draft crush.
Oh, yeah, Malachi Corley.
Still not drafted.
Could go any second. No, he was... he was
could go any second.
He could go to the Niners.
I'm delivering real-time analysis here.
How would you feel if the Niners went receiver again?
Now, that would be something that you'd have to talk to.
Again.
Well, I wonder about the hurt feelings conversation, and you haven't mentioned Jawan Jennings, because if you go to...
Jawan Jennings could be on the move today.
depth chart at ourlads.com, great depth charts, and they have slotted in Pearsall as the starting slot wide receiver. Jawan Jennings is now the backup. Fire Kyle right now! This is just one website, but the idea that Jawan Jennings somehow might go to the bench, I mean, that might be the conversation that you have to have.
Well, I mean, what does that even mean? Somebody might go to the bench.
That means Jawan Jennings goes from not really playing much to not playing much at all.
I don't think so. Again, these roles are very different, and this is something we talked about earlier with Hutch and others. Look, Debo's going to miss games. He just is, and who knows what Brandon may miss. Jawan, they all have different roles also, and so. I look forward to this. I know it annoys people. I don't care that he was a first-round pick. I want this to go slow. I want the 49ers and Ricky Pearsall to be like every relationship, Dibs.
Go slow?
2 people look into each other's eyes over a bottle of red wine and a medium rare steak, and they say, listen, I really love the way that this is going. Let's take it slow.
Or You have that same bottle of wine, and you look at her eyes, and you go, you know what? Let's bang a clock. Let's go. What's wrong with you, Grandy?
Whoa.
It's a 4-letter word.
Take it easy.
But it's allowable.
Take it easy over here. I mean, my God.
I mean, what are we doing here?
I thought you were going to invite her over.
Oh, yeah. Let's hold hands. I mean, let's get him in the starting line.
Ask her if she wants to come inside. Like, ask her if she wants to come up for a nightcap.
Right.
Like something classy. Are you looking at her and saying that?
Are you familiar with the pace of things these days, such places as Tinder?
I mean,
look
at the pace of this second round. We're flying through this.
Bang a clock. Actually, it's getting better and better. I mean, if Ricky Pearsall is your draft pick and you take the Tinder approach, then he starts. He starts and he gets the first play.
He's definitely not starting. The Niners start 2 receivers.
At times.
Usually.
Yeah. I mean, and
I have a feeling they'll be named Debo and Brandon.
And I've laid out the playtime percentages, and Juwan Jennings gets about a third of the snaps as it is, 33.86% of the snaps. So now, if I'm Juwan and I see Ricky Pearsall come in, and he's a guy who's played the slot a lot, if I'm Juwan, I'm not happy. I'm going from 33% down to what? 20?
Who knows? I don't.
All I'm saying is that's the conversation and the feelings that you may have to address as much as any.
Juwan's role is what it is. Now, I don't think anyone's going to be looking to a rookie, week 3, being like, okay, we want you to be our large-bodied third down converter. Like, that's what Juwan is. Nobody else on the team can do that. That's actually one of the things, if you really do want to, I don't know if we're even capable, but if we wanted to be serious for a second about evaluating Ricky Pearsall, one of the things that really sort of stands out to me is he looks like someone who can fit into a bunch of different wide receiver situations. Look at who the Niners have right now as receivers. Juwan Jennings, what do? Well, you have a huge body, and you convert when it's 3rd and 5. Like, that's what you're really good at. Brandon, what do? Well, you're a very, very precise route runner, therefore very good at the mid-range of wide receiver. We're not going to give it to you at the line of scrimmage very often. We're also not going to put you on a go route very often. Niners barely run any go routes.
Right.
They're down at the bottom of the league. But, man, 15 yards over the middle of the field, that's your sweet spot. Debo, what do well? Well, that's your line of scrimmage guy. I am unbelievable size, unbelievable toughness. Throw the swing route to me, put the ball in my hands, line me up in the backfield. That's what I do well. Hey, Ricky, what do you project as doing well? All of it.
Maybe not the line of scrimmage yak stuff.
Right, but that's not even usually wide receiver stuff.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is, can you run short? Can you run long? Can you be a hands guy? Can you also be a punt returner? Like, very much a versatile sounding skill set that he will provide.
You could line him up in place of Brandon Ayuk on the outside. You can put him in place of Juwan in the slot. You're probably not going to hand him the ball a lot because he's, 185 pounds. He's the slightest of the group of 4, but he does have that top-end speed. And as was mentioned before, his 10-yard burst, his 40 time is good, but I think it was C.J. Stroud talking about his 10-yard split in his 40, which is really quick. And I was watching Brian Baldinger in one of his Baldy breakdowns on the player, and he's talking about the way he sets up routes. He's a great route runner. He runs the over route very well, and he's got that speed to where you can get 20 yards down the field rather quickly and set up a deeper route with his moves.
With the 50th pick in the NFL draft, the Washington Commanders select Mikey Sanristril. Did I get that right? Yeah, that's a lot.
I think it's Sanristril, but you're close enough.
Yeah, that's a lot of consonants. Anyway, cornerback, Michigan. We'll go with Mikey Sanristril. I don't think you're allowed to say this guy's name until you've had 4 drinks. Like, it is classically a name that sounds like you're completely drunk. Mikey Sanristril. Yeah, there it is. Cornerback, Michigan goes to the Washington.
Sanristril.
Yeah.
Mikey Sainristil.
Sainristil. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, he's on the Washington Commanders now.
Wow.
And we are 13 picks away from the San Francisco 49ers.
Geez, I'm looking at all kinds of mocks, and I'm not seeing him listed. I don't think I like this pick, Mark. I'm not seeing him listed.
Excuse me?
Feels like this is a bit of a reach.
Did you say that you don't like
Not thrilled with this one, no. Okay. I think there were better corners available. I think this is a big miss.
I'm about to throw down on Sainristil, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Thanks, Jess.
Trying to fade the dibber. Wow. I like that. You keep trying that.
That's super smart.
Yeah, I've been hot coming off of March Madness, but you go ahead and fade me at your own risk.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are not only on the clock, actually the pick is in. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock at 52. When we get the Steelers pick, we will give that to you, but their pick is in. Colts at 52. Again, the Niners flanking here at 63. So we're starting to get into their zone a little bit where they might be looking at players who could be available. Do they want to trade up? There has been a lot of moving and shaking here in this second round. But yeah, I do think when we get here Monday, there's going to be obviously a very healthy discussion about what they did in the draft. But as I've always joked, we're largely just going to be, this is what I think most Niner fans do. I know there are guys out there who are just totally dialed in on this. But most Niner fans are going to be like, oh, they got a corner in the 6th round. That was interesting. They took a running back there in the 7th round. They're not going to necessarily know who these people are. So that said, we'll address it. We'll analyze it. But I think when we get in here Monday, the conversation starts about how the 49ers and their starting wide receivers heal together. And that may sound super campy and fluffy and all of that. It's football. They don't need to heal. Rub dirt on your face. Get out there and play. But you have two things here, and I think both of them are totally fair. The bottom line is this is a fact, Jack. You can dismiss it if you want. But within the last month, the 49ers have offended both of their receivers. I don't care if you think that's a non-starter. They think it matters. They think it matters.
The receivers?
Absolutely.
Well, we don't know if they think it matters.
I think we do. And
I think if Brandon Ayuk gets $90 million guaranteed, he gets over it pretty quick.
Well, first of all, he ain't getting $90 million guaranteed.
Well, not the true guarantee, the guaranteed at signing. But whatever he gets, when he gets what he wants, when he gets a deal
of course
that makes him a very, very, very rich man, richer than he already is, he gets over it.
Of course he does, but I don't know if he's getting that. That's the point. The whole
I'm pretty
point
sure
is,
he's getting that. I don't think that they don't trade him and then don't pay him.
Let's not act.
That would be that's not what the 49ers do.
Dibs.
They've never done that.
Literally last year, they sat here in March and April and told us laughable that you don't think that, like Nick Bosa, done deal. We budgeted for this. We're ready to rock, ready to give him a huge contract. Don't worry about a thing, Nicky Bosa. And then week 1 arrived and it wasn't done yet. I don't know how these negotiations are going to go. But I do know this. Brandon has been inspired on multiple occasions to go to Instagram and express anger.
Instagram anger.
That's where we are now.
Yeah, exactly.
Not saying that it can't be taken care of. I'm with you. I don't think that they keep him unless they feel they can sign him.
Right.
I feel they will sign him. I think that the biggest sign of that is that they started to talk about trading Debo. So I totally think they're all in on signing Brandon. But until it's done, it's not done. And this guy put a poop emoji on Instagram, pointed at the Niners.
Emoji.
No, but you know.
I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm not saying it's a big.
When you say the words to me, I can't help but laugh because this grown man went to a social media and decided, I'm going to go poop emoji because this is how I'm feeling. It's just the whole thing is like
money talks.
It's like kindergarten.
BS what? But that's what it is.
It's like I know, but these are grown men.
Not really.
He's going to be getting a contract for more than $25 million a year, and they're going to sign him. So he can poop emoji every day until training camp, and it's not going to make me think anything other than they're going to sign a contract.
Probably.
I mean, if they didn't trade him, they're going to sign him.
My whole point of bringing this up is not that there's some issue going forward with their relationship. My point is that the Niners for the rest of this summer now have work to do with their receivers. One of them needs to be signed, and the other one needs to come in motivated. He came in out of shape last year. He needs to come in motivated, or was it 2 years ago after the contract?
Yep.
Came in out of shape. He needs to come in motivated, and his mind needs to be right. Not thinking about his replacement, not thinking about getting a cap casualty cut at the end of the year. Let's not act like these mental gymnastics are nothing. Plus, we say they're grown men. They are, but they're also kind of not. I've always thought this about pro sports. Like when you're a professional athlete, sometimes, and I've watched certain guys do this, sometimes you don't actually have to grow up till you retire. It was Bob Golick shared this with me one time.
Whoop.
Yeah, Bob Golick, longtime lineman in the NFL, Mike's brother. Bob Golick says to me he retired, and his wife and him suddenly got into all kinds of tense situations because he'd be around the house and the dishes would get left everywhere, and he's looking at his wife. You take care of this. You take care of that. Yeah, you got it, honey. And she finally was like, hey, dude, you live here too and you're an adult? The issue is he had been taken care of his whole life, from adolescence to being a star in high school and college to being a pro. You get taken care of, and in many ways, you don't have to grow up. And so we're not, like, you're right, Dibs. We are dealing with immaturity. We are dealing with people that when they get mad, they're like, I'm going to go Instagram. I'm going to go Instagram and take care of this.
It's pretty funny.
It is, but that's life. He's 26. That's his reality. And so all I'm saying is, and the 49ers I'm sure know this, but this summer, as soon as this draft is over, they've got some work to do to get everybody's mind right.
Well, it's April 26th. So to think that this is going to be a huge undertaking, I don't see it. And you get past this weekend and the draft is over and the dust settles. And if you're a good leader, John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan or Coach York, whoever it is, you reach out and you talk to Debo, and Debo knows exactly what's going on. The Diana Rossini tweet was a perfect example of where he is. He knows what's going on. He knows his contract is easily bought out next year. He knows they drafted a guy who could likely be his replacement. And so when he gets over the weekend and when it's time for him to get back to business and get ready to go in for OTAs and volunteer workouts and all the rest of it, I fully expect Deebo Samuel to put the pride aside, put the hurt feelings aside, because Debo knows the way this goes. This goes one of two ways. Either he goes and he balls out, he works hard, he's a good Niner, he plays as hard as he can, and at that point, the Niners part ways, and he's got many, many teams who want to sign him as a free agent. Or he goes into pout mode. He goes in out of shape. He still gets paid, and then the Niners still buy him out, and then he gets to a spot where maybe he's no longer playing football because the word on the street is Debo had his feelings hurt and he didn't put in the work, and Debo Samuel's not the player he was, and he's almost 30 and he's got these injuries, and so maybe no other team wants to go out there and sign him. So once Debo gets past the hurt of this weekend and Diana Rossini with the great quote about how he's feeling, between now and when he really needs to get in there and get started, that's plenty of time for him to decide what he wants to do.
It's plenty of time. It's plenty of time. But there is an anxiety over this, I think, hanging over it that hasn't been there in the past with these homegrown players. All right. We have a couple more picks. With the 51st pick, the Steelers select Zach Frazier, center from West Virginia. And then the very next pick, Indianapolis Colts, 52nd pick, they take wide receiver A.D. Mitchell.
There you go.
From Texas. And that's a prospect that I don't think many expected to last this long.
It's a steal. There was thoughts that the two Texas wide receivers could go back-to-back, and, they didn't because the first guy went in the first round, and A.D. Mitchell was one of the big guys who fell here in the second round. He kept falling. Worthy went 28 to Kansas City, and I thought A.D. Mitchell would have been right after, but man, that's another team that maybe would have been interested in Deebo Samuel. So as we get now, more than halfway through the second round,
yep,
I think it's pretty. I mean, I could be wrong. Apparently, I've been wrong before, according to Grandy. So this thing could, this thing could wind up still happening. But I highly doubt it now that Debo gets moved into the 50s.
Completely agree. 53rd pick is up. It is the Washington Commanders, and we are 10 picks away from the San Francisco 49ers and their second selection in this draft. And again, we want to take that opportunity to remind you what's going to be coming up next, because we are unlikely to get the Niners pick while you and I are still on the air, unless the Niners trade up a little bit, which they certainly could. But do not fret, 95.7 The Game family, because coming up for the Niner pick and then much more into the third round as well, second and third round, and the third round picks will start coming really hot and heavy, because you said 5 minutes on those, right?
Yep.
7 minutes for these second rounders, 5 minutes for the third rounders. And it's going to be Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett taking you into the night all evening long for rounds 2 and 3, all the picks, all the reaction, all the calls, and then the nightcap once it is all over. We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, and we'll be back with more picks, talking a little bit more about Ricky Pearsall, and it very, very much looks like the Niners are keeping their starting receiving core. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
With the 53rd pick in the NFL draft, the Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott, tight end, Kansas State. And with the 54th pick in the NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mike Hall, defensive tackle, Ohio State. We are 9 picks away.
Okay. 9 away, and we're down to the final 10 minutes here. I don't like our chances to be able to squeeze it in.
Probably not.
Michael Hall was one that Jake Hutchinson had mentioned as a player that the Niners would be maybe interested in that second-round pick, but he gone.
I got my eye on Ennis Rakestraw. Ennis Rakestraw, cornerback for the 49ers at 63.
Okay.
That's where I got my eye right now.
Ennis Rakestraw.
Ennis Rakestraw.
From?
Somewhere.
Missouri.
Missouri, that's right. Missouri. I like my Ennis Rakestraw. He might be gone. We'll see. Dolphins on the clock. Cowboys, Bucks, Packers, Texans, Bills, Lions, Ravens, and then the Niners at 63 before the Chiefs will close out round 2 at number 64. We will keep you up to date. We do have a couple things in the NBA to chat about, such as Luka Doncic just limped off the court.
Jeez.
To the locker room. Luka Doncic just left the game against the Clippers. The Pacers take a 2-1 lead on the Bucks with an overtime victory in Game 3 in Indiana. So everybody's Giannis scenario is just playing out perfectly.
Yeah.
He's just hurt, not playing, and the Bucks are just stinking up the joint. So, yay, Giannis to the Dubs. Here we go.
It becomes more possible if they lose this series in 5 or 6, and, if he starts to be a bit disgruntled with another early ouster for Milwaukee, it does more for the rumors than if they have a deep run.
I don't know what to think about the way, first of all, we're just not used to sitting here in April and thinking about and talking about this stuff. But the more
the Warriors off season?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a weird vibe to sit here and look at series and be thinking about it through that lens. But fair, I do think that the Warriors are going to be at least mentally more aggressive than people think they should be, which is to say they are not done with what they would refer to as the Steph Curry era. I don't know about the whole big 3 thing. I think that they've openly stated they want it to go that way. Don't know if it will. The Warriors, I look at the way they've talked about Klay Thompson, very similar to the way the Niners have talked about Debo and Brandon. Our plans are for him to be in our future. We love the player. Yeah, and if the right call gets made, you gone.
Right.
You gone.
If somebody offers Klay 2 and 60.
Well, more so meaning because remember we were told by Bobby Marks that the Warriors cannot afford to bring Klay back and go big game hunting.
Right.
So if that player becomes available, if there's a LeBron, if there's a Giannis, and Joe Lacob can see it and smell it and see the path and all of those things, I think they're going to be in. I think they're absolutely going to be in and ready for that. And so that's kind of the way we're all watching these NBA playoffs now. It's like which one goes sideways and what might he want to do? The Lakers are about to get swept out of this thing.
Yeah, and I was just going to point that out because you and I had this conversation before the start of the playoffs, and you had said that you didn't think that there'd be any sweeps in the Western Conference.
I sure did.
We've got Minnesota up 2-0, OKC's up 2-0, Denver's up 3-0. So, in fact, we might be looking at 3 sweeps.
We might.
I don't think we will. The Thunder and the Pelicans, with Zion being injured, the Thunder look like they're in pretty firm control. And the Suns are, I had mentioned earlier this week that the Suns play hate ball because they hate each other. They play like they hate each other. That team looks like they're a team ready for the summer as well. So, we might be looking at multiple sweeps in the West.
I can't,
it's you again.
I can't figure out the Suns. More on that in a second. With the 55th pick, the Miami Dolphins select Patrick Paul, left tackle out of Houston. Patrick Paul.
2 first names. I don't like the pick.
Neither do I.
Just on principle. 6'8", 331. 6'8", 8.
Oh, man. Somebody just fed that guy too much food.
The Niners had a 6'8" offensive lineman once upon a time. His name was Quaim Harris.
Yeah, that didn't go too well.
No.
It did not. You ought to be more than just big.
He has the second longest arms at the combine. Wow.
Dallas Cowboys on the clock.
Okay.
Ugh.
Did Guru say that they got Ezekiel Elliott back? Did that actually happen?
There are reports that came out a few hours ago that they used the word expected.
Okay.
It's been rumored for a while. Now the reports are the expected return is about to be official. It's not official.
Okay.
But yes, Zeke is going to go back to the Cowboys.
Because we come in about 4 to 5 minutes before the crossover starts, and stuff is usually flying around the room. Today was actually off the charts, what we were talking about.
It was pretty fun.
It was crazy. And then right before we get on the air, Zeke's back from a boys.
Right.
And I was like, what? I don't even, and then we, Steiny, hey. And so I couldn't follow up, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Cowboys are on the clock, and this is instant. I think this.
8 picks away.
Well, we're 8 picks away. I also think watch for the Cowboys to do something here that might put a little shot across the bow to Micah Parsons. I wouldn't be surprised if you see an edge rusher go off the board right here, because I keep hearing whispers as Micah moves towards what would be just a massive extension, that there's something going on behind the scenes where the Cowboys and Parsons are not on the same page. And I don't just mean money. I mean locker room presence. I don't think they love his podcast where he's putting stuff on blast every week. Boy, can you imagine rooting for a team where some guy went and did a podcast after every game? That would be wild. Anyway, I think you might see something like that here. Look for the Cowboys to take an edge rusher.
Chris Braswell out of Alabama is a guy who had a monster year last year. He's an edge, 8.5 sacks. He forced 3 fumbles. He's got the same explosive power and active hands that you might have seen from Micah Parsons.
Yeah. All right. So
it's a name to watch as we get closer.
We're probably going to be able to sneak that in before we hop on out of here. And then, then the countdown is on. 6 more picks.
Grandy and Sterling will take it for you.
Till we get to another 49er pick. Yeah.
Excited. TJ Tampa is a name that has been thrown out. He's an Iowa State kid. So maybe Brock is doing a little whisper, hey, coach. And he is actually talking to his coach, maybe John Lynch as well. TJ Tampa, I would assume it's a former teammate. I don't know if they cross paths at Iowa State or not.
It's so funny the way that, as we get here now, and it sort of feels like we're comfortable that the wide receivers aren't going to go. We've spent a whole week talking. And that was fair. That's where our heads were at the time. And you and I both predicted that there would not, like that at the beginning of the week. We're like, I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he's going anywhere. And then we got taken on the ride of like Debo got thrown into this. And now it looks like they're not going anywhere either. And so it's just funny. I sit here today and look at you and go, exactly what we thought was going to happen happened, yet somehow I feel a little bit surprised. Even if it didn't involve them, I did expect more activity. If you had asked me if the Niners would have some sort of transaction, any kind, in the first or second round before we started last night, I'd have said yes. I would have thought there would have been something.
Yeah, and we talked yesterday about stick and pick, move up or move back, and I think you and I both agreed that stick and pick was the third most likely of the 3.
I went move back.
Yeah. And then they ended up with the stick and pick, and I don't think that if we would have talked about if they stick and pick, would they take a wide receiver? Would they not trade Brandon or Debo and pick a receiver? I wouldn't have had that on the bingo card.
Okay. Who was when I said edge rusher, who was the guy you mentioned?
Chris Braswell from Alabama.
All right. With the 56th pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Nealand, edge rusher, Western Michigan.
You were right about the edge, and I was wrong about the player. And I'll tell you what, they're going to regret not taking Braswell.
I hate the pick. You want to know why? Kid's a freaking cowboy. Get him out of here. I hate that guy. Tell you what's coming up in the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It is draft night, part 2, on the game with Grandy and Sterling Bennett. All the reaction, all the info, rounds 2 and 3 all night long, coming up next. Thanks for all the interaction. Great stuff throughout the week. Dibs, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah.
All right, we won't. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd.